Yi Feng traversed to the planet Blue Star and obtained a divine-level check-in system. Initial check-in reward: triple power amplification martial technique, thunderclap fist. Intermediate check-in reward: intermediate power talent. Advanced check-in reward: supreme chi cultivation method, dragon origin art. Divine check-in reward: ultimate cultivation talent. After the great cataclysm, terrestrial and marine life on Blue Star mutated into formidable, monstrous beasts. To survive, the world embraced high-level martial prowess. Chapter 1. The world of high martial arts. In a cramped living room in Jiangnan City, 5 individuals were seated. Yi Feng browsed the martial artist forum on his phone. A colossal serpentine beast emerged at Blackwater River, with a head diameter exceeding 20 meters, slaughtering countless civilians. Grandmaster Wang He of the Dragon Nation entered the river and vanquished the beast. A spatial rift tore open above Jiangnan City, releasing an armored rhinoceros that caused hundreds of casualties, before being eliminated by the city's defense squad. A prodigy with supreme cultivation talent was identified in the capital of the Dragon Nation, heralding limitless future achievements and now enrolled as a key protege at Dragon Qing University. A girl around 15 years old glanced at Yi Feng engrossed in the forum, a trace of disdain flickering across her face. TCH, I don't see the appeal. You're not even a martial artist. No need for such futile anxiety. Sis, don't say that. Brother, you turn 16 tomorrow, right? Another girl inquired, looking at Yi Feng. Yes, indeed, tomorrow marks my 16th birthday. Brother, I envy you. Tomorrow you'll undergo the talent assessment. What's there to envy? Not everyone possesses cultivation talent. If that were the case, martial artists would be commonplace. The speakers were Yi Qing and Yi Shui, both sisters to Yi Feng, though not by blood. He was not native to this world named Blue Star, but a transmigrator. Arriving in Jiangnan City at merely 5 years old, he lost his mother to childbirth complications early on, and his father was slain when he was 5. His father had been a formidable martial artist and deputy master of the Golden Wind Martial Hall in Jiangnan City. He vividly recalled that day. He and his father were in their room when his father received a call, then handed him a potion to conceal his aura, instructing him to hide under the bed and remain silent no matter what occurred. Though only 5, Yi Feng's prior life in Huaxia had endowed him with over 2 decades of experience. He easily surmised grave circumstances. Soon, violent clashes erupted outside, then within the room. Crouched beneath the bed, he witnessed his father collapse in a pool of blood. Despite being a transmigrator orphaned in Huaxia, he had cherished the unprecedented familial bond in this new world. Witnessing his father's demise plunged him into profound sorrow, sharp as a blade's edge, yet inexplicably, not a single tear fell. From that moment, a seed of vengeance took root in his heart. He knew he would seek retribution. That instant crystallized his resolute purpose. Yet within days, Yi Feng confronted the harsh reality of this world. A mere 5-year-old, powerless and uncertain of survival, fearing starvation. Fortunately, he encountered his lifelong benefactor, his adoptive father Yi Yonghe. Henceforth, he resided in Yi Yonghe's household. Yi Yonghe, a low-ranking employee with meager earnings, provided modestly. Yi Qing, who once had her own room, now shared with her sister due to Yi Feng's presence, fostering her persistent resentment toward him, a sentiment he never contested. He understood that without his adoptive father, he would have perished long ago. 16. The age for talent assessment on Blue Star. He had awaited this day with immense anticipation. Detecting cultivation talent would signify his path to becoming a martial artist. Only as a martial artist could he exact vengeance. Over the years, he had pieced together the truth. Back then, upon the death of the Golden Wind Martial Hall's master, the 2 deputy masters vied for succession. The other deputy master was Yang Qingtian. Yang Qingtian, his father's murderer, now a master-level martial artist. Xiao Feng, are you confident about tomorrow's talent assessment? Yi Yonghe inquired with a gentle smile. Yes, Yi Feng affirmed resolutely. Indeed, Xiao Feng has always been bright. He's sure to possess cultivation talent, his adoptive mother Wang Lan added with a smile. What does intelligence have to do with it? Does being smart guarantee talent? Yi Qing retorted scornfully. Sis, why must you always oppose brother? Yi Shui expressed her displeasure. Shui, remember, I am your blood sister. He's an outsider. Because of him, we share a room, and our allowance is pitiful. Enough, Yi Yonghe interjected sternly. I've told you repeatedly, drop these matters. Understood, Yi Qing murmured, bowing her head in deference to her father's authority. Go for it, brother. Once you awaken your talent and become a powerful martial artist, you can move us all into a grand home. Yi Shui cheered, making an encouraging gesture. I will, Yi Feng nodded firmly. Blue Star diverged greatly from Earth. 3 decades prior, the great cataclysm struck. Rifts tore across the skies worldwide, unleashing monstrous beasts and dark demonic energy upon the planet. Terrestrial and marine organisms were infected, transforming into ferocious creatures. Hordes of beasts assailed nations globally. Island nations fell one after another to the slaughter, with many inland countries sharing the fate. Conventional military arms proved inadequate against the beast's onslaught. As humanity teetered on the brink, superhumans emerged into public view, individuals of immense strength capable of tearing beasts apart. Subsequent scientific research revealed these superhumans could absorb an anomalous gas, enhancing their physical forms. Thus, martial artists were born. This peculiar gas came to be known as qi. Powerful martial artists even devised qi cultivation methods and techniques, fueling their ascent. Simultaneously, scientists developed arms to combat the beasts. Thunder god cannons, laser artillery, and alloy weaponry emerged in succession. Recognizing humanity's resilience, the beasts moderated their conquest, though vast territories of Blue Star remained under their dominion. Seizing the respite, nations worldwide erected fortified bases with impenetrable alloy walls. Alloy, a metal capable of slicing through beast hide and bone, stood as the pinnacle of metallurgy on Blue Star. Jiangnan City numbered among the Dragon Nation's 8 major base cities. Chapter 2. Completion of the binding of the sign-in system. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Yi Feng's face. After rising and attending to his morning routine, he prepared to head to school. Within the school, there existed specialized instruments for detecting cultivation aptitude. Warriors, who serve in the military to defend their homeland, hold a distinguished status. Everyone on Blue Star aspires to become a warrior. Those who possess cultivation aptitude can embark on the path of a warrior, while those who do not are left to complete their education and seek a respectable job upon graduation. Upon exiting his room, Yi Feng encountered his younger sister, Yi Qing. The 3 siblings all attended Jiangyun Middle School. Yi Qing, however, chose to ignore him. At school, she never acknowledged their relationship and had never exchanged a word with Yi Feng. Brother, shall we go to school? Shortly thereafter, Yi Xue emerged from her room. Yi Feng nodded, and together they departed from the decades-old community. Jiangyun Middle School, located in Jiangnan City, is an ordinary institution that encompasses both junior and senior high. Yi Feng is a first-year high school student, while Yi Qing is in her 3rd year of junior high, and Yi Xue is in her 2nd year. Shortly after entering the school grounds, a slightly plump student approached him briskly. Yi Feng, if I recall correctly, you should be turning 16 today, right? The student, named Du-Won, was a privileged heir. Of course, this was a minor distinction for Yi Feng. In the entirety of Jiangnan City, Du-Won's family was hardly noteworthy. Indeed, I am 16 today. Come on, let us head to the cultivation aptitude detection room. Du-Won flashed a smile at Yi Feng. If you happen to uncover a terrifying cultivation aptitude, I could benefit from it too. Du-Won had celebrated his 16th birthday last month, but had failed to detect any cultivation aptitude, which led him to drag Yi Feng to bars almost daily. Yi Feng, possessing a rather appealing appearance, had nearly lost his innocence during that time. After speaking, Du-Won took hold of Yi Feng and directed him toward the school's cultivation aptitude detection room. Yi Feng did not refuse. Anticipation began to swell within him. This day had been awaited for far too long. 10 long years since he turned 5. Cultivation aptitude is innate and can only be detected at the age of 16. While 3 types of supernatural abilities can awaken later: attribute aptitude, weapon aptitude, and elemental aptitude. Although there are not many individuals who awaken their abilities later in life, the odds of awakening a superior supernatural aptitude are exceedingly low. Thus, this era not only coexists with formidable beasts, but is also an age of talent. Upon reaching the cultivation aptitude detection room, several students emerged, sighing despondently. It was evident they had failed to detect any cultivation aptitude. The absence of such aptitude meant they would never become warriors. Yi Feng, it's your turn, called one of the teachers. Yi Feng stepped into the detection room, where a teacher instructed him to register his name and age. After completing the registration, the teacher led him to a cultivation aptitude detection device. This device will determine whether you possess cultivation aptitude. Simply place your hand upon it. Yi Feng extended his hand, which trembled slightly, perhaps due to his fervent desire to possess cultivation aptitude. He must have it. Finally, his hand rested upon the detection device. Instantly, a faint blue light emanated from the machine. Low-level cultivation aptitude, the teacher remarked, a glimmer of intrigue appearing in his eyes. Congratulations, you possess cultivation aptitude. Low-level cultivation aptitude. Yi Feng felt as though all his strength had been drained from his body. The teacher regarded him with some confusion, unable to comprehend why he seemed disheartened. After all, possessing any cultivation aptitude is a far greater fortune than being an ordinary person. Low-level aptitude limits one to a lifetime of being a martial apprentice, he thought. And yet, Yang Qingtian is a master. If Yi Feng's talent was indeed low-level, it meant that his dreams of vengeance were forever unattainable. Ding. Energy infusion successful. Binding of the sign-in system in progress. Binding of the sign-in system complete. Chapter 3. Divine Sign-In, Ultimate Cultivation Aptitude. Is this the system? Yi Feng stood frozen in place. As a transmigrator, he was well aware of what a system entailed. Ding. Host has bound the sign-in system. Congratulations, host has acquired 1 divine sign-in opportunity. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and a sign-in sheet materialized before him. Today's sign-in, Not yet completed. Divine sign-in opportunity. Does this mean that signing in will yield rewards? This student, since you have detected low-level cultivation aptitude, we will now announce this over the loudspeaker. If you have no objections. Feng did not respond to the teacher, engrossed in navigating the sign-in sheet in his mind. The teacher sighed, believing that Feng had set his expectations too high regarding his cultivation aptitude. It was the first time he had encountered a student dissatisfied with having any cultivation aptitude at all. The teacher proceeded to announce the news regarding Feng's aptitude. After all, only a few students in Jianyun Middle School had been detected to possess cultivation aptitude, making each discovery a significant event for the institution. Attention everyone. This is the Cultivation Aptitude Detection Room of Jianyun Middle School. Feng, a student from the first year, 2, class, has been detected with low-level cultivation aptitude. He is the 5th student in our school to possess such aptitude. Let us congratulate Feng. The announcement resonated throughout all classes, the square, and the offices of Jianyun Middle School. For the majority of students, the broadcast from the detection room served as a profound blow. Low-level aptitude meant a lifetime destined to remain below that of a martial apprentice. Nevertheless, having some aptitude was better than having none. Brother truly has cultivation aptitude. This is wonderful, Yishua exclaimed with delight. Her words drew envy from those around them, as they recognized Feng as her brother. With an older brother possessing cultivation aptitude, who would dare to provoke them at Jianyun Middle School? I can't believe he really has cultivation aptitude. A female student in the third-year junior high section of Jianyun Middle School displayed a myriad of complex emotions, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. This girl was none other than Yiqing. After a considerable amount of time, Feng finally grasped the workings of the sign-in sheet in his mind. It turned out that one simply needed to click on the sign-in option. He had previously been perplexed about how to sign in. Moving the virtual pointer to the not yet signed in today icon, he clicked. Ding. Would the host like to use the divine sign-in opportunity? Confirm. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. Host has obtained a divine sign-in reward. Ultimate cultivation aptitude, the highest cultivation aptitude on Blue Star, enabling the absorption of vital energy and accelerating the cultivation of vital techniques and skills by 100-fold. Ultimate cultivation aptitude? Feng trembled in disbelief, momentarily unable to comprehend the magnitude of this revelation. The classification of cultivation aptitude is divided into weaker cultivation talent, secondary cultivation talent, low-level cultivation talent, intermediate cultivation talent, advanced cultivation talent, super cultivation talent, and ultimate cultivation talent. The ultimate cultivation talent represents the pinnacle of cultivation abilities. Vital energy levels, 29, 34, 28. Feng discovered data indicating an increase in vital energy on his retina. As the vital energy flowed into his body, his physical attributes, functions, and cells underwent a profound reorganization. Chapter 4. The cyclic nature of the sign-in system. The data on the retina revealing the surge of vital energy made Feng realize that he had indeed acquired the ultimate talent. With the ultimate cultivation talent, his future achievements were boundless. Revenge was within reach. Vital energy levels, 53, 24, 38. The retina continually displayed the increasing vital energy data. The ultimate cultivation talent enhanced the absorption rate of vital energy by 100-fold, not merely a 100-fold increase, but a significant acceleration in speed. Feng could distinctly feel the vital energy surging toward his body, yet it seemed to vanish as swiftly as it arrived. He examined the sign-in sheet in his mind, discovering that sign-ins occurred bi-weekly, with the next one being a basic sign-in, followed by a cyclical progression. Basic sign-in, intermediate sign-in, advanced sign-in, and divine sign-in. Feng, are you alright? Do one. Noticing Feng had not emerged, stepped into the cultivation talent testing room, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Oh, nothing. Just lost in thought. Feng replied, snapping back to reality. You really possess cultivation talent. Although it's only weak-level talent, it's still commendable. I'm envious. Duan's face displayed various expressions of envy. Feng smiled, attributing it to mere luck. Afterward, he fell into contemplation. The next sign-in would be in 7 days, and he was uncertain about the rewards. Vital energy levels, 23, 46, 55. Feng felt it necessary to seek a place rich in vital energy to absorb a substantial amount, for the energy at Jianyun High School was simply too sparse. He exited the cultivation talent testing room. Feng, where are you going? Duan asked, puzzled as he watched Feng stride out. Taking leave. Feng replied without looking back. On the playground, some students who recognized Feng looked at him with expressions of envy. The possession of cultivation talent was indeed enviable. Feng. Suddenly, a female student rushed to his side. Class monitor, is there something you need? The homeroom teacher wants to see you. As Feng was on his way to find the teacher, he headed towards the homeroom office. Upon arriving, a middle-aged man looked at Feng with evident satisfaction. Feng, I have arranged for someone to deliver the certificate of your cultivation talent to your home. I believe your parents will be thrilled upon seeing it. The middle-aged man was named Li Zhensheng. Thank you, Teacher Li. No need for thanks. You are the only student in our class who has been identified with cultivation talent. This is indeed a significant event. Li Jinxing smiled. Having a student with cultivation talent in his class meant he could speak with greater confidence in front of other teachers. Teacher Li, I would like to take a leave of absence. Jiangyan High School was not a martial arts school, and now that Yi Feng possessed ultimate cultivation talent, it was imperative for him to find a place abundant in vital energy. Taking leave? Li Jinxing was taken aback. Yi Feng, the Anin Academy will come to our school next month to recruit students with cultivation talent. You choose to take leave at this time? Anin Academy was a martial arts institution where students identified with cultivation talent from various schools in Jiangnan City would be absorbed. Rest assured, Teacher Li, I will return to school by then. All right, but make sure to remember to come back, otherwise, you will miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After exchanging a few more words with Teacher Li, Yi Feng left the office. He arrived at the playground. Although Jiangyan High School was not a martial arts school, it did have a few power testing devices. Yi Feng approached them, absorbing vital energy, and felt his physique strengthen considerably. He prepared to test his power. Clenching his fist and taking a deep breath, he struck the power testing device with a powerful punch. Bang! Upon contact, a number appeared on the testing device, 127. Chapter 5, Nanshan, Abundant Vital Energy. 127 power. Yi Feng felt a surge of joy. A power level of 127 meant he could exert a force of 127 pounds with his punch. How little time had passed since he started absorbing vital energy. From being a student devoid of strength to achieving a power level of 127 in less than a day. One punch, over 100 pounds. Even an adult would not intimidate him now. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Vital energy levels, 24, 35, 48. After a brief wait, he again struck the power testing device. Bang! 130. He continued to deliver punch after punch to the testing device. 132, 134, 136, 140. He had no cultivation techniques or any skills to enhance his strength. Within just a few minutes, his power escalated from 127 to 140. A flicker of excitement crossed Yi Feng's face, swiftly replaced by a cold smirk. The demise of the Golden Wind Martial Arts School's master had not occurred overnight. It had been a gradual decline over many years. Perhaps his father had long anticipated his confrontation with Yang Qingtian and had thus kept him well protected, ensuring that others were unaware he had a son. However, Yi Feng was uncertain whether Yang Qingtian knew, as his room contained children's toys. Yet, after so many years, Yang Qingtian was likely unaware of his appearance, leaving Yi Feng with little to worry about. Clenching his fist, he felt no pain as his nails dug into his palm. That day, crouched beneath the bed, he vividly remembered his father lying in a pool of blood, their eyes locked. He would never forget that scene. A master, you say? Yi Feng chuckled coldly. It would not be long before he made you truly feel pain. Without lingering at Jiangyan High School, Yi Feng embarked on a journey through the various districts of Jiangnan City, seeking a place rich in vital energy. However, after walking for a considerable time, he found none. As most areas were less vibrant than Jiangyan High School, he felt a sense of discouragement. He slightly lifted his head, gazing at the setting sun. A mountain? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Nanshan. Nanshan, the highest peak in Jiangnan City. Yi Feng believed that the vital energy there might be more abundant. However, Nanshan was quite far, and he would need to take a vehicle. Digging through his pockets, he discovered not a single alliance coin. Running was his only option. He began to sprint toward Nanshan. After a considerable time, Yi Feng finally reached the foot of Nanshan, with nightfall approaching. Vital energy levels, 85, 89, 92. Gazing at the escalating energy levels reflected on his retina, Yi Feng let out a sigh of relief. The vitality beneath Nanshan had already undergone a transformation, so one could only imagine the potency at the mountain's peak. He set forth towards Nanshan, and by the time he reached its summit, the moon had ascended into the night sky. Energy readings fluctuated, 125, 152, 137. Such an abundant concentration of vitality. If he continued to absorb it at this rate, it wouldn't be long before his combat power reached 1,000, enabling him to become a novice martial artist, would it? It had been 30 years since the cataclysm that befell Blue Star, during which the classification of martial artists had become distinctly defined. Martial apprentices, warriors, masters, grandmasters, patriarchs, great patriarchs, elemental generals, elemental kings, and emperors. Each tier is further divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The ferocious beasts were similarly categorized, ranging from 1st to 10th rank. After a prolonged period of absorption, Yi Feng prepared to return home. He was still within the realm of ordinary people, susceptible to cold and hunger. Chapter 6. Rapid enhancement of combat power upon returning to his residential complex. It was already past 9 in the evening. Yi Feng approached the combat power detection machine within the community, where an elderly gentleman was vigorously striking the device. Though he recognized the man as a fellow resident, they had never exchanged words. The elder was absorbed in his endeavor, and as Yi Feng observed the readings, he felt a flicker of astonishment. 99, 100, 98, 99. He noted that the elder, at least 70 years of age, possessed such formidable strength. Young man, do not be deceived by my 72 years. Your strength may not surpass mine, the elder remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow upon noticing Yi Feng's presence. Well, Yi Feng began. But the elder interrupted him. If you doubt it, why not give it a try? Reluctantly, Yi Feng approached the detection machine, ready to assess the results of his energy absorption from Nanshan. He clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the device. Bang! 207. The elder stared in disbelief at the displayed number, rubbing his eyes to confirm the reading remained unchanged. No, the machine must be faulty. Young man, strike it again. Yi Feng himself had not anticipated achieving such a combat power. Bang, bang, bang. 207, 208, 207, 209. His strikes continued, with the highest reading stabilizing at 209. The energy within the community was exceedingly scarce, barely showing incremental increases. The elder was left in shock, having confidently believed his strength surpassed Yi Feng's, yet now. An awkward expression crossed his face. Ah, young man, it's getting late. I must retire for the night. After clearing his throat a couple of times, the elder departed. Once the elder had left, Yi Feng gazed at the readings on the combat power detection machine, knowing that it would not be long before he ascended to the rank of martial apprentice. Upon entering his home, his sister, Yi Qing, opened the door, offering him a frosty reception. She plopped down onto the sofa after opening the door. Brother, you're incredible. A low-grade cultivation talent. I'm utterly envious. Yi Shui chimed in, her face beaming with joy. Xiao Feng, your homeroom teacher has delivered an honorary certificate along with 10,000 alliance coins. You've truly brought honor to our family. Wang Lan smiled at Yi Feng. Indeed, Xiao Feng, our Yi family will be relying on you in the future, Yi Yonghe expressed, pride evident in his voice. What's so remarkable about it? He possesses cultivation talent. I will also be able to detect my own talent in due time, Yi Qing interjected. By the way, brother, in a month, a Nan Academy will come to our school to take away students with cultivation talent. Then, you will be able to attend a Nan Academy. Yes, Yi Feng nodded in agreement. Wang Lan prepared a sweet soup, and after the family shared it, they all retired for the night. The following day, Yi Feng returned to Nanshan. Energy readings, 152, 153, 161. With his ultimate cultivation talent, his body felt as vast as the ocean, and the energy felt like countless grains of sand, insatiable. Time flew by. Before he knew it, several days had passed. It was night once more when Yi Feng arrived at the combat power detection machine. The elderly gentleman from a few days prior was there as well. Upon seeing Yi Feng, a glimmer of joy crossed the elder's face. Young man, I couldn't sleep after that day. I finally realized you must possess cultivation talent, right? Such talent can absorb energy, which in turn strengthens the body. With a few days gone by, your combat power must have increased, hasn't it? The elder looked at Yi Feng with anticipation. Chapter 7. Novice Martial Apprentice and Initial Registration. Indeed, it has likely improved, Yi Feng acknowledged with a nod. Do not worry, young man. Even if your cultivation talent is not high and your combat power rises slowly, remember that where there's a will, there's a way, the elder reassured, patting Yi Feng on the shoulder. Yi Feng regarded the combat power detection machine before him, raised his fist, took a deep breath, and struck with all his might. Bang! 459. A terrifying number appeared on the detection device. 4,459. The elder's pupils dilated, as though he were witnessing an unfathomable figure. After swallowing hard, he stared at Yi Feng. Is this a super genius? Yi Feng mused to himself, confident that he would soon reach the tier of martial apprentice. A combat power of 1,000 was the foundational requirement for a novice martial artist. Being a martial artist is not merely about brute strength. It also involves the cultivation of techniques and elemental skills, and even the ability to inflict harm solely through energy. However, novice martial apprentices can only practice the simplest techniques. An elemental energy projection holds little efficacy. Upon returning home, Yi Qing shot him a cold glare. You come and go as you please, treating this place like a marketplace? Xiao Feng, you must be hungry. I saved some food for you, Wang Lan said, bringing out the meal. Having gone a day without food, Yi Feng devoured it ravenously. Like a starving ghost reborn, Yi Qing mocked, observing his gluttonous behavior. Yi Feng remained silent. After all, his presence forced Yi Qing to share a bed with Yi Shui, and he cared little for such matters. Once in bed, he quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. In the morning, Yi Feng once again headed to Nanshan, his body feverishly absorbing energy. Days sped by. After another week, Yi Feng returned to the combat power detection machine. He struck the device with a punch. Bang! 998. Satisfied with the number, he continued to strike the machine. 996, 997, 998, 995. His combat power stubbornly refused to surpass 1,000. Yi Feng chose not to pursue further. Just a few points of battle power shy of reaching the level of 1,000, he would soon ascend to the status of a novice martial artist. Moreover, tomorrow he could partake in the second round of sign-ins. Although it was merely a basic sign-in, he eagerly anticipated it. Early in the morning, Yi Feng could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the sign-in sheet in his mind. Ding! Basic sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward. The Thunder Fist, a primary level martial technique, enhancing strength threefold. The Thunder Fist? A threefold strength enhancement? Yi Feng was elated. He had not expected to receive such a remarkable reward from a basic sign-in. His anticipation for the intermediate sign-in in half a month had reached a fever pitch. However, by then, he would likely have arrived at an academy. One must be at least a novice martial artist to cultivate martial techniques. And the basic Thunder Fist is exceedingly challenging for a novice martial artist to master. Yi Feng harbored no concerns. He possessed the ultimate cultivation talent. This talent enabled him to absorb vital energy at 100-fold speed, and likewise, the speed of cultivating martial techniques was also enhanced 100-fold. Vital energy 5. Vital energy 9. Vital energy 11. Data reflecting the increase in vital energy appeared before Yi Feng's eyes. He mused that the vital energy in his community was rather inadequate. Nevertheless, he should have already crossed the threshold of 1,000 battle power. After completing his morning routine, he made his way to the battle power testing apparatus in the community. As long as he attained 1,000 battle power, he could commence training the Thunder Fist. Bang! He struck the testing apparatus with a fierce punch. Instantly, a number materialized on the display, 1005. The figure displayed on the testing apparatus brought great satisfaction to Yi Feng. Next up was the Thunder Fist. A subtle smile graced his face. He must grow stronger swiftly. Only then could he exact his revenge. He reviewed the Thunder Fist in his mind, fervently absorbing the text within. Bang bang bang. Yi Feng continued to pound the battle power testing apparatus. 1005, 1010, 1020, 1028. Not enough, absolutely insufficient. The Thunder Fist provided a threefold strength enhancement, meaning he needed to unleash a one-fold enhancement per punch until he achieved the full threefold to consider it a successful cultivation. Chapter 8. The Shock of Yi Yongha. The battle power testing apparatus was situated in a corner of the community, which was a dilapidated area, arguably the most affordable housing in Jiangnan City. The residents were all part of the lower strata of society. No one would have imagined that within their community, a novice martial artist was being born. Bang bang bang. Yi Feng continued to strike the testing apparatus. 1005, 1060, 1150, 1210. Still not enough. Despite possessing the ultimate cultivation talent, fully comprehending the basic martial technique of the Thunder Fist could not be achieved in mere minutes. Yi Feng knew that mastering the Thunder Fist would not take too long. 1007, 1170, 1350, 1500. Watching the numbers on the testing apparatus, Yi Feng felt he was getting closer. The first punch represented his base battle power. The second punch represented a one-fold enhancement. The third a second one-fold, culminating in a total of threefold enhancement. Yet, he was still far from achieving the one-fold enhancement effect. Little Feng? Yi Yongha, on his way to work, inadvertently spotted Yi Feng in the corner and initially thought he was mistaken. Upon confirming it was indeed Little Feng, curiosity compelled him to approach. Yi Yongha stood behind Yi Feng, observing him strike the testing apparatus with vigor, his jaw dropping in astonishment as he beheld the numbers displayed, 1010, 1200, 1370, 1590, hiss. Upon seeing the number 1590, Yi Yongha could not help but gasp, rapidly blinking in disbelief, convinced that such a figure was impossible. Yet, no matter how much he blinked, the testing apparatus steadfastly displayed the number 1590. Yi Feng, engrossed in his training of the Thunder Fist, was oblivious to Yi Yongha's arrival, lacking any spiritual perception, a trait only possessed by master-level martial artists. Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback to see his adoptive father, Yi Yongha. "Dad, what brings you here?" "Oh, I came to see what you were up to," Yi Yongha replied, swallowing hard, still dazed by the astonishing numbers on the testing apparatus. "Little Feng, you've become a novice martial artist?" After a prolonged silence, Yi Yongha looked at Yi Feng. "Yes, Dad," Yi Feng nodded, feeling that since his father was already aware, there was no need for further concealment. After all, he was merely a novice martial artist. "But your cultivation talent is only at the weak level. How could you have achieved this in such a short time?" "I'm not quite sure why," Yi Feng scratched his head. "But Dad, I hope you won't tell anyone about this." He had his reasons for this request, having never disclosed his ultimate cultivation talent to anyone thus far. He did not wish to reveal too much information just yet, considering he was still merely a novice martial artist. I understand your concerns. I won't tell anyone," Yi Yongha assured him with a nod. He recalled the first time he laid eyes on Yi Feng when he was merely 5 years old. Yet those eyes filled with hatred remained etched in his memory. Those eyes had sent chills down his spine, even as an adult, facing a mere child. "Dad, there's one more thing," Yi Feng said, looking at Yi Yongha. "What is it?" "You're going to be late for work." Chapter 9. Achieving the threefold strength enhancement. Yi Yongha, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, stumbled slightly, offering no further comment as he hurried away. Yi Feng watched his father's somewhat gaunt figure, contemplating how he too was beginning to age. Without further thought, Yi Feng resumed his determined assault on the battle power testing apparatus, resolved to fully comprehend the basic martial technique of the Thunder Fist. Days passed. Bang bang bang. 1100, 1800, 2600, 3400. Mastery of the Thunder Fist was within reach. Yi Feng wiped the sweat from his brow as he gazed at the figures displayed on the testing apparatus. Bang, bang, bang. He did not pause for rest, continuing to strike the apparatus. Over these few days, he had lost count of how many punches he had thrown at the testing apparatus. 11:05, 22:10, 33:15, 44:20. As he beheld the battle power reflected on the apparatus, joy illuminated Yi Feng's face. He had succeeded. He had finally achieved the threefold enhancement effect. The foundational battle power for a novice martial artist was 1,000. For an intermediate martial artist, it was 2,000. And for a senior martial artist, it was 3,000. To transcend to the level of a junior warrior, a senior martial artist required 5,000 battle power. Currently, he had attained 4,420 battle power. If Yi Feng were to utilize the amplification effect of the Thunder Fist, his combat prowess would have already surpassed the foundational strength of an advanced martial apprentice. He is acutely aware that this achievement stems from his possession of the ultimate cultivation talent. For a novice martial apprentice with a mediocre cultivation aptitude, fully comprehending the Thunder Fist would require no less than 2 decades. Those with a weak cultivation talent are destined to remain at the martial apprentice level for their entire lives. With a secondary cultivation talent, one may only ascend to the rank of warrior, while those with a low-level cultivation talent might break through to the Grand Martial Master tier. Upon reaching a mid-level cultivation talent, one enjoys the potential for limitless breakthroughs, although such advancements come at a considerably slower pace. A martial artist with mid-level cultivation talent is regarded as a genius on Blue Star. Moreover, beyond mid-level cultivation talent, there exists high-level cultivation talent, super cultivation talent, and ultimate cultivation talent. Yet, despite these advantages, Yi Feng remains unsatisfied. He must elevate his strength as swiftly as possible. The next sign-in opportunity holds the promise of mid-level rewards. He wonders what benefits it may bring. Upon returning home, Yi Feng took a refreshing shower and prepared to rest. After several exhausting days spent comprehending the Thunder Fist, his physical attributes still only aligned with those of a novice martial apprentice. He fell into a deep slumber until evening. When he arose and made his way to the living room, he discovered his parents, Yi Qing and Yi Xue, seated on the sofa, engrossed in the martial artist television channel. The broadcast featured martial artists clashing with ferocious beasts, a spectacle that would undoubtedly astonish any ordinary citizen. "Xiao Feng, you're awake," Yi Yonghe remarked with a smile upon seeing Yi Feng emerge from his room. He had not disclosed to anyone that Yi Feng had become a formidable martial artist. Yet he felt an immense pride for his son. The first time he encountered Yi Feng, the boy's eyes, filled with hatred, had momentarily intimidated him. He felt fortunate to have adopted him. Yi Yonghe recognized that his son's future achievements would be boundless, thus bringing honor to their family name. Wang Lan presented the meal she had prepared in advance, and after Yi Feng finished eating, his younger sister, Yi Xue, approached him. "Brother, in just 3 days, you will be heading to a Nam Academy, and our chances to see each other will diminish." She pouted. Then, as if struck by a thought, her gaze shifted toward Yi Yonghe, hesitating as if she had something difficult to express. "Xiao Xue, is there something on your mind?" Yi Yonghe inquired, having noticed her reluctance to speak. "Dad, the teacher mentioned that to enhance the quality of education, we need to purchase a computer." Yi Xue had always been perceptive. Understanding that their family was not affluent, her mother was a homemaker, and the household relied solely on her father's income. "Don't worry about it. Just go ahead and buy it," Yi Yonghe replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Yi Feng pondered his status as a novice martial apprentice. If he registered at the Jiangnan City Martial Artist Alliance branch, he could receive martial artist subsidies. Free benefits were too good to pass up. Having lived under the Yi family's care for so long, he knew that without Yi Yonghe, he might have perished from hunger. Although he was merely a novice martial apprentice, he felt compelled to contribute in any way he could. "Dad, let me handle the computer for Xiao Xue," Yi Feng volunteered. The family was taken aback by his declaration. "Xiao Feng, where will you get the money?" Yi Yonghe asked, perplexed. In recent years, he had accrued significant debt while struggling to support the family, and his health was poor, further necessitating loans. The last time Yi Feng was tested and found to have weak cultivation talent, his homeroom teacher had sent a certificate along with 10,000 alliance coins, which he had already repaid. Now, with Yi Xue needing a computer, he could only resort to borrowing money. "Don't worry, Dad. I have a plan," Yi Feng replied with a smile. Yi Yonghe suddenly recalled that Yi Feng was now a novice martial apprentice and chose not to press further. As a mere employee at a small company, he lacked the strength of a novice martial apprentice, so he felt reassured by Yi Feng's intentions. However, Yi Qing could not resist making a sarcastic remark. "I believe your friend, Du-Wan, is a rich kid. Perhaps you can borrow money from him," he taunted, relishing the opportunity to mock Yi Feng, yet frustrated by the absence of a direct response from him. The following day, Yi Feng stepped out of the house, heading toward the Jiangnan City Martial Artist Alliance. The Martial Artist Alliance stands as the largest martial organization on Blue Star, with its headquarters located in the World City. Every significant city on Blue Star boasts a branch of the Martial Artist Alliance. Upon arriving, Yi Feng marveled at the imposing 30-story structure of the Jiangnan City Martial Artist Alliance, situated at the heart of the city. Once inside, he approached the relevant testing department. How may I assist you? A female staff member inquired as she approached him. I am here to register as a martial artist, Yifeng responded. The staff member momentarily appeared taken aback, sizing him up and concluding that, given his age, it would be improbable for him to be a martial artist. Is there a problem? Yifeng asked, noticing her silence. Snapping back to attention, she replied, No, please follow me for a physical assessment. She led him to the testing room, where several individuals were undergoing evaluations of their physical attributes. Yifeng approached a machine designed to measure strength, speed, and defense. He clenched his fist and struck the device. Bang! The results displayed, strength 1160, speed 22 ms, and a tolerance of 200 kilograms, all aligning perfectly with the standards for a novice martial apprentice. Although Yifeng had mastered the Thunder Fist, which amplified his strength threefold, his speed and defensive capabilities had yet to surpass those of a novice martial apprentice. Consequently, he remained classified at that level. The staff members stared at the data in astonishment, unable to believe that Yifeng truly was a martial artist. Hello. Your physical attributes meet the criteria for a novice martial apprentice. Please follow me for registration, she said, recovering from her surprise. Yifeng nodded, following her to the registration area. However, before they could proceed very far, a slightly astonished voice called out to him. Yifeng, is that really you? I thought I was mistaken. Yifeng turned, slightly bewildered, to find a girl of similar age. She was quite attractive, albeit still youthful, hinting at her potential beauty. Beside her stood a stout, bald middle-aged man, approximately 36 or 37 years old, with a face marred by a prominent scar, exuding an intimidating presence. Wang Jing. Yifeng hesitated for several seconds before recognizing the girl. I can't believe you remember me, she said, a smile crossing her face, though it was tinged with a hint of disdain. Xiao Jing, is this the Yifeng you often speak of? The middle-aged man interjected. You mentioned that you confessed to him during elementary school, but he paid you no mind? The bald man let out a cold laugh. Indeed, he is quite proud. Dismissing me entirely. Fortunately, Brother Bao has good taste, Wang Jing remarked with a sarcastic tone. During their elementary school years, Yifeng was an exceptionally diligent student, striving to walk the path of a formidable warrior if he possessed the talent for cultivation, or, if not, to become a wealthy magnate in Blue Star, thus potentially avenging himself. Wang Jing had indeed confessed to him, but at that time, he would naturally not have acquiesced. The others in the testing room chuckled, thinking of Wang Jing, who had taken a boyfriend in his 30s and was proudly flaunting it, truly shameless. Nevertheless, they kept their thoughts to themselves, watching the unfolding drama with amusement. Yifeng, Brother Bao is a mid-level martial artist. By the way, what brings you here? Wang Jing asked with evident curiosity. Could it be that you too are a martial artist? Indeed, this gentleman's recent physical assessment qualifies him as a beginner martial artist, replied the female staff member. Wang Jing was taken aback, staring at Yifeng, astonished that he truly was a martial artist. So what? Just a beginner martial artist. Brother Bao is a mid-level one. She retorted, attempting to downplay the situation. If there's nothing further, I'll take my leave, Yifeng stated, wishing to avoid any unnecessary entanglements with her. He and the female staff member prepared to depart. Brother Bao, how dare he be so arrogant? Wang Jing complained to Wu Bao, feigning innocence. Wu Bao chuckled coldly. Yifeng, Xiaojing is now my girlfriend. She confessed to you before, and you ignored her. Shouldn't you apologize? Wu Bao held Yifeng in disdain. For while the gap between martial artist levels was not vast, it was still significant. Yifeng comprehended Wu Bao's intent. Both he and Wang Jing sought to make him uncomfortable, wishing to demonstrate how erroneous it was for him to have rejected her. However, an apology was out of the question, while he wouldn't dare claim to be a high-level martial artist. What right did a mid-level one have to act superior in his presence? Sure, a mid-level martial artist's speed and defense were superior, but so what? With his thunderclap fist, he could easily defeat Wu Bao. Tell me, what will you do if I refuse to apologize? Yifeng, aware of their intentions, decided to dispense with pleasantries. Chapter 12. Is this a power amplification martial technique? Wu Bao sneered again, the scar on his face looking particularly menacing. If you fail to apologize to Xiaojing, I shall show you what consequences await. The onlookers in the testing room shook their heads at Wu Bao's words. A beginner martial artist stood no chance against a mid-level one without the aid of martial techniques or innate abilities. Although they were astonished that Yifeng had achieved the rank of a beginner martial artist at such a young age, they could not believe he had comprehended a martial technique. Come on, Yifeng replied calmly. He understood that unless this matter was resolved, Wu Bao and Wang Jing would not let him leave easily. The crowd in the testing room was astounded to see Yifeng daring to confront Wu Bao, their faces filled with disbelief. This battle was utterly devoid of hope for victory. Yifeng, you are truly arrogant. Brother Bao will make you regret your actions. Wang Jing glared at him, perplexed by his composure. Yifeng raised his fist. Suddenly, he struck at the air. His current combat power stood at 1160. Utilizing the threefold amplification martial technique, his second punch's power reached 2320. Yet, that was still insufficient. He struck the air once more. The subsequent punch amounted to 3,480 combat power. Defeating Wu Bao with such a punch would be exceedingly simple. The onlookers in the talent testing room watched in bewilderment as Yi Feng unleashed 2 punches into thin air, unable to fathom his reasoning for doing so. Kid, if you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Wu Bao bellowed, launching a punch at Yi Feng. The crowd understood that Yi Feng was doomed, their faces reflecting a mixture of sympathy and foreboding. As Wu Bao's fist flew forth, Yi Feng retaliated with a punch of 3,480 combat power. Their fists were about to collide. Wang Jing's expression turned cold. She anticipated witnessing Yi Feng's impending downfall. Bang! The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed in the ears of all present as Yi Feng and Wu Bao's fists collided. In that instant, Wu Bao was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall of the testing room, blood streaming from his head. How can this be? The crowd gaped in shock at the sight of the bloodied Wu Bao, as if struck by lightning. Brother Bao, are you all right? Wang Jing was equally stunned, rushing to Wu Bao's side. Get away from me. I've never suffered such humiliation. Wu Bao sprang to his feet, fury coursing through him. I'm coming for you, he shouted, charging once more at Yi Feng. Wu Bao's speed was rapid. Mid-level martial artists moved at 25 ms, while beginners clocked in at 22 ms. Such a speed differential was easily predictable. Yet, neither Wu Bao nor the spectators anticipated that Yi Feng's next punch would also be amplified threefold. 46-40 combat power. Bang! Their fists collided again with tremendous force. Wu Bao screamed in agony, his hefty form writhing on the ground. My hand! My hand! This is definitely a power amplification martial technique. The onlookers in the testing room finally understood. They now realized why Yi Feng had struck the air twice. He had indeed comprehended the power amplification martial technique. Chapter 13. Wang Jing's embarrassment. The crowd in the testing room was utterly astonished. They had never imagined that Yi Feng would truly grasp a martial technique. How old was he? A prodigy indeed. What extraordinary talent for cultivation did he possess? To those present, Yi Feng's cultivation talent appeared to be at least mid-level. Wang Jing trembled all over. Her intention had been to humiliate Yi Feng, yet Brother Bao was no match for him at all. He had been completely obliterated. Let us go, Yi Feng said, glancing at the female staff member, who stood frozen in disbelief. What about her? The staff member stammered, having only dealt with martial artists of the beginner and warrior levels in her assessments. The display of Yi Feng's terrifying strength left her utterly astonished. I shall not lower myself to her level. She is merely a little girl, Yi Feng replied, shaking his head. He could easily have approached Wang Jing, striking her a few times, but what would that prove? With his current system and ultimate cultivation talent, he had no interest in someone like her. Engaging with her would only diminish his standing. Had Wu Bao and Wang Jing allowed him to leave earlier, he would not have had to humiliate Wu Bao so severely. Yi Feng and the female staff member exited the testing room. Standing in place, Wang Jing was overwhelmed with shame, feeling utterly humiliated. Little sister, the older brother advised. There is nothing wrong with relying on others, nor is there any fault in using others to assert dominance. However, this time you have encountered an insurmountable obstacle. And this cannot be blamed on anyone. After all, you are merely a mid-tier martial artist, the lowest level of practitioners on Blue Star. A man in his 20s inside the testing room smiled at Wang Jing before leaving. At that moment, Wang Jing could no longer contain her emotions, and tears streamed down her face. Why had she demeaned herself? At merely 16, why had she sought out a boyfriend so much older? Was it to gain a sense of superiority? Yi Feng was entirely unaware of Wang Jing's turmoil, nor did he need to be, as their only connection was that of former elementary school classmates. The female staff member guided Yi Feng to the registration room, where he completed the registration process. Following this, she handed him an alliance card and a badge symbolizing his status as a novice martial artist. Mr. Yi, the alliance card contains a stipend of 10,000 martial coins, which will be dispersed punctually next month. The alliance card functions as a universal bank card across Blue Star, issued by the Global Alliance Bank. Yi Feng carefully stored the alliance card and badge before departing the Martial Artist Alliance. His next objective was to purchase a computer, but he needed to return home to invite his sister, Yi Shui, to accompany him. It was Saturday, and school was out. Yi Shui was at home watching television. Upon returning home, Yi Shui noticed her brother's arrival and exclaimed, "Brother, you're back." "Yes, let us go buy a computer," Yi Feng replied. "You're the best, brother." Yi Shui beamed with delight. Conversely, Yi Qing did not spare Yi Feng a glance, as she believed his money was merely borrowed from others. Shortly thereafter, Yi Feng and Yi Shui left their home. Once outside, Yi Shui looked at her brother and said, "Brother, I know sister is unkind to you, but do you realize that she actually has a heart of gold beneath her sharp tongue? She was very pleased when she learned about your low-level cultivation talent. Though you might find it hard to believe, I share a room with her, and I am not lying." Yi Shui pouted. She also needs a computer. She just feels too embarrassed to ask. Yi Shui gazed at Yi Feng with pleading eyes. Chapter 14. Nanshan, the powerful elder. Yi Feng smiled, realizing that with 10,000 alliance coins in his card, purchasing 2 computers for study would be more than sufficient. After exiting the community, they arrived at a specialty store, where he selected 2 computers and spent 500 alliance coins. He instructed Yi Shui to return home, first while he headed towards Nanshan. With 3 days left, going to school now would be futile. It was better to absorb more vitality. Upon reaching the foot of Nanshan, Yi Feng sprinted swiftly up the mountain. In no time, he reached the summit. Vitality 153. Vitality 155. Vitality 158. The numbers reflecting his increasing vitality continuously flashed before Yi Feng's eyes, just as he was fervently absorbing vitality. An elderly man appeared before him. The man appeared to be in his 60s, with a robust physique and sharp, eagle-like eyes. Yi Feng had not anticipated encountering another person here. Observing the old man, he noticed that an aura of formidable vitality enveloped him, indicating that he was a powerful martial artist. The elder was also scrutinizing Yi Feng, surprised to find someone else atop Nanshan. For some reason, he sensed that Yi Feng was different from ordinary individuals, though he could not pinpoint why. "Young man, what is your name?" the elder inquired. "Yi Feng," he replied. The elder pondered for a few seconds, his instincts indicating that Yi Feng was likely a prodigy. "You must still be a student, correct?" "Yes, senior. I am currently a student at Jiangyan Middle School." Yi Feng was curious about the elder's intentions, sensing no malice from him. And he had not provoked the elder nor revealed any alarming information. "In 3 days, Ainen Academy will visit your school to issue qualification certificates to students with cultivation talent. You must possess some cultivation talent as well." The elder scrutinized Yi Feng, convinced that he was an exceptionally powerful genius, though he was unsure if this was merely a misperception. "Yes, senior," Yi Feng nodded. "Enough with the senior titles, you can call me Su Ming." Su Ming? Yi Feng felt a flicker of recognition, as if he had encountered that name on the Jiangnan City Martial Artist Forum. After a moment's reflection, he recalled that Su Ming was indeed the name of the dean of the new student academy at Ainen Academy. Sensing the immense aura emanating from the elder, Yi Feng was nearly certain that this man was the dean of the new student academy. "Yi Feng, why do I feel that your speed of absorbing vitality is exceptionally rapid?" Su Ming observed Yi Feng, a hint of confusion in his voice. Typically, he would not be able to discern others' rates of vitality absorption, but after some contemplation, he dismissed it as just a misperception. However, he found it unusual that no one had ever given him such an impression before. Su Ming felt that Yi Feng was intriguing. "Yi Feng, this is a token representing my identity. Once you arrive at the new student academy, seek me out." Su Ming thought that when Yi Feng entered the new student academy, he would conduct a thorough assessment. If he truly was a powerful genius, he would be worth nurturing. Yi Feng graciously accepted the token that Su Ming extended, which bore the inscription of Su Ming, Dean of the new student academy at Ainen Academy. Indeed, he was the dean of the new student academy. Yi Feng had previously encountered information about Su Ming on the Jiangnan City Martial Artist Forum, recognizing him as a master-level expert. Masters must not be insulted. This phrase was well known throughout Jiangnan City. Chapter 15. Journey to Ainen Academy. After conversing a bit more with Yi Feng, Su Ming departed from Nanshan. As Yi Feng watched Su Ming's retreating figure, he marveled at having met a master-level expert atop Nanshan. Truly astonishing. Yang Qingtian, the owner of the Golden Wind Martial Arts Institute, was also a master-level expert, and even more powerful than Su Ming. Yi Feng understood that he must rapidly enhance his own abilities. After absorbing vitality throughout the day on Nanshan, Yi Feng returned to the community at night, heading straight to the combat power testing device. He struck the device with a flurry of punches. 1250, 1251, 1252, 1251. He had refrained from using the thunderstorm fist, otherwise, his combat power would have reached a terrifying level. Upon returning home, he found his family watching television. Perhaps due to Yi Feng's purchase of a computer for Yi Qing, her demeanor toward him had softened, showing less of the previous coldness. Yi Feng opened his phone to check the martial artist forum. The beast horde attacks the 10 island nations of the Oceanic Sea. The 10 island nations are annihilated. The Jinwei army has entered the beast-occupied zone, engaging in a month-long battle with the beasts, resulting in countless casualties on both sides. Scientists from the Dragon Nation have developed an ion cannon, capable of annihilating hundreds of beasts in one shot. As he perused the news on the Warrior Forum, Yi Feng contemplated the inevitable cataclysmic clash between humanity and the ferocious beasts, a battle that would profoundly influence the fate of mankind. However, he did not dwell on such thoughts for long. His immediate focus was on vengeance. Over the following day, Yi Feng continued to absorb vital energy on Nanshan Mountain, elevating his foundational combat power to 1300. At dawn, Yi Feng rose early and made his way to Jiangyan High School. Upon his arrival, students who recognized him cast envious glances in his direction, for today the admissions officers from Ainen Academy were visiting. Shortly after Yi Feng arrived, he was summoned to the principal's office, accompanied by several other students. These students possessed secondary cultivation talents, a level above the inferior talents Yi Feng had, and they held him in disdain due to their perceived superiority. "You are all students of Jiangyun High School with cultivation potential," the principal remarked with a smile. "The admissions officers from Ainen Academy will be here shortly." No sooner had he spoken than a teacher entered, announcing, "Principal, the admissions officer from Ainen Academy has arrived." The The principal promptly stood to greet him. Moments later, Feng beheld a robust man whose presence commanded respect, adorned with a 2-star leopard emblem on his chest, signifying his status as an intermediate martial artist. The intermediate martial artist surveyed Feng and the others, accepting the documents handed to him by the principal. After a brief glance, disappointment flickered across his face. All secondary cultivation talents, and one with an inferior talent, he muttered, shaking his head. Here are your qualification certificates. Report to Anin Academy tomorrow. After receiving the badge, Feng departed the school, returning home to prepare for the journey ahead. Anin Academy, situated in the heart of Jiangnan City, was quite distant from his residence, necessitating accommodation. However, he had heard that the living conditions were quite favorable, with each student afforded a private bedroom. That night, under a tapestry of stars, Feng calculated that in just 5 days he would be able to register as an intermediate student, a prospect that filled him with anticipation. The potential reward of awakening a supernatural talent was exhilarating. After a sleepless night, the next day Feng, dragging his suitcase, set out for Anin Academy. Just as he was about to step out of his home, Yi Qing's voice resonated in his ears. He paused, momentarily taken aback, and turned to face her. Yi Qing wore an expression that defied description, as if she had a multitude of words to share, yet ultimately, she offered him just 2. Good luck. Chapter 16. The Proud Daughter of Heaven, Su Hua. Hearing her words, a smile graced Yi Feng's face. He had not anticipated such encouragement from Yi Qing. All right, he nodded in response. After exiting the community, he boarded a vehicle bound for Anin Academy. Anin Academy, also known as Anin Martial Arts Academy, was divided into a junior and a senior division. Although the 2 divisions were in close proximity, students typically maintained little interaction unless necessary. Freshmen would spend 2 years in the junior division before advancing to the senior division for 3 years, culminating in graduation. Upon reaching the entrance of Anin Academy, Feng was met with a throng of students, over 1,000 newcomers. Whispers filled the air as they discussed the prodigies from various schools. Have you heard? Su Hua, the daughter of the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall's master, is also coming to Anin Academy. Impossible. Why would she come to Anin Academy? She is probably seeking out talented individuals to join the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall in the future. The Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, one of the 4 major halls in Jiangnan City, was led by Master Su Zhan, a powerful high-level master. As the sea of new students buzzed with chatter, the roar of a sports car pierced the air. The crowd turned to witness a Lamborghini Veneno pull up, from which emerged a girl of about 16 or 17. Clad in expensive attire and sporting a ponytail, her youthful visage already bore the hallmarks of beauty. Who is that? She is incredible. Don't you know? That is Su Hua, the daughter of Su Zhan from the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. Really? She is Su Hua? I heard her cultivation talent is high level, and she recently broke through to the martial apprentice level. The students gaped at Su Hua, recognizing that her talents and lineage placed her far beyond their reach. Did you know Su Hua has also awakened a primary power talent? One student exclaimed. Gasps rippled through the crowd. What kind of genius was she? In Longhua, the most common cultivation talent was secondary, followed by low-level talents. While inferior talents existed, they were far fewer in number, rendering them almost laughable in the eyes of those with cultivation abilities. Look, that is Lu Chong, the top genius from Jinming High School, with intermediate cultivation talent. And there is Lin Yunbo from Bailu High School, also boasting intermediate cultivation talent. Wow, it seems all the talented students from various schools are entering Anin Academy. Feng, amidst the throng of newcomers, overheard their conversations. Jiangyan High School was merely an ordinary institution in Jiangnan City, lacking any notable reputation compared to others. Soon, the thousands of new students lined up outside the gates, but Su Hua boldly cut to the front, prompting silent fury among her peers. After submitting her qualification certificate to a teacher, Feng successfully entered the new academy. Next came the class allocation. There were 26 classes for freshmen, designated by letters of the alphabet. Feng was assigned to Class A. A middle-aged woman, their teacher, appeared quite stern and wore gold-rimmed glasses. Displaying a 3-star leopard emblem on her chest, she was a formidable high-level martial artist. After surveying the students, Wu Fenfang picked up the attendance list. My name is Wu Fenfang, and from this moment onward, I shall be your teacher. Let us begin with roll call. Chapter 17. I am here to see the dean. Zheng Wei, present. 16 years old, secondary cultivation talent. Wang Yu, present. 16 years old, secondary cultivation talent. Wu Fenfang continued calling names. Su Hua, present. 16 years old. High-level cultivation talent, primary power talent. A collective gasp echoed through the classroom. While some students were familiar with Su Hua, many were not. The revelation of her high-level cultivation talent induced astonishment. Not only did she possess a high-level cultivation talent, but she had also awakened a primary power talent. The primary power enhancement could amplify her strength 5-fold, and unlike cultivation techniques, which required training, awakening a supernatural talent allowed for immediate comprehension. The power enhancement techniques stemmed from the power talent itself. Attribute talents, weapon talents, and elemental talents. These 3 primary talents are categorized into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Unlike cultivation talents, which possess a multitude of levels, the distinctions here are more refined. A hint of arrogance flickered across Su Hua's fair visage. Had it not been for her father's insistence that she visit an academy to scout for any promising talents, she would never have set foot in this institution. Yi Feng. Present. Yi Feng responded promptly. At the age of 16, he was classified with a weak-level cultivation talent. As Wu Finfang's words echoed through the classroom, derisive remarks began to infiltrate Yi Feng's ears. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, unaffected by their mockery. On the surface, he indeed appeared to possess a weak-level cultivation talent. But who could fathom that he actually harbored an ultimate cultivation talent? Upon finishing the roll call, Wu Finfang noted that among the 45 students, there was one with an advanced cultivation talent, one with an intermediate talent, 15 with low-level talents, 27 with secondary talents, and one with a weak-level talent. At an academy, the atmosphere was quite liberating. Cultivation was solely reliant on personal effort. Of course, once students advanced to the status of beginner martial apprentices, they could apply to me for elemental techniques and seek guidance on any cultivation-related queries. Now, you are all dismissed. After Wu Finfang's announcement, she exited the classroom, and the students made their way to the training ground. The energy in the training arena was palpably dense. At its center stood a magnificent energy tower, 10 stories high. Its interior saturated with energy, and to date, no one had reached its pinnacle. Entry into the tower required points, which could be earned in the trial arena through combat. The victorious party would receive points. However, the points required for entry into the energy tower were exorbitant, making it exceedingly rare for students to gain access. Yi Feng soon arrived at the training ground, where some students had already begun to engage in battles adjacent to the arena. Energy readings flickered before Yi Feng's eyes. 165, 177, 180. The surge of energy was indeed impressive. Suddenly, he recalled something regarding Nanshan. He approached the educational building, searching until he finally located the dean's office. Just as he was about to push open the door, it swung open, revealing a strikingly beautiful girl, none other than Su Hua. A fleeting look of disdain crossed Su Hua's face. Her impression of Yi Feng was significantly marred by his classification as a weak-level cultivation talent. What are you doing here? I came to see the dean, Yi Feng replied. Su Hua paused, momentarily taken aback. See the dean? Surely, a student with only a weak-level cultivation talent wouldn't be deemed worthy of such an audience. Chapter 18. How could I merely be a weak-level talent? Yi Feng knew Su Hua was the daughter of the head of the Su He Martial Arts School, one of the 4 major martial arts schools in Jiangnan City, and that her family was acquainted with the dean. It did not surprise him. However, he had no desire to engage in further conversation with Su Hua, so he produced the identity token that Dean Su Ming had given him. May I enter? He understood that without this token, Su Hua's haughty demeanor would likely lead her to question him further. Upon seeing the identity token in Yi Feng's hand, Su Hua's eyes widened, as if she had glimpsed something utterly unfathomable. Grandfather Su actually gave you the identity token? Her disbelief was palpable. How could this individual, a mere student with a weak-level cultivation talent, possibly have received such a privilege? She found it impossible to comprehend why Grandfather Su would bestow his token upon Yi Feng. Just as she was about to inquire further, she noticed Yi Feng had already entered the dean's office. How peculiar, Su Hua mused, scratching her head as she left the administrative building. Once inside the dean's office, Yi Feng was greeted by Dean Su Ming, who wore a gentle smile upon seeing him. Yi Feng, you've arrived. Yes, Dean. Dean Su Ming regarded Yi Feng with a thoughtful expression. I called you here for no other reason than to assess your cultivation talent. Unlike any young individual he had encountered before, Yi Feng had exhibited an unusual aura during their previous meeting at Nanshan, leading Su Ming to suspect that his cultivation talent was extraordinary. Is that appropriate, Dean? Yi Feng hesitated, not wishing to reveal the existence of his ultimate cultivation talent. Don't worry. If it turns out you possess an impressive cultivation talent, I shall reward you with a vial of beast blood. At the mention of beast blood, Yi Feng felt a stirring of interest, absorbing it could significantly enhance his combat prowess. Very well, but you must promise to keep it confidential, Dean. Yi Feng nodded, unaware that the law of unexpected rewards would soon apply to him. Seeing Yi Feng acquiesce, Dean Su Ming secretly smiled, convinced that Yi Feng must indeed possess a formidable cultivation talent, hence the need for discretion. After pushing open the inner door, they entered a room equipped with sophisticated testing apparatus. Yi Feng placed his hand upon the cultivation talent detector, which emitted a soft blue glow. The faint blue light signified a weak-level cultivation talent. Weak-level cultivation talent? Dean Su Ming's face fell in disappointment. He had anticipated Yi Feng to be a prodigy with an extraordinary cultivation talent, only to have his expectations dashed. Yi Feng, too, was taken aback, pondering whether the detector was incapable of recognizing his ultimate cultivation talent. What an astonishing situation. Yi Feng, it appears you are not destined to receive the beast blood, Dean Su Ming remarked, preparing to exit the inner chamber. Dean, if I were to tell you that my body has undergone a mutation, allowing me to absorb energy at an unprecedented rate despite my weak-level talent, Would you believe me? Dean Su-ming shook his head. A weak-level talent was simply that. Yi Feng, you should leave now. Yi Feng considered that, as a beginner martial apprentice with access to the thunderclap fist, there was no harm in revealing his abilities to the dean in exchange for the vial of beast blood. He approached another testing device to assess his current level. Dean Su-ming understood that Yi Feng was clinging to the hope of obtaining the beast blood, yet a weak-level talent could not qualify for such a reward. However, the data displayed by the detector soon caused his pupils to dilate in disbelief. Chapter 19. The Astonished Dean and the Beast Blood. Combat Power, 1320. Speed, 22 ms. Maximum Weight Tolerance, 200 kilograms. The data from the detector clearly indicated the statistics of a beginner martial apprentice. Beginner martial apprentice? How could this be possible? Dean Su-ming was left in a state of shock. He knew that Yi Feng was only 16 years old. Yet how could a student with a weak-level cultivation talent achieve the status of a beginner martial apprentice at such a young age? In Blue Star, one could only assess their cultivation talent at 16, which meant that only at this age could they commence their training. A weak-level cultivation talent would typically require over a decade to advance to the level of a beginner martial apprentice. Could it be that Yi Feng's body had truly undergone a mutation? Dean Su-ming began to entertain the possibility. Dean, might I inquire if I am eligible to receive the beast blood? After a few moments of contemplation, Dean Su-ming hesitated, uncertain whether Yi Feng's body had indeed undergone a transformation. What if he had simply reached the level of a beginner martial apprentice through some unknown means while still possessing a weak-level cultivation talent? Noticing Dean Su-ming's indecision, Yi Feng stepped toward a combat power testing device. Dean Su-ming was momentarily taken aback, pondering the purpose behind Yi Feng's decision to reassess his combat strength. Despite having already undergone testing, Yi Feng's gaze was fixed intently on the combat strength detection device. After taking a deep breath, he unleashed a powerful punch upon it. Bang! 1320. Su-ming, observing the reading on the device, was baffled, as Yi Feng had already performed a previous test. What was his intention this time? Bang! Yi Feng struck the detection device again with another punch. 2640. The displayed number had doubled compared to his last strike. What? Dean Su-ming's pupils dilated in shock. He understood that such an augmentation in power could only result from a specialized technique. Bang! Suddenly, Yi Feng delivered two more punches in quick succession. Bang bang. 3960, 5280. The numbers on the device were now visible to Dean Su-ming. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes, convinced he must have been mistaken. Yet the evidence confirmed that he had not erred. A threefold power amplification technique. Thunder Fist. Dean Su-ming gasped in astonishment. Fully convinced that Yi Feng's physique had undergone a mutation. Otherwise, how could he have comprehended such techniques at the tender age of 16? Dean, I believe I am now qualified to receive the blood of a ferocious beast, am I not? Yi Feng inquired, looking directly at Dean Su-ming. Shaken from his stupor, Dean Su-ming gazed at Yi Feng with pride. Yi Feng, if you would not mind, may I have the honor of becoming your mentor? This. Yi Feng had not anticipated such a proposition from the dean. However, it seemed there was no harm in it. Very well, he acquiesced with a nod. Dean Su-ming, elated by Yi Feng's acceptance, retrieved a dusty box. Upon opening it, a small vial emerged before Yi Feng's eyes, filled with a crimson, potent liquid. Undoubtedly, this was the blood of a ferocious beast. Dean Su-ming had long harbored the desire to take on a disciple, but had yet to find a suitable candidate. With Yi Feng's emergence, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Yi Feng accepted the vial, contemplating the need to find a suitable location to absorb the beast's blood. Teacher, I shall take my leave now. Go ahead and absorb the blood well. Yi Feng exited the dean's office. Just then, a voice echoed through the speakers. Attention, this is Dean Su-ming. I have an important announcement to make. As Yi Feng stepped out, the broadcast reached his ears. Chapter 20. Absorbing the blood of the ferocious beast, intermediate sign-in. All the students in the martial arts training ground were filled with curiosity, unsure of what significant announcement the dean was about to make. Yi Feng paused outside the office, eager to see what the dean had planned. Among the new students, there is one named Yi Feng, whose power is formidable. From this moment on, I shall be his mentor. The announcement reverberated across the new student dormitory. The students were astounded. What sort of unparalleled genius was Yi Feng, that the dean would personally take him as a disciple? Su Hua, standing in the training area, momentarily froze. Could the Yi Feng mentioned by Grandpa Su be the one she was thinking of? Although she entertained this thought, she felt certain that Yi Feng was indeed the one. After she had exited the dean's office, Yi Feng had entered, followed by the announcement. Who else could it be? Was Grandpa Su mad for taking on a disciple with such a low-level cultivation talent? Su Hua shook her head, utterly perplexed by the dean's decision. Surely Yi Feng from Class A cannot be the one they speak of. He possesses merely a low-level cultivation talent? It seems unlikely, but the dean is a master-level expert. How could he possibly take on a student with such a meager talent? Not necessarily. Look at the bewildered expressions of those in the training ground. It indicates they are also unaware of who Yi Feng is. Some students from Class A were beginning to believe that the Yi Feng mentioned by the dean was indeed their classmate. Listening to the announcement, Yifeng couldn't help but smile to himself. Was this an immediate pathway to becoming a renowned figure among the new students? Not only the newcomers, but also all the faculty were stunned, as they had never anticipated that the dean would wish to take on a disciple. In an instant, everyone at the new student dormitory was eager to meet Yifeng, curious to learn the extent of his remarkable abilities. However, what they did not realize was that Yifeng had already made his way to the back mountain of the new student dormitory. He had a singular purpose: to absorb the blood of the ferocious beast. Yifeng gazed at the vial in his hand. The liquid within appeared overwhelmingly potent. And without a second thought, he uncorked the vial and drank it down in one go. Instantly, he felt a terrifying force surging through his organs, a sensation so intense that it felt as though he might be torn apart. Pain. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Yifeng gritted his teeth, never anticipating that absorbing the blood of a ferocious beast would be such a torturous ordeal. Clenching his jaw, he knew he had to endure. He lost track of time, but the overwhelming force showed no signs of abating. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After several days, the powerful sensation finally dissipated. By this time, Yifeng was nearly exhausted, feeling as though his body no longer belonged to him. Today was the day for the intermediate sign-in. Yet he was so famished that he felt dizzy. He crawled down the mountain and into the dining hall, devouring food ravenously. The other students stared, pointing at Yifeng. They had never witnessed such an eating spectacle, nor could they have imagined it. After satisfying his hunger, Yifeng finally felt at ease. He opened the sign-in sheet in his mind. Ding. Does the host confirm the intermediate sign-in? Confirmed. Ding. Intermediate sign-in successful. Reward, intermediate power talent. Staring at the reward he had received, Yifeng was momentarily stunned. Chapter 21. Advanced Martial Disciple, Eightfold Amplification. Intermediate power talent. This was a talent capable of producing an eightfold amplification effect, and it required no training. One could comprehend it directly. Yifeng was astonished that a single intermediate sign-in had granted him an extraordinary talent. What, then, might the rewards for the upcoming advanced and divine sign-ins entail? The thought left him both excited and apprehensive. His strength. After filling his belly, Yifeng discovered that his strength had significantly increased. Was this the effect of the beast's blood? After returning to his dormitory, taking a shower, and changing into clean clothes, he approached a combat strength detection device. Taking a deep breath, he struck the device with his fist. Bang! 3150, as Yifeng gazed at the reading on the detection device. He couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. 3150 combat strength. This was already the strength of an advanced martial disciple. Having absorbed the blood of a ferocious beast, he had leaped from a beginner martial disciple directly to an advanced martial disciple. How terrifying. Now to test the effects of the intermediate power talent. Let's see the eightfold amplification in action. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, Yifeng unleashed a flurry of punches upon the combat power testing device. 3150, 6300, 9450, 12600. The readings on the device surged wildly. 15750, 18900, 22050, 25200. Achieving a remarkable eightfold amplification, Yifeng's combat power had soared to 25,200, with a mid-level strength talent. This was truly terrifying. A combat power of 25,000 already qualified as that of a senior martial artist. However, this reflected the amplified power Yifeng had just exhibited, and did not imply that he was, in fact, a senior martial artist. Coincidentally, teacher Wu Fengfang passed by and, peering through her gold-rimmed glasses at the data displayed on the device, was rendered speechless. A senior martial artist with an eightfold amplification. Wu Fengfang's voice trembled slightly as she finally comprehended why the dean had chosen to take Yifeng as a disciple. Teacher Wu, it's you. Yifeng smiled at Wu Fengfang upon recognizing her. Yifeng, you are actually a senior martial artist and have awakened a mid-level strength talent. Wu Fengfang realized that for Yifeng to achieve a combat power of 25,200 with an eightfold amplification, his base power must indeed be that of a senior martial artist. Yet, wasn't Yifeng supposed to possess a low-level cultivation talent? Teacher Wu, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Yifeng said. Before returning to his dormitory, he planned to head to the trial arena the next day to earn points. Anticipating that a significant number of students might resent him following the dean's acceptance of him as a disciple. The following day, after rising and freshening up, Yifeng made his way to the trial arena, which boasted hundreds of competition platforms for the students to engage in battles. After familiarizing himself with the rules of the trial arena, Yifeng understood that defeating a student with 300 combat power would yield 3 points, while besting one with 500 combat power would grant 5 points. However, defeating a junior martial artist would result in a substantial reward of 50 points. To ascend to the first level of the Freshman Academy's Yuan Tower, one would need 10 points, which would permit a day stay on that level. Although Yifeng was already known by many in the Freshman Academy, only those in Class A were truly aware of his identity. After collecting his points card, he stepped onto one of the competition platforms. The Freshman Academy was merely filled with mediocre talents, even without using any amplification effects. These students would never stand a chance against him. Before long, a student approached his platform. Jiang Yun, 650 combat power. The student declared, fixing his gaze on Yi Feng. Jiang Yun? Yi Feng mused, recalling that he had attended Jiang Yun High School. The name felt somewhat discordant to him. Yi Feng, he introduced himself. Yi Feng. Jiang Yun was taken aback, clearly not expecting that the student before him was indeed Yi Feng. You are the dean's disciple, Yi Feng? His voice, though not loud, was certainly audible. The surrounding students gasped, turning their attention to Yi Feng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. So he is Yi Feng? He doesn't look like much. But one can only wonder about his true capabilities. To be the dean's disciple must mean he possesses formidable strength. Whispers circulated among some students in the trial arena. My goodness, it really is our classmate Yi Feng. But isn't he supposed to have a low-level cultivation talent? How could the dean take in a student with such talent as a disciple? Suddenly, a cry of astonishment rang out from within the trial arena, emanating from a student in Class A of the Freshman Academy. They had speculated that the dean's disciple might be Yi Feng from Class A, yet they dismissed it due to his low-level talent, perhaps attributing it to a mere coincidence of names. However, the scene before them confirmed their suspicions. The dean's disciple was indeed Yi Feng. The students in the trial arena were taken aback by the revelation. Low-level cultivation talent? Is Yi Feng really just a student with a low-level cultivation talent? Could this be true? They exchanged glances, pondering why the dean would choose to mentor someone of such perceived inadequacy. Has the dean lost his senses? Yi Feng, I never imagined you were merely a low-level cultivation talent. Jiang Yun scoffed at him. Yi Feng maintained an impassive expression, gazing at Jiang Yun. Are you here to converse with me or to challenge me? Yi Feng, I possess a low-level cultivation talent as well. But allow me to show you the terror of 650 combat power. Jiang Yun shouted, charging towards Yi Feng. With Yi Feng's base power exceeding 3,100. How could Jiang Yun possibly be his match? As Jiang Yun closed the distance, he raised his fist and struck heavily towards Yi Feng. The onlooking students widened their eyes in anticipation, eager to see if Yi Feng could withstand Jiang Yun's blow. As Jiang Yun's fist descended upon him, Yi Feng mirrored the action, launching a punch of his own. The two fists collided with a resounding impact. Bang! Both combatants staggered back several steps. This was Yi Feng's strategy. Had he chosen to dispatch Jiang Yun swiftly, no one would dare to challenge him thereafter. He had heard of a ranking list in the senior academy, where the top 10 would receive substantial points, yet such a list did not exist in the freshman academy. Yi Feng continued to exchange blows with Jiang Yun. After several rounds, Jiang Yun was forced to concede, and Yi Feng's points card reflected an increase of 6 points. The surrounding students were astonished at Jiang Yun's defeat. How could someone with 650 combat power lose to a student supposedly endowed with a low-level cultivation talent? This was unfathomable. A few students from Class A rubbed their eyes in disbelief. How could Yi Feng, with his low-level cultivation talent, possibly rival a student with 650 combat power? To them, the scene unfolding was one that defied all expectations. As more students gathered in the trial arena, eager to discern the true identity of the dean's disciple, it wasn't long before nearly every student from the freshman academy had arrived. They had also learned that Yi Feng was merely a student with a low-level cultivation talent, and disdain began to etch itself upon their faces. Do you truly believe Yi Feng is just a low-level cultivation talent? How could it be mistaken? Yi Feng graduated from Jiang Yun High School, and I happen to be from there too. It's undeniable that Yi Feng possesses a low-level cultivation talent. It's said that Yi Feng just defeated a student with 650 combat power. If he were indeed a low-level cultivation talent, he wouldn't have been able to triumph over someone with such power. Some students in the trial arena believed Yi Feng was genuinely a low-level cultivation talent, while others remained skeptical. If he truly were of such talent, why would the dean take him as a disciple? The logic simply did not add up. Meanwhile, Yi Feng stood on the trial platform, awaiting the next challenger to step forward. Did Yi Feng really just defeat a student with 650 combat power? I refuse to believe it. He is merely a low-level cultivation talent. A student let out a cold laugh as he strode toward the trial platform. Upon ascending the platform, this student confronted Yi Feng, Wang Mo, with a combat strength of 520. He sneered disdainfully at Yi Feng, convinced that Yi Feng's earlier victory over a student with a combat strength of 650 was nothing but a ruse. After all, one with inferior cultivation talent could not possibly possess such strength. Yi Feng, I intend to defeat you now. You have no objections, I presume? Come forth. Without uttering a word, Yi Feng merely beckoned with his finger. Enraged by the gesture, Wang Mo exclaimed, "Let me show you what true terror is." With that, he charged at Yi Feng. Undoubtedly, the initial exchange between Wang Mo and Yi Feng was evenly matched, but after a mere dozen exchanges, Wang Mo found himself vanquished. Yi Feng's scorecard received an increment of 5 points. The onlookers in the trial arena were astounded to witness Yi Feng's triumph over Wang Mo, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Clearly, they had not anticipated such an outcome. It seemed evident that Yi Feng's cultivation talent was far from weak. The gathered students pondered that if his talent were indeed inferior, he would never have managed to defeat a student with a combat strength of 520. However, They also reasoned that Yi Feng's talent could not be exceedingly high either, as he was only marginally stronger than Wang Yimou. All eyes in the trial arena were fixated on Yi Feng atop the platform. No one else dared to challenge him, waiting instead for another contender to emerge. Earlier, when the dean announced his intention to take on disciples over the loudspeaker, the entire freshman academy had erupted in disbelief, thinking him an exceptionally formidable genius. It now appeared they had been utterly mistaken. I shall take my turn. Suddenly, another student ascended the trial platform, boasting a combat strength of 670. Yet, as the bout commenced, Yi Feng again found himself evenly matched, and after several exchanges, this student too was defeated. The spectators were left bewildered. How could Yi Feng maintain parity with both a 520 and a 670 combat strength opponent? Was he concealing his true abilities? Yi Feng continued to challenge numerous students, all possessing combat strengths ranging from 500 to 600, yet he matched them evenly before triumphing after a series of exchanges. Chapter 24 introduces a student with an enormous combat strength of 900. Su Hua was also present in the trial arena, witnessing Yi Feng's consecutive victories over dozens of students, her stunning visage betraying her astonishment. Could it be that he truly possessed only inferior cultivation talent? Su Hua gazed at the slender figure atop the platform, murmuring to herself. After defeating several students, Yi Feng's scorecard reflected over 170 points. He mused that his strategy was indeed effective, while it might not take long. 170 points were certainly better than none. Moreover, it was likely that more challengers would approach him. Indeed, another student made his way toward Yi Feng's platform. It was Wang Wei, a former prodigy of their school, with a combat strength of 740. Those who recognized him gasped in shock. 740 combat strength? The spectators were captivated. Surely, a student of such caliber could not find himself evenly matched with Yi Feng. Wang Wei, I am here to battle you, he declared, eyeing Yi Feng warily. Come forth. Yi Feng merely beckoned again. Wang Wei charged forward, yet the martial artist's energy release proved nearly ineffective. Especially considering that he was not even at the martial artist level. Ultimately, battles were determined by combat strength, experience, and luck. Many students in the trial arena believed Wang Wei would easily prevail within a few exchanges, given his formidable 740 strength. However, what transpired next left them speechless. As their fists collided, both fighters staggered back several paces. A collective gasp swept through the arena as the students stood dumbfounded. They could hardly fathom that Wang Wei, with his 740 combat strength, was still evenly matched with Yi Feng. What was happening? Was this a case of equality among all? Wang Wei, equally taken aback, had assumed his strength would surpass Yi Feng's, only to realize he was mistaken. After several exchanges, Wang Wei too fell to Yi Feng, who added another 7 points to his scorecard. The students below the platform were in utter disbelief. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it to be real. First, an even match with a 500 strength opponent, then another with 600. And now a 700 strength adversary. Who would have thought it would still be an equal contest? Who could accept such a reality? Su Hua's beautiful gaze remained fixed on Yi Feng, beginning to realize that he was becoming increasingly enigmatic to her. She had come to a Nan Academy in search of geniuses to recruit into the Jianghe Martial Arts School, and she suspected that Yi Feng might just be the individual she sought. Yi Feng, I must admit, you are quite formidable. A mocking voice suddenly cut through the air. The students turned to find a somewhat handsome student who had spoken. This was Lu Chang, once the strongest student at Jinming Middle School, with a mid-level cultivation talent and a staggering combat strength of 890. One student exclaimed in shock. Lu Chang approached the trial platform, gazing at Yi Feng with an air of indifference. Yi Feng, I doubt you know me, but I am Lu Chang, with a combat strength of 900. The spectators stood agape, stunned into silence. 900 combat strength? That was simply terrifying. Some from Jinming Middle School were even more shocked. How could Lu Chang have increased his strength by 10 points in such a short time? Chapter 25 reveals that this time it would not be an even match, but rather a swift defeat. The students in the trial arena quickly turned their attention to Yi Feng's expression, expecting to see a look of trepidation upon hearing of his opponent's 900 strength. However, Yi Feng's visage betrayed no hint of concern, as though Lu Chang were nothing more than a minor nuisance. He contemplated that, as one of the strongest students in the freshman academy, there was no need to engage in an even contest with him. As for what to do when his points ran out, a reckless abandon seemed the best course. He would take things as they came. Yi Feng, I refuse to believe you can still match me evenly. Lu Chang scoffed, striding toward Yi Feng with confident assurance, certain that Yi Feng could not possibly be his equal. Most of the students shared this sentiment, wondering if Yi Feng could even manage to hold his ground against the 900 strength Lu Chang. Under the watchful eyes of all, Lu Chang approached Yi Feng, glancing at his own fist with a smirk. You've never seen a fist as large as this. Before Lu Chang could finish his taunt, Yi Feng launched a punch at him. Lu Chang, caught off guard by Yi Feng's sudden attack, hastily raised his fist to defend. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. With a single strike, Yi Feng exerted a third of his strength, though it was merely a fraction of his capability. It proved more than sufficient to defeat Lu Chang. Lu Chang felt as though his internal organs had been displaced. The excruciating pain radiating from his fist tore through his entire being, compelling him to cry out in agony. After collapsing to the ground, Lu Chang rolled back and forth, desperately attempting to alleviate the intense suffering he endured. Had Lu Chang been instantly vanquished? Numerous students in the trial arena stood frozen in shock, as if carved from wood or clay. Those who had anticipated a close contest between Yi Feng and Lu Chang were left utterly astonished, realizing that it was not a draw but a complete annihilation. The students finally understood that Yi Feng had been concealing his true prowess, fearing that revealing his formidable strength would deter anyone from challenging him further. Upon defeating Lu Chang, Yi Feng's points card registered an addition of 9 points. He mused that the combat power awarded for a novice martial artist seemed rather paltry. This indicated that Yi Feng must at least be a novice martial artist. No wonder the principal had taken Yi Feng as his disciple. It all made sense now. Who had dared to claim that Yi Feng's cultivation aptitude was merely subpar? Just wait until I confront him. The students no longer believed that Yi Feng's cultivation talent was anything less than extraordinary. Yi Feng sensed that, given the current circumstances, no one would dare to challenge him. That was sufficient for him. He descended from the trial platform and made his way toward the Yuan Tower. As he approached the Yuan Tower, Su Hua caught up with him, her presence igniting an insatiable curiosity within Yi Feng. Yi Feng, Su Hua called out, prompting him to halt and regard her with mild perplexity. Is there something you wish to discuss? Yi Feng, your cultivation talent must be of a high caliber, correct? More or less, Yi Feng replied, feeling no need to delve deeper into this topic with Su Hua. After graduating from Anan Academy, would you be interested in joining my Jianghe martial arts school? Su Hua inquired, gazing intently at Yi Feng. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Su Hua would extend an invitation to join her martial arts school. However, with his system in place, he had no intention of graduating from Anan Academy. We'll see, he remarked before continuing toward the Yuan Tower. Chapter 26. The abundant Yuan energy within the Yuan Tower. Upon reaching the first level of the Yuan Tower, Yi Feng discovered that it consumed 10 points of energy daily. At that moment, several students were present, absorbing the Yuan energy. The energy readings flashed before Yi Feng's eyes. Yuan energy 270, Yuan energy 289, Yuan energy 301. The density of energy on the first level was unexpectedly rich. Yi Feng spent the first day absorbing energy there, and by the second day, he intended to explore the second level. The second level required 30 points of energy daily, a cost he could scarcely afford with his current points. Upon arriving at the second level, the energy readings appeared on his retina. Yuan energy 500, Yuan energy 510, Yuan energy 507. Yi Feng thought to himself that the second level of the Yuan Tower was truly terrifying. As night fell and the area was deserted, Yi Feng approached the combat power testing device. He was eager to ascertain how much his power had increased after 2 consecutive days of absorbing Yuan energy within the tower. Bang, bang, bang. He struck the device with a series of powerful punches. 3410, 3409, 3410, 3408. His peak combat power registered at 3410. While this increase was not rapid, it was understood that the higher one's realm, the slower the rise in combat power. A new day dawned. Yi Feng prepared to continue absorbing Yuan energy at the second level when he was suddenly intercepted by a student, none other than Lu Chang. The Yuan Tower was situated within the training grounds, where numerous students were present, all acutely aware that something significant was unfolding. Is there an issue? Yi Feng asked, observing Lu Chang, who seemed to have finally acknowledged the disparity between their strengths. Had he perhaps found some allies? Yi Feng, while you are formidable, my brother wishes to challenge you. He is already on the trial platform, awaiting your arrival, Lu Chang declared. His brother, Lu Ming, was a senior student at Anan Academy, possessing intermediate cultivation talent, and had already become an intermediate martial artist. The notion that senior students could engage in battles against newcomers was something Yi Feng had not considered. Nonetheless, since someone was offering him points, he saw no reason to refuse. He followed Lu Chang toward the trial arena. Upon entering the arena, Yi Feng spotted Lu Ming on the trial platform. You all know, this is Lu Ming, Lu Chang's brother, a senior student, and already an intermediate martial artist. Indeed, I heard he possesses intermediate cultivation talent during my time at Jinming Academy. Another student chimed in. Could Lu Ming have come to our newcomer academy to challenge Yi Feng? Students in the trial arena began to murmur among themselves. Yi Feng, please proceed. Lu Chang spoke coldly to him. Yi Feng ascended the trial platform. The students below watched in excitement as Yi Feng stepped onto the stage, anticipating an imminent clash. My brother claims you are a novice martial artist. Surely you recognize the gap between us. Lu Ming sneered, scrutinizing Yi Feng with disdain. While it was true that novice martial artists were inferior to intermediate ones, Yi Feng retorted, but I am not merely a novice martial artist. With that, he lunged toward Lu Ming in a swift motion. Taken aback by Yi Feng's astonishing speed, Lu Ming realized it resembled that of an advanced martial artist. Bang! Before Lu Ming could react, Yi Feng was upon him, delivering a powerful punch. He hastily attempted to defend himself, Yet how could an intermediate martial artist contend with an advanced one? In an instant, Lu Ming was sent sprawling to the ground. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that the students beneath the trial platform barely had time to register what had occurred. Yi Feng's points card reflected an increase of 100 points. Chapter 27. Combat power exceeding that of advanced martial artists by over 1,000 as the students in the trial arena witnessed Lu Ming fall in an instant. They were struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. Impossible. This cannot be. My brother is an intermediate martial artist. It cannot be. Lu Chang shouted, nearly beside himself with rage from below the platform. The news of Yi Feng's instantaneous defeat of the intermediate martial artist Lu Ming spread like wildfire throughout the newcomer academy. The students were left in an uproar. Many had assumed Yi Feng was merely a novice martial artist, yet he had effortlessly dispatched an intermediate martial artist? What manner of being was Yi Feng? The faculty of the newcomer academy were equally astounded, having never encountered a genius of Yi Feng's caliber. In the principal's office, Su Ming beamed with delight as he listened to Wu Fenfang's report. Yi Feng, you have brought me an abundance of surprises. From Wu Fenfang. He had learned that Yi Feng was indeed an advanced martial artist with intermediate strength talent. Yuan Energy 567, Yuan Energy 570, Yuan Energy 577. The readings continued to appear before Yi Feng's eyes. After spending several consecutive days on the second level of the Yuan Tower, his points card was nearly depleted. He approached a combat power testing device once more. Bang, bang, bang. 4200, 4201, 4201, 4199. The pinnacle of combat power has been firmly established at 4201. A combat power of 5,000 signifies the strength of a novice warrior. He is now but a stone's throw away from that mark. Yi Feng is acutely aware that this, however, remains woefully inadequate. The head of the Golden Wind Martial Arts School, Yang Qingtian, is a senior grandmaster. Should he confront Yang Qingtian in his current state, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Yet, with his points depleted and the students of the new student academy hesitant to engage him, what course of action remains? After much contemplation, Yi Feng resolved to seek out his mentor, Su Ming. Upon arriving at the dean's office, Su Ming greeted Yi Feng with a gentle smile. Yi Feng, what brings you here? Teacher, I wish to transfer to the senior student academy, Yi Feng replied. He recognized that the new student academy no longer presented any challenges for him. Thus, moving to the senior student academy was the most viable solution. To the senior student academy? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Yi Feng would express such a desire. However, per regulations, one must remain in the new student academy for 2 years before being eligible to transfer. Teacher, the new student academy holds no challenges for me any longer, Yi Feng stated resolutely. Very well, I shall visit the senior student academy, Su Ming conceded. Although he was the head of the new student academy, he could not grant Yi Feng's request outright. By the way, Yi Feng, may I assess your combat power? Su Ming suddenly inquired. Yi Feng nodded, contemplating that if not for the blood of the ferocious beasts, he would never have attained such prowess. Approaching a combat power testing device, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Bang, bang, bang. 4205, 4203, 4204, 4205, 4205. Su Ming's eyes widened as he witnessed Yi Feng's displayed power. Over 4,000 combat power. Though he was already aware that Yi Feng was a senior martial apprentice, the foundational combat power for such a rank is merely 3,000. Yi Feng had surpassed that baseline by over 1,000. The rate of his improvement was astonishing. Yi Feng, you must immediately proceed to the senior student academy. With that, Su Ming exited the office. As Yi Feng followed suit, he arrived at the training grounds, where the other students regarded him with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Chapter 28. Dean of the Senior Student Academy, Zhou Feng. To the students of the new student academy, Yi Feng had become a figure akin to a taboo. When they first learned of his cultivation talent being classified as weak, they had been dismissive. However, witnessing him display formidable combat power in the trial grounds shattered their misconceptions. They understood he could not possibly possess a weak cultivation talent. Even more astonishing was that Yi Feng had easily defeated Lu Chang's elder brother, Lu Ming, a mid-level martial apprentice, in a matter of moments. What hope did they have against him? To them, Yi Feng had transformed into an insurmountable mountain. Yi Feng had come to the training grounds out of a sense of aimlessness, awaiting his teacher's return from the senior student academy. As the new student academy had become devoid of any selection for him. In the dean's office of the senior student academy, Su Ming sat opposite an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair, who was none other than the dean, Zhou Feng. Old Su, is it true that your new student academy has produced a so-called genius? Zhou Feng regarded the claims of genius from the new student academy with skepticism. Given that the students there had only recently been assessed for their cultivation talents and had not had sufficient time to reach any formidable heights. The senior student academy was different. The regulations of a Nan Academy required students to spend a minimum of 2 years in the new student academy before advancing. The progress made in those 2 years, combined with the further development in the senior student academy, rendered its students exceptionally powerful. The strongest among them are at the warrior level. Should one break through to that level within the academy, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of various martial arts schools, corporations, and factions upon graduation. Old Joe, what is your stance on this? Su Ming queried. There is no precedent for such a case. Regulations are established by humans. Su Ming retorted. Zhou Feng fell silent for a few moments. As the dean of the senior student academy, he had encountered countless talented students, many of whom only awakened their extraordinary abilities after entering the senior student academy. Thus, he harbored doubts about Yi Feng, the prodigy Su Ming spoke of. Old Joe, what if I told you that Yi Feng is now a senior martial apprentice? Su Ming revealed, having previously only mentioned the existence of a genius named Yi Feng. A senior martial apprentice? Zhou Feng's interest was piqued. If Yi Feng had indeed reached such a rank while still in the new student academy, it would undoubtedly mark him as a genius among geniuses. Old Su, is this true? Have I ever deceived you? Su Ming shot Zhou Feng a glance, inwardly deriding him. If Zhou Feng were moved by the notion of a senior martial apprentice, how would he react upon learning that Yi Feng had also awakened a mid-level power talent? Very well, I shall make an exception and allow him to enter the senior student academy. However, I must make it clear that should he come, it implies he holds the new student academy in disdain and possesses a haughty disposition. If he arrives, I will announce it to ensure that all students and teachers are aware that he has only recently joined the new student academy before arriving at ours. Zhou Feng fixed his gaze on Su Ming. After some thought, Su Ming considered that this might not be a negative experience for Yi Feng. Growth in adversity often proves far more beneficial than in a sheltered environment. Very well, the student's name is Yi Feng, correct? Indeed, Su Ming nodded. Just as he prepared to depart, Zhou Feng detained him. Hold on, since we have already confirmed that Yi Feng will be joining the senior student academy, why not announce it now? How about you make the announcement? Zhou Feng regarded Su Ming expectantly. Chapter 29, The Announcement of the Senior Student Academy, Yi Feng's Request. Is that really necessary? Absolutely. It is entirely necessary, Zhou Feng insisted, dragging Su Ming to the broadcasting room. Old Su, please proceed. Zhou Feng gestured for Su Ming to take the lead. Su Ming shook his head inwardly. Recognizing that Zhou Feng remained reluctant to allow Yi Feng to join the senior student academy prematurely, as he had yet to grasp the extent of Yi Feng's capabilities. The purpose behind his insistence on the announcement was clear, to incite the students of the senior student academy further, preparing them to confront Yi Feng upon his arrival. Yet, such tactics would bear little fruit. Yi Feng's prowess was beyond their imagination. I am Su Ming, the dean of the new student academy. My disciple, Yi Feng, will be joining you in the senior student academy. It was a rather unremarkable statement. After delivering his message, Su Ming took his leave. The faculty and students of the senior student academy were momentarily stunned by the broadcast. The voice of the dean of the new student academy had echoed through their halls, announcing that his disciple would soon arrive. This sounded suspiciously like favoritism. Attention, everyone. The so-called disciple of the new student academy's dean has barely been here for a few days. Yet he feels the new student academy poses no challenge and seeks to confront us in the senior student academy. Zhou Feng seized the moment to add fuel to the fire. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's words, the students of the senior student academy erupted with indignation and fury. On one side of the senior student institute, a student clenched his fists tightly, exclaiming, Yi Feng, do you truly believe that the senior student institute is devoid of people? How dare you be so audacious? The student in question was none other than Lu Chang's elder brother, Lu Ming. Thanks to the announcements made by Su Ming and Zhou Feng, although Yi Feng had yet to arrive at the senior student institute, his name had already been etched into the minds of everyone within the institute. Undoubtedly, upon his arrival, many would be eager to challenge him. Su Ming also returned to the freshman institute. After arriving, he sought out Yi Feng, who was practicing in the training field, and took him aside. The senior student institute has already consented. When do you plan to visit? Upon hearing his mentor's words, Yi Feng let out a silent sigh of relief. The opportunity to visit the senior student institute alleviated his worries. Teacher, may I make a request before heading to the senior student institute? What request? Su Ming looked at Yi Feng, puzzled, unsure of what further request he might have. No one has ever entered the 10th level of the Yuan Tower in the freshman institute. Could you allow me to experience it for 2 days? Yi Feng recalled the rich spiritual energy of the 2nd level and could only imagine the intensity of the 10th level. That is not permissible. Su Ming shook his head. The 10th level is off limits. Although the spiritual energy within is abundant, the oppressive sensation is overwhelming. Should you enter now, your body would be unable to withstand the terrifying pressure and would explode, unless... Yi Feng listened intently to Su Ming's words. Initially thinking entry into the 10th level was futile, but the mention of unless indicated there might be an alternative. Unless what? Yi Feng inquired, curiosity sparking in his eyes. Unless there is a potion to alleviate the pressure. I do not possess such a potion. I do. Yi Feng was taken aback, contemplating why his mentor had not mentioned this sooner. I can provide you with the potion, but it will only last for half an hour. Thank you, teacher. Yi Feng merely wished to experience the 10th level of the Yuan Tower. Upon reaching the dean's office, the dean provided him with the potion, and Yi Feng set off toward the Yuan Tower. Chapter 30, the terrifying spiritual energy of the 10th level of the Yuan Tower. Upon arriving at the base of the Yuan Tower, Yifeng consumed the potion that alleviated pressure and obtained the key to the tower from his teacher. Using the key, he ascended to the 10th level. As he entered, he immediately felt an unprecedented surge of spiritual energy. His ultimate cultivation talent seemed akin to a black hole, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy within the 10th level. Spiritual energy, 3514. Spiritual energy, 3477. Spiritual energy, 3658. The increasing data of spiritual energy flashed before Yifeng's eyes. He marveled at the sheer intensity of the spiritual energy present on the 10th level. However, he soon comprehended the reality. The spiritual energy within the 10th level was not suited for low-tier warriors, but rather for high-tier warriors. This explained why, at his current realm, he would be unable to withstand the pressure and face fatal consequences. The data of increasing spiritual energy continued to appear before his eyes, but regrettably, the potion's effects would only last for half an hour. After feeling a slight pressure, Yifeng realized he must depart, as beneath the 10th level was the 9th level, which also exerted a formidable sense of oppression. He needed to leave before the effects of the potion completely faded. Emerging from the Yuan Tower, Yifeng made his way to the power testing device in the training field. There were numerous such devices, and upon arriving at one, he noticed Suhua beside him, testing her strength. Bang, bang, bang. Suhua struck the device with several punches. 1205, 1207, 1204, 1205. The power testing device displayed her strength index. Yifeng was aware that Suhua had awakened a primary strength talent, while he was uncertain about other cities in Jiangnan City. It was rare for individuals to awaken their extraordinary abilities at the age of 16. The primary strength talent could produce a 5-fold amplification effect. Yifeng. After landing several punches, Suhua noticed Yifeng and displayed a hint of surprise on her face, not expecting him to appear suddenly beside her. Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement and then turned his gaze to the power testing device before him. Bang, bang, bang. Likewise, he delivered several punches to the device. 5010, 5015, 5007. 5020. The device showcased a terrifying strength index. What? Suhua stared in disbelief at the device, astonished. 5,000 strength. To think that 5,000 strength is already the foundational strength of a primary warrior. Yifeng has actually reached the level of a primary warrior? Suhua considered herself a genius, possessing a high-level cultivation talent and awakening her primary strength talent shortly after. However, she felt that compared to Yifeng, she was worlds apart, with an insurmountable gap. Suhua increasingly desired to entice Yifeng to join the Jianghe Martial Arts School, believing that if he did, the school would undoubtedly become the most formidable martial arts institution in Jiangnan City. Yifeng, observing the data on the power testing device, reflected on the sheer terror of the 10th level of the Yuan Tower. A primary warrior? I'm still far from sufficient. He decided to return home first, and then proceed to the Senior Student Institute. He still possessed the Alliance card, which he could also give to his adoptive father. Yonghe. Now that he was a primary warrior, he would receive a martial artist subsidy of 40,000 a month. But he would need to upgrade at the Jiangnan City Martial Artist Alliance. Chapter 31. Yi Qing encounters trouble. Martial artists are indeed in high demand. Even the subsidy for a primary martial artist surpasses the salaries of many individuals, and this is merely a subsidy. Yifeng prepared to head home. However, he did not anticipate that Suhua would follow him. He was aware of her intentions to recruit him for the Jianghe Martial Arts School after graduation. Nevertheless, given that the Jianghe Martial Arts School is one of the 4 major martial arts institutions in Jiangnan City, and maintains a somewhat strained relationship with the Jinfeng Martial Arts School, joining would not necessarily be detrimental. Yifeng, for now, preferred to observe rather than commit to Suhua too hastily. Yifeng, I noticed you heading toward the academy's exit. Where are you planning to go? Suhua inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she trailed behind him. Determined to foster a good relationship with Yifeng, she aimed to persuade him to join the Jianghe Martial Arts School. I'm going home. Are you planning to follow me? Yifeng halted and turned to face Suhua. Sure, I'd like to see your home, she replied. Yifeng was taken aback by her response. He hadn't expected her to say such a thing. Perhaps it was his reserved nature that made her words feel unexpected. Do as you please. With that, he fell silent, aware of her intentions, yet recognizing the potential benefits for him. Exiting the Freshman Institute, Yifeng and Suhua took a car to the community where he resided. It was Saturday, and Yifeng assumed everyone would be home. Suhua surveyed the dilapidated neighborhood before her, astonished. She had not anticipated that Yifeng lived in such a place. Upon arriving home, Yifeng was welcomed by the delighted expressions of Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, and Yi Shui, though Yi Qing was notably absent. Brother, I've missed you so much. You're finally back. Yi Shui pouted. What a stunning young lady. Xiaofeng, don't you think it's high time you introduce us? Wang Lan exclaimed. Noticing the striking beauty beside Yifeng, Suhua. Hello everyone. I am Suhua, she said graciously, bowing politely. By the way, Xiaofeng, it's a relief that you're back. Lately, some individuals have been tailing me, seemingly intent on causing harm, yet they also seem to have some reservations. I've been informed that they are associates of a certain Brother Bao, Yi Yonghe suddenly remarked to Yi Feng. Brother Bao? Yi Feng pondered, recalling Wu Bao from the martial alliance in Jiangnan City. A flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes. Uncle Yi. Suddenly, a panicked voice broke through the atmosphere. The occupants of the living room turned towards the door to find a girl standing there, her face etched with sheer terror. Sister Xiaoqing, what happened? Yi Shui quickly inquired, knowing that Yi Qing had gone out shopping with the girl by the door. I was shopping with Xiaoqing when suddenly 5 or 6 people burst out and seized her. The girl, named Xiaoyu, cried. The words struck Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, and Yi Shui like a thunderbolt. Wu Bao. Yi Feng gritted his teeth, fully aware that this was the work of Wu Bao. Having been defeated by him at the martial alliance, Wu Bao harbored resentment and sought revenge, yet to target his family was utterly intolerable. Yi Feng, perhaps I can assist you, Su Hua said, gazing intently at him. Can you find out where Wu Bao is? I'll give it a try, she replied, stepping outside to dial a number on her phone. Chapter 32, A Dragon's Reverse Scale, Slaying Wu Bao. Don't worry, Xiaoqing will be fine, Yi Feng reassured Yi Yonghe. Wang Lan and Yi Shui, though their faces revealed profound concern. I believe we should contact the enforcement team, Yi Yonghe suggested. Shortly thereafter, Su Hua returned from outside. Yi Feng, I've learned that Wu Bao is a minor player in Jiangnan City, often gathering with others at an abandoned factory in the western suburbs. Let's go to the abandoned factory in the west, Yi Feng declared as he stepped out, with Su Hua quickly following suit. She felt a sense of urgency. If Yi Feng's sister was unharmed, it would significantly bolster his chances of joining the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. But should anything go awry, the situation could spiral out of control. Upon arriving at the western suburbs, Yi Feng and Su Hua began their search for Wu Bao and his cohorts. However, the abundance of abandoned factories made it difficult for them to locate the right one immediately. Inside a particular dilapidated factory, Yi Qing was bound to a chair, tears streaming down her face. She had never anticipated being kidnapped. Please let me go. I have no money. There's no point in holding me, she sobbed. Ha ha ha, little girl. Do you think we took you for money? Sneered a middle-aged man, his face marred by a ghastly scar, none other than Wu Bao. Your brother, Yi Feng, has crossed me, believing this matter would end here. Little does he know, I am a man who bears grudges. Wu Bao seethed, recalling the humiliation he suffered at the martial alliance. Yi Qing's face, marked by despair, reflected her understanding of the gravity of the situation. Big brother, stop wasting time with her. Just finish her off to avoid complications later. No, please. Yi Qing cried as she noticed a man approaching her with a knife. At that moment, 2 figures, one male, one female, emerged at the door of the abandoned factory, Yi Feng and Su Hua. Upon seeing Yi Qing bound but unharmed, Su Hua felt a weight lift from her chest. Yi Feng, Wu Bao exclaimed, stunned, blinking rapidly to confirm his eyes were not deceiving him. The other individuals within the factory, having gleaned Wu Bao's fear of Yi Feng, were struck with terror. Among them, only Wu Bao was a mid-level martial artist. The rest were mere ordinary individuals. Yi Feng's expression was frigid as he stepped further into the factory. A dragon has a reverse scale. Those before him had touched upon it. Upon recognizing Yi Feng, Yi Qing could no longer contain her tears, overwhelmed with joy and relief. She had never imagined her brother would appear in her moment of peril. Yi Feng approached Wu Bao, who, fully aware of Yi Feng's formidable power, lost all semblance of bravado and begged for mercy. Yi Feng, I was just joking. Please. You don't have to. Without uttering a word, Yi Feng opened his hand into a fist. Wu Bao, realizing Yi Feng was about to strike, attempted to flee. Yet, as he took a step, Yi Feng unleashed a punch. Bang! The force of the blow was immense, a furious strike from a junior martial artist. Yi Feng's fist connected with Wu Bao's body, obliterating him instantly. The remaining individuals, witnessing their leader's demise, were struck with disbelief and fled in a panic. Chapter 33, First Order Low-Level Beast, Bloodhound. The same adage holds true, a dragon has a reverse scale. Having dared to provoke Yi Feng, they would not be spared. The ordinary men fell swiftly, leaving their lifeless bodies strewn in a pool of blood. Su Hua observed the scene, her pale face reflecting her shock and fear. She could not comprehend the intense aura of killing intent emanating from Yi Feng. Isn't he just 16? Su Hua mused, unaware that Yi Feng had recently crossed into Blue Star, burdened with profound vendettas. The murder of his father was a grudge that could not be overlooked. In China, he was orphaned, yet after arriving in Blue Star, he came to appreciate the value of familial bonds. Following his father's brutal murder at the hands of Yang Qingtian, countless nights were spent devising a plan for vengeance. The bloodlust had gradually begun to coalesce within him. Snapping back to reality, Su Hua noticed that Yi Feng had freed Yi Qing from her bindings. Yi Feng, thank goodness you came. They would have surely killed me. Yi Qing expressed her heartfelt gratitude. They were targeting me all along, and now they have met their just desserts. Let us leave, Yi Feng replied, leading Yi Qing and Su Hua away from the abandoned factory. However, a sudden cacophony of terrifying roars erupted from outside. Yi Feng, Su Hua, and Yi Qing turned their attention to the entrance, where several crimson beasts emerged. Resembling monstrous dogs, These creatures were grotesquely shaped, with fearsome fangs measuring over 10 centimeters in length, glinting ominously. There was no doubt. These were ferocious beasts. First-order, low-level beast, bloodhound. Su Hua exclaimed in shock, astonished to encounter such beasts within Jiangnan City. Yi Feng was somewhat taken aback, yet this was not the moment for contemplation. With the 3 ferocious beasts now before him, he resolved that they would not leave unscathed. The bloodhound, a mere low-tier beast, could be likened to an initial-stage martial apprentice among humans. Following the emergence of dark magical energy, creatures of both land and sea underwent mutations. The bloodhound, a dog infected by this dark energy, was drawn here by the scent of blood. With a fearsome roar, the pack of bloodhounds charged at the trio. Yi Qing, having never encountered such beasts, was paralyzed with fear at their grotesque appearance and instinctively shut her eyes as they approached. Though terrifying, the bloodhounds were still low-tier beasts, and Yi Feng, now a junior warrior, possessed a strong will even if his combat experience was lacking. Defeating these hounds would prove to be an effortless task. As the beasts closed in, Yi Feng dispatched them with a singular punch each, their anguished howls echoing briefly before they were sent to another realm. Yi Qing, upon hearing their cries, opened her eyes to see the hounds had been vanquished by Yi Feng. She marveled at his strength, realizing he had easily slain such fearsome creatures. Wasn't he supposed to have mediocre martial talent? Su Hua, aware of Yi Feng's capabilities, displayed no overt signs of shock. After leaving the abandoned factory, the trio returned to their residential complex. Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, and Yi Shui, upon discovering Yi Qing was unharmed, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yi Yonghe promptly contacted the enforcement team to inform them of Yi Qing's safe return. Who were those people? Yi Yonghe inquired, gazing curiously at Yi Feng. Just a bunch of clowns. They won't trouble you again, Yi Feng assured him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Yonghe seemed satisfied. They did not linger long in the neighborhood before Yi Feng set off towards the martial alliance. During his last registration, he had been a junior martial apprentice, but he had since advanced to the rank of junior warrior. If he did not re-register, his martial allowance would remain at the apprentice level. Chapter 34. The Gift of Extraordinary Abilities and Additional Rewards. Yi Feng and Su Hua exited the complex. He cast a grateful glance at her. Had she not located Wu Bao's whereabouts, the consequences could have been dire. Thank you, he expressed earnestly. Su Hua was taken aback, unprepared for such a sudden display of gratitude, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Feng, aren't we friends? There's no need for thanks. Simply joining the Jianghe Martial Academy in the future would suffice, she replied. She recognized that with Yi Feng's talent, his enrollment would undoubtedly elevate the Jianghe Martial Academy to prominence among the 4 major academies in Jiangnan City. Rest assured, I will join your Jianghe Martial Academy, Yi Feng affirmed. He had come to a clear decision regarding his enrollment in the Jianghe Martial Academy. It was a move that promised benefits with no drawbacks. He understood that without Su Hua's intervention, Yi Qing might have already perished, though his concern for her did not stem from any particularly deep emotional bond. It was a matter of gratitude. Years ago, when he was merely 5, had it not been for Yi Yonghe, he would not be the person he was today. Seeing Yi Feng's agreement to join the Jianghe Martial Academy, Su Hua's face lit up with delight. She realized that with his addition, the academy's future was indeed promising. Upon reaching the Martial Alliance, they were greeted by a staff member. Hello, how may I assist you? Boundary breakthrough, Yi Feng replied. Please, follow me, the staff member instructed, leading them to a hall. After Yi Feng provided his identity information, the staff member conducted a search and confirmed that Yi Feng was indeed a junior martial apprentice. The staff member escorted Yi Feng to the testing hall, where he began to assess his physical attributes. Combat power, 50-35. Speed, 40 ms. Endurance, 1,500 kilograms. The staff member was rendered speechless upon seeing the combat power displayed on the instrument. It was the attribute of a junior warrior. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, the staff member regained his composure. Please, come with me. Once all was processed, Yi Feng's badge transformed into one exclusive to junior warriors, and his martial allowance rose from 10,000 alliance coins per month to 40,000. While at the new student institute, Su Hua had already learned of Yi Feng's combat power reaching that of a junior warrior, yet she maintained an expression devoid of surprise throughout the entire process. By the way, Mr. Yi Feng, should you awaken extraordinary abilities in the future, you can also come to the Martial Alliance for testing. If you awaken a junior power talent, you will receive a reward of 1 million alliance coins, the staff member added. 1 million alliance coins as a reward? Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement. Why not seize such an opportunity? And what of the intermediate power talent? An intermediate power talent rewards 5 million alliance coins. The staff member responded, casually unaware that Yi Feng might actually possess extraordinary abilities. Then lead me to the testing, Yi Feng requested, looking intently at the staff member. Both the staff member and Su Hua exchanged perplexed glances at Yi Feng's words. Extraordinary abilities are typically awakened through experience, not through testing. The purpose of testing at the Martial Alliance was to ascertain whether one possessed such talents. Yi Feng, have you awakened extraordinary abilities? Perhaps, he nodded thoughtfully. The staff member stared at Yi Feng in disbelief, pondering what kind of formidable genius Yi Feng would be if he truly had awakened extraordinary powers. Chapter 35. Yi Yongha's Trembling Hands. The staff member guided Yi Feng to a specialized testing hall for extraordinary talents, which was currently empty. Mr. Yi Feng, let us begin the assessment. Yi Feng's extraordinary talent was a mid-level power talent. Approaching the combat power testing device, he activated the 8-fold enhancement of his mid-level power talent and struck the device with force. Su Hua and the staff member, witnessing Yi Feng advance toward the testing apparatus, had already deduced that his extraordinary talent was indeed related to strength, though they were uncertain of its level. Bang, bang, bang. 5035, 10070, 16005, 21040. As they observed the combat power index displayed on the device, Su Hua and the staff members' eyes widened to an unprecedented degree, having already achieved a 4-fold enhancement. The amplification continued. 26075, 31110, 34145, 39180, 44215. 8-fold enhancement complete. The foundational combat powers were as follows. Junior martial apprentices had a base combat power of 1000. Junior martial warriors 2000, and senior martial warriors 3000. Junior warriors started with a base combat power of 5000, intermediate warriors at 8000, and senior warriors at 11,000. Junior martial masters had a base combat power of 15,000, intermediate masters 20,000, and senior masters 25,000. Finally, the base combat power of a junior great martial master was a staggering 40,000. Thus, the transition from martial master to great martial master represented a significant qualitative leap. Although Yi Feng, utilizing his intermediate strength talent, can achieve the foundational combat power of a junior grand martial artist, his attributes and other aspects fall significantly short of those of a senior martial artist. It is akin to amplifying strength when you charge towards a junior grand martial artist. If the latter unleashes their vital energy, you would be defeated even before their fist reaches you. Thus, attribute talents are merely the least impressive among the various supernatural abilities. Weapon and elemental talents far surpass attribute talents by numerous folds. In a base city like Jiangnan City, many individuals awaken supernatural talents postnatally. However, those who awaken truly terrifying abilities are exceedingly rare. Su Hua and the staff gazed in astonishment at the combat power displayed on the testing device, rendered speechless and petrified. As if witnessing a power they believed to be eternally unattainable, they understood that this was an intermediate strength talent, with an 8-fold amplification. Yi Feng, you actually awakened an intermediate strength talent. Su Hua gulped, her face a canvas of disbelief as she looked at Yi Feng. Although she too had awakened a strength talent, it was merely a basic one, which naturally could not be compared to an intermediate strength talent. The staff, regaining their composure, had never encountered a genius like Yi Feng before, their voice trembling slightly. Mr. Yi Feng, please follow me. After leaving the supernatural talent testing hall and completing the registration, Yi Feng received a text on his linked alliance card. 5 million alliance credits have been credited. Yi Feng mused on how effortlessly martial artists earn money. 5 million alliance credits would take an ordinary person an eternity to amass. The two returned to their dilapidated neighborhood. Wang Lan, upon seeing Yi Feng and Su Hua return, immediately brought out a carefully prepared meal. After they finished dining, Yi Feng produced his alliance card. Dad, this card contains my martial artist allowance. There will be a sum transferred every month. Please keep it. Forget it. You should keep it for yourself. You are growing up and will need money. Yi Yongha waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I don't need much money at Ainen Academy, Yi Feng replied. Seeing Yi Feng's insistence, Yi Yongha felt reluctant to refuse further. All right then. After lingering for a while longer, Yi Feng and Su Hua departed the neighborhood, preparing to return to Ainen Academy. Upon arriving at Ainen Academy, Yi Feng returned to his dormitory, tidied up, and prepared to head to the senior student dormitory the next day. Counting the days, it was not long until the high-level sign-in. He wondered what kind of surprise the high-level rewards would bring him. The next day, as usual, Yi Yongha prepared to go to work. Passing by an Alliance ATM, he recalled the Alliance card Yi Feng had given him the previous day and decided to check the balance. However, he thought to himself that it didn't matter how much was in there. After all, it was the thought that counted. He inserted the Alliance card into the ATM to check the balance. 5044, 500. Watching the displayed balance, Yi Yongha's hands trembled. Chapter 36. Entering the senior student dormitory. Have I become the school's public enemy? Yi Feng dragged his suitcase, preparing to leave the freshman dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, his name had already been etched into the memories of all the teachers and students in the senior dormitory. Just as he was about to exit the school gate, he encountered Su Hua. Seeing Yi Feng with a suitcase, she looked puzzled. Yi Feng, what are you planning to do? I'm going to the senior dormitory. Yi Feng replied. Su Hua was taken aback, thinking that one was supposed to stay in the freshman dormitory for 2 years before moving on to the senior dormitory. But then she reconsidered. Yi Feng was already a junior martial artist and had awakened an intermediate strength talent, making it rather pointless for him to remain in the freshman dormitory, especially since his teacher was the head of the freshman dormitory, Su Ming. After exchanging a few words with Su Hua, Yifeng exited the freshman dormitory and headed towards the senior dormitory. The senior dormitory was not far from the freshman dormitory, and upon reaching its entrance, Yifeng found that his teacher had already provided him with the necessary documentation. He presented the documents to a teacher, who, upon seeing his name, revealed an unmistakable smile. Yifeng noticed the teacher's smile and was puzzled as to why it appeared so inexplicable. "Teacher, is there something wrong with this document?" "No, no issues at all. Yifeng, you may enter," the teacher replied. As Yifeng prepared to step through the gate, the teacher called out to him, "By the way, Yifeng." Yifeng halted and turned back, curious about what the teacher wanted. "I hope you can survive your first day in the senior dormitory." "What do you mean?" Yifeng was somewhat baffled. The teacher's words seemed rather cryptic. What did he mean by surviving a day? Did the senior dormitory have many people who would seek trouble with him? He hadn't provoked anyone. This was his first visit to the senior dormitory. The teacher did not elaborate further, but merely gave Yifeng a cautious look. Not wishing to linger, Yifeng found his dormitory. Upon learning his name, the dormitory management teacher regarded him with a peculiar expression. Yifeng felt a twinge of curiosity, completely unaware of the reasons behind it. After placing his suitcase in the dormitory, he decided to inquire with the management teacher to see if his notoriety in the freshman dormitory had made him a figure of fame in the senior dormitory as well. Approaching the management teacher, who was surnamed Wang, a middle-aged man in his 40s with limited strength, merely a senior martial artist, Yifeng asked, "Teacher Wang, why does everyone look at me so strangely?" The teacher Wang paused for a few seconds before relaying the entire story to Yifeng. Upon hearing the account, Yifeng was left in shock. So, it meant that he had become the public enemy of the senior students? After a few seconds of astonishment, Yifeng regained his composure and, upon reflection, found nothing to fear. If the senior students insisted on viewing him as an enemy, he would have to confront them head-on. Yifeng arrived at the martial arts arena, where numerous senior students were present. After 2 years of cultivation in the freshman dormitory and now entering the senior dormitory, these seniors possessed commendable combat power. In truth, very few could be deemed true geniuses within Ainen Academy, as most true talents had already been absorbed by various martial arts schools. Thus, even though Yifeng was now the public enemy of all the senior students, he felt little apprehension. Chapter 37. Since I've become the school's public enemy, let us go all out. Yifeng surveyed the senior students in the martial arts arena. Before arriving at the senior dormitory, he had learned about the existence of a leaderboard within the senior dormitory. Those ranked in the top 10 on the leaderboard received points daily, with higher ranks yielding greater rewards. Yifeng did not come to the senior dormitory to hide and develop quietly. After receiving a points card from a teacher at the trial arena, Yifeng ascended one of the trial platforms. Soon, a student stepped onto the platform where Yifeng was located. "My name is Wang Xing." With a combat power of 750, Yifeng observed the student before him. This was truly the senior dormitory, where even an ordinary student possessed a combat power of 750. Yifeng, he merely stated his name, believing that even if he disclosed his combat power, this senior student would not believe him. "Yi what?" The elder student widened his eyes, as if he had heard a name he should not have. Yifeng. Yifeng repeated his name to the elder student before him. "Ha." Suddenly, the elder student burst into loud laughter, as if Yifeng's name were utterly ridiculous. "Everyone, come quickly. Yifeng has come to the Elder Academy," he shouted at the top of his lungs. The other elder students in the trial arena heard Wang Xing's voice and directed their gazes toward him. "Yifeng, is he the one who wishes to challenge our Elder Academy? Who else could it be? He is the disciple of Su Ming, the head of the freshman academy. A person with an inflated ego." They never expected Yifeng would truly dare to come, and thus they felt compelled to make him aware of his place. Otherwise, he might leave thinking himself someone of importance upon graduation. The elder students in the trial arena sneered derisively. Yifeng, however, maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by their scornful words. "Yifeng, you dare challenge our Elder Academy? Allow me to show you just how ignorant you are of your own limitations." Wang Xing did not finish his sentence before charging at Yifeng. With a combat power exceeding 700, he was nothing more than a feather against a mountain in Yifeng's presence, an act of futility akin to a grain of rice competing with the sun and moon. As Wang Xing reached Yifeng, he threw a punch that an ordinary person could never withstand. The elder students below the trial platform began to relish the spectacle, eager to see Yifeng's true strength that had led him to so audaciously challenge them. As Wang Xing's punch was unleashed, Yifeng muttered to himself, "Is this what you call being unaware of heaven's height and earth's depth?" With that, he struck back with a punch of his own. In the Elder Academy, there was no need for Yifeng to conceal his strength. After all, reaching the top of the wind and cloud rankings would earn him terrifying Yuan Tower points. This punch, devoid of any reliance on Yuan energy or flashy techniques, appeared extraordinarily weighty nonetheless. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of all the elder students in the trial arena, Yifeng's fist collided with Wang Xing's. In that instant, Wang Xing felt as though a colossal mountain had crashed down upon his fist, the overwhelming force eliciting a cry of agony as he was sent flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, rendered unconscious and unresponsive. What? All the elder students in the trial arena stared in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Although Wang Xing's combat power was not particularly high, the display of strength that Yi Feng had just exhibited left them with an impression of invincibility. Observing Wang Xing's unconscious form, Yi Feng shook his head, contemplating that had he exerted even a bit more strength, Wang Xing might have met his demise. After defeating Wang Xing, Yi Feng naturally earned an additional 7 points on his points card. Chapter 38. Yi Feng's terrifying combat power. Yi Feng's arrival at the Elder Academy sent ripples of excitement through its ranks, drawing some eager spectators among the faculty to the trial arena. Naturally, those self-proclaimed geniuses among the students, filled with pride, believed Yi Feng was not that formidable and chose to stay away. A considerable number of elder students had already gathered in the trial arena, assessing Yi Feng on the platform. Look, that is Yi Feng. I've heard he is undefeated in the Freshman Academy. Indeed, I have heard that too. He seems quite impressive. Are you all overestimating Yi Feng? Just look at him. He appears utterly unremarkable. In truth, Yi Feng was anything but ordinary. He was strikingly handsome. Yet, due to envy, even those who acknowledged his looks refrained from vocalizing it. At that moment, most of the elder students present were among the weakest, hoping to witness one of their own triumph over Yi Feng, envisioning a scenario where he would be humiliated. Before long, another student stepped onto the trial platform. This student looked at Yi Feng with a cold smirk. Wu Jiang, 920 combat power. Come at me. Yi Feng's expression remained unperturbed. Wu Jiang, perceiving Yi Feng's demeanor as dismissive, his countenance darkened as he lunged toward Yi Feng. Bang! Yi Feng launched a punch at Wu Jiang. With merely 920 combat power, Wu Jiang stood no chance against Yi Feng's strike, and he too was sent flying off the trial platform. The elder students in the arena, witnessing Wu Jiang's inability to withstand even a single punch from Yi Feng, began to speculate that Yi Feng was indeed worthy of being Su Ming's disciple, possessing considerable strength. Following Wu Jiang's ejection from the trial platform, Yi Feng's points card increased by another 9 points. Yi Feng had no intention of leaving the trial platform. After all, he had already become the target of animosity among the elder students, and many appeared eager to continue challenging him. Why not indulge them? Furthermore, his primary objective in the Elder Academy was to secure the top position on the Wind and Cloud rankings. Before long, yet another student approached the trial platform, his face brimming with confidence. Gao Tian, 1370 combat power. 1370 combat power marked the threshold of a junior martial artist, exceeding the foundational combat power by 370. Such strength would be terrifying in the Freshman Academy, but in the Elder Academy, it was relatively insignificant. The elder students below the platform speculated that even if Yi Feng possessed advanced cultivation talent, he was likely still just a junior martial artist, and a battle against Gao Tian might prove interesting. However, as Gao Tian declared his combat power, Yi Feng shook his head dismissively. Yi Feng, Gao Tian, as a junior martial artist, had not anticipated being so trivialized by Yi Feng. His eyes ablaze with fury, he snarled Yi Feng's name through gritted teeth before charging at him. The speed of a junior martial artist could reach 22 ms. Significantly faster than the previous two students, yet to Yi Feng, it seemed like a leisurely stroll. Before Gao Tian could even make a move upon reaching Yi Feng had already thrown a punch in his direction. Bang! This punch, both in terms of power and speed, was beyond Gao Tian's ability to endure. His pupils dilated in shock as he was struck, toppling over on the trial platform. Hiss! Observing yet another junior martial artist being defeated with a single punch, the elder students in the trial arena could no longer suppress their gasps of astonishment. Defeating opponents with combat powers of 700 and 900 was one thing. But to vanquish a junior martial artist like Gao Tian in a single blow? What level of combat power did Yi Feng truly possess? Junior martial artist, 50 points. Chapter 39. Lu Ming's mixed feelings of anger and fear toward Yi Feng. The elder students stared in disbelief at Yi Feng on the trial platform, their previous estimations of his strength having fallen woefully short. The elder students present were among the weakest in the Elder Academy, and upon realizing Yi Feng's terrifying prowess, none dared to step onto the arena. Lu Ming, you should handle this. Suddenly, an elder student's eyes lit up as he glanced toward another elder student not far away. Lu Ming, known to have a modest reputation in the Elder Academy, was recognized by many. All the elder students were aware that Lu Ming was a mid-level martial artist, and they turned their collective gaze toward his position. Lu Ming, this Yi Feng is far too arrogant. He must think there's no one in our Elder Academy. You are the strongest among us. Why not step up and show him the consequences of arrogance? Indeed, Yi Feng's audacity to challenge our esteemed senior academy speaks volumes of his naivete. It is high time we impart upon him a lesson, lest he remains oblivious to the stark disparity between the freshman and senior academies. Not long ago, Lu Ming was vanquished by Yi Feng in the freshman academy, falling victim to a single, devastating blow. At this moment, Lu Ming is consumed by a blend of rage and trepidation. He is incensed that Yi Feng has already ascended to the senior academy, yet still dares to exhibit such arrogance, truly believing that our senior academy lacks formidable fighters. His fear stems from the possibility that Yi Feng might indeed possess a terrifying prowess that could render our senior academy utterly humiliated, consequently depriving him of the satisfaction of witnessing Yi Feng's defeat. The gathered seniors at the trial grounds are acutely aware that Lu Ming is bound to confront Yi Feng, given the latter's overwhelming arrogance. Lu Ming, what are you waiting for? One senior inquires, noting Lu Ming's hesitation. The crowd of seniors shares a collective confusion, as it seems only logical for Lu Ming to storm onto the trial platform in a fit of righteous indignation. To their astonishment, Lu Ming abruptly vacates the trial platform without uttering a single word, leaving the seniors in a state of bewilderment. Yi Feng retains a semblance of recollection regarding Lu Ming, assuming that he possesses enough self-awareness not to seek another confrontation after being bested by a single punch. After a brief wait, when Yi Feng observes that no one approaches the trial platform, he decides to leave, planning to return the following day. Once outside the trial grounds, Yi Feng retreats to his dormitory, opting to remain in solitude. Elsewhere within the senior academy, a senior approaches Lu Ming. Lu Ming, why did you leave the trial grounds without a word? Do you not wish to battle Yi Feng? What do you understand? Lu Ming shoots a glance at his fellow senior. Do you truly believe Yi Feng is so easily dealt with? The senior is taken aback. But Lu Ming, you are a mid-level martial artist. Mid-level martial artist, what of it? I was defeated by Yi Feng with but a single punch in the freshman academy. Do you expect me to take pride in being a mid-level martial artist now? Lu Ming grinds his teeth in frustration. The senior is struck dumb by Lu Ming's revelation. The very notion that a mid-level martial artist could fall to Yi Feng is staggering. It becomes clear that one should avoid provoking Yi Feng in the senior academy. For even the top contender on the leaderboard, Lin Jian, may not stand a chance against him. Reflecting on Yi Feng's displayed combat prowess, Lu Ming cannot help but feel a chill of dread. Had it been a battle to the death, he would have perished in their previous encounter. Chapter 40. The presence ranked 11th on the leaderboard. Yi Feng's arrival at the senior academy has not gone unnoticed. All faculty and students are aware of his formidable strength demonstrated at the trial grounds. The once high-ranking Gao Tian was effortlessly defeated by Yi Feng, and curiosity abounds regarding the extent of Yi Feng's capabilities. On the following day, even before Yi Feng arrives at the trial grounds, a multitude of seniors has already gathered, anticipating his return. Indeed, Yi Feng harbors a clear ambition to claim the title of the top contender on the senior academy's leaderboard. Yi Feng has arrived. A wave of excitement ripples through the trial grounds. The seniors quickly focus their attention on Yi Feng, their apprehensions quelled by his presence. Upon reaching the trial platform, Yi Feng scans the gathered seniors, his voice devoid of embellishment. Who among you dares to face me? The seniors, upon hearing Yi Feng's call, grit their teeth in frustration. Had Yi Feng been one of their own, they would have revered him. However, the audacity of a newcomer challenging the senior academy is indeed audacious. They glance at one another, but none dare ascend the trial platform, fully aware of their inferiority in strength. How amusing it is to witness our senior academy being so brazenly disrespected by a newcomer. Suddenly, a scornful voice pierces the air. The seniors turn to see a student striding towards them, his demeanor exuding an air of arrogance, as though he holds everyone in disdain. Yang Long. The seniors exclaim in unison, elated. Yang Long, one of the academy's prodigies, ranked 11th on the leaderboard, is a high-level martial artist with an impressive combat strength of 3,020. At this moment, several instructors have also arrived, drawn by the spectacle, eager to discern the significance of Yi Feng that would compel the freshman academy's head, Su Ming, to take him as a disciple. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Long steps onto the trial platform, confronting Yi Feng. The seniors present today are far stronger than those from the previous day, eager to witness how Yi Feng will be defeated. Yi Feng, I am Yang Long, a high-level martial artist, he declares, regarding Yi Feng with disdain. He possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities, fully convinced that Yi Feng stands no chance against him. Not enough. To Yang Long's surprise, Yi Feng responds in a manner reminiscent of his previous encounter with Gao Tian, uttering just 2 words. The onlookers are momentarily stunned. Yang Long is a high-level martial artist, and yet Yi Feng deems him insufficient? Is he unaware of the terror that high-level martial artists embody? Or could it be that Yi Feng himself is also a high-level martial artist? The seniors ponder, recalling Yi Feng's effortless defeat of the low-level martial artist Gao Tian, contemplating the possibility of him being a high-level martial artist as well. Not enough? Yang Long, rather than seething with anger, smirks. If you deem it insufficient, then allow me to demonstrate what sufficiency truly entails. With that declaration, he lunges forward with remarkable speed towards Yi Feng. The audience holds their breath, eyes widening in anticipation. Terrified of missing any thrilling moment, Yang Long closes in on Yi Feng, firmly believing that victory is assured. Boom! As Yang Long reaches Yi Feng, he raises his fist, imbued with the power of a high-level martial artist, and strikes with the intent to impart a lesson in true horror. Chapter 41. A challenge to the mightiest senior, Lin Jian. All eyes are fixed on Yang Long's impending strike, their faces etched with disbelief. If they were in his position, they could never withstand such a formidable blow. Would Yi Feng be able to endure it? In the critical moment, Yi Feng raises his palm and effortlessly grips Yang Long's fist. By the heavens, the crowd stands transfixed, jaws agape. Yang Long, a high-level martial artist, has been so easily subdued. This indicates that Yi Feng's prowess surpasses Yang Long's. How could you? Yang Long stammers, his shock rendering him speechless. I told you. You are still not enough. Yi Feng shakes his head. With a gentle push, he sends Yang Long staggering backwards several steps before he collapses to the ground. Silence envelopes the trial grounds. The instructors and seniors alike are rendered speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Yang Long, ranked 11th on the leaderboard, has been so effortlessly defeated by Yi Feng. You have lost. Step down, Yi Feng states coolly, gazing at the fallen Yang Long, his expression revealing no hint of emotion. Now, he is a novice warrior, endowed with a mid-level strength talent, and defeating a martial artist who has only recently broken through to the advanced level is indeed excessively effortless. Yang Long rose from the trial platform, his gaze fixed with fierce intensity upon Yi Feng. Yi Feng. Yang Long ground out those two words through clenched teeth. Everyone present understood that Yang Long was clearly dissatisfied. Once more, Yang Long charged towards Yi Feng, his face a canvas of unbridled rage. Yi Feng, observing the onrushing Yang Long, pondered whether this fury was indeed anger. In moments of rage, one is most prone to lose their composure. Since Yang Long refused to exit gracefully, it seemed he would have to be forcibly sent down. Just as Yang Long was mere steps away from Yi Feng, the latter stepped forward and unleashed a punch. This blow imparted an overwhelming sensation of spatial rupture to the onlookers below the trial platform. Bang! Undoubtedly, Yang Long could not withstand such a strike, and he was sent hurtling off the trial platform. Meanwhile, Yi Feng remained steadfast upon the trial platform, standing like a god of war, seemingly eternal. The ease with which Yi Feng dispatched Yang Long, ranked 11th on the wind and cloud list, left everyone in the trial grounds utterly astonished. The teachers and senior students felt compelled to re-evaluate their perception of Yi Feng. With his victory over Yang Long, Yi Feng had naturally usurped Yang Long's place. The 10th position on the wind and cloud list now appeared perilous. Yi Feng contemplated the series of challenges ahead, finding them rather uninteresting, as he surveyed the throng of students on the trial platform. Where is the student ranked first on the wind and cloud list? Let him come forth tomorrow for a duel. In fact, upon his arrival at the Senior Student Institute, Su Hua had previously informed him that Lin Jian, the top student on the wind and cloud list, was a novice warrior with a combat power exceeding 5100. Lin Jian's prowess was comparable to Yi Feng's, both having awakened a strength talent, albeit like Su Hua, merely a novice level. With his mid-level strength talent, Yi Feng held no fear of Lin Jian. The crowd in the trial grounds gasped in astonishment as Yi Feng boldly issued a challenge to Lin Jian. They believed Yi Feng must have felt invincible in the Senior Student Institute, emboldening him to challenge the first-ranked Lin Jian. Others speculated that Yi Feng had simply lost his mind. Chapter 42. The clash between Yi Feng and Lin Jian. After descending from the trial platform, Yi Feng returned to his dormitory, anticipating the advanced sign-in available in 2 days. He was filled with eager anticipation for the rewards that awaited him. After a brief period of idleness in the dormitory, he found the atmosphere suffocatingly thin in terms of vitality, prompting him to seek refuge in the Vitality Tower for a day. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Yi Feng directly ascended to the 3rd level of the Vitality Tower. Vitality readings, 730, 745, 780. The data reflecting his increasing vitality was vividly displayed before his eyes. He left that night, and by evening, the training grounds were nearly deserted. So Yi Feng decided to assess his combat power. At that moment, a few senior students were nearby, their combat powers ranging between 800 and 900, not far from the novice warrior threshold. Just as they reveled in their accomplishments, they turned to see Yi Feng. The senior students recoiled in fear as if confronted by a hellish apparition, hastily vacating the training grounds. Yi Feng chuckled to himself. Having issued a challenge to the first-ranked Lin Jian, he wondered whether Lin Jian would accept. However, he believed Lin Jian would indeed respond. For all geniuses possess a certain pride. Without further ado, Yi Feng raised his fist to gauge his combat strength. 5160, 5162, 5161, 5160. Observing his combat power, Yi Feng deemed it satisfactory. Upon returning to his dormitory, he fell into a deep slumber. Morning broke, and the Senior Student Institute's trial grounds were bustling with activity. Nearly all senior students had gathered, and even many teachers were present. Yi Feng's audacious proclamation to challenge the institute's top genius, Lin Jian, had left them in shock for an extended period. At that moment, Lin Jian had taken his place on the trial platform. As the foremost genius of the Senior Student Institute, Lin Jian had undoubtedly captured the hearts of numerous female students, while many male students idolized him. Powerful factions from Jiangnan City had repeatedly extended olive branches to Lin Jian, inviting him to join their ranks upon graduation. In his final year at the institute, Lin Jian regarded all others with disdain, as no one could rival him. Yi Feng wished to challenge him. To Lin Jian, it was merely a jest. He had initially dismissed the idea of engaging with Feng, but finding life too monotonous, he decided to accept the challenge. Once Lin Jian ascended to the trial platform, the students erupted in excitement, fully aware that they were about to witness Feng's downfall. Perhaps then, Feng would understand the true meaning of humiliation. All awaited Feng's arrival. Do you think Feng will dare to show up? I believe he is too intimidated to come. How could he possibly match Lin Jian? I'm not so sure. Someone as arrogant as Feng would surely not shy away. The senior students began to murmur amongst themselves as Feng's arrival was delayed. Suddenly, a gasp shattered the murmurs. They quickly focused their attention. Feng had indeed arrived. Lin Jian's expression shifted slightly, and a faint, indifferent smile graced his lips. He had initially perceived Feng as a paragon among men, yet now he found him utterly unremarkable, devoid of anything special. Feng approached the trial platform where Lin Jian stood. Their gazes locked, and everyone sensed that an epic confrontation was imminent, their hearts racing in anticipation. Chapter 43. Is Feng also a novice warrior? Feng, you should not have come. Lin Jian regarded Feng from the trial platform with a cool detachment. Yet, here I am, Feng replied slowly, stepping onto the trial platform. Upon seeing Feng ascend, Lin Jian frowned, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. Feng, you are unworthy of being my opponent. However, it would be a tremendous honor for you to face me. Lin Jian sneered at Feng. Considering himself the mightiest genius of the Senior Student Institute, an insurmountable mountain for all students. Even though Feng had achieved the 11th rank on the Wind and Cloud list, he remained unqualified to contend with him. If possible, I suggest you concede. It would spare you considerable embarrassment. Seeing Feng remain silent, Lin Jian continued speaking. He had initially sought to break the monotony of life at the Institute by humiliating Feng before decisively defeating him. However, to Lin Jian's astonishment, Feng's expression remained unchanged, as if he had not heard a single word. Lin Jian's demeanor shifted abruptly. Feng, do not push your luck. Lin Jian coldly admonished. Feng, listening to Lin Jian's words, regarded him with mild curiosity. Is your verbosity always so excessive? All present in the trial arena were captivated by the sharp and confrontational exchanges, their excitement palpable. The mere dialogue was enough to evoke a sense of imminent danger. Feng, how dare you accuse me of being verbose? Lin Jian could no longer tolerate the arrogance of Feng, and with a clenched fist, he lunged towards him. As the crowd witnessed Lin Jian finally making his move, they quickly glanced at Feng, only to find him standing steadfast, as unyielding as a clock, as if Lin Jian were merely an exceedingly feeble opponent. They sighed inwardly, realizing that while Feng possessed many admirable qualities, he was woefully unaware of the vastness of the world. It is essential to remember that there are always those stronger than oneself, and a higher peak always looms beyond. Both the novice warriors and apprentice fighters could unleash their vital energy, capable of injuring ordinary individuals, yet not lethally. The ranks of apprentices and novice warriors merely represent the foundational levels of martial practitioners. Thus, battles at these levels typically rely on brute strength. However, the scenario shifts dramatically at the master level. Although apprentices and novice warriors can cultivate energy techniques and vital energy methods, the options suitable for them are exceedingly scarce. In contrast, master-level practitioners have access to a broader array of techniques and methods. Once one reaches the master level, while strength does play a role, the outcome in battles of equal standing heavily depends on the presence of unique abilities and the potency of their techniques, unless one exceeds their level. It is often said that all superficial displays are mere illusions in the face of absolute strength. Lin Jian had already closed the distance to Feng, his disdain for him palpable. Now, fueled by Feng's arrogance, his anger reached its zenith. Bang! Lin Jian unleashed a powerful punch towards Feng. Both combatants boasted combat strengths exceeding 5,100, being novice warriors themselves. Upon their fists colliding, they each staggered back 3 steps. This moment left everyone in the trial arena utterly astonished. The fact that both Feng and Lin Jian had been forced to retreat indicated that Feng possessed combat strength equal to Lin Jian. Was Feng also a novice warrior? Many senior students swallowed hard, unable to accept such a spectacle. Chapter 44. Is it only you who possesses unique abilities? The onlookers in the trial arena were left in utter disbelief. However, they quickly reconciled with the situation. Indeed, Feng had effortlessly defeated Yanglong, who ranked 11th on the Wind and Cloud list, despite Yanglong's mere 3,000 combat strength. This did not conclusively imply that Feng's strength was limited to 4,000. He was a novice warrior. After all, there was nothing particularly surprising about it, merely a thought they had been reluctant to entertain. Who would have thought you were also a novice warrior? Likewise, Feng replied, and thus commenced a grappling bout that persisted for an arduous half-hour. In this melee, the contest hinged on stamina. Feng refrained from initially employing his intermediate strength ability, as he recognized that engaging Lin Jian would afford him valuable combat experience. Although such experience in the arena might seem negligible, it was certainly better than having none at all. Moreover, Lin Jian had yet to unleash his primary strength ability, and he felt no urgency. After half an hour, Yi Feng and Lin Jian distanced themselves from one another, both panting heavily as they regarded one another. The spectators below the trial platform were utterly dumbfounded. The half-hour of hand-to-hand combat was a brutal exhibition of raw power, and had it been them, they likely would have faltered after a single blow. This was terrifying. Everyone understood that this battle was far from over. Yi Feng, it appears I previously underestimated you, Lin Jian remarked coldly. However, even if your strength rivals mine, it matters not, for I shall soon employ my unique ability. The audience in the trial arena pondered. Was the moment finally upon them? It was common knowledge within the senior academy that Lin Jian had awakened his primary strength ability, which could amplify his power fivefold. When Lin Jian awakened this ability, all the students in the academy were filled with envy, lamenting why they had not awakened their own unique powers. Bring it on. Yi Feng regarded Lin Jian, fully aware that he was about to unleash his primary strength ability. Nevertheless, he possessed a far more formidable intermediate strength ability. So what was there to fear? Lin Jian, witnessing Yi Feng's unwavering confidence, was consumed by fury. Yi Feng, I shall show you what a unique ability truly is. With a mighty shout, Lin Jian charged forward. His raised fist, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, instilled a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Yi Feng mused, you possess a unique ability. Does that mean I do not? He too raised his fist. The fists of the two were poised to collide. The spectators below the trial platform widened their eyes, acutely aware that missing any detail of this clash would bring them immense regret. Bang! At last, their fists collided with tremendous force. This punch, amplified by a factor of 1. As before, both Yi Feng and Lin Jian staggered back several steps. Impossible! Lin Jian exclaimed in disbelief. He charged at Yi Feng once more. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, he unleashed 4 more punches at Yi Feng, exhausting the fivefold amplification effect. Yet, both he and Yi Feng still found themselves retreating, as if both had experienced the same fivefold increase. The onlookers in the trial arena were left reeling, their minds racing. Could it be that Yi Feng had also awakened his primary strength ability? Impossible. How could Yi Feng awaken a unique ability? But how else could one explain this? They all believed that Yi Feng must have awakened his primary strength ability, hence the similar outcome. Chapter 45. Could it be that Yi Feng awakened an intermediate strength ability? Lin Jian, having exhausted the fivefold amplification of his primary strength ability, still could not overcome Yi Feng. Gritting his teeth, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Yi Feng, convinced that Yi Feng must have also awakened his primary strength ability. Yi Feng, it seems our strengths are closely matched, and this battle cannot yield a victor. Lin Jian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. As the strongest student in the senior academy, he harbored an arrogance that was foreign to others, and he found it intolerable to accept such a result. The spectators below the trial platform shared similar sentiments. Yi Feng and Lin Jian appeared evenly matched, both having awakened their primary strength abilities, leading them to conclude that this battle would end in a draw. Cannot determine a victor? Yi Feng chuckled, turning to Lin Jian. I beg to differ. The audience gasped at Yi Feng's words, wondering if he had some hidden card up his sleeve. Lin Jian, taken aback by Yi Feng's audacity, coldly retorted, well then, I am eager to see how you intend to defeat me. Lin Jian could not fathom that Yi Feng possessed any terrifying trump cards. As soon as Lin Jian finished speaking, Yi Feng began to stride purposefully toward him. The onlookers in the trial arena speculated if Yi Feng intended to triumph over Lin Jian through sheer stamina. Yi Feng, I graciously offered you a draw, yet you refused to accept it. I will have you know. Lin Jian erupted in fury, unable to recall the last time he had been so enraged. He could not comprehend what Yi Feng had to boast about, approaching him as if he were merely facing an inconsequential opponent. Following his furious declaration, Lin Jian raised his furious fist and struck forcefully at Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng naturally retaliated with a punch of his own. However, the force behind his punch was a staggering 6-fold amplification. As their fists collided, the spectators in the trial arena anticipated yet another intense melee between Yi Feng and Lin Jian. To their astonishment, Lin Jian was sent flying backwards. What? As they witnessed Lin Jian's unexpected flight, a wave of disbelief swept over the crowd, leaving everyone utterly shocked. Lin Jian was propelled away. But, how could this be? They were both junior warriors with the same initial strength aptitude. Why was Lin Jian the one who was sent reeling? There was only one plausible explanation. An older student swallowed hard, realizing that Yi Feng had not awakened a basic strength aptitude, but rather an intermediate one. This thought echoed among more than just this one student. The teachers and students alike gazed at Yi Feng in terror. An intermediate strength aptitude. The only way Yi Feng could have knocked Lin Jian away with a single blow was if he had awakened an intermediate strength aptitude. While Lin Jian's 5-fold amplification had already been exhausted, the intermediate strength aptitude boasted an 8-fold amplification. Thus, it meant that Yi Feng's recent punch had indeed been a 6-fold amplification. With this realization, all present at the trial stage exchanged bewildered glances, wanting to voice their thoughts, yet finding themselves at a loss for words. Yi Feng, a junior warrior, had awakened an intermediate strength aptitude. Such a prodigy was something they had only encountered on martial forums. They had never witnessed anything like it in reality. In the eyes of the veteran students, Yi Feng was simply terrifying, an existence that was overwhelmingly powerful. After Lin Jian was carried away by several students, his face bore a deep sense of loss. He understood that with Yi Feng awakening an intermediate strength aptitude, his defeat in this battle was not unjust. Chapter 46, Advanced Sign-In Reward, Dragon Origin Technique. Yi Feng's victory over Lin Jian, the strongest genius of the senior academy, sent shockwaves throughout the institution. Such an outcome was utterly unforeseen. Moreover, they had never considered that Yi Feng was not only a junior warrior, but that he had also awakened an intermediate strength aptitude. Undoubtedly, Yi Feng had now ascended to the pinnacle of the senior academy's leaderboard. The top of the leaderboard would grant him a special energy tower point card, which allowed daily access for cultivation in the energy tower. A teacher had already bestowed this special card upon Yi Feng. Holding the violet card in his hand, Yi Feng contemplated how this would expedite his strength enhancement. Tomorrow, he would be able to perform an advanced sign-in. If the reward for the intermediate sign-in was an intermediate strength aptitude, he could hardly wait to see what the advanced sign-in would yield. With the special energy tower point card in hand, Yi Feng spent an entire day absorbing energy on the third level of the energy tower, returning to his dormitory only at night. After drifting into a deep slumber, the dawn of a new day arrived. Eagerly, he opened the sign-in sheet in his mind. Ding. Are you sure you want to proceed with the advanced sign-in? Confirmed. Congratulations. You have obtained the Advanced Energy Technique, Dragon Origin Technique. An advanced energy technique? Yi Feng examined the details of the Dragon Origin Technique. It encompassed 5 layers, enhancing the absorbed energy values by multiples, with a maximum potential increase of 5 times. Yi Feng realized that the Dragon Origin Technique had already manifested within him, though he had yet to reach even the first layer. To comprehend the energy technique, there was no other path but to fervently absorb energy. Upon arriving at the third level of the martial arts arena's energy tower with the special point card, Yi Feng began to voraciously absorb energy. Energy 565. Energy 572. Energy 563. The speed at which he absorbed energy, thanks to his exceptional cultivation aptitude, was indeed terrifying. Even the immense energy before him appeared feeble in comparison. The energy he absorbed not only augmented his combat prowess, but also nurtured the Dragon Origin Technique within him. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3. Yi Feng had spent 3 days on the third level of the energy tower. He had ascended to the 4th level once, but found the oppressive atmosphere overwhelming, prompting his return to the 3rd level. Suddenly, a look of brilliance illuminated Yi Feng's face. Energy 1125. Energy 1137. Energy 1136. The increase in energy values had shifted, indicating that he had indeed reached the first layer of the Dragon Origin Technique. The first layer doubled the energy value. Yi Feng mused that the Dragon Origin Technique was nothing short of a superlative energy technique. At this rate, his cultivation would yield remarkable results with minimal effort. After advancing to the first layer of the Dragon Origin Technique, Yi Feng again spent an entire day absorbing energy on the 3rd level of the energy tower. By nightfall, he exited the tower, eager to assess his combat prowess, as he had not done so in several days. Approaching the combat power detection apparatus at the martial arts arena, he took a deep breath and unleashed a punch. Bang! 7,162. Gazing at the combat power displayed on the device, Yi Feng felt immense satisfaction. In just a few days, he had elevated his power by 2,000. The Dragon Origin Technique was indeed a divine blessing. Chapter 47. The Wilderness Trial organized by the Senior Academy. With a combat power exceeding 7,100, he was now merely 800 points shy of the foundational combat power of an intermediate warrior. Yi Feng contemplated that by the day after tomorrow, he would surely break through to become an intermediate warrior. He returned to the energy tower to absorb energy once more. Energy 1,260. Energy 1,154. Energy 1,162. Days passed. Yi Feng felt an overwhelming sense of strength compared to his former self. He could hardly fathom how powerful he had become. He once again stood before the combat power detection apparatus. Fixing his gaze upon it, he unleashed a series of punches. Bang, bang, bang. 9150, 9155, 9154, 9151, 9153. He had approximately increased his power by another 2,000. The foundational combat power for an intermediate warrior was 8,000. He was now over 1,000 above that threshold. He was steadily progressing towards becoming a senior warrior. Yet for Yi Feng, this pace of cultivation felt far too sluggish. Above warriors, there existed masters and grandmasters, and he was still far from reaching the grandmaster level. Yi Feng, is this the combat power you have achieved? Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment resonated in Yi Feng's ears. He turned to find an unfamiliar elder, whose entire being radiated with formidable energy, marking him as a powerful individual. May I ask who you are? I am Zhou Feng. The elder, recovering from his shock, addressed Yi Feng. Yi Feng realized that Zhou Feng was indeed the dean of the senior academy. He had not encountered him in the days he had been there. Yi Feng, you still haven't answered my question. Is the combat power displayed on the detection device truly yours? Zhou Feng's expression grew grave, as if he were inquiring about a matter of utmost significance. Yes, Yifeng nodded affirmatively, feeling no need to conceal the truth. 9,000 combat power, an intermediate warrior. Zhou Feng shook his head, astonished to discover that you are such a formidable genius. By the way, Yifeng, you are merely 16, aren't you? Indeed, Director. Yifeng nodded in affirmation. Zhou Feng let out a wry smile. When Su Ming had initially recommended Yifeng, he had been reluctant to allow him to join. Now, he realized just how utterly mistaken he had been. Yifeng, you are truly remarkable. Even someone as strong as Zhou Feng couldn't help but express his admiration for Yifeng. I look forward to you becoming a martial master. Once you achieve that, you will graduate directly from our senior academy. Moreover, you will be the most powerful student in the history of Annan Academy. Yifeng harbored similar aspirations. Despite appearing exceptionally skilled in his training, he recognized his glaring lack of combat experience and contemplated the need for further honing his abilities after attaining the rank of martial master. By the way, Yifeng, our academy will hold an outdoor trial tomorrow. Will you participate? Yes, Yifeng responded almost without hesitation, nodding in agreement. He did not linger in the training hall, but returned to his dormitory, where he took a shower and awaited the next day's outdoor trial. The outdoor trial was a collective endeavor for the entire senior academy, led by their respective teachers. The instructors from each class were martial masters, possessing formidable strength, yet they would only venture into areas inhabited by weaker beasts. In regions teeming with powerful beasts, even masters risked death. Yifeng, lacking a teacher in the senior academy, found himself alone. By the next morning, many students had already invited him to join their classes. Having never ventured into the wild before, Yifeng was eager to broaden his horizons, so joining a class seemed advantageous. After all, strength lies in numbers. Yifeng, why not join our class A? Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice reached Yifeng's ears. Chapter 48, Shadowcat. Turning towards the sound, he discovered that the speaker was none other than Lin Jian. The senior students were classified similarly to the new Students' Academy, using the 26 letters of the alphabet. Since Lin Jian had been defeated by Yifeng in the trial arena, he felt that his loss was justified, as Yifeng had awakened his intermediate strength talent. Very well, Yifeng nodded in response to Lin Jian. Seeing Yifeng acquiesce brought joy not only to Lin Jian, but also to the teacher and students of Class A. The location for this trial was named Mongshan Town. Following the cataclysm of the Blue Star, Mongshan Town had been overrun by savage beasts. Its residents had either perished or fled to Jiangmen City. The 26 classes set out for Mongshan Town, each led by their respective teachers, boarding vehicles that would take them partway. The vehicles could not reach the town directly. Stopping some distance away, the students of the senior academy disembarked. This was their first foray into the wild, and everything appeared novel to them. They proceeded towards Mongshan Town, arriving just as the sun began to set. After setting up camp, Yifeng surveyed the dilapidated town nearby, which lay in ruins, overgrown with weeds and exuding an atmosphere of desolation. He understood that the choice of Mongshan Town for the trial indicated a lack of powerful beasts in the area. Early the next morning, thousands of senior students departed from the camp, heading towards the town. Have you heard? Mongshan Town is plagued by many shadow cats, iron-furred boars, and bloodhounds. Of course, they're all merely first-tier low-level beasts. But I'm no match for even a first-tier beast. You must protect me. Some students began to whisper among themselves. Mongshan Town. They had finally arrived. The entrance to the town was littered with dry bones, a sight sufficient to send chills down their spines. These senior students, having grown up in Jiangnan City, had never witnessed such a scene, their faces turning pale. The entrance seemed akin to a gate of the underworld, waiting for their arrival. Classmates, let us proceed. The instructors began to lead the various classes into Mongshan Town. Yifeng also entered the town with class. Mongshan Town was larger than Yifeng had anticipated. After the 26 classes entered, they dispersed to different locations. Class A arrived at an exceptionally desolate road, reeking with a foul odor, where dozens of shadow cats were perched among the ruins. Shadow cats, first-tier low-level beasts, were massive like bulls, with eerie green eyes and sleek black fur, capable of swift movements. So this is a shadow cat? The students of Class A gulped nervously. First-tier beasts corresponded to the initial level of human martial disciples. Students, the purpose of our trial is to cultivate your courage, the Class A teacher announced. The instructor, Huang Yun, was a middle-aged man in his 40s, a high-level martial master. Yifeng observed the energy readings displayed on the retina, 453, 455, 451. The energy levels in Mongshan Town were surprisingly decent. The dozens of shadow cats glared menacingly at the students of Class A, poised to pounce at any moment. Huang Yun, Yifeng, Lin Jian, and several other students stood at the forefront, while the weaker students remained at the back. Remember, if these shadow cats do not attack us, we must not initiate the attack, Huang Yun cautioned everyone. Chapter 49, One Punch for Each Shadow Cat. Suddenly, dozens of shadow cats charged forward. The students of Class A wore expressions of horror as the beasts rushed towards them. Yifeng, however, remained remarkably calm. Having previously encountered bloodhounds in an abandoned factory in the western suburbs, he had come to Mongshan Town precisely to gain combat experience. Huang Yun, the instructor, observed the beast's approach with a look of amusement. As a high-level martial master, dispatching dozens of first-tier low-level beasts was hardly a challenge. Yet, to Huang Yun's surprise, Yi Feng took the initiative, stepping forward to confront the oncoming shadow cats. With a series of resounding thuds, Yi Feng unleashed a barrage of punches upon the shadow cats, each strike capable of dispatching a beast as if they were mere insects. This is astonishing. The students of Class A stood frozen in disbelief. Huang Yun himself was momentarily taken aback. Who exactly is Yi Feng? Even if he is a prodigious talent, does he not fear the multitude of beasts before him? How daring to charge directly at them, delivering a punch for each. Yi Feng, now a mid-level martial artist, possessed strength and speed far beyond that of the shadow cats. The beasts, intimidated by Yi Feng's display of power, were left dumbfounded. They could not fathom that this human was so formidable. In mere moments, Yi Feng had felled over 20 of the 30 shadow cats, causing the remaining ones to flee at an unprecedented speed. The students of Class A stood as if carved from stone, mesmerized by Yi Feng's prowess, perceiving him as a warrior deity. Just as the students began to relax, a terrifying roar echoed in Yi Feng's ears. Not good, it's the second-tier initial-level Beast King Shadow Cat, Huang Yun exclaimed. A colossal shadow cat materialized before Yi Feng, its size at least double that of the other shadow cats encountered earlier. Yi Feng, are you up to the challenge? Huang Yun inquired, his gaze fixed on Yi Feng. With a slight turn of his face, Yi Feng met Huang Yun's eyes and confidently replied, no problem. Without hesitation, he charged toward the Shadow Cat King, activating his intermediate power talent. Initially, the Shadow Cat King regarded this human with disdain, letting down its guard. However, after a series of punches from Yi Feng, terror gripped the creature. It could scarcely fathom that Yi Feng possessed such formidable combat prowess. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Feng unleashed several more strikes, and in an instant, the second-tier low-level beast, the Shadow Cat King, lay slain in a pool of blood. Although Yi Feng was an intermediate warrior and could have dispatched the Shadow Cat King without activating his intermediate power talent, he chose to do so for safety's sake. The students of Class A gasped in awe at the sight of the fallen Shadow Cat King, their minds racing with thoughts of how terrifyingly powerful Yi Feng was, truly invincible. Was this the essence of Yi Feng's fearsome reputation? The strongest beast in Mongshan Town was merely a second-tier low-level creature, and Yi Feng proved himself remarkably capable. Huang Yun smiled at Yi Feng, recognizing the rarity of such a genius. If the strongest beast is just a second-tier low-level, perhaps I should venture out on my own. Yi Feng mused. Turning to Huang Yun, he stated, Teacher Huang, I think I'll go take a look by myself. Huang Yun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this inclination from Yi Feng. After a few seconds, he replied, Yi Feng, please be cautious. Understood, Yi Feng nodded before walking away. Huang Yun felt reassured, knowing that Yi Feng was not only a beginner warrior, but also had awakened his intermediate power talent. Chapter 50. Entering the abandoned hospital, the students of Class A watched Yi Feng with envy, wishing they possessed his level of strength. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Yi Feng had already ascended to the rank of intermediate warrior, boasting a battle power exceeding 1,000 above the foundational level. Mongshan Town was indeed vast. It was noteworthy that over 1,000 individuals had entered Mongshan Town without encountering other classes. However, after a moment of reflection, Yi Feng realized that the senior academy must have assessed Mongshan Town and assigned specific areas for each class, explaining their lack of encounters. Yi Feng. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, Yi Feng was surprised to find Lin Jian, his expression tinged with curiosity. What brings you here? He asked. I spoke with Teacher Huang, and I'm joining you, Lin Jian replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face. All right then, Yi Feng acquiesced, not wishing to dwell on trivial matters. Lin Jian beamed at Yi Feng's agreement, having unconsciously begun to idolize him after witnessing his extraordinary strength. The arrogance and pride of the academy's strongest student had been shattered when Yi Feng bested him in the trial grounds, leading Lin Jian to comprehend the truth behind the saying, there is always someone stronger. As Yi Feng and Lin Jian proceeded along the path, Lin Jian suddenly pointed to a location, exclaiming, there's a steel-haired boar. Following Lin Jian's gesture, Yi Feng spotted the formidable creature perched against a wall, behind which lay an abandoned hospital. Let us investigate, they decided, approaching the beast. The steel-haired boar boasted formidable defenses, its obsidian body devoid of fur. With tusks exceeding 20 centimeters in length, an intimidating sight, larger than an ordinary pig. In Blue Star, while larger beasts often had greater strength, it was not an absolute rule. Smaller beasts could also harbor immense power, making them unpredictable adversaries. Upon noticing the two humans advancing towards it, the steel-haired boar leaped from the wall, charging at Yi Feng and Lin Jian. Yi Feng met the beast with a powerful punch, piercing through its body effortlessly. Having witnessed Yi Feng's terrifying prowess, Lin Jian displayed no signs of shock. The duo entered the dilapidated hospital, its exterior unkempt and chaotic, with shattered windows and a stench stronger than the outside air. There must be some beasts inside, Lin Jian speculated. Yi Feng concurred as they ventured into the hospital's lobby, which, aside from its disarray, was devoid of any beasts. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered two steel-haired boars, one for each of them. "I'll take one," Yi Feng said calmly. Lin Jian nodded eagerly, adopting an admiring demeanor. Roar! The two steel-haired boars charged at them with ferocious roars. With a single punch, Yi Feng dispatched one boar with ease, the disparity in their strengths rendering the boar's defenses meaningless. Lin Jian quickly followed suit, slaying the other boar. Despite their apparent ease in overcoming the beasts, any beginner warrior, especially unarmed, would stand no chance against a steel-haired boar, as their defenses were impenetrable without advanced weaponry. Chapter 51. The medical madman and beast blood. Yi Feng and Lin Jian began to explore the rooms on the second floor of the hospital. After opening several doors to find nothing, Yi Feng felt a pang of disappointment. "Yi Feng, look over there." Lin Jian's voice suddenly took on a note of surprise. Moving beside Lin Jian, Yi Feng's eyes fell upon an iron door at a corner. "Why is there an iron door here?" Lin Jian queried, puzzled. This was no ordinary door. It appeared quite heavy. Yi Feng shared Lin Jian's curiosity and decided to pry it open. Lin Jian, of course, felt the same way. Bang! Yi Feng struck the iron door with a powerful punch, shattering it open. A foul odor wafted from within. Lin Jian instinctively covered his nose, wondering how long it had been since this door had last been opened. Despite the stench, they pressed on, discovering a mummified corpse clad in a physician's coat. White hair framing a face adorned with glasses. Two small vials containing crimson blood rested beside the corpse, accompanied by a booklet. Yi Feng picked up the booklet, and upon reading it, he realized that the corpse had once belonged to a medical madman who, lacking cultivation talent, had sought to enhance himself through beast blood to achieve the path of a warrior. However, without the innate talent for cultivation, how could one ever become a warrior? "What are these two vials?" Lin Jian inquired, his curiosity piqued by the vials of vivid blood. "Beast blood," Yi Feng replied. "What?" Lin Jian gasped, astonished that they had stumbled upon such valuable substance. Beast blood was suitable for warrior-level and martial artist-level cultivators, and its extraction was an arduous process, rendering it priceless in the market. Acquiring it was exceedingly difficult. Though Lin Jian's family possessed some wealth in Jiangnan City, procuring beast blood through conventional channels remained an unrealistic endeavor. "Yi Feng, these two vials of beast blood are yours. I have no desire for them." Lin Jian suddenly shook his head. Yi Feng could not help but smile inwardly. Fully aware of Lin Jian's intentions, Lin Jian was apprehensive that he might be slain by Yi Feng due to the two vials of beast blood. However, the beast blood was only applicable to martial apprentices and martial artists. Just one vial would suffice for Lin Jian to ascend to the rank of an advanced martial artist, and Yi Feng found it rather effortless to reach the martial master level. Moreover, he held Lin Jian in high regard. While he was not a paragon of virtue, he was certainly not devoid of compassion or loyalty. One vial each, Yi Feng proposed to Lin Jian. Lin Jian was taken aback. Never having anticipated that Yi Feng would offer him a vial of beast blood, he could hardly fathom such generosity. "Really? You don't want it?" "Ah, yes. Lin Jian hastily exclaimed, fearing Yi Feng might retract his offer. Subsequently, he carefully secured one vial of beast blood, which he perceived as an unparalleled treasure. The two then proceeded to the abandoned hospital, where they vanquished over a dozen iron-haired boars, returning to their designated location as the sun set. The trial in Mongshan town lasted merely one day, and after spending the night at the camp, they returned to the old student institute the following day. Upon their return, Lin Jian eagerly headed towards a certain location, evidently preparing to absorb the beast blood. Yi Feng also returned to his dormitory, intending to consume the beast blood as well. Once in his room, he uncorked the small vial and downed its contents in one gulp, subsequently commencing the refinement of the beast blood within his body. Chapter 52. Combat power surpassing 10,000. After ingesting the beast blood from the small vial, a terrifying force began to coalesce within Yi Feng, overwhelming his entire being. The pain was excruciating, a heart-wrenching agony. Yi Feng felt as if his entire body was engulfed in searing flames, perpetually enduring immense suffering. Yet, he understood that he must endure this torment. After a protracted period, the pain gradually subsided. Cold sweat drenched Yi Feng's body as he clenched his fists, discovering that his strength had significantly increased. After showering and changing his attire, Yi Feng approached a combat power testing device in the trial arena. He raised his fist and struck the device multiple times. Bang, bang, bang. 11052, 11053, 11051, 11054. 11,055. A combat power of 11,000 indicated that he had reached the level of an advanced martial artist. He never anticipated such a fortuitous event in Mongshan town, which had granted him beast blood. It seemed that the path of cultivation relied not solely on diligence, but also on serendipity. "Yi Feng." A melodious voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. He recognized it as Su Hua's voice. Had she also come to the old student institute? Turning around, he confirmed it was indeed Su Hua, a hint of confusion gracing his face. What brings you to the old student institute? I spoke with Grandpa Zhou. And from now on, I'm also a member of the old student institute. Su Hua smiled at Yifeng. Hearing her words, Yifeng could not help but chuckle inwardly, pondering the advantages of having connections. By the way, Yifeng, when I entered the old student institute earlier, I encountered someone outside who seemed quite timid. I inquired about the situation, and he mentioned he wanted to see you. His name was Du-Wen, and I sensed he was being truthful. Su Hua continued. Yifeng was taken aback. Du-Wen wished to see him? Du-Wen had been a good friend during his time at Jianyun High School. His family belonged to the affluent class, yet he had not demonstrated any cultivation aptitude. Yifeng suspected that Du-Wen's visit was not merely for a casual meeting. Something must have transpired, prompting him to head outside the old student institute. Su Hua followed suit. Upon arriving at the entrance of the old student institute, they spotted Du-Wen. Upon seeing Yifeng emerge, a look of delight spread across his slightly plump face. Yifeng, you're here. What is the matter? Yifeng inquired directly. Du-Wen sighed. I didn't want to come find you, but the principal sent me. He wishes for you to return to Hanyun High School to give a speech and serve as a role model for the students. They feared you might refuse. So they asked me to come and persuade you. Yifeng remained stunned for several seconds. Was it merely about this? Although he had no objections to going, the request had indeed caught him off guard. Yifeng, while the principal wants you to give a speech, I have heard that a former genius from Jinming High School has returned, and recently, Jinming High School has been causing troubles for us at Jianyun High School, so. Du-Wen left the thought unfinished, but the implication was clear. Yifeng was aware that Lu Chang and Lu Ming were both from Jinming High School. Yifeng, although I believe you need not go, Jianyun High School is still your alma mater, and Jinming High School is evidently attempting to bully us. What are your thoughts? Du-Wen cautiously probed. Then let us go, Yifeng mused. After all, his good friends Du-Wen and his sisters, Yiqing and Yishui, were still at Jianyun High School. Attending would be no trouble at all. Chapter 53. Returning to Jianyun High School. Du-Wen's face lit up with joy upon hearing Yifeng's agreement. He had initially hoped for Yifeng to attend, considering he was an alumnus of Jianyun High School. In truth, he had been conflicted when he visited Ainen Academy to find Yifeng. Though he wished to believe that Yifeng was still the same person, he had witnessed the corruption of character before. However, he now felt reassured, for Yifeng remained unchanged, still his good friend. Yifeng, when do you plan to return to Jianyun High School? Right now, Yifeng replied, disliking procrastination. If something had occurred, it needed to be resolved promptly. May I accompany you? Su Hua interjected unexpectedly. That is up to you, Yifeng nodded. The three then set off towards Jianyun High School. On their way, Yifeng contemplated why the principal had sought him specifically. He had become somewhat of a celebrity at Ainen Academy, so it was no surprise that the principal was aware of certain matters. Upon arriving at Jianyun High School, they entered the school gates. Let us go directly to see the principal, Du-Wen suggested. Yifeng did not decline. Following Du-Wen and Su Hua toward the principal's office. Outside the playground, several students who recognized Yifeng wore expressions of envy. He had detected a weak level of cultivation aptitude and was now a student at Ainen Academy, causing the gap between him and them to widen gradually. Once he go in, you two can meet the principal. Du-Wen halted before the principal's office. All right, Yifeng replied. And he and Su Hua entered the principal's office. Upon their entry, Principal Wu Qi quickly set aside his work and welcomed them. Yifeng, you've arrived. Wu Qi greeted with a smile. He promptly invited Yifeng and Su Hua to take a seat. I've learned that you are now an extraordinary genius at Ainen Academy, which is why. Principal, Du-Wen has already informed me of the situation. Yifeng responded, fixing his gaze on Principal Wu Qi. Wu Qi felt a surge of secret delight. He believed that Yifeng was already aware of the truth, yet still chose to come to Jianyun Middle School, demonstrating his willingness to assist the institution. In light of this, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of all the faculty and students of Jianyun Middle School, Principal Wu Qi declared. Principal, isn't there supposed to be a speech? Please gather all the students on the playground, someone suggested. Very well, Principal Wu Qi nodded repeatedly, instructing others to relay the message. Before long, students from both the middle and high school divisions of Jianyun Middle School gathered on the playground. Puzzled and unaware of the unfolding events, Yifeng ascended the platform. Among the middle school students, Yiqing and Yishui were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated Yifeng's appearance there. Subsequently, Yifeng commenced his speech. However, his words were utterly nonsensical, merely advising those with cultivation talent to train diligently and those without it to study hard, aspiring to become individuals of value to Blue Star and not parasites upon it. These sentiments had been gleaned from the words of a teacher from Huaxia. Nevertheless, due to Yifeng's esteemed status, the students of Jianyun Middle School listened with fervor, especially when Principal Wu Qi proclaimed that Yifeng was now a super genius at Anam Academy, leaving them astonished. They were aware that Yifeng possessed only a weak level of cultivation talent. How could a student with such limited potential become a super genius at Anam Academy? After some contemplation, They speculated that perhaps the cultivation talent detection device had malfunctioned, failing to reveal Yi Feng's true abilities. After the speech concluded, Yi Feng felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He despised such attention. Once Principal Wu Qi dismissed the students, Yi Feng sought out Yi Qing and Yi Shui, with Su Hua trailing closely behind him. Yi Qing and Yi Shui, having seen Su Hua before, were not at all surprised by her beauty. "Brother, what brings you back to Jianyan Middle School?" Yi Shui inquired, her porcelain-like face displaying a look of confusion. "The principal asked me to give a speech, so here I am." "Oh, but brother, you spoke exceptionally well." Yi Shui beamed, turning to Yi Qing. "Isn't that right, sister?" Yi Qing, however, found herself at a loss for words. She felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation toward Yi Feng. The last time she encountered danger at the hands of Wu Bao, her life had hung by a thread, and if not for Yi Feng, she would have perished. After a few moments of hesitation, Yi Qing could only nod heavily in agreement with Yi Shui. "Excuse me, but what is your relationship with my brother?" Yi Shui suddenly turned her inquisitive gaze towards Su Hua. "I am a friend and classmate of your brother," Su Hua replied. "Sister Su Hua, I think your demeanor is exquisite. You must be a lady of refined upbringing." Yi Shui exclaimed. "Well, something like that," Su Hua said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her charming face. After Yi Qing and Yi Shui returned to class, Yi Feng and Su Hua made their way back to the principal's office. "Principal, when will the folks from Jinming Middle School arrive?" Yi Feng asked as they entered. "They should be here shortly." Principal Wu Qi pondered for a moment. Yi Feng and Su Hua settled in the principal's office, awaiting the arrival of the Jinming Middle School representatives. Half an hour later, a teacher rushed into the principal's office, an eager expression on his face. "Principal, the representatives from Jinming Middle School have arrived." The principal quickly rose, his somewhat aged visage displaying signs of anxiety. "Bring them in," he said after swallowing hard. The disparity between Jianyun Middle School and Jinming Middle School was glaringly apparent. The teacher exited, soon returning with an elderly man and two students. "Brother Wu," the elder remarked with a cold smile. "Wang Zhong." Principal Wu Qi glared intently at the elder, who was the principal of Jinming Middle School. Wang Zhong looked smug as he addressed Wu Qi. "These two are the strongest talents to have emerged from our Jinming Middle School, brothers Lu Ming and Lu Chang. Lu Ming is an intermediate martial artist, while Lu Chang is on the cusp of reaching the martial artist level." As Lu Ming and Lu Chang entered, Yi Feng and Su Hua were seated with their backs to them, unaware of their presence. "I can't believe it's you two." Upon turning, Yi Feng and Su Hua were taken aback to see Lu Ming and Lu Chang. Although Yi Feng was aware that they had come from Jinming Middle School, he had not expected them to be the ones visiting. Lu Ming and Lu Chang, upon recognizing Yi Feng, instinctively recoiled in disbelief. As the reality sank in, their expressions shifted to one of sheer horror. Yi Feng." Lu Ming stammered, his voice faltering. He harbored a profound psychological fear of Yi Feng. Even just hearing his name sent shivers down his spine. "Lu Ming, Lu Chang, do you know him?" Wang Zhong inquired, taken aback by their evident fear. "Principal, we're not fighting anymore," Lu Ming said dismissively before preparing to leave with Lu Chang. "What on earth is going on?" Wang Zhong was left utterly bewildered. Lu Ming and Lu Chang reached the door, and Lu Ming turned back to the principal, because he is Yi Feng. With that, they exited without a glance back, leaving Wang Zhong in a state of shock, completely unaware of the unfolding drama. This scene left Principal Wu Qi equally bewildered. He knew that Lu Ming and Lu Chang were students at an academy, but to see them so terrified of Yi Feng, had Yi Feng truly reached an unimaginable height at an academy? "Why are you still here?" Yi Feng asked Wang Zhong. It was only then that the principal snapped back to reality, too apprehensive to linger any longer, hastily vacating the principal's office. "Principal, we are leaving as well," Yi Feng said to Principal Wu Qi, who had not anticipated Yi Feng's immediate departure. However, understanding that Yi Feng must be quite busy, he nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Feng and Su Hua exited Jianyun Middle School and boarded the car returning to Annam Academy. Once back at the old student academy, Su Hua gazed at Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, I find your cultivation speed astonishing. I possess advanced cultivation talent, yet my progress is not even half of yours. You can't possibly be of ultimate cultivation talent, can you?" The thought thrilled her. Who knows? A knowing smile flickered across Yi Feng's face. Next, Yi Feng entered the Yuan Tower, returning to the third level. Yuan Shi 1135. Yuan Shi 1150. Yuan Shi 1154. The increasing values of Yuan Qi flashed before Yi Feng's eyes. He contemplated how the existence of the long Yuan Ju had amplified the increments of Yuan Qi, though it was still only at the first level. 2 days later, Yuan Qi 2310. Yuan Qi 2229. Yuan Qi 2305. Gazing at the vitality data reflected on his retina, Yi Feng's countenance revealed a glimmer of joy. He understood that the increase in vitality was due to the dragon origin technique having ascended to its second tier. The attainment of the second tier signified that he was on the verge of reaching the rank of a martial master. However, Annan Academy lacked superior martial techniques and vitality cultivation methods, as no student had ever graduated by breaking through to the martial master level. Suddenly, Feng recalled that he was already a high-ranking warrior. Surely, he could access the 4th level of the Vitality Tower. Upon arriving at the 4th level, he found that the previous sense of oppression had entirely vanished. The vitality present at this level, augmented by the 2nd tier of the Dragon Origin technique, was astonishingly formidable. Vitality readings, 3150, 3157, 3180. What the hell? Feng exclaimed, unable to contain himself as he observed the escalating vitality data on his retina. An increase of over 3,000 vitality per second? This was comparable to the 10th level of the Vitality Tower in the Freshman Academy. Such magnificence was simply terrifying. Vitality readings continued to flash before him, 3140, 3250, 3310. That night, Feng found himself once more at a combat power testing machine in the training ground. Bang, bang, bang. 12500, 12510, 12505, 12506, 12508. The peak combat power read 12510. An increase of over 1,000 in combat power in a single day was entirely acceptable to Feng, as he understood that with the elevation of his realm, increasing combat power would become increasingly challenging. Chapter 56, Measuring the Rate of Vitality Absorption per Second. In the dean's office, a teacher was reporting to the dean of the senior academy, Feng. Dean, the instrument for measuring the absorption of vitality into the human body has arrived at the senior academy. This technology hails from the city of the world. Very well. Dean Feng nodded. He couldn't help but think of Feng. Eager to witness the astonishing progress of Feng's cultivation and the rate at which he could absorb vitality. Where is Feng now? If I am not mistaken, he should be at the 4th level of the Vitality Tower. Rising from his seat, Feng declared, in that case, let us bring the vitality detection instrument and measure how much vitality Feng can absorb per second. Having exited the dean's office, Feng and the teacher arrived at the 4th level of the Vitality Tower, where they indeed found Feng. Feng noticed the dean and the accompanying teacher. Momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why the dean had come. Dean, what brings you here? Feng inquired, his eyes filled with confusion. Dean Feng smiled, gesturing towards the vitality detection instrument held by the teacher. Feng. This instrument can assess the density of vitality in a location and measure the rate at which a person absorbs it. We wish to measure how much vitality you can absorb per second. Feng observed the device in the teacher's hand. It was compact and resembled a thermometer used in hospitals, albeit with 2 display screens. Very well, Feng thought. Realizing that they would not relent until they conducted the measurement, he was reluctant to delay his absorption of vitality for such trivial matters. Upon receiving Feng's consent, Dean Feng felt a surge of delight and instructed the teacher to proceed with the measurement. Beep, beep, beep. The vitality detection instrument began to display data. Dean, the vitality at the 4th level of the Vitality Tower ranges between 700 and 800, and Feng's rate of absorption is. As the readings appeared, the teacher's pupils widened in astonishment, as though he had glimpsed something unfathomable. What is it? Dean Feng, noticing the teacher's stunned silence, immediately surmised that Feng's absorption rate was undoubtedly extraordinary. The dean took the instrument from the teacher to inspect the readings himself, only to find himself equally dumbfounded. The instrument displayed a rate of 3100 to 3200. Feng was absorbing such an immense quantity of vitality per second, quickly rubbing his eyes. Fearing he had misread the results, he was reassured by the reality before him. Yet, how could he absorb 3100 to 3200 vitality when the 4th level only had a vitality value of 700 to 800? There must have been a mistake in the measurement. Yes, it had to be an error. Dean Feng hastily conducted 3 more tests, but the results remained unchanged. Staring at the data on the instrument, he swallowed hard, pondering that even with the ultimate cultivation talent, Feng should only be able to absorb 700 to 800 vitality at most on the 4th level. Ultimately, he could only attribute the anomaly to a malfunction in the instrument, for he had no other explanation. Nonetheless, Dean Feng found himself somewhat convinced that Feng truly could absorb such a staggering amount of vitality, as his cultivation speed was undeniably rapid. He realized that Jiangnan City was on the verge of producing a true dragon. Feng, when silent, remains unnoticed, but when he strikes, he astonishes all. Chapter 57, Divine Level Sign-In Reward, Dragon Elephant Fist. Bang, bang, bang. 14520, 14550, 14530, 14550. Days later, Feng's combat power reached 14550, with a combat power of 15,000. He had already attained the foundational strength of a junior martial master. A smile graced Feng's face. He was finally close to breaking through to the martial master level. Additionally, he calculated that tomorrow he would be able to perform the divine level sign-in. The rewards from such a sign-in would surely be extraordinary. Feng spent another day absorbing vitality at the 4th level of the Vitality Tower. Bang, bang, bang. 15200, 15230, 15250, 15245, 15231. Feng's combat power surpassed 15,000. marking his ascension to the rank of a junior martial master. Following this advancement, he would be able to select martial techniques and vitality cultivation methods for further training. Moreover, he could now proceed with the divine level sign-in. Opening the sign-in interface in his mind, he heard a chime. Host, do you confirm the divine level sign-in? Confirmed. Ding. Divine level sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, the advanced martial technique, Dragon Elephant Fist. Upon mastering it, one can condense the power of a phantom dragon elephant, delivering a punch with 150,000 combat power. To cultivate the Dragon Elephant Fist, one must meditate for 3 months. Reading the description of the Dragon Elephant Fist, Yi Feng's expression brightened. However, he understood that the phantom dragon elephant power was merely a reflection, as the true dragon elephant power was far too formidable for him to comprehend at his current level. Nonetheless, the ability to unleash the phantom dragon elephant power and achieve a terrifying combat power of 150,000 was indeed impressive. Such strength was already the foundational power of a junior grandmaster. Yi Feng mused that receiving the Dragon Elephant Fist right after reaching the junior martial master rank was quite fortuitous. However, the requirement of 3 months of meditation felt rather lengthy. Meditation here did not refer to the traditional sitting of an old monk, but rather to a 3-month period of stillness, during which one would not feel hunger and could be understood as a means of solidifying one's realm. Yi Feng contemplated the rapidity of his breakthroughs, acknowledging the fragility of his foundational skills. Now, after 3 months of meditation, he aimed to solidify his newfound realm. However, he needed to select an ideal location for his introspection. After much deliberation, he resolved to journey to the southern mountain for this purpose. Upon his arrival at the southern mountain, Yi Feng prepared to enter his meditative state. This secluded area was usually devoid of visitors, and during these 3 months, he desired no disturbances. Seated on the ground, Yi Feng began his meditation. Attaining a meditative state is not an instantaneous endeavor. An hour passed, then 2, and even 3, yet he had not achieved the desired state until, at long last, after 5 hours, he successfully entered meditation. Time flew by, and before he realized it, 3 months had elapsed. Yi Feng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Rather than immediately practicing the Dragon Elephant Fist, he accessed the sign-in ledger within his mind. To his disappointment, he discovered that, despite his expectations of accumulating rewards, 3 months without signing in had yielded only a basic sign-in opportunity. Furthermore, he would have to wait another fortnight before he could sign in at the basic level, rendering the past 3 months feel almost illusory. Nonetheless, Yi Feng could distinctly sense that his realm had become significantly more stable than before. The next step was to train in the Dragon Elephant Fist. The Dragon Elephant Fist, an advanced martial skill, required considerable effort to master, even for one endowed with ultimate cultivation talent. Upon returning to the old student courtyard, he began his practice on the back mountain. Thud, thud, thud. He struck the air with several punches, yet they bore no fruit. He failed to unleash the power of the dragon elephant. He continued to pummel the air, producing a cacophony of sound, and had the air been tangible, it would have been vanquished 100 times over. Chapter 58. After 2 months, the Dragon Elephant Fist reaches perfection. Yi Feng relentlessly continued his assault on the air. Crack! His fists roared as they cut through the void. He was determined to master the Dragon Elephant Fist. After a fortnight, he completed the basic sign-in and successfully acquired a vial of blood vitality pills. Although these pills could enhance physical constitution, their impact on Yi Feng was minimal. Throughout this fortnight, he persisted in practicing the Dragon Elephant Fist on the back mountain. Yet comprehension eluded him. Despite his ultimate cultivation talent, as a novice martial artist, grasping an advanced martial skill proved to be a formidable challenge. Another fortnight passed, and Yi Feng found himself capable of unleashing a faint semblance of the illusory dragon elephant power. He proceeded with a mid-level sign-in, but the reward was merely a seemingly useless martial skill, revealing to Yi Feng that not every sign-in would yield valuable rewards. The Dragon Elephant Fist, a powerful technique derived from the true power of dragons and elephants, resulted in a false dragon elephant power upon its completion. Once perfected, activating the Dragon Elephant Fist could unleash a false dragon elephant power with a combat strength of 150,000, allowing Yi Feng to wield it as his signature move. Now that he could emanate a feeble false dragon elephant power, he anticipated the day he would master the Dragon Elephant Fist. He resumed his vigorous assaults on the air. Thud, thud, thud. The faint dragon elephant power surged from his fists, striking nearby stones and reducing them to dust. Another month elapsed. During this time, Yi Feng engaged in both high-level and divine sign-ins. While the rewards from these sign-ins bore some utility, they failed to meet his expectations, leaving him somewhat anxious. He pondered the futility of a system that did not yield substantial rewards. Yet, as he gazed upon a massive boulder before him, he clenched his fist, summoning forth the terrifying might of the dragon elephant. What is the dragon elephant, if not the mightiest force in water and on land? With a sudden burst, he unleashed a powerful punch against the boulder. The terrifying energy from his fist erupted forth. Boom! Upon impact, a deafening sound reverberated as the boulder shattered into powder. Yifeng felt a surge of joy. After a month of relentless effort, he had finally perfected the dragon elephant fist. Each strike could only unleash the dragon elephant power once. How he wished it could be unleashed with every blow. After all, martial skills are merely supplementary. A martial artist must rely on their own prowess. For 2 months, Yifeng dedicated himself to training on the back mountain, foregoing descent. When hunger struck, he foraged for wild game, and when thirst beckoned, he drank from the mountain spring. Returning to the old student courtyard, students in the martial arts arena were taken aback at Yifeng's return. Having vanished for 2 months, they had not anticipated his continued presence in the courtyard. Yifeng did not linger in the martial arts arena but proceeded directly to the dean's office. Upon his arrival, Dean Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback by Yifeng's sudden appearance. Yifeng, where have you been all this time? I had some important matters to attend to. Yifeng replied. Dean, you mentioned that if I became a martial artist, I could graduate from Anin Academy, correct? Chapter 59, Early Graduation. The most powerful genius of Anin Academy. The dean looked at Yifeng in confusion, not expecting such a declaration. Suddenly, a terrifying possibility struck him. Could Yifeng have truly attained the status of a junior martial artist? Impossible. Zhou Feng internally shook his head, convinced that even the most gifted genius could not have reached such a level so swiftly. Yifeng, I did indeed say that. Since the establishment of Anin Academy, we have never had a student of martial artist caliber. Therefore, as long as you break through to the junior martial artist level, not only will you graduate, but you will also receive the honor of our academy, with your portrait prominently displayed at Anin Academy, alongside a graduation reward of 10 million alliance coins. Zhou Feng stated emphatically. After a moment's reflection, he continued, Yifeng, how long do you think it will take you to reach the junior martial artist level? Although he did not believe Yifeng had achieved this status yet, he was confident that Yifeng could break through before graduation. Dean, I am already a junior martial artist. Wow, what? The dean was astonished, unable to fathom such a claim. Yifeng, do not jest. If you have truly broken through to the junior martial artist level, then you would be the most powerful genius of Blue Star. Zhou Feng shook his head, resolutely refusing to believe that Yifeng had reached that realm. Yifeng's expression remained unperturbed despite the dean's skepticism. He exhibited a calm demeanor, undisturbed by the disbelief. Observing Yifeng's countenance, Zhou Feng found himself increasingly astonished. Could it be that Yifeng had genuinely broken through to the junior martial artist level? But how could that be? With unprecedented astonishment, Yifeng led Zhou Feng to the combat power testing instrument. Yifeng, please test your combat power. Zhou Feng understood that the most effective means of assessing combat strength was to ascertain whether Yifeng had indeed transcended to the realm of a junior martial master. Yifeng nodded, raising his fist to strike the combat strength testing device with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. 16120, 16130, 16150, 16110, 16120. The peak combat strength halted at 16150. The spiritual energy on the back mountain of the old student institute was quite scarce. After spending 2 months there, Yifeng had barely managed to augment his strength by less than 1,000. The institute's president, Zhou Feng, gazed in astonishment at the data displayed on the testing device. Rendered speechless and frozen in disbelief. Over 16,000 combat strength? This was already more than 1,000 above the foundational strength of a junior martial master. After a prolonged moment, President Zhou finally emerged from his stupor. Although he was a master-level powerhouse, he felt as though Yifeng was an insurmountable mountain before him. Zhou Feng pondered to himself. Should Yifeng be left to develop unrestrained, the future would be truly formidable. Yifeng, you are now eligible to graduate, he proclaimed, hastily departing as if to prepare for a momentous occasion. Yifeng, bewildered, could not fathom what the president was planning. Attention, everyone. This is the announcement from the president's office of the Old Student Institute. I am thrilled to declare that our most exceptional prodigy, Yifeng, has ascended to the rank of martial master. Yifeng will graduate early from our institute, and his portrait shall be prominently displayed as a testament to the unparalleled prowess he embodies, an indomitable mountain that our institute can never surpass, a source of eternal glory for us all. The broadcast reverberated from the president's office, leaving the entire faculty and student body of the Old Student Institute in sheer astonishment. Yifeng had already attained the status of a martial master? What kind of terrifying genius was this? Chapter 60. A true dragon emerges from the Yi family. Yifeng had indeed become a junior martial master? Su Hua was utterly astonished. She felt that Yifeng's rate of advancement was nothing short of terrifying, while she was merely an intermediate martial disciple. Yifeng had already reached the level of a junior martial master. Moreover, he was graduating early. Su Hua hurriedly searched for Yifeng. After much effort, a teacher informed her that Yifeng and President Zhou had gone to Jiangming Community, the very neighborhood where Yifeng resided. Upon arriving at Jiangming Community, Zhou Feng surveyed the surroundings, noting the dilapidated state of the area. He mused to himself how hard Yifeng had to struggle. He was indeed a true gem emerging from humble beginnings. President, shall we proceed upstairs? Yi Feng suggested as they arrived at the entrance of his home, whereupon they discovered his family gathered within. Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui all displayed expressions of delight upon Yi Feng's return. Xiao Feng, you're back. Yes, Dad, Yi Feng acknowledged with a nod. After Wang Lan invited Zhou Feng to sit, she cast a curious glance at him. Xiao Feng, who is he? Yi Yonghe, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui also appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend why Yi Feng had brought an elder home. Greetings, I am Zhou Feng, the president of the Old Student Institute at Anan Academy. He introduced himself. What? The family was taken aback, staring incredulously at Zhou Feng. They never imagined that the elderly gentleman before them was the president of Anan Academy's Old Student Institute. Although they were not martial artists, they had heard of the institute's president, a master-level figure. A master, a human master. After the Great Cataclysm, masters could establish academies and martial arts schools, becoming formidable forces in their own right. In the military, masters could lead troops in combat against ferocious beasts. Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui could hardly believe that such a revered master stood before them, and so affably at that. Sir, is there something concerning Xiao Feng at Anan Academy that warrants your personal visit? Yi Yonghe's voice trembled, for he was merely an employee of a small firm and had never encountered a master-level martial artist. You flatter me, as Yi Feng's father. You should be aware that Yi Feng is an unparalleled prodigy at Anan Academy. He has now attained the rank of martial master. Zhou Feng smiled at Yi Yonghe. The family stood frozen, absorbing Zhou Feng's words. An unparalleled genius? A martial master? Such accolades were incomprehensibly distant for a family like theirs. Recalling how Yi Feng had provided him with an alliance card, Yi Yonghe suddenly realized and began to tremble slightly. Our Yi family has birthed a true dragon? After a lengthy silence, Yi Yonghe finally uttered those words. Since adopting Yi Feng, the family's already strained circumstances had worsened, yet he had remained diligent and uncomplaining. When he first learned that Yi Feng had become a junior martial disciple, his happiness knew no bounds. Later, when Yi Feng gifted him an alliance card containing over 5 million alliance coins, it was then that he first felt that Yi Feng had truly grown up. But now, a master-level martial artist had come personally to inform him that his son, Yi Feng, was an unparalleled prodigy of Anan Academy and had already achieved the status of a martial master. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to well in Yi Yonghe's eyes. Chapter 61, Jianghe Martial Arts School. This is Yi Feng's graduation reward, containing 10 million alliance coins, Zhou Feng stated, extending an alliance card to Yi Yonghe. Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui were left utterly speechless. 10 million alliance coins? Such a figure had once seemed astronomical to them. As Yi Yonghe accepted the alliance card from Zhou Feng, elation washed over him. He had yet to spend the 5 million alliance coins Xiao Feng had previously given him, and now he had acquired another 10 million, alleviating their financial worries for the foreseeable future. After Zhou Feng departed, Yi Shui bombarded Yi Feng with a slew of questions, to which he responded patiently. Brother, now that you've graduated from Anan Academy, what are your plans next? Yi Shui inquired with curiosity. I will be heading to Jianghe Martial Arts School, Yi Feng replied. They all knew that Jianghe Martial Arts School was one of the 4 major martial arts schools in Jiangnan City. Brother, you're truly impressive. Yi Shui beamed. Yi Feng affectionately ruffled her hair and turned to Yi Yonghe, saying, Dad, this community is quite old. Perhaps we should consider purchasing a new house. Indeed. I have been contemplating that as well. Yi Yonghe nodded in agreement. That is wonderful. I can have a big room. Yi Shui exclaimed excitedly. After spending a day at home, Yi Feng returned to the Old Student Institute at Anan Academy. Upon his arrival, he spotted Su Hua waiting for him. Yi Feng, you have finally returned. Su Hua exhaled a sigh of relief, her anxieties dissipating at the sight of him. Were you waiting for me? He asked. Yes. You've graduated from Anan Academy now. You mentioned you would be going to Jianghe Martial Arts School. You haven't forgotten, have you? Su Hua looked at Yi Feng cautiously, afraid he might refuse. She well understood Yi Feng's extraordinary talent and recognized that his joining Jianghe Martial Arts School would only bring benefits, never detriments. I have not forgotten, Yi Feng replied. Su Hua smiled. So when do you plan to go to Jianghe Martial Arts School? Any time that suits me, he stated nonchalantly. How about tomorrow? Yi Feng nodded, contemplating that it was indeed time to depart from Anan Academy. Although his tenure at the academy was brief, it had imparted him with invaluable insights. He did not linger long in the upperclassmen's dormitory, but instead proceeded to the freshmen's dormitory to meet his instructor, Su Ming, engaging in numerous discussions with him. The following day, Yi Feng made his way to the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. As one of the 4 major martial arts academies in Jiangnan City, its geographical location was undoubtedly advantageous. Upon arriving outside the academy, Yi Feng surveyed the structure, which soared 20 stories high. Adorned with the grand characters, Jianghe Martial Arts Academy emblazoned across its facade. Before Yi Feng could step inside, Su Hua emerged, her fair visage lighting up with delight upon spotting him. Shall we enter? She proposed, leading him into the academy. After registering the necessary information, Yi Feng successfully became a student of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. Yi Feng, Jianghe Martial Arts Academy boasts a training arena with a rich concentration of vital energy, as well as a combat power ranking board for students. Indeed, our academy is a cradle of talent. Su Hua began to elaborate on the academy's offerings. Throughout their journey, the students of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy cast astonished glances at Feng, for it was well known that the proud young lady Su Hua rarely displayed such affections towards any male. However, if Huang Yun were to find out, it would certainly be amusing. Some students began to anticipate the unfolding drama. Chapter 62. The talented student Huang Yun. Huang Yun, a prodigious student of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, had achieved the rank of a junior martial master at the tender age of 20, awakening a mid-level speed talent that tripled his velocity. His affection for Su Hua was no secret within the academy, and to add to his stature, his father was the vice principal. As one of the 4 premier martial arts academies in Jiangnan City, Jianghe Martial Arts Academy boasted thousands of students, with the principal, Su Zhan, being a senior master, and the 2 vice principals both holding the rank of intermediate masters, along with 12 formidable grandmasters. Su Hua guided Feng throughout the academy, eager for him to acclimate swiftly. This interaction ensured that Feng's visage was etched in the memories of many students. Feng. This is the training arena of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, Su Hua stated. The arena was vast, currently bustling with thousands of students engaged in practice. Feng sensed fluctuations in the vital energy levels, 617, 620, 633. He mused that the energy here was rather modest. The figures bolstered by the second tier of the dragon element technique. As he stepped into the training arena, he registered the readings, 3525, 3627, 3655. Observing the data displayed on his retina, Feng deemed it satisfactory. Is there a location within Jianghe Martial Arts Academy with a more concentrated vital energy? He inquired of Su Hua, aware that as a junior martial master, the energy in the arena would hardly facilitate a rapid breakthrough for him. Indeed, there is the Jianghe secret chamber, where the vital energy is exceedingly dense. However, the pressure within is formidable, accessible only to master-level warriors, and even then, only for a duration of 5 days. Su Hua's words prompted Feng to temporarily abandon the idea of entering the chamber. Yet he speculated that the energy within must be astonishingly potent. Some students in the training arena began to whisper among themselves, speculating. Who is this person that the young lady is with? Do you think he could possibly be her boyfriend? Unlikely. Although he is decent looking, the young lady surely would not be interested. Feng overheard their murmurs but paid them no mind. He was well aware that gossip was a common occurrence. Huang Yun has arrived. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, drawing the attention of all present in the training arena to a singular focal point. A strikingly handsome young man approached with a measured gait, impeccably dressed, exuding an aura that bespoke a refined upbringing beyond the ordinary. This young man was none other than the prodigious Huang Yun of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. Upon noticing Huang Yun advancing towards them, Su Hua's expression shifted to one of mild concern. Huang Yun stopped before Su Hua, offering a gentlemanly smile. Su Hua, I heard you brought a friend to visit Jianghe Martial Arts Academy? Feng is not merely here to visit. He is now an official student of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, Su Hua replied, having previously made her disinterest in Huang Yun quite clear. Yet, Huang Yun persisted. Undeterred by her rejections, knowing that his father's influence as the vice principal limited her options for overt dismissal. Huang Yun's father, Huang Kun, had been involved in the establishment of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy and wielded considerable power within its ranks. Should Su Hua act too harshly, it was conceivable that Huang Kun might withdraw his support and transfer his allegiance to another academy, causing a significant decline in Jianghe's overall strength. Chapter 63. Preparing to stand out at Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. A smile played on Huang Yun's lips. Is that so? He scrutinized Feng, deeming him rather unremarkable. May I inquire your name? Feng, he replied candidly, fully aware of Huang Yun's disdain towards him. However, he had yet to provoke any overt hostility. Should that occur, he would gladly show Huang Yun the consequences of underestimating him. Huang Yun's mid-level speed talent indeed granted him remarkable swiftness, tripling his speed. Nevertheless, Feng felt no trepidation. With his mastery of the dragon elephant fist, the speed of his illusory strikes surpassed even that. Even with Huang Yun's enhanced velocity, evading the dragon elephant fist would be a formidable task unless at a considerable distance. Very well, Feng, I shall remember you, Huang Yun remarked before taking his leave. Feng's expression remained unchanged. Having lived 2 lives, he was acutely aware that Huang Yun would not easily relent, though the specifics of his actions remained uncertain. Is it a passionate rage for a beautiful woman? Feng pondered, bracing himself for what was to come. Feng, I have some matters to attend to. Feel free to explore on your own, Su Hua said, departing from the training arena. The other students cast sympathetic glances at Feng, aware that he had inadvertently crossed paths with someone as formidable as Huang Yun on his first day at Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. Unless he chose to leave immediately, his future days might prove challenging. While Huang Yun's strength rendered him above engaging directly with Feng, many of his followers were more than willing to act on his behalf. During his first day at the academy, Yifeng did not engage in any notable activities. The dormitory at Jianghe Martial Arts Academy was not designed for single occupancy, and having grown accustomed to the arrangements at a Nan Academy, he resolved not to reside there. Upon returning to the Jiangming community, Yifeng learned that his father, Yi Yonghe, had procured a new residence in the heart of Jiangnan City for 7 million alliance coins. Yifeng mused that this alleviated his concerns regarding housing, as Jianghe Martial Arts Academy was conveniently situated in the city center. Upon arriving at their new home, he marveled at the spacious 300 square meter layout, reflecting how such a substantial property in a city of this scale would be unattainable for 7 million in Huaxia. The new property was located in a neighborhood named Jinyan Community, merely a 10-minute journey from Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. However, the Jinyan community is quite distant from Jianyan Middle School, so Yi Qing and Yi Shui have decided to temporarily reside in their previous neighborhood, intending to return later. With this decision made, Yi Yonghe and Wang Lan naturally did not come, leaving the spacious house solely occupied by Yifeng. The following day, Yifeng made his way to the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. Upon arriving at the training ground, Su Hua also appeared, and upon noticing Yifeng, she walked over and sighed softly. "I apologize." "Apologize?" Yifeng looked at Su Hua with confusion, unable to comprehend why she felt the need to apologize to him. "I thought that once you joined the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, my father would warmly welcome you, but he dismissed it, believing I was boasting." Su Hua shook her head. Yifeng fully understood her sentiments. He recognized that Su Hua possessed a rather proud nature, which she simply did not reveal in his presence. When Su Hua suddenly informed her father about the remarkable talent that had joined the hall, as a high-level master, Su Zhan naturally had his doubts. To Yifeng, whether Su Hua's father believed him or not was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that he was about to make a name for himself at the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. "You must be Yifeng, correct?" A sudden cold laugh, a jarring voice, pierced Yifeng's ears. Chapter 64. The Intermediate Warrior Seeking Trouble. Hearing that slightly abrasive voice, Yifeng turned to see a man a few years his senior standing before him. The man was somewhat burly, and a knowing smirk adorned his face, as if he were appraising a lamb ready for slaughter. The other students in the training ground began to whisper among themselves. "Is Yang Hu here to cause trouble for Yifeng?" Of course, Yang Hu is under Huang Yun's command. Everyone knows that Huang Yun has a severe vendetta. Since Yifeng was seen laughing and joking with the young lady, Huang Yun is bound to feel envious. It seemed that Yifeng was in for a dilemma. Su Hua regarded Yang Hu with a furrowed brow. "What are you planning, Yang Hu?" In the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, Yang Hu held a commendable status, having become an intermediate warrior at the age of 20. "Young lady, I heard that a genius has joined our Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, so I thought I would come and spar with this genius." With that, Yang Hu shifted his gaze to Yifeng. "What do you say, you genius?" All present knew that Yang Hu was sent by Huang Yun to provoke Yifeng. They believed Yifeng would not accept the challenge, as he appeared to be of similar age to the young lady and unlikely to possess high realms. "Yifeng, what is your response?" Su Hua looked towards him, aware that Yang Hu would surely be no match for Yifeng. Whatever. Yifeng thought that since others were seeking trouble, it would be quite bothersome if he did not accept the challenge in the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. "Can I take that to mean you agree to a duel with me?" "You could say that." Yifeng's expression remained calm, his tone neither fervent nor indifferent. The students in the training ground were astonished by Yifeng's composure. Then, Yang Hu raised his fist, his aura surging. "Let's engage." As he spoke, Yang Hu charged forward, launching a fearsome punch at Yifeng. The students widened their eyes, anticipating the outcome. Yang Hu was an intermediate warrior. Surely Yifeng could not withstand such a blow? Yang Hu's speed was impressive. His fist reached Yifeng in an instant. At that moment, Yifeng, unfazed, countered with a punch of his own. Bang! Their fists collided. In an instant, Yang Hu was sent staggering backward, tumbling to the ground in less than a second. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that the students in the training ground scarcely processed it. What just happened? Did Yang Hu lose? The students stood in shock, as if struck by lightning. Yang Hu was an intermediate warrior with a combat power of 8,500. How could he have lost so easily? Some students rubbed their eyes, convinced they must have been mistaken, yet no matter how they blinked, the reality remained unchanged. Yang Hu was left dumbfounded, taking a long moment to regain his senses. You. He attempted to say something to Yifeng, but found himself at a loss for words. The students exchanged glances, astonished. Could it be that Yifeng was this formidable a talent? Yang Hu, an intermediate warrior, had been effortlessly defeated by Yifeng, indicating that Yifeng must at least be a high-level warrior, if not even higher. It seemed that their perception of Yifeng's age being similar to that of the young lady was a mere illusion. He merely appeared youthful. The students began to perceive Yifeng as a prodigious talent, anticipating future spectacles at the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. Yang Hu, how could you possibly be Yifeng's rival? Go back and tell Huang Yun to refrain from engaging in such futile endeavors. Su Hua coldly fixed her gaze on Yang Hu. Chapter 65. High-Level Hall 1. Testing Combat Power. Hearing Su Hua's words, Yang Hu felt utterly humiliated. The lofty demeanor he had displayed before Yifeng crumbled in an instant. Not daring to linger any longer in the training ground, he hurriedly departed. The students swallowed hard. finally beginning to understand the depth of the relationship between Yi Feng and the young lady. It turned out Yi Feng was a genius. Suddenly, a startling thought struck them. Could it be that Yi Feng's strength surpassed even that of Huang Yun? Although this seemed improbable, absolutes rarely exist. Yang Hu was Huang Yun's strongest subordinate. With Yang Hu's defeat, it seemed the next challenge would be Huang Yun himself. The students in the training ground began to eagerly anticipate a confrontation between Yi Feng and Huang Yun. Yi Feng, having just arrived at the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall yesterday. Which martial master faction do you wish to join? Su Hua inquired. The martial master faction she mentioned was not composed of martial masters alone. In the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, martial masters are akin to instructors at an academy. The hall is divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. The primary hall is led by junior grand martial masters, the intermediate hall by intermediate grand martial masters, and the advanced hall by advanced grand martial masters. There are a total of 12 advanced halls within the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall. Students at the lowest level of junior martial disciples may enter the primary hall. Those at the intermediate level may enter the intermediate hall, and those at the advanced level may enter the advanced hall. Additionally, there is a stipulation that if a student awakens a unique ability, they may enter the advanced hall regardless of their martial rank. Thus, Su Hua is a student of the advanced hall. I am not yet familiar with these matters. I will just join any faction. Yi Feng replied to Su Hua. Then let us join my branch. I am from the advanced hall, 1, led by Master Mu He. All right. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. After receiving his consent, Su Hua led Yi Feng towards the advanced hall, 1. Upon arriving, they encountered around 20 students inside who turned their attention towards Su Hua and Yi Feng. Vitality 4,756. Vitality 4,812. Vitality 4,922. The increasing vitality readings appeared before Yi Feng's eyes. Although the vitality in the advanced hall, 1, was significantly denser than that in the training ground, it was still insufficient. Young lady, who is he? In the prestigious advanced hall, 1, the students turned their attention towards the newcomer. Most of them were novice warriors, with a few intermediate and even advanced warriors among them, as well as several who had awakened their extraordinary abilities to enter the advanced hall, albeit with merely basic defensive and speed talents. His name was Yi Feng, as introduced by Su Hua to the students. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from within, his countenance exuding an air of authority that was both formidable and imposing. This was Master Mu He. The students promptly bowed in respect to him. Master Mu He, this is Yi Feng, who intends to join our advanced hall, 1, Su Hua informed. Master Mu He turned his gaze toward Yi Feng, his expression revealing no sign of emotion. Let us assess your combat power. If you qualify, you may enter our advanced hall. Understood, Su Hua nodded, guiding Yi Feng to a combat power testing device. Yi Feng, please proceed with the assessment. The students of advanced hall, 1, quickly gathered around, eager to witness the extent of Yi Feng's combat prowess. To join the advanced hall, the minimum requirement was to be an advanced warrior, but within the advanced hall, even advanced warriors were regarded as the lowest tier. Among the 12 advanced halls of the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, there were exceedingly few advanced warrior students, merely a handful. Chapter 66. Becoming a student of Hall 1. Master Mu He meets Yi Feng. All the students in advanced hall, 1, focused their attention on Yi Feng, curious about the level of his combat power. They speculated that since the young lady dared to bring Yi Feng here, it implied that his combat capabilities must at least match those of an advanced warrior. Yi Feng fixed his gaze on the testing device, raised his fist, and struck. Bang, bang, bang. 17100, 17120, 17110, 17140, 17,130. The testing device displayed the results of Yi Feng's strikes. The students of Advanced Hall 1 watched in astonishment as the numbers on the device continued to rise, their eyes widening in disbelief, as if they were witnessing something utterly extraordinary. A combat power of 17,000 at the level of an advanced warrior. The students swallowed hard, their expressions frozen in shock. In the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, at such a young age, only in their 20s, there was only Huang Yun as a warrior-level fighter. And now another had emerged? No wonder the young lady was bold enough to bring Yi Feng here. He was indeed a prodigious talent, a terrifying genius. Master Mu He was momentarily taken aback, and after regaining his composure, he addressed Yi Feng. From this day forth, you shall be a student of my Advanced Hall 1. With that, Master Mu He hurriedly exited the Advanced Hall, as if he had urgent matters to attend to. Yi Feng, you are incredible. You've already reached the warrior level. Indeed, Yi Feng, could you possibly possess a superlative cultivation talent? Yi Feng, how old are you? The students bombarded Yi Feng with a flurry of questions. All right, just know that Yi Feng is an exceptionally gifted genius. Su Hua smiled at the crowd. In the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy's main hall, Master Mu He rushed to the headmaster's office, where Headmaster Su Zhan was engrossed in paperwork. Noticing Mu He's urgency, he inquired with a hint of curiosity, Master Mu He, what has transpired? Headmaster, a super genius may have emerged from Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. Master Mu He replied earnestly. Su Zhan was taken aback, pausing for several seconds before prompting, "Be more specific." "Today, the young lady brought a young man to me. I had him assess his combat power, and it reached an astonishing 17,000. As he spoke, Master Mu He placed a video recording on Su Zhan's desk. The events occurring within the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy were fully recorded, including Yi Feng's combat power assessment. Su Zhan watched the video, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. This young man appears to be of similar age to Su Hua. Indeed, headmaster. At such a young age to achieve this level. Do you think he could possibly be a prodigy with ultimate cultivation talent? Master Mu He tentatively suggested. After a long silence, Su Zhan inquired, "Is his name Yi Feng?" "Yes, headmaster." Master Mu He confirmed with a nod. Su Zhan let out a wry smile. Su Hua had mentioned a super genius named Yi Feng had arrived, but he had not taken her words seriously. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Such a talent joining Jianghe Martial Arts Academy would undoubtedly be a blessing for us. A hint of a smile returned to Su Zhan's face. Indeed, headmaster, if Yi Feng truly possesses ultimate cultivation talent, his future achievements could be limitless, Master Mu He added. Chapter 67, Students of Advanced Hall 2. Mu He, have Yi Feng come to see me? Understood, headmaster. Master Mu He exited the headmaster's office and swiftly made his way back to Advanced Hall 1, where he led Yi Feng aside. "Yi Feng, the headmaster wishes to see you." "The headmaster wants to see me?" Yi Feng was taken aback, not expecting the headmaster's sudden interest. "Let us go. I'll take you to meet him now." With that, Master Mu He guided Yi Feng to a specific location. Before long, under Master Mu He's guidance, Yi Feng arrived at the headmaster's office. A tall, imposing middle-aged man came into view, his sharp brows and piercing eyes emanating an overwhelming presence that inspired awe. "Headmaster, Yi Feng has arrived," Master Mu He announced before stepping back from the office. "You must be Yi Feng?" Headmaster Su Zhan appraised him from head to toe. "Yes." Yi Feng nodded. Su Zhan observed Yi Feng's demeanor, secretly astonished. Most students would have quaked in fear upon encountering him. Yet Yi Feng remained as composed as a mountain, which caught him off guard. "Yi Feng, I have already viewed the video of your combat power assessment. Your talent joining Jianghe Martial Arts Academy is a source of great satisfaction for me." Yi Feng thought to himself that there must be more to the headmaster's invitation than mere pleasantries. As if confirming his thoughts, Su Zhan continued, "Yi Feng, you are friends with Su Hua, correct?" "Yes, Su Hua and I are friends," Yi Feng replied. He indeed considered Su Hua a friend. Without her, his sister Yi Qing would have perished. "I called you here to see if you have any needs," the headmaster stated. "Currently, I do not have any needs." Yi Feng responded to Headmaster Su Zhan. "Very well, should you require anything in the future, feel free to approach me. I will assist you in any way I can." "Thank you, headmaster." With that, Yi Feng exited the headmaster's office. As Su Zhan watched Yi Feng leave, he murmured to himself, "Yi Feng, I hope you do not align yourself with Huang Kuan." Huang Kuan, the deputy headmaster of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy and an intermediate master, had co-founded the academy with Su Zhan, wielding considerable influence within its ranks. Upon returning to Advanced Hall 1, Yi Feng was approached by Su Hua. "Yi Feng, where did the Grand Master Mu He take you?" Su Hua inquired, her delicate features adorned with curiosity. "He took me to meet the curator," Yi Feng replied, fully aware that the curator's words were intended to secure his allegiance. After all, any faction would covet a talent such as his. Listening to Yi Feng, Su Hua's joy was palpable. "Humph, now my father knows you're an extraordinary genius, right? He didn't believe me before." No sooner had Su Hua spoken than several students entered the Advanced Hall 1. "Who is Yi Feng?" One of them scanned the crowd and asked. "What brings you people from the Advanced Hall 2 to our Advanced Hall 1? The expressions of the students from the Advanced Hall 1 turned sour. "I am Yi Feng. Is there something you need?" Yi Feng addressed the student who had spoken. "The Advanced Hall 2 is the strongest hall of the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, and Huang Kuan is inside," one student informed him. In truth, the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy comprised not only the beginner, intermediate, and advanced halls, but also a top-tier student hall, exclusive to students over the age of 25, with the lowest rank being intermediate warrior. Though they could have left the academy, they chose to remain. Thus, the top-tier student hall was formed. Chapter 68, The Battle Between Yi Feng and Huang Yun. The students from the Advanced Hall, 2, fixed their gazes on Yi Feng. "Brother Huang Yun sent us to the training ground. He wishes to speak with you. Whether you go or not is up to you," they said before departing. The other students turned to Yi Feng. "Though both you and Huang Yun are intermediate warriors, your combat prowess is comparable. However, he has awakened a middle-tier speed talent. Yi Feng, are you going?" Su Hua expressed her concern. She understood that Huang Yun sought him out due to Yi Feng's victory over Yang Hu. "Yes," Yi Feng simply replied, then exited the Advanced Hall 1. He merely wished to cultivate diligently at the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, yet tranquility eluded him. He was not one to shy away from challenges. Upon seeing Yi Feng leave, the students from the Advanced Hall 1 hastily followed suit. Yi Feng and the students arrived at the training ground, which was filled with thousands of students, mostly from the beginner hall. Yi Feng's defeat of Yang Hu had left a lasting impression, and as he entered, whispers filled the air. Yi Feng has arrived. I wonder what Huang Yun wants with him. Isn't it obvious? Yi Feng easily defeated Yang Hu. Huang Yun is clearly here for revenge. Hehe. This will be quite the spectacle. Huang Yun is an intermediate warrior and possesses a middle-tier speed talent. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Feng approached Huang Yun. Yi Feng, so you did come. Huang Yun's tone dripped with malice as he regarded Yi Feng with a sneer. Huang Yun, what are you planning? Su Hua. Standing beside Yi Feng, eyed Huang Yun warily. Huang Yun's expression shifted as he heard Su Hua's words. Su Hua, since Yi Feng defeated Yang Hu, I've come to seek his guidance. Surely, that isn't too much to ask? Internally, Huang Yun seethed. He had tried to win Su Hua's favor, only to discover she had an interest in someone else. Initially, he had intended for Yang Hu to teach Yi Feng a lesson. But Yang Hu had proven no match for him. The students in the training ground knew a grand battle was imminent. The clash between Yi Feng and Huang Yun promised to be thrilling. Most students favored Huang Yun, regarding him as the academy's prodigy, while Yi Feng was merely a newcomer. Yi Feng, do you dare to fight me? Huang Yun taunted, his cold gaze fixed on Yi Feng. I know you will accept. You wouldn't want to live in Su Hua's shadow. Huang Yun's words were a deliberate provocation meant to incite Yi Feng into battle. For once Yi Feng accepted, he would show him the consequences of challenging those he should not. Bring it on, Yi Feng replied succinctly, as the students witnessed Yi Feng's acceptance of Huang Yun's challenge. Intrigue lit their faces, and they quickly cleared a space for the impending duel. Silence. The sound of a pin drop can be heard. Yi Feng and Huang Yun faced off, and the atmosphere in the training ground thickened with tension. The moment of confrontation was nigh. Haha, Yi Feng. I am eager to see just how strong you truly are. With that, Huang Yun lunged forward, his form a blur, propelled by astonishing speed. The onlookers' eyes widened. They could not afford to miss a moment of such a prodigious clash. Chapter 69. A trivial matter, I've already heard. Huang Yun refrained from utilizing his middle-tier speed talent, wishing to gauge Yi Feng's true strength. Bang! Huang Yun closed the distance and struck Yi Feng with a punch. Their fists collided, each imbued with vitality, causing a ripple of energy to spread. The students gasped in awe. A blow of such magnitude would have been devastating to them. Both Yi Feng and Huang Yun remained unscathed after the clash, and it became evident to the spectators that Yi Feng possessed combat prowess equal to Huang Yun's. Huang Yun smirked. Yi Feng, I didn't expect you to truly be an intermediate warrior. Previously, he had suspected Yi Feng's rank, but after this exchange, he recognized their abilities were closely matched. Yet, sheer power alone would not suffice. Yi Feng, although I am merely an intermediate warrior, I have trained in the quintuple strength enhancement technique, the Xianyuan fist. While the enhancement currently reaches only 3 times, it is more than sufficient against you. The quintuple strength enhancement technique parallels the effects of a primary strength talent, but unlike the talent, it requires rigorous training. The students were astounded by Huang Yun's revelation. They had not anticipated his mastery of the Xianyuan fist to such an extent. If we are to fight, let's dispense with the unnecessary chatter, Yi Feng retorted, unimpressed by Huang Yun's claims. Threefold enhancement was inadequate before him, yet Huang Yun was indeed a remarkable talent. Huang Yun, incensed by Yi Feng's dismissive response, erupted in fury. Bang! Suddenly, Huang Yun unleashed the Xianyuan fist. With a one-fold enhancement, Yi Feng also retaliated with a punch, empowered by his middle-tier strength talent, rendering him unperturbed by Huang Yun's technique. Their fists collided with tremendous force. The spectators believed that after Huang Yun activated the Xianyuan fist, Yi Feng would surely falter. However, to their astonishment, Yi Feng did not budge an inch. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped, speculating whether Yi Feng had also mastered a strength enhancement technique or awakened a strength talent. Impossible. Huang Yun, enraged by Yi Feng's unwavering stance, struck again with another punch. Yet, Yi Feng remained steadfast, showing no signs of retreat. Huang Yun, now incensed, delivered a final blow, utilizing the threefold enhancement. Yi Feng stood resolute, unmoving as a mountain. Silence reigned, an oppressive stillness enveloping the training ground where all the students dared not utter a sound. Huang Yun's face was a mask of cold fury, his teeth clenched. Yi Feng, do you not comprehend that my Xianyuan fist not only achieves a threefold enhancement, but also possesses a mid-level speed talent, which augments my own velocity? Enough of this trivial matter. I have already heard enough. Yi Feng interjected, cutting Huang Yun off. Trivial matter? The students in the training hall were taken aback. After all, a mid-level speed talent was no trifling thing. Huang Yun erupted in rage, his expression twisted with fury. Since you are already aware, allow me to demonstrate what true speed entails. With a furious shout, Huang Yun activated his mid-level speed talent. Having long been regarded as a prodigious student at the Jiangham Martial Arts Academy, he bore an arrogance unmatched by his peers. Faced with the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered, and feeling so grossly underestimated, how could he possibly remain calm? Chapter 70. The Dragon and Elephant Arise. Jianghe trembles. As Huang Yun unleashed his mid-level speed talent, the eyes of every onlooker widened in astonishment. This talent could triple his speed. How would Yi Feng withstand the impending assault? The students collectively believed that Yi Feng was on the brink of defeat, blaming him for provoking someone he should not have. Yet, as Huang Yun charged toward him, a knowing smile graced Feng's lips. A mid-level speed talent? While indeed formidable, he harbored no fear. In the blink of an eye, Feng raised his fist, energy surging around it as he began to coalesce the might of the dragon and elephant. Bang! Suddenly, Feng unleashed a punch aimed at Huang Yun's position. The power of the dragon and elephant surged forth, traveling at an astonishing speed. At that moment, Huang Yun was still a dozen steps away. Yet the force was already upon him. Although the dragon and elephant's power was but an illusory manifestation, this strike could yield a terrifying combat power of 150,000. Feng had not employed his full strength. There was no need to kill Huang Yun just yet. As the might of the dragon and elephant bore down upon Huang Yun, the entire world seemed to freeze in that instant. The students in the training ground stood as if carved from stone, witnessing a spectacle they believed could never occur. Huang Yun's pupils dilated, realizing the nature of this energy technique. The speed of the dragon and elephant was astonishing. Golden dragons and elephants intertwined, causing the very air to tremble. A tempest rising as some feeble students staggered back, while others collapsed, their faces etched with sheer terror. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the dragon and elephant's power collided with Huang Yun's body, causing him to spew blood. As though he had been struck by a mountain, his internal organs violently jostled. Huang Yun was hurled backwards for several meters, collapsing unconscious on the ground. Silence, a deathly hush. Feng gazed at Huang Yun, now sprawled several meters away. Had he utilized his full power, Huang Yun would have already been a lifeless corpse. Is this the advanced energy technique, the dragon elephant fist? A student suddenly exclaimed. In the modern world of Blue Star, where technology flourished, even in a place like Jiangnan City, devoid of the dragon elephant fist, students had learned about it through other means. The advanced energy technique, dragon elephant fist, was derived from the true might of the dragon and elephant, capable of unleashing a terrifying combat power of 150,000. Feng had actually mastered the dragon elephant fist? The students looked at the somewhat slender figure before them, suddenly perceiving Feng not merely as a person, but as a deity. Was the gap between individuals truly so vast? Let us depart. Feng turned to Suhua. Snapped from her reverie, Suhua noticed that Feng had already taken several steps away, her heart racing as she realized he had cultivated the advanced energy technique. Dragon elephant fist. What other hidden talents did he possess that she was unaware of? Feng and Suhua returned to the advanced pavilion, and shortly thereafter, the other students returned as well. Their gazes toward Feng had transformed into expressions of profound admiration, as if they were beholding their lifelong idol. Feng, you are terrifying. To think you have mastered the advanced energy technique, dragon elephant fist. Indeed, brother Feng, from this moment forth, you shall be my lifelong idol. Subai, brother Feng, forever a legend. Though these students were older than Feng, they enthusiastically referred to him as brother, reveling in their newfound admiration. Chapter 71. A genius, a true peerless talent. Feng mused that his cultivation level was still too low. The dragon elephant fist, being an advanced energy technique, demanded an immense reservoir of energy. The punch he had just delivered had nearly depleted his own energy reserves. He would be unable to utilize the dragon elephant fist again in the near future. All of the students in the advanced pavilion, had already begun to regard Feng as an idol. In any realm, the strong would inspire reverence. A fact Feng paid little heed to. When he had demonstrated the dragon elephant fist in the training ground, thousands of students had witnessed it clearly. Not long after Feng returned to the advanced pavilion, the event of his victory over Huang Yun using the advanced energy technique spread throughout the entire Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. Many began to view Feng as the strongest student within the academy. The dragon elephant fist could conjure an illusory might capable of achieving a staggering combat power of 150,000. No matter how skilled the students in the advanced pavilion or even the elite pavilion might be, they were no match for Feng. Huang Yun, having been sent flying several meters and gravely injured, was now recuperating at Jiangnan City's first hospital. In the main hall of the academy, the headmaster, Su Zhan, was engrossed in a video, his astonishment growing with each passing moment. Upon witnessing Feng manifest the illusory might of the dragon and elephant and strike at the charging Huang Yun, Su Zhan could no longer contain himself and rose to his feet. A genius, a true, peerless talent. Even someone as formidable as Su Zhan could not suppress his exclamation. He was convinced that talents like Feng were exceedingly rare, even within the Blue Star Martial Artist Forum. Such a prodigy had emerged from his Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. What position would the academy hold among the 4 great martial arts institutions in the future? Su Zhan felt a tremor run through his body. Muhi, issue a proclamation. From this day forth, Feng shall be recognized as the strongest student of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, with all resources of the academy made unconditionally available to him. Yes, headmaster. Master Muhi exited the main hall. Once outside, he swiftly disseminated the announcement, eliciting envy, wry smiles, and jealousy among the students of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. The emergence of someone like Yi Feng was beyond their wildest expectations. Compared to him, they felt as if they were worlds apart. In the deputy headmaster's hall of Jiangham Martial Arts Academy, a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to headmaster Su Zhan glowered, his right hand gripping the armrest tightly. What does Su Zhan mean by this? Huang Yun has been grievously injured by Yi Feng, and he immediately issues a proclamation. What place does that leave me? The middle-aged man was none other than Huang Kun, one of the Academy's 2 deputy headmasters, a mid-level master with an awakened basic defensive talent and a mid-level strength talent. For a master-level martial artist, the awakening of such extraordinary abilities is of little consequence. The vice director, Master Su, likely harbors intentions aimed squarely at you. Before Huang Kun stands a formidable high-level martial artist, known as Lu Tong, who serves as a trusted aide to Huang Kun and hails from the advanced dojo, too. If Su Zhan seeks to target me, let him bide his time and watch. Huang Kun slammed his hand down with such force that the chair shattered into pieces. Yet his own body remained utterly unshaken. Contact the head of the Jin Feng Martial Arts School, Yang Qingtian, and inform him I wish to speak with him. Chapter 72, Dragon Soul Elixir. Entering the river and lake's secret chamber. Over the past few days, Yi Feng has been absorbing vital energy at the Advanced Dojo 1. Vital energy, 4957, 4865, 4955. After sufficiently absorbing the vital energy, Yi Feng approached a combat power testing device. Bang, bang, bang. 19715, 19814, 19613, 19755, 19,770. His combat power peaked at 19770. Observing the readings on the device, Yi Feng reflected on the slow progress. It had taken him over 10 days to increase his combat power by more than 2,000. Nevertheless, reaching a combat power of 20,000 marks the foundational strength of an intermediate martial artist, indicating he is now on the cusp of that level. Tomorrow, he would be eligible for a new round of sign-ins. He held little hope for the initial sign-in, having learned that not every attempt yields valuable rewards. The following day, Yi Feng once again tested his combat power. Bang, bang, bang. 20155, 20200, 20167, 20158, 20195. Yi Feng had successfully broken through to the rank of intermediate martial artist. He opened the sign-in sheet in his mind. Ding. Does the host confirm the initial sign-in? Confirmed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the initial sign-in reward, Dragon Soul Elixir X3. Dragon Soul Elixir? Yi Feng examined the effects of the elixir. Upon consumption, it allows one to perceive even the most intense sense of pressure as void, with the duration of its effect contingent upon the severity of the pressure experienced. This substance. Yi Feng pondered, a spark igniting in his mind. The river and lake secret chamber. Although Su Hua had informed him that entry required a master-level martial artist, he reasoned that the overwhelming pressure within necessitated such strength to withstand its terrifying force. Now armed with 3 Dragon Soul Elixirs, why not give it a try? He approached Su Hua. Can you take me to the river and lake secret chamber? You wish to go to the river and lake secret chamber? Su Hua gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. Yes, please take me. But Yi Feng, the pressure in the river and lake secret chamber can only be tolerated by masters. It's fine. I merely wish to take a look. Su Hua thought to herself that if Yi Feng only intended to observe, it should pose no danger. She guided him to the river and lake secret chamber, located on the top floor of the river and lake martial arts school, not far from the main hall. Yi Feng, this is the entrance to the river and lake secret chamber, Su Hua announced, gazing at the imposing closed door. I'll go in and take a look. With that, Yi Feng prepared to open the door to the chamber. Su Hua hurriedly stepped in front of him, a look of panic overtaking her fair visage. You can't. Yi Feng, you're merely a martial artist. If you enter the river and lake secret chamber, you could be obliterated. I should be fine. Yi Feng recognized that no matter what he said, Su Hua would remain unconvinced. He swiftly pushed her aside and quietly consumed 1 Dragon Soul Elixir in his mind before opening the door to the secret chamber and stepping inside. Upon entering the river and lake secret chamber, Yi Feng was greeted by a massive blue crystal, weighing several thousand pounds. The crystal emitted a brilliant blue light. Dazzling to behold, if fashioned into a ring, it could fetch an exorbitant price. Yet Yi Feng understood this was not a sapphire, but rather a vital stone. Vital stones can harbor vital energy, and such a large one must contain an astounding amount of it. Yi Feng finally grasped why the vital energy in the river and lake secret chamber was so formidable. He quickly began to assess the increase in his vital energy. Vital energy, 22543, 24678, 23546. As he scrutinized the data displayed before him, Yi Feng's face radiated delight. This absorption of vital energy is truly exhilarating. Chapter 73, Yi Feng, how is it that you are unharmed? Su Hua stared at the tightly shut door, her expression frozen in disbelief. Yi Feng has entered? After a considerable time, Su Hua finally regained her composure and rushed to the main hall. Father. Upon reaching the main hall, she called out to her father, Su Zhan. Xiao Hua. Is something amiss? Su Zhan inquired, observing the concern etched across his daughter's face. Father, Yi Feng has entered the river and lake secret chamber. What? Su Zhan leapt from his seat, alarmed. Did you not warn Yi Feng of the dangers within? I did, but he paid no heed and went straight in. Su Hua exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Zhan rushed out of the main hall and made his way to the entrance of the river and lake secret chamber, with Su Hua following closely behind. Father, please check inside. I hope Yi Feng has not met with disaster. Su Hua cried. Su Zhan pushed open the door to the secret chamber and entered. While Su Hua remained outside, her heartbeat racing faster than ever before. Upon entering the river and lake secret chamber, Su Zhan felt an immense weight upon his heart, convinced he was about to witness the tragic downfall of a remarkable talent. However, when he laid eyes on Yi Feng, his pupils widened in shock. Yi Feng was lounging in a corner, appearing remarkably at ease, a look of delight adorning his face. Su Zhan was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Director, what brings you here? Yi Feng asked, surprised to see Su Zhan. After a moment's reflection, he realized that Su Hua must have gone to find Su Zhan out of concern for him. Yi Feng, are you unharmed? Su Zhan gazed at Yi Feng in utter astonishment. The pressure within the river and lake secret chamber was indeed formidable. The enormous vital stone not only radiated intense vital energy, but also exuded a terrifying sense of pressure. Even he could not remain within the chamber for long. He could not fathom how Yi Feng, with his martial artist rank, could enter the river and lake martial arts school and emerge unscathed. Rest assured, Director, I would never jest with my life. Had I not possessed absolute confidence, I would not have ventured into the river and lake secret chamber. Yi Feng assured Su Zhan. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Su Zhan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though he could not comprehend the situation, he recognized the vastness of Blue Star. And Jiangnan City was merely a lesser city among the 8 major bases of the Dragon Kingdom. He had much yet to learn. Yi Feng, please be cautious. If it becomes unbearable, exit immediately. Understood, Director, Yi Feng replied with a nod. Su Zhan emerged from the Jianghe secret chamber. Upon seeing him, Su Hua hurriedly inquired, Dad, how is Yi Feng? Yi Feng is fine. Really? Do you think I would joke about such matters? After saying this, Su Zhan pondered for a moment and added, Xiao Hua, your concern for Yi Feng seems rather profound. Do you, perchance, have feelings for him? Dad, what are you talking about? Su Hua's charming face instantly flushed crimson, and she hastily lowered her head. All right, I shall take my leave now. Okay, Dad, I will wait here for Yi Feng. Shaking his head, Su Zhan strolled towards the main hall. It did not surprise him that Su Hua might harbor feelings for Yi Feng, yet given Yi Feng's extraordinary talent, he would likely become a person of immense stature in the future. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. Chapter 74. An impressive increase of over 5,000 in combat power over 3 days. Vital energy, 22675. Vital energy, 22782. Vital energy, 22753. The figures indicating the increase in vital energy continually flashed before Yi Feng's retina. He contemplated, considering the oppressive atmosphere of the Jianghe secret chamber. 1 dragon soul potion should suffice for a day's endurance. The rewards from the beginner's sign-in had granted him 3 dragon soul potions, allowing him to remain in the Jianghe secret chamber for 3 days. This was more than sufficient. 3 days swiftly passed. Yi Feng had consumed all 3 dragon soul potions and emerged from the Jianghe secret chamber. It was now nightfall. To his surprise, he found Su Hua sitting against the wall, fast asleep. Could it be that this girl had waited for him here for 3 days? Yi Feng mused. He gently nudged Su Hua. She stirred awake, rubbing her eyes, and upon realizing it was Yi Feng, her face lit up with joy. Yi Feng, you're all right. That is wonderful. Let us head back to sleep. All right. Su Hua rose from the ground, warmth flooding her heart. After she left, Yi Feng approached a combat power testing device in the training hall. Having absorbed the terrifying vital energy for 3 days in the Jianghe secret chamber, he could sense that his power had reached an astonishing level without needing to check. Bang, bang, bang. 25780, 25790, 25820, 25810, 25795. Wow. Yi Feng gazed at the combat power data displayed on the testing device, unable to contain his astonishment. An increase of over 5,000 in just 3 days? This was utterly terrifying. If only he could remain in the Jianghe secret chamber indefinitely, he thought to himself. With a combat power of 25,000, he had reached the foundational level of a senior martial artist. Thus he now truly embodied the status of a senior martial artist. Upon returning home, Yi Feng took a shower and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, he made his way to the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. Along the way, his thoughts wandered, not only concerning revenge, but also reflecting on Huang Yun's situation. Huang Yun bore serious injuries, and he surmised that Huang Kuan, the vice president of the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, would not let this matter rest easily. He would wait to see what tricks they had in store. Not long after he arrived at the academy, Su Hua approached him. Yi Feng, the elite academy students are preparing to confront you, she whispered. The elite academy comprised students over the age of 25 who were unwilling to leave the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. Yi Feng felt puzzled, given his current combat power. Those elite students were mere trifles. Why would they seek to confront him? Were they unaware of their own limitations? Before Su Hua could finish her explanation, a group of over a dozen students approached him, their aura radiating like a tiger descending the mountain. The other students in the training hall looked on in shock, recognizing that these were elite academy students. Upon reaching Yi Feng, one of the intermediate martial artists spoke. "You are Yi Feng, right? Brother Yu Fan wishes to see you." Yi Feng could easily deduce that they had come due to the incident with Huang Yun. However, today he was not the same as before. Why would he accompany them with a smile when they sought trouble? "Let him come to me. My time is precious. Tell him to hurry up. I shall wait here." Yi Feng replied calmly to the group of elite academy students. Chapter 75, Redefining Yi Feng's Strength. The elite academy students clenched their teeth upon hearing Yi Feng's words. Yu Fan was a super student from the elite academy, having reached the intermediate martial artist level at the age of 26. He had originally planned to leave the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, but due to Vice President Huang Kuan's persuasion, he remained. "Very well, we will notify Brother Yu Fan." With that, the group of elite academy students departed from the training ground. The other students in the training hall were perplexed, contemplating how Yi Feng had comprehended the advanced vital technique. The dragon elephant fist. How could Yu Fan possibly compare? Moments later, a young man in his mid-20s approached Yi Feng, flanked by a crowd. This young man was Yu Fan. Although Yu Fan had not awakened any extraordinary abilities, he had comprehended several vital techniques, which he considered his pride. Before long, Yu Fan stood before Yi Feng. "Yi Feng." Yu Fan sneered at him. "Speak up, what is it you want?" Yi Feng remained unfazed, skeptical that Yu Fan would dare to challenge him. The other students shared his sentiments. Although Yu Fan was an intermediate martial artist, he seemed inadequate in comparison to Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, I wish to duel with you." Without warning, Yu Fan glared at Yi Feng and shouted. Gasp. Everyone in the training hall drew a sharp breath at Yu Fan's words. Did he truly dare to challenge Yi Feng? Yi Feng himself was taken aback. He could not fathom why Yu Fan would issue such a challenge without any chance of victory. "Yi Feng, what you rely on is merely the advanced vital technique. The dragon elephant fist. Without it, you are nothing. Do you think you are strong? To me, you are just a joke," Yu Fan coldly remarked. Upon hearing Yu Fan's words, Yi Feng understood. It became evident that Yu Fan intended to provoke him into a battle without utilizing the dragon elephant fist. Initially, he had thought that Vice President Huang Kuan had sent Yu Fan to confront him. But now it was clear that it was Yu Fan's own ambition to defeat him and gain favor with Vice President Huang Kuan. However, Yu Fan was oblivious to the fact that he had now reached the level of a senior martial artist, with a combat power of 25,000. It was laughable for an intermediate martial artist to act so brazenly before him. "Make your move." Suddenly, Yi Feng beckoned Yu Fan with a finger. If Yu Fan wished to defeat him, he would let him learn the true meaning of humiliation. "Are you serious?" Before Yu Fan could complete his sentence, Yi Feng abruptly struck. He stepped towards Yu Fan, who was too close to react in time, and landed a punch squarely on him. Bang! The force of the punch sent Yu Fan tumbling to the ground, unable to rise. The students at the martial arts training ground were utterly astonished to witness Yu Fan being so swiftly and decisively defeated by Yi Feng with a single punch. It was as if a thunderclap had struck them. After all, Yu Fan was a mid-level martial master. Was Yi Feng truly so formidable that even without resorting to the dragon elephant fist, Yu Fan was rendered so powerless? The students began to reconsider Yi Feng's prowess, speculating that he might not merely be a junior martial artist. During his battle with Huang Yun, Yi Feng had merely sought to demonstrate the power of the dragon elephant fist. Little did they know that, in such a brief span of time, Yi Feng had ascended from a junior martial artist to a senior martial master. "Do not think to challenge me with provocation again. If this were a battle to the death, no one would heed your words. In such a scenario, you would already be a corpse," Yi Feng declared before departing the training ground. Lying on the ground, Yu Fan felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over him, as if he were a mere jester. Utterly humiliated. Chapter 76. The Beast Trial at Jianghe Martial Arts School. The students exchanged glances, all secretly smiling wryly. Realizing that Yi Feng spoke the truth, if this were indeed a life-and-death struggle, then Yu Fan would be as good as dead. Yet, Yu Fan had shamelessly requested that Yi Feng refrain from using the dragon elephant fist. Now, without its use, he could not even withstand a single punch from Yi Feng. As Yi Feng left, Su Hua hurriedly followed him. "Yi Feng, are you aware that our Jianghe Martial Arts School is about to conduct the Beast Trial?" "The Beast Trial?" Yi Feng asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, the Jianghe Martial Arts School's Beast Trial involves bringing in dozens of ferocious beasts, allowing daring students to enter metallic cages and battle them. The most outstanding participant can earn a unique martial technique, Su Hua explained. "What unique martial technique?" Yi Feng inquired. Intrigued by Su Hua's words, "It seems to be the mid-level speed technique, wind shadow steps," she replied thoughtfully. Yi Feng chose not to delve further into the matter, and together they arrived at the advanced training hall. 2 days later, over 30 metallic cages rolled into the Jianghe Martial Arts School. The students at the training ground gazed at the ferocious beasts within the cages, their faces alight with excitement. Crimson cloud rabbits, steel-toothed tigers, blood-striped pythons. These students, who had rarely ventured into the wild, could only comprehend such beasts from the pages of a compendium. Now, witnessing so many ferocious creatures before them, their joy was palpable. The master and vice masters have arrived, one student exclaimed. All the students turned in unison towards a particular direction. Master Su Zhan and the two vice masters approached with commanding presence. Both vice masters, Huang Kuan and Shi Ming, were mid-level masters of considerable strength. Master Su Zhan ascended the high platform at the training ground, surveying all the students before proclaiming. You have all surely heard of the upcoming beast trial and are familiar with its rules. Those with courage may enter the metallic cages to battle the beasts. But remember, life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by heaven. Act according to your abilities. The most outstanding student will be awarded the mid-level speed technique. Wind Shadow Steps, which, when mastered, can double one's speed. Greed flickered across many faces. Naturally, they yearned for such a technique. And now, let the trial commence. Su Zhan announced, his voice resonating through the training ground. As his words fell, some students began to stir with anticipation, yet none dared to take the first step. The gravity of the master's caution about life and death instilled a paralyzing fear of confronting the beasts. With great rewards come brave souls. One student bravely stepped towards a metallic cage. This student, a high-level martial apprentice, entered one of the cages. The onlookers held their breath as the high-level apprentice faced a black-striped tiger, a first-tier advanced ferocious beast. As soon as the apprentice entered the cage, the tiger lunged at him with terrifying force. The apprentice, eager to prove himself, had chosen to face the first-tier advanced beast. However, in a clash of equals, the beast often possessed a significant advantage. Chapter 77. The savage beast. The black-striped tiger pounced on the high-level apprentice, and regret washed over him as he realized the beast's terrifying presence had rendered him immobile with fear. After a few desperate dodges, he was ultimately caught by the tiger's lethal bite to the neck, meeting a gruesome fate. The students watched in horror as the high-level apprentice fell. The brutality of his demise etched on their faces. Following this, several others attempted to engage the beasts within the cages, having witnessed the fate of the previous apprentice. They were now reluctant to challenge beasts of equal standing. Many students triumphed over the ferocious creatures, but some succumbed to their attacks. Yi Feng, are you not going to take action? Su Hua, standing beside him, glanced at him with a hint of confusion on her fair face. Just wait and see, he replied. Moments later, Yi Feng finally approached one of the metallic cages. The students, seeing him prepare to engage, were filled with eager anticipation. Huang Kuan, standing near Master Su Zhan, observed Yi Feng's figure with a cold glint in his eyes. The cage Yi Feng approached contained a third-tier low-level beast, the spotted demon spider. The spider, the size of a cow, was vividly colored and appeared exceedingly fearsome. The spotted demon spider, a third-tier low-level beast, was equivalent to a junior martial master. However, given Yi Feng's strength, it seemed unlikely that the spider would pose a challenge to him. Of course, Yi Feng is the strongest student at our Jianghe Martial Arts School. A mere third-tier beast is hardly a concern, the students murmured among themselves. Yet, despite the spider lacking venom, its aggression far surpassed that of the black-striped tiger. As Yi Feng reached the cage housing the spotted demon spider, its eerie green eyes fixated on him, sending shivers down the spines of those watching. With a terrifying hiss, the spider seemed to warn that should Yi Feng enter the cage, he would become its next meal. Yi Feng opened the cage door and stepped inside. All eyes in the training ground were glued to him, their breaths held in anticipation of the outcome. As soon as he entered, the third-tier low-level spotted demon spider lunged at him. A third-tier low-level beast? Yi Feng scoffed inwardly. Now that he was a senior martial master, there was no way such a creature could stand against him. Just as the spider was about to reach him, he spread his arms wide, embodying the courage of the four symbols, prepared to confront the beast head-on. As the students in the martial arts arena eagerly anticipated how Yi Feng would withstand the onslaught of the patterned demon spider, the ensuing spectacle struck them with the force of a thunderclap. Yi Feng, with arms outstretched, seized the head of the approaching patterned demon spider and, with tremendous strength, wrenched its head from its body. The creature emitted a piercing wail of agony. The sheer ferocity of Yi Feng's power was terrifying. As he effortlessly tore the head from the patterned demon spider, my heavens! The onlookers in the martial arts arena, witnessing Yi Feng's astonishing display of strength, could not contain their exclamations. Chapter 78. Blood Explosion Pill, Cultivating the Shadow Step. The crowd was left speechless, frozen in astonishment. A third-tier low-level ferocious beast's head was brutally torn off by Yi Feng. Such a scene was overwhelmingly shocking to them. Truly, he is the strongest disciple of the Jianghe Martial Arts School, remarked the schoolmaster, Su Zhan, in admiration. If Yi Feng is allowed to grow stronger, it will pose a threat to my claim to the position of schoolmaster. This boy must be eliminated. Huang Kuan thought to himself coldly. He was fiercely protective of his own, and with his son severely injured and still hospitalized due to Yi Feng's actions, he felt compelled to exact revenge. Moreover, Yi Feng was still under Su Zhan's tutelage. The third-tier low-level ferocious beast was the strongest among the numerous metallic cages, and there was no doubt that Yi Feng had emerged as the most outstanding disciple in this beast trial. The schoolmaster, Su Zhan, personally awarded Yi Feng with the intermediate speed elemental technique, Shadow Step. Although Yi Feng did not have a pressing need for the intermediate technique, he accepted it, appreciating that it was better than having nothing. Yi Feng, come with me, Su Zhan suddenly instructed. Without further inquiry, Yi Feng followed Su Zhan to the Master's hall. Upon arrival, Su Zhan produced a small box, and as he opened it, a crimson pill appeared before Yi Feng's eyes. This is the blood explosion pill. Once consumed, it can enhance your attributes fivefold for half an hour, but beware of its severe backlash, as it may induce a deep slumber. Yi Feng gazed at the blood explosion pill in the box, contemplating how it might save his life in a critical moment. A fivefold enhancement in attributes. This meant that his physical attributes would be quintupled, not merely his combat power. Currently boasting over 25,000 combat power, after using the blood explosion pill, it could soar beyond 125,000. Such power would equate to that of a high-level Grand Martial Master. A beginner Grand Martial Master possesses a foundational combat power of 40,000. A mid-level Grand Martial Master has 60,000, while a high-level Grand Martial Master boasts 80,000. The foundational combat power of a beginner Grand Master, however, reaches a staggering 150,000, marking an insurmountable chasm between high-level Grand Martial Masters and beginner Grand Masters. Yi Feng, I am giving you the blood explosion pill now. But remember to use it only in life or death situations. Understood, Master, Yi Feng nodded in response. After receiving the blood explosion pill, he secured it carefully. Alright, you have now acquired the intermediate elemental technique, Shadow Step. Go and cultivate it. After departing the Master's hall, Yi Feng sought a secluded corner of the Jianghe Martial Arts School, a place typically devoid of visitors. The intermediate elemental technique, Shadow Step, should not prove too challenging for him to master. He commenced his training. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 3 days, Yi Feng was on the verge of comprehending the Shadow Step technique. The difficulty of cultivating intermediate elemental techniques pales in comparison to that of advanced techniques, especially since Shadow Step was specifically tailored for martial artists, allowing Yi Feng to reap greater rewards for his efforts. Suddenly, a faint aura of murderous intent brushed against him. This corner belonged to the Jianghe Martial Arts School, a place where few ventured. How could there be such an ominous presence? Yi Feng grew wary. Bang! Abruptly, a fist aura composed of condensed elemental energy hurtled toward him. Yi Feng sensed it, though it was still some distance away. Its speed was astonishing. He activated the Shadow Step, narrowly evading the terrifying fist aura. Chapter 79. Slaying Tianhai, I cannot fall here. I didn't expect you to grasp the intermediate elemental technique, Shadow Step, so swiftly. What a terrifying talent. A chilling voice reached Yi Feng's ears. As the voice faded, a man in his 50s came into view. A 3-star golden tiger insignia hanging from his chest. A high-level Grand Martial Master. Yi Feng's expression turned vigilant. He realized that this high-level Grand Martial Master must have been sent by Huang Kuan to eliminate him. Yi Feng, I am a martial artist from the Jianghe Martial Arts School Senior Division. My name is Tianhai. The man smirked at Yi Feng, as if he were merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, devoid of any hope for survival. Huang Kuan sent you, didn't he? Who sent me is inconsequential. What matters is that you are already a dead man. With that, a glimmer of amusement crossed Tianhai's face. I recall you possessed the Dragon Elephant Fist. But alas, you are merely at the martial artist level. At my speed, your Dragon Elephant Fist wouldn't even come close to hitting me. While for me to kill you is as easy as turning my hand. Yi Feng was aware of the appearances of several top-ranking Grand Martial Masters in the Jianghe Martial Arts School, and he surmised that this high-level Grand Martial Master's combat power likely did not exceed a modest level. He quietly contemplated that if he used the blood explosion pill, he could swiftly strike a fatal blow. As for the backlash effect of the blood explosion pill, he could not afford to worry about that now. If he did not use it, he would have no chance of survival. Come here, Yi Feng, let me kill you, Tianhai beckoned mockingly, a playful expression adorning his face. Yi Feng approached Tianhai. Tianhai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yi Feng would obediently walk towards him. Shouldn't Yi Feng be desperately trying to escape? Did he perhaps have some hidden card up his sleeve? The next moment, Tianhai shook his head, dismissing his concerns. As a high-level Grand Martial Master, exterminating a mere martial artist was an exceedingly simple task. Yi Feng halted a few steps away from Tianhai, locking his gaze onto him. At this distance, if he were to utilize the blood explosion pill, he would certainly catch Tianhai off guard. Farewell, Yi. Before Tianhai could finish his sentence, he saw Yi Feng pull out a crimson pill and swallow it whole. The blood explosion pill. Tianhai was taken aback. Just as he uttered the words blood explosion pill, the elemental energy within Yi Feng erupted, his aura surging, hair standing on end, and the elemental energy enveloping him transformed into a crimson hue. Bang! With a single, powerful punch aimed at Tianhai's heart, Yi Feng unleashed a terrifying force exceeding 100,000. At such proximity, even a high-level Grand Martial Master would be unable to react in time. In that moment, Tian Hai's eyes could see nothing but darkness. He could perceive nothing but Yi Feng's fist bearing down upon him. Yi Feng's fist struck Tian Hai's heart. The immense force of over 100,000 pounds piercing through his body. Tian Hai's eyes widened in shock, blood gushing uncontrollably from the gaping wounds on his body. He could never have imagined that Yi Feng possessed a bloodburst pill, nor could he fathom that he would meet his demise in such a manner. As Yi Feng withdrew his fist from Tian Hai's body, the latter collapsed to the ground, his eyes remaining wide open in death. After taking a deep breath, Yi Feng's entire body began to tremble. He knew the backlash from the bloodburst pill was imminent. However, he realized that he could not afford to fall here. If Huang Kuan were to find him first, his life would be extinguished from this world forever. He must not succumb. He could not allow himself to be defeated. His deep-seated enmity had yet to be avenged. He had to endure, just a little longer. With every step he took, he bore the immense pain, yet finally, he reached the edge of the training ground. Unable to hold on any longer, Yi Feng collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 80, A Month of Slumber. Was that Yi Feng? Why was he lying on the ground? Several trainees from the training ground rushed over, their astonishment palpable upon confirming it was indeed Yi Feng. They hastily notified Su Hua. After bringing Yi Feng into a room, Su Hua sought out Su Zhan. The head of the hall, Su Zhan, arrived to find Yi Feng unconscious, his expression gravely concerned. What kind of adversary could compel you to use a bloodburst pill? Su Zhan pondered. Yi Feng was within the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, which indicated that someone from there had attacked him. It could only be people from Huang Kuan's side. Father, what happened to Yi Feng? It's nothing. He just needs to rest, Su Zhan reassured Su Hua. Before long, the body of senior martial master Tian Hai was discovered, his remains gruesomely punctured. And the news spread like wildfire throughout the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, leaving all the students in shock. They could scarcely believe that a senior martial master would perish within the confines of the academy. Who could have done this? The students failed to connect the dots to Yi Feng. Despite his terrifying talent, he stood no chance against a senior martial master. In the vice principal's hall, senior martial master Lu Tong looked at vice principal Huang Kuan, bewildered. Vice principal, how could Tian Hai have died? Lu Tong was perplexed. He had been present when Huang Kuan dispatched Tian Hai to eliminate Yi Feng and could not comprehend why Yi Feng was still alive while Tian Hai was dead. Vice Principal Huang Kuan clenched his teeth, realizing that Su Zhan possessed a bloodburst pill and must have given it to Yi Feng. Tian Hai must have underestimated him, resulting in his demise after Yi Feng utilized the bloodburst pill. Understanding dawned on Lu Tong as he listened to Huang Kuan. No wonder Yi Feng had fallen into slumber. It was due to the backlash of the bloodburst pill. Vice Principal, what should we do next? The situation is not overly dire. We must avoid rash actions. When the time is right, I will have a corresponding strategy. Meanwhile, Yi Feng lay in a deep slumber for an entire month. Throughout this time, Su Hua remained by his side, never before experiencing such feelings. Each time she beheld Yi Feng, her spirits would soar, and in his absence, she found herself yearning for him. She was uncertain if she had developed feelings for Yi Feng and dared not voice it, given the vast disparity between them. Lost in thought, Su Hua eventually fell asleep beside Yi Feng's bed. Yi Feng opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. After a while, he recalled the events that had transpired. To his surprise, he found Su Hua sleeping before him, and a warm sensation blossomed within him. He held a favorable impression of Su Hua. However, with his vendetta unresolved and Huang Kuan as a new foe, now was not the time for romantic entanglements. He gently lifted Su Hua onto the bed and quietly stepped outside. Under the night sky, adorned with countless stars, he stood atop the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, gazing out the window at the bustling streets of Jiangnan City, where neon lights flickered incessantly. Huang Kuan, Yangqing Tian, he murmured, resolute in his knowledge that both must perish. Opening the sign-in sheet in his mind, he discovered that during his month of slumber, time had stood still on the sheet. In other words, he required another 7 or 8 days before he could perform an intermediate sign-in. After awakening, Su Hua noticed Yi Feng had vanished, her heart racing as she failed to realize her sleeping position had changed. She hurriedly exited the room in search of him. Chapter 81, The Third Layer of Dragon Yuan Technique. Fortunately, it was not long after Su Hua had left the room that she spotted Yi Feng. He stood gazing at the night sky, seemingly lost in thought. A wave of relief washed over her. She had feared he had been abducted, but now, seeing him unharmed, her worries eased. Yi Feng, she called out, approaching him. You're awake? Yi Feng asked, turning to her. Yes, what were you pondering? Su Hua inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Yi Feng gazed at the moon hanging in the sky, remaining silent for several seconds. I have a friend who hails from a distant place called Blue Star. When I first met him, he was merely 5 years old, cherished by a loving father, living a blissful life. Your friend must have been very fortunate. Though we are martial artists, enjoying a status unattainable by ordinary people, sometimes I feel that a simple Unremarkable life is quite admirable. Su Hua smiled at Yi Feng. However, he shook his head. Such happiness was not to last. My friend's father was murdered. And he recounted how he witnessed his father being slain. Though his heart ached, he shed not a single tear. For countless days and nights thereafter, the image haunted him, filling him with unbearable guilt. Su Hua observed Yi Feng's face, which bore a serene expression, as if he were recounting a trivial matter. She thought to herself that perhaps this friend was not truly a good friend. Otherwise, his demeanor would not reflect such detachment. And what about your friend now? She asked Yi Feng. I do not know. I have not seen him in a long time. Perhaps he has changed, or perhaps he is preparing for revenge. Yi Feng replied slowly. Su Hua chose not to press further, instead gazing up at the moon in the night sky. It's getting late. We should rest, she suggested. Yes, we need to be full of energy tomorrow, he replied, secretly amused. He had learned this phrase during his time on Earth, and to find it echoed on Blue Star was unexpected yet delightful. The following day, Yi Feng arrived at the Advanced Hall. 1. Energy, 4956. Energy, 4988. Energy, 4974. It felt as if a ravenous infant resided within him, insatiable at demanding energy. No matter how vast the influx, he felt unable to satisfy it. This was the terrifying nature of his ultimate cultivation talent. The students at Advanced Hall 1 sighed in relief upon seeing Yi Feng. Their idol finally returned. Energy, 4977. Energy, 4954. Energy, 4971. Yi Feng ravenously absorbed the energy around him. Suddenly, a radiant golden light emanated from within Yi Feng's dragon essence technique, subsequently altering the values of his energy absorption. Energy, 8534. Energy, 8671. Energy, 8853. As he beheld the escalating figures displayed on his retina, a flicker of excitement swept across Yi Feng's face. He had ascended to the third tier of the dragon essence technique. He understood that upon reaching this level, the path to swiftly advancing to the great martial master would be within his grasp. The foundational combat strength of a beginner great martial master was 40,000, and Yi Feng still had a considerable distance to cover before achieving that milestone. Having absorbed sufficient energy, Yi Feng approached a combat power testing device, ready to evaluate his strength. Bang, bang, bang. 26755, 26856, 26732, 26859. Insufficient. Such a combat power index was far from adequate. Yi Feng continued to absorb energy. After 3 consecutive days of energy absorption in the Advanced Hall, he returned to the testing device to assess his strength once more. Bang, bang, bang. 28553, 28565, 28652, 28701. Although the increase in combat power was formidable, the rate of progress remained disappointingly slow. Su Hua arrived before Yi Feng, gazing at the figures on the testing device in sheer astonishment, as if struck by lightning. Yi Feng, is this your doing? Is there anything remarkable about it? Yi Feng replied, looking at Su Hua. Su Hua swallowed hard, scrutinizing Yi Feng, and suddenly she perceived him as the most terrifying genius of Blue Star, a sentiment that intensified with each passing moment. After a few seconds, she continued, in 3 days, the 4 major martial arts academies will hold the trial in Wolf Mountain City. Let us go together. Chapter 82, The Trial of Wolf Mountain City. The 4 major martial arts academies trial in Wolf Mountain City? Yi Feng's face displayed a hint of bewilderment. He was aware that Wolf Mountain City had been overrun by ferocious beasts, yet the beasts there were not particularly formidable. The 4 major martial arts academies were the premier institutions in Jiangnan City, namely the Jin Feng Academy, Jianghe Academy, Leiyun Academy, and Heihu Academy. Each of the academy heads was a senior master, accompanied by 2 vice heads, who were all at the intermediate master level, suggesting that the overall strength of the 4 academies was relatively equal. Among them, Jin Feng Academy was the first established, adopting a tiered system of beginner, intermediate, and advanced halls, which the other 3 academies subsequently emulated. Indeed, each of the 4 major academies will send a small team to Wolf Mountain City, consisting of 5 students each. My father has decided to allow you to select team members, though he hasn't informed you yet. I assume you will take me along? Su Hua tentatively gazed at Yi Feng. Yi Feng pondered for a few seconds. If it were merely a trial, he felt reluctant to participate, especially since he now had another adversary in Huang Kuan aside from the head of Jin Feng Academy, Yang Qingtian. He desired to cultivate and break through as swiftly as possible. What are the benefits? Yi Feng thought, realizing that, as a trial, there would undoubtedly be some advantages, though it depended on whether it was worth attending. Of course, this trial is personally overseen by the city lord. There is a skyscraper in Wolf Mountain City known as Wolf Mountain Tower, the tallest building there, where hundreds of energy stones await on the rooftop. The teams from the 4 academies will race to see who can reach the tower first. Hundreds of energy stones? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's interest was piqued. In the Jianghe secret chamber, there was a single energy stone, but it was immense, allowing only the energy emanating from it to be absorbed, rendering direct absorption of its vast energy impossible. However, some energy stones could be directly absorbed. The hundreds of energy stones atop Wolf Mountain Tower were evidently of the latter kind. Before long, Feng was summoned to the headmaster's chamber by Headmaster Su Zhan, who informed him about the trial and instructed him to select his team members, while also warning him of the dangers involved. The trial in Wolf Mountain City for the 4 major martial arts academies would not have powerful warriors accompanying them. Once the teams entered the city, their fate would be left to chance. After returning to the advanced hall, Feng began selecting his team members, requiring 3 in addition to Su Hua. Within a few minutes, he had chosen 3 members, 2 males, Li Wei and Wang Boyu, and 1 female, Zhang Qian, all of whom were at the intermediate martial master level. Throughout the remaining time, Feng fervently absorbed energy in the advanced hall. On the final day, at noon, he approached the combat power testing device to gauge his strength. Bang, bang, bang. 30125, 30120, 30150, 30135. His combat power had reached 30,000, drawing closer to the realm of the beginner great martial master. The foundational strength of a beginner great martial master was 40,000, while that of an advanced martial master was merely 25,000, representing a qualitative leap between the 2 tiers. Shortly after testing his power, the advanced great martial master Mu He arrived at the advanced hall, approaching Feng. Feng, bring your team and follow me. After speaking, advanced great martial master Mu He exited the advanced hall. Chapter 83, Yang Qingtian's son, Yang Hao, Feng, Su Hua, Li Wei Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian exchanged glances of mild confusion upon hearing Mu He's words. They followed him to a weapons storage facility, where they soon understood the purpose of their visit, to select weapons. These weapons are not to be overlooked. The headmaster has expended substantial resources to procure alloy weapons for the reputation of Jianghe Academy, Mu He declared, gesturing toward the inner chamber of the storage facility. Upon hearing the term alloy weapons, the group felt a surge of excitement. Alloy weapons typically existed only within the military, developed after the Great Catastrophe. Renowned for their sharpness capable of slicing through metal and stone, effortlessly tearing through the flesh of ordinary ferocious beasts. Upon entering the inner chamber, the 5 beheld the fabled alloy weapons. 5 alloy long swords greeted their eyes, which, unlike gold, possessed a silvery hue. Just a glance at them allowed the group to perceive their unparalleled sharpness, truly the finest of weapons. Each of you shall take one of these alloy long swords, Mu He announced. The group eagerly accepted their chosen swords, their expressions radiant with joy. Additionally, here are compressed rations and water sufficient for 3 days. The duration of the trial in Wolf Mountain City is 3 days. If no team from any academy reaches the Wolf Mountain Tower within this time frame, then none shall receive the reward of energy stones. The city lord will personally address you before your departure tomorrow. After preparing everything, Feng returned to his room, gazing at the alloy long sword in his hand, contemplating the potential rewards he might receive from the intermediate sign-in during the trial in Wolf Mountain City. The intermediate sign-in was not the primary concern. The most crucial aspect was ensuring that his team arrived at the rooftop of Wolf Mountain Tower before the teams from the other 3 academies. For failure to do so would render his efforts futile. He believed that with the power of the energy stones, he could shatter his limitations and break through to the level of a beginner great martial master. The following day, Feng, Su Hua, Li Wei Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian had gathered at the training ground, each bearing an alloy longsword and a backpack filled with compressed food and water. Led by the deputy director, Ming, the 5 ventured to the designated trial grounds of the 4 great martial arts halls, where 4 vehicles emblazoned with the names of the respective halls awaited them. The other 3 hall students had already arrived, all of whom were the elite members of their institutions, unlike Feng's team, which consisted solely of selected members from the advanced hall. Feng, do you see that individual? He is Yang Hao, the son of Yang Qingtian, the master of the Golden Wind Martial Arts Hall. At merely 18, he has already attained the rank of advanced warrior, just a step away from becoming a junior martial master, and has awakened his blade affinity. Su Hua began to enlighten Feng about the top students from the other 3 halls. The blade affinity is a type of weapon affinity, which, unlike elemental affinities, does not possess levels. With this affinity, one can not only merge blades, but also harmonize with the essence and intent of the sword, allowing for the cultivation of sword techniques. A renowned figure in Blue Star, known as the Mad Blade Titan, awakened this affinity and reached the pinnacle of weapon mastery, known as Unity, and is said to be able to cleave a mountain with a single strike. Chapter 84, Wolf Mountain City, Black Moon Wolves. Weapons are classified into 3 realms: Unity, Essence, and Intent. Achieving the initial realm of Unity is as arduous as ascending to the heavens, let alone reaching the terrifying realm of Intent. However, even without attaining Unity or comprehending weapon-related techniques, one can possess a unique understanding of the corresponding weapon upon awakening the weapon affinity. Feng's gaze fixated on Yang Hao, and a flicker of coldness crossed his face. Alas, the moment was not ripe for action, or he would have swiftly eliminated Yang Hao. All 4 martial arts halls were led here by their deputy directors, awaiting the arrival of the city lord. Once he delivered his address, the teams would embark in their respective vehicles to Wolf Mountain City. Minutes later, a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority, approached with a commanding stride. He was tall and imposing, with sword-like brows and fierce eyes, emanating an overwhelming sense of intimidation, adorned with a golden 3-star emblem of a Taotai on his chest. This man was none other than Lu Xingyun, the city lord of Jiangnan. City lord. The deputy directors and students from the 4 halls respectfully bowed to him. Lu Xingyun surveyed the elite students before him, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. You are all the prodigies of Jiangnan City. I have brought hundreds of essence stones to the imperial capital's Dragon City. They are currently placed on the rooftop of the Wolf Mountain Tower. To obtain these essence stones, your abilities will be put to the test. Remember, in this world, strength is of paramount importance. After concluding his speech, Lu Xingyun contemplated for a few seconds before pronouncing 2 words, set forth. The students from the 4 halls promptly boarded their respective vehicles, which then set off towards Wolf Mountain City. From morning until noon, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Wolf Mountain City, located to the north of Jiangnan City. The area outside of Wolf Mountain City is human-occupied, but within and behind the city, it belongs to the territory of fierce beasts. After disembarking, the students began to enter Wolf Mountain City. Although not extensive, the city was certainly not small, and upon entering, the students from the 4 halls quickly lost sight of one another. After entering Wolf Mountain City, Yifeng's team surveyed their surroundings. The city appeared desolate, with buildings covered in moss and overgrown with weeds. They retrieved a map and, adhering to their pre-planned route, made their way towards the city center, where the Wolf Mountain Tower was situated. Within Wolf Mountain City, only one type of fierce beast roamed, the Black Moon Wolf. Typically, the ordinary Black Moon Wolves were first-tier beasts, akin to human martial apprentices, though there were stronger variants, albeit rare. I have heard that within the Wolf Mountain Tower resides a 3rd-tier Black Moon Wolf, which will pose our most formidable challenge, Suhua remarked as they advanced towards the city center. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the others turned pale. A 3rd-tier Black Moon Wolf was indeed a terrifying prospect for them at present. Fortunately, their captain was Yi Feng. At Jiangha Martial Arts Hall, they had witnessed Yi Feng tear apart a 3rd-tier low-grade fierce beast, the striped demon spider, with their own eyes. Suddenly, a deep growl reverberated in their ears. Chapter 85, Slaying Dozens of Black Moon Wolves. As the team listened to the thunderous roar, they focused ahead to see dozens of Black Moon Wolves emerging before them, led by a 2nd-tier low-grade Black Moon Wolf, comparable to a human junior warrior. Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian, who had seldom ventured into the wild, were utterly astounded by the sight. Su Hua's fair complexion also paled. Their gazes turned to Yi Feng, only to find that he displayed not a hint of fear. Reassured by his formidable prowess, they felt emboldened. With Yi Feng as their captain, what was there to fear? The leading 2nd-tier low-grade Black Moon Wolf suddenly roared, and the pack surged toward Yi Feng's team. Kill! Yi Feng uttered a single word. As he spoke, he drew his alloy longsword and charged at the approaching Black Moon Wolves. Seeing their captain plunge into the fray, Su Hua and the others quickly joined the fight. Su Hua, no longer the timid girl from Anam Academy, had absorbed the blood of a fierce beast at Jiangha Martial Arts Hall and had now become a junior warrior. The 5 of them plunged into the midst of the Black Moon Wolves, wielding their alloy swords against the fierce beasts. While fierce beasts generally possess strong defenses, these Black Moon Wolves were mere 1st-tier low-grade beasts, rendering their defenses negligible against the alloy weaponry. Su Hua, Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian were all facing fierce beasts for the first time. Though fear lingered in their hearts, they understood that if they did not eliminate these Black Moon Wolves, they would be the ones to perish. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 alloy swords sliced through the air with a whistling sound, as if cleaving the very fabric of space itself, an utterly terrifying spectacle. The dozens of Black Moon Wolves proved no match for the 5, collapsing into pools of blood. The remaining 2nd-tier low-grade Black Moon Wolf, witnessing its pack being slaughtered, was gripped by terror and attempted to flee. Yi Feng had already set his sights on this fleeing beast. Escape was not an option. Employing the intermediate speed technique, Wind Shadow Step, he swiftly closed the distance to the 2nd-tier low-grade Black Moon Wolf. Upon reaching it, he raised his alloy longsword high and struck down, cleaving the beast in 2 with immense force. For the other 4, it was their first experience of slaying a fierce beast, and their initial fear had been replaced by a thrilling exhilaration at the thrill of victory. On the Blue Star, fierce beasts and humans are 2 distinct races, and their encounters would likely lead to a relentless conflict. Let us proceed towards the center of Wolf Mountain City, Yi Feng addressed the 4 companions. Their current position was still quite a distance from the Wolf Mountain Tower, rendering it impossible to reach today. As they made their way towards the tower, they encountered numerous Black Moon Wolves, all of which they dispatched one by one. As night fell, the 5 constructed a tent, preparing to continue their journey to the heart of Wolf Mountain City the following day. Yi Feng, however, did not succumb to slumber. He took the watch. For the night in the wilderness is the most terrifying. Should one fall into a deep sleep, the consequences could be dire. They were still humans, not characters from a fantasy novel, able to sense danger from afar. When distant and in a deep slumber, they would be oblivious to any threats. A sleepless night passed until the dawn of the next day. Chapter 86, Wolf Mountain Tower, Intermediate Level 3 Black Moon Wolf. On the following day, Yifeng's team continued onward. The other squads from the 3 major martial arts schools, like them, had refrained from advancing through the night. Though the rewards of the Wolf Mountain trial were tempting, losing one's life rendered any effort futile. With just 2 days remaining until the trial's conclusion, they drew ever closer to the center of Wolf Mountain City. As Yifeng's squad approached a row of low buildings, he abruptly halted. His instincts warned him of the presence of many ferocious beasts. Yifeng, why have you stopped? Su Hua queried, her brow furrowed in confusion, mirrored by the puzzled expressions of Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian. Perhaps we have arrived at a dreadful place, Yifeng replied, a grave expression crossing his features. The others shared his apprehension, their faces paling at the thought of a terrifying possibility. Before they could voice their concerns, a horde of black moon wolves surged from all directions, over 100 strong. Yifeng's squad found themselves encircled. Such a multitude of black moon wolves. Zhang Qian gasped, her face reflecting sheer horror. Yifeng unsheathed his alloy-long sword. Let us engage. Do not allow these black moon wolves to impede our progress. With that, Yifeng launched himself into battle. Though surrounded by hundreds of black moon wolves, they were all merely low-level, first-rank beasts, and thus their overall strength was not formidable. While their numbers gave them an advantage, in the realm of Blue Star, sheer quantity alone does not guarantee victory. Under Yifeng's onslaught, the wolves emitted cries of despair as they fell into pools of blood. Su Hua, Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian beamed with joy, reassured by Yifeng's formidable presence, realizing they had no reason to fear these beasts. As he dispatched the black moon wolves, Yifeng's prowess was nothing short of terrifying, akin to a deity of slaughter. After vanquishing the pack, they resumed their march toward the heart of Wolf Mountain City. The squads from the 4 major martial arts schools drew ever nearer, hastening their steps in pursuit of the hundreds of essence stones atop the Wolf Mountain Tower. On the 3rd day, the 4 squads swiftly arrived beneath the Wolf Mountain Tower. They exchanged wary glances, aware that each individual present was an adversary. I trust you are all aware that I have awakened my swordsmanship talent. Henceforth, any who dare enter the Wolf Mountain Tower will be my enemy. Yang Hao coldly regarded the members of the other squads. The trial at Wolf Mountain City had explicit rules. Humans were forbidden from killing one another. Any infractions would incur severe penalties, as the trial was presided over by the city lord himself, whose terrifying methods were unknown to them. Thus, the leaders of the 4 major martial arts schools had instructed their teams to refrain from harming members of rival schools. This is why Yang Hao referred to them as future enemies rather than current ones. After all, the essence stones atop the tower belonged to the capable. As tensions mounted among the 4 squads, a thunderous roar resonated through the air, sending chills down everyone's spine. Suddenly, a ferocious beast appeared before them. A level 3 intermediate black moon wolf. Yang Hao shouted in alarm. Chapter 87, Intermediate Sign-In, Kanglan Battle Armor. Among the 4 martial arts schools, the strongest students barely reached the level of a junior martial master, and facing a level 3 intermediate black moon wolf instilled a sense of trepidation. After all, none wished to perish by its claws. Should they collaborate to slay the beast but lose their lives, what good would the essence stones be to them? Retreat, commanded the captains of the 3 martial arts schools. The level 3 intermediate black moon wolf was akin to an intermediate martial master among humans. Its foundational strength far exceeding that of a typical one, perhaps even nearing that of a senior martial master. The squads hastily distanced themselves from the vicinity of the Wolf Mountain Tower. Yifeng, however, did not issue a retreat order. He was confident in his ability to slay the level 3 intermediate black moon wolf. The beast, noticing that Yifeng's squad remained steadfast, fixed its gaze on the 5, seemingly assessing their threat level. With a roar, the wolf lunged towards Yifeng's team. Su Hua, Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian were gripped by terror at the sight of the approaching beast. This was a level 3 intermediate black moon wolf. Yifeng stepped forward, wielding his alloy-long sword. With a swift motion, he swung his sword at the wolf. His combat power had reached a staggering 30,000, making the defeat of the level 3 intermediate black moon wolf a trivial task. The wolf, taken aback by the force behind Yifeng's strike, found itself unable to evade in time. With a swift slash, Yifeng severed the wolf's head in a single blow. A swift kill. Su Hua, Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian stood in stunned silence, astonished by Yifeng's instantaneous defeat of the formidable beast. To them, Yifeng appeared as a god of slaughter, emerging from the depths of hell, his aura so formidable that even his hair seemed to rise without a breeze. As he dispatched the level 3 intermediate black moon wolf, a radiant light flickered in Yifeng's mind. He realized he could now conduct an intermediate sign-in. Opening the sign-in interface in his mind, Yifeng initiated the process. Ding. Please confirm if the host wishes to proceed with the intermediate sign-in. Confirm. Ding. Intermediate sign-in successful. Reward, Kanglan Battle Armor. Kanglan Battle Armor? Yifeng quickly examined its attributes. The Kanglan battle armor could integrate into the body, requiring the expenditure of vitality with each use, offering a threefold increase in defense. Pleased with its description, Yifeng wondered how long it would take to cultivate. Ding. Would you like to merge with the Kanglan battle armor? Merge. Ding. Kanglan battle armor successfully merged. As the system's voice faded, Yifeng discovered that he was able to utilize the Kanglan battle armor without any need for cultivation. It is noteworthy that enhancing one's defense threefold is akin to possessing intermediate defensive talents, requiring only the consumption of vital energy. A smile graced Yifeng's face. The absence of the need for training was indeed exhilarating. He pondered the identity of the formidable warrior who had developed the Kanglan battle armor, marveling at its prowess. Fortunately, the members of the other 3 martial arts academies had retreated, and the third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf, the most fearsome beast of Wolf Mountain City, could no longer obstruct their ascent to the rooftop of the Wolf Mountain building. Su Hua's fair complexion illuminated with excitement. Chapter 88. Activation of the Kanglan battle armor. Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian shared in the joy, with the third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf slain by Yifeng. They could directly access the rooftop of the Wolf Mountain building and claim hundreds of vital stones as rewards from this trial. Let us proceed, Yifeng thought to himself. Eager to reach the rooftop before the teams from the 3 martial academies returned, which could complicate matters, the 5 entered the Wolf Mountain building. Captain, without you during this trial of the 4 major martial academies, we would never have had the opportunity to come here. I would be content with just 1 vital stone, Li Wei said, smiling at Yifeng. Although they were advanced students of the Jiangham Martial Academy, they were not its most elite members. Their participation in the Wolf Mountain trial was solely due to Yifeng. Su Hua and the others nodded in agreement. Yifeng remained silent, sensing that something was amiss. The Wolf Mountain building towered with dozens of floors, and with the elevators long out of service, they could only ascend on foot. Upon reaching the 12th floor, they halted, all feeling a terrifying aura drawing near. Roar! A bone-chilling roar pierced the ears of the 5. They turned toward the source of the horrific sound, and a massive Black Moon Wolf suddenly appeared beside Su Hua. The wolf's sharp claws glinted with a menacing chill, appearing exceedingly lethal. Be careful, the group exclaimed in alarm. Su Hua stood frozen in shock, convinced she could not evade the wolf's claws. At that critical juncture, Yifeng pushed her aside. The wolf's steel-like claws mere inches from his body. Su Hua, Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian watched in horror. If those razor-sharp claws pierced Yifeng, the consequences would be unimaginable. Activate Kanglan battle armor. Just as the wolf's claws were about to strike Yifeng, he activated the Kanglan battle armor. With the invocation, a brilliant golden light enveloped Yifeng's form, and the armor clung to him, tripling his defense. The Black Moon Wolf was merely a low-tier third-tier beast and had not exerted its full strength. Thus, after activating the Kanglan battle armor, Yifeng could easily withstand its strike. Bang! The wolf's claws, akin to a steel blade, struck Yifeng's body. But the force of the attack was entirely nullified by the Kanglan battle armor. Su Hua had shut her eyes, unwilling to witness the impending horror. However, Yifeng's body remained unscathed, untouched by the claws of the low-tier, third-tier Black Moon Wolf. My heavens, is this the Kanglan battle armor? Li Wei gasped in astonishment. Hearing Li Wei's voice, Su Hua quickly opened her eyes. Seeing Yifeng clad in the magnificent armor brought tears to her eyes. The low-tier, third-tier Black Moon Wolf was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the sheer ferocity of human defense. Before it could react, Yifeng unleashed a punch, the tremendous force piercing through the beast entirely. Yifeng, you have actually mastered the Kanglan battle armor? Su Hua exclaimed in shock, staring at him. Chapter 89. The vital stones on the rooftop of the Wolf Mountain building. Su Hua, Li Wei, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian were utterly astonished by Yifeng's revelation. They had never imagined he had cultivated the Kanglan battle armor. They had heard of its difficulty and mastery. What manner of terrifying genius was Yifeng? They found themselves hesitant to contemplate further. Yifeng spoke little, for reaching the rooftop was of paramount importance. This was the final day of the Wolf Mountain trial. They hastened toward the rooftop of the Wolf Mountain building. Meanwhile, the teams from the Jinfeng Martial Academy, Leiyun Martial Academy, and Heihu Martial Academy returned to the base of the Wolf Mountain building. After their retreat, they deliberated, deciding they could not let the matter rest. Upon returning, the 3 Martial Academies teams were left speechless by the scene before them. The third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. The third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf has been slain? Yang Hao's voice trembled. The death of the wolf meant that access to the Wolf Mountain building was now unimpeded. The members of the 3 Martial Academies exchanged incredulous glances. In the trial of the 4 Martial Academies, only the Jiangham Martial Academy's participants were absent. This meant that it was the Jiangham Martial Academy that had vanquished the third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Yang Hao shouted in disbelief. Unable to accept that the Jiangham Martial Academy's team could have killed the third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf. Not only Yang Hao, but the others also found it hard to believe, considering it was a third-tier intermediate beast. Yet, regardless of their disbelief, The evidence lay before them. The third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf truly lay in a pool of blood, its death brutal. Yang Hao felt as though all his strength had been drained. He could not accept this reality. As a genius student of the Jin Feng Martial Academy, possessing advanced cultivation talent and having awakened a blade affinity, his future was limitless. Let us wait here for the Jianghe Martial Academy team to descend. I am eager to see how they manage to slay the third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf. Yang Hao coldly addressed several members of the Jin Feng Martial Academy. The teams from the Lei Yun and Heihu Martial Academies shared the same sentiment. If the third-tier intermediate Black Moon Wolf had indeed been killed, there was no longer any need for them to ascend to the top of the Wolf Mountain building. They dared not seize the vital stones from the Jianghe Martial Academy's members, for if discovered by the city lord, the repercussions would be unbearable. On the rooftop of the Wolf Mountain building, Yi Feng's team arrived to find hundreds of blue vital stones glimmering before them, each no larger than a fingertip, yet radiating an extraordinarily blinding light. In comparison, the vital stones from the Jianghe secret chamber appeared disproportionately large. Captain, as I mentioned earlier, I only require one vital stone. Li Wei's gaze was resolute beside Yi Feng. Us too, Su Hua, Wang Boyu, and Zhang Qian chimed in unison. You each may take 10 vital stones, Yi Feng responded slowly. It was not that he was stingy, but he needed these stones to make a breakthrough to the intermediate martial artist level. The four were elated to hear Yi Feng's generous offer of 10 vital stones each. Thank you, Captain, they said, moving toward the vital stones. After neatly packing the essence stones, the Yi Feng team departed from the rooftop of the Wolf Mountain building. Upon exiting the building, they encountered the teams from the three major martial arts academies, who regarded them with frigid stares, as if consumed by impotent rage. Chapter 90, Junior Grand Martial Master. Initial sign-in, the power of Tao Dai. I wish to know how you managed to slay this third-order intermediate Black Moon Wolf. Yang Hao's gaze was fixed intently on the Yi Feng team. Su Hua chuckled lightly, finding it amusing. Why should we divulge how we killed the third-order intermediate Black Moon Wolf to you? Su Hua, do you dare speak to me in such a manner? Yang Hao retorted icily. Why should I not? Su Hua replied defiantly, her expression unwavering. Yang Hao's face darkened with anger. Let us not waste time on their trivialities. Yi Feng interjected, addressing Su Hua. She nodded in agreement, and the Yi Feng team prepared to leave. However, at that moment, Yang Hao swiftly positioned himself in their path. Are you their captain? Yang Hao glared at Yi Feng. The members of the Yi Feng team were incensed by Yang Hao's obstinacy in blocking their way. I'll inform you. He is our captain, Yi Feng, Zhang Qian asserted, fixing her gaze on Yang Hao. Yang Hao's eyes blazed with fury. He had not anticipated that someone as insignificant as Zhang Qian would dare speak to him in such a manner. Yi Feng. Yang Hao sneered coldly. I will remember this name. Although I do not know how you managed to slay that third-order intermediate Black Moon Wolf, I am certain it was not through your own strength. The teams from Lei Yun Martial Arts Academy and Heihu Martial Arts Academy shared his sentiment, all committing Yi Feng's appearance to memory. Previously, they had never heard of Yi Feng, but now he had suddenly emerged as the captain of the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy team, implying he possessed considerable strength. I shall remember you as well, Yi Feng replied, a hint of menace flickering across his features. With that, he led his team away from Wolf Mountain City. It was not yet time to eliminate Yang Hao, but he knew that day would not linger too long. Once the Yi Feng team had exited Wolf Mountain City, they boarded a vehicle to return to their original departure point. The deputy heads of the four major martial arts academies were still present. Upon seeing his team return, Deputy Head Shi Ming of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy hurried over. How did it go? He inquired. Uncle Shi, we acquired the essence stones, Su Hua reported. A gleam of delight crossed Deputy Head Shi Ming's face upon hearing Su Hua's words. The teams from the three major martial arts academies grew increasingly cold at the news that Jianghe Martial Arts Academy had obtained the essence stones from the Wolf Mountain building. Excellent. Let us return to the academy at once, he declared, leading the Yi Feng team back to Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. However, Yi Feng did not return to the academy. Instead, he went home, where he began to absorb the energy contained within the essence stones. There were over 300 essence stones. 1, 2, 3. As time passed, the number of stones steadily diminished. To facilitate his training, Yi Feng had also purchased a combat power detection device for his home in Jinyan community. While absorbing the essence stones, he monitored his combat power. Bang, bang, bang. 34,070. 34080. 34100. 34150. He continued to absorb the essence stones. After consuming 200 stones, Yi Feng proceeded to check his combat power once more. Bang, bang, bang. 38215. 38172. 38371. 38255. He was drawing ever closer to the threshold of a junior Grand Martial Master. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he noted that over 100 essence stones remained, yet he did not halt his absorption. Over the course of half a month, he finally finished absorbing the more than 300 essence stones. Bang, bang, bang. 42560. 42600. 42610. 42630. Yi Feng exhaled deeply, With a combat power exceeding 42,000, he had achieved the level of a junior Grand Martial Master, surpassing the foundational combat power by over 2,000. He was quite satisfied with this achievement. Feng opened the sign-in sheet within his mind. After half a month of absorbing essence stones, he was now able to perform a high-level sign-in. Ding. Does the host confirm the high-level sign-in? Confirmed. Ding. High-level sign-in successful. Reward received. 1 instance of Taotai Power X1. Chapter 91. Feng takes action. 1 instance of Taotai Power X1. Feng gasped in astonishment. The Taotai Power, a foundational strength of the Junior Grandmaster, boasted a staggering combat power of 1 million. How terrifying. Though it could only be used once. Feng fell into deep contemplation. After much deliberation, he resolved to deal with Huang Kuan first. Huang Kuan posed an imminent threat. If he were not eliminated, he would remain a lingering danger. As for Yang Qingtian, it would not be long before he was dealt with. Now that he had the opportunity to utilize the Taotai power, it was time to take action. Early the next morning, Feng made his way to Jiang He Martial Arts Academy. Outside the academy, he spotted Su Hua, whose pale face bore an expression of anxiety, as if she were waiting for someone. What are you doing here? Feng inquired, puzzled. Hearing Feng's voice, Su Hua's expression brightened. Feng, I am here waiting for you. Waiting for me? Feng looked at her quizzically, unsure of the reason for her wait. My father asked you to come. It seems there is something he wishes to discuss. All right. After entering Jiang He Martial Arts Academy together, they proceeded toward the main hall. Upon arrival, they found the hall already occupied by numerous high-ranking members of the academy. Deputy head Huang Kuan and his son Huang Yun were also present. After some time, Huang Yun had recovered from his injuries, and upon seeing Feng enter, their expressions turned icy. Feng, you have arrived. Headmaster Su Zhan greeted him with a warm smile. Headmaster, did you summon me for a particular reason? Feng asked, his confusion evident as he gazed at Headmaster Su Zhan. It's nothing particularly special. Before Headmaster Su Zhan could continue, Huang Yun interjected, glaring coldly at Feng. We have thoroughly investigated and determined that you were responsible for the death of Grand Martial Master Tian Hai. Although we are unaware of the means by which you accomplished this, as a student of Jiang He Martial Arts Academy, your actions in slaying one of our Grand Martial Masters warrant severe consequences. Upon hearing Huang Yun's words, Feng grasped the situation. They had summoned him to confront him about the matter. Since the truth is out in the open, let us begin. Tian Hai was sent to assassinate me. Was he not? Unfortunately for you, my luck prevailed. Not only did he fail to kill me, but I ended up slaying him instead. Feng's gaze shifted from Huang Yun to Deputy Head Huang Kuan, the tension palpable in the air. The high-ranking officials of Jiang He Martial Arts Academy were well aware of the underlying truth of the situation, though none dared to voice it. It was no secret that Tian Hai was associated with Huang Kuan, and the reason for Feng's survival was widely believed to be due to the headmaster's covert protection. Feng, you are arrogant. Huang Yun seethed with rage, incensed by Feng's disregard for him. Get lost. Feng delivered a swift backhand slap to Huang Yun's face, sending him hurtling against the wall with a resounding crash. The high-ranking officials within the main hall of the establishment were momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for Feng's sudden aggression. Feng, how dare you lay a hand on me? Huang Yun exclaimed, his anger palpable as he rose from the ground, glaring fiercely at Feng. I not only intend to strike you, but I shall also take your life. Feng declared, his voice resolute. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Huang Yun's position, as a terrifying surge of energy coalesced into a formidable force, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. No one could fathom that Feng would go so far as to attempt to end Huang Yun's life. Standing nearby, the Vice Master Huang Kuan's face turned ashen with fury. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Huang Yun to intercept Feng's attack. Chapter 92. Can I kill Huang Kuan within the Jianghe Martial Arts School? Huang Kuan fixed a chilling gaze on Feng. You dare to openly assault my son within these walls. What do you think that makes me? Feng replied with a cold smile. You should have anticipated this day when you sent others to kill me. Turning his attention to Master Su Zhan, Feng inquired. Master, may I ask if I can slay Huang Kuan here in the Jianghe Martial Arts School? He was acutely aware that employing the first level of the Taotai power would render the task of eliminating the mid-level Grandmaster, Huang Kuan, trivial. The high-ranking officials present were struck dumb by Feng's audacious words. They could hardly believe he would voice such a challenge. Su Hua stood frozen, bewildered, unable to comprehend Feng's motives for wanting to kill Huang Kuan. Did he not realize that Huang Kuan was a mid-level Grandmaster? Master Su Zhan forced a bitter smile, unsure of how to respond. Huang Kuan was the Vice Master of the Jianghe Martial Arts School, and his death would be a devastating blow to their institution. Yet, Huang Kuan was insubordinate, and Su Zhan feared he might take his followers to another martial arts school, a scenario that would only exacerbate matters. He could not afford to confront Huang Kuan directly. The fallout would tarnish the school's reputation. However, Su Zhan could not comprehend why Feng believed he stood a chance against Huang Kuan. Did he not understand the adage that a gentleman waits a decade for revenge? Master, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent, Yi Feng declared to Su Zhan. Huang Kuan chuckled darkly, exhaling a breath he had been holding. He had not expected Yi Feng to make such a ludicrous demand. On the surface, he could not attack Yi Feng, as he was technically one of the master's own. But the situation was different now. Yi Feng sought to kill him, and this presented a rare opportunity. Yi Feng, do you truly wish to fight me? Huang Kuan sneered, his gaze piercing. It is not a matter of wishing to fight. It is a matter of my intent to kill you, Yi Feng responded, shaking his head. The high-ranking officials in the hall could scarcely believe that Yi Feng possessed the strength to contend with Huang Kuan, despite the unwavering confidence that radiated from his countenance. Huang Yun's face was etched with cold amusement. During his time in the hospital, he had envisioned Yi Feng's demise countless times and knew that moment was fast approaching. Su Hua, already pale, grew even more so as she approached Yi Feng, tugging at his sleeve and whispering, Yi Feng, are you out of your mind? In response, Yi Feng merely offered her a reassuring smile. It seems that a confrontation between you two is inevitable. If we were to engage on the trial stage, it would surely cause an uproar within the Jianghe Martial Arts School, not to mention stir the entire Jiangnan city. Therefore, let us proceed to the internal trial hall. Master Su Zhan announced, rising with a heavy heart. If only Yi Feng could bide his time until he truly possessed the strength to face Huang Kuan. It would be entirely feasible. Yet, Yi Feng was not at that level yet. He did not wish to prevent Yi Feng, but the determination etched on Yi Feng's face told him that any attempt to dissuade him would be futile. Yi Feng, shall we? Huang Kuan scoffed, striding out of the main hall towards the internal trial hall, followed closely by the others. Inside the main hall, Yi Feng and Su Hua lingered behind. Su Hua's face was a mixture of pallor and concern. What on earth is happening with you? She asked, her voice trembling. It's nothing. Huang Kuan is insignificant in my eyes, Yi Feng replied, before stepping out. Chapter 93, The Power of Tao Tai, Slaying Huang Kuan. Su Hua watched Yi Feng's somewhat gaunt silhouette retreat, feeling despondent. Huang Kuan is insignificant in my eyes. Those words echoed in her mind. And she could not fathom why Yi Feng persisted in his bravado at such a critical juncture. In the internal trial hall, Huang Kuan stood upon the trial stage, awaiting Yi Feng's arrival. As Yi Feng and Su Hua entered, the high-ranking officials of the Jianghe Martial Arts School cast pitying glances at Yi Feng. A once great talent was on the brink of falling before their eyes. Yi Feng, come forth. Huang Kuan beckoned from the trial stage. Yi Feng's expression remained inscrutable, betraying no hint of trepidation as he advanced step by step towards the trial stage. Once atop the platform, he and Huang Kuan faced off. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to eliminate you, Yi Feng. If I had allowed you to grow unchecked, who knows what kind of terrifying entity you would become in the future, Huang Kuan remarked, his tone laden with arrogance. Yi Feng shook his head, fixing his gaze on Huang Kuan. Do you honestly believe I would engage you without absolute certainty? As he spoke, he summoned the first level of the Tao Tai power, which enveloped him in a formidable aura. The Tao Tai power could only be manifested by those at the Grandmaster level, with higher tiers including Yuan Generals, Yuan Kings, and Emperor Lords. The power of Qiongqi represented the Yuan General, while the power of Qiongnu signified the Yuan King, and the power of Longxiang represented the Emperor Lord. Once the first level of the Tao Tai power coiled around Yi Feng, its golden radiance was blinding, rendering it difficult for observers to keep their eyes open. The onlookers in the internal trial hall were taken aback, shocked beyond belief at the unfolding scene. The Tao Tai power, a Grandmaster, exclaimed another Vice Master, Shi Ming, his voice trembling with disbelief. No, this cannot be Yi Feng's inherent strength. It must be an external force, Master Su Zhan thought, utterly astonished. Nonetheless, the significance of the Tao Tai power enveloping Yi Feng was clear. It was more than sufficient to slay the mid-level Grandmaster Huang Kuan. As Huang Kuan beheld the Tao Tai power surrounding Yi Feng, it struck him like a thunderbolt, a chilling sensation racing up his spine. No, this cannot be. How can you possibly possess the first level of the Tao Tai power? Huang Kuan stammered in sheer terror. Prepare to meet your end, Yi Feng declared, fixing his piercing gaze on Huang Kuan as he launched a punch. Bang! In an instant, the Tao Tai power erupted from Yi Feng's fist, radiating a golden brilliance that illuminated the entire internal trial hall, as if a war deity had descended. The moment Yi Feng struck, the trial stage disintegrated into nothingness, and all objects within the internal trial hall followed suit. The terrifying might of the Tao Tai power was simply overwhelming. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The curator, Su Zhan, bellowed. Everyone hastily fled outside. Were it not for the fact that the internal trial hall was constructed from alloy materials, it would have likely been consumed by the void at that moment. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. All that the onlookers could perceive was a terrifying golden radiance, leaving them oblivious to the circumstances within. As the golden light gradually dissipated, the senior members of the Jianghe Martial Arts School turned their gazes toward the internal trial hall, only to discover the vice-curator, Huang Kuan, sprawled in a pool of blood, a gaping wound marring his body. Yi Feng's visage remained notably unperturbed. He understood that with the first level of the devouring power, he could effortlessly slay Huang Kuan. Yet, he mused to himself, the first level of the devouring power was indeed fearsome. Should he desire it, he could obliterate the entire Jianghe martial arts school. Father, Huang Yun, upon witnessing Huang Kuen's demise, appeared as if the sky had collapsed around him. Chapter 94, God-level check-in, swordsmanship talent, and the splitting sky sword. The senior members of the Jianghe martial arts school gazed in horror at the gruesome sight of vice-curator Huang Kuen. Their fears were palpable. Moments ago, Yi Feng had unleashed the first level of the devouring power, a revelation that had caught them completely off guard. Although they now comprehended that this power did not originate from Yi Feng himself, its sheer terror was undeniable. Huang Yun rushed to Huang Kuen's side, wailing inconsolably. Yi Feng, however, regarded Huang Yun with an expression as tranquil as still water. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, he struck Huang Yun with a punch. Vital energy surged forth from his fist, reaching Huang Yun in an instant. Huang Yun barely had time to react before he fell to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Some of the higher-ups, witnessing Yi Feng's excessive actions, having not only killed Vice-Curator Huang Kuen, but also Huang Yun, were filled with rage. Yi Feng, do you not think you have gone too far? Master Lu Tong glared icily at Yi Feng. All eyes were upon Yi Feng, seeking an explanation from him. I do not know what is deemed excessive. Yi Feng shook his head. I only understand the principle of eradicating roots. He was acutely aware that failing to eliminate Huang Yun at this juncture would lead to persistent troubles in the future. It was unfortunate that they had offended someone they ought not to have. If any of you believe my actions to be excessive and wish to take action against me, then I invite you to proceed swiftly. Yi Feng surveyed the senior members of the Jianghe martial arts school. Though some were enraged, their support, Huang Kuen, was now deceased, making any attempt to confront Yi Feng a decidedly unwise move. Su Hua breathed a quiet sigh of relief. She could not fathom how Yi Feng had so rapidly evolved into such an insurmountable presence. The distance between her and Yi Feng seemed to widen with each passing moment, leaving her uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Curator Su Zhan decreed that the events of the day must not be disclosed, lest they face severe repercussions. After exiting the internal trial hall, Yi Feng contemplated that the matter concerning Huang Kuen was now resolved. Next, he would turn his attention to the Jin Feng martial arts school. Yet, he was merely a junior grandmaster at present and lacked the strength to confront the school's leader. Yang Qingtian. Vital energy readings, 9651, 9740, 9675. Within the advanced hall, Yi Feng began to fervently absorb vital energy. He needed to break through as swiftly as possible. Bang, bang, bang. 45124, 45137, 45150, 45142. 10 days passed, and Yi Feng's combat strength had only increased by a little over 2,000. The higher the realm, the more arduous the path to breakthrough became. With only 5 days remaining, Yi Feng anticipated the possibility of a god-level check-in. After 5 days had elapsed, he first assessed his combat strength. Bang, bang, bang. 47210, 47220, 47215, 47230. Yi Feng's combat strength had reached 47230. The foundational combat strength for a mid-level grandmaster stood at 60,000, leaving him with a considerable distance yet to traverse. However, he was now eligible for a god-level check-in. Yi Feng opened the check-in interface within his mind. Ding. Is the host certain about the god-level check-in? Confirmed. Ding. God-level check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, swordsmanship talent, and the advanced sword technique, splitting sky sword. Swordsmanship talent? A flicker of joy danced across Yi Feng's face. In the realm of weapon talents, swordsmanship talent was an extraordinarily formidable existence. Ding. Would you like to merge the swordsmanship talent? Merge. Ding. Merge successful. As for the advanced sword technique, the splitting sky sword, Yi Feng perused its description. An advanced sword technique that required swordsmanship talent for cultivation. Upon reaching mastery, a single strike would fracture the very fabric of space. Chapter 95, Cultivating the Splitting Sky Sword, Dragon Soul, Elixir X10. Yi Feng had not anticipated receiving both swordsmanship talent and an advanced sword technique. He gazed at the alloy longsword. Since he had obtained it, he felt compelled to train diligently. The Jianghe martial arts school was not conducive for practice. He did not wish to draw undue attention at this juncture. The only suitable locale that came to mind was Nanshan. After departing the Jianghe martial arts school, Yi Feng arrived at Nanshan. The techniques of the advanced sword technique, splitting sky sword, were already embedded in his mind. He understood that grasping this advanced skill would be even more challenging than mastering the dragon elephant fist. Swish, swish, swish. Holding the alloy longsword, he commenced training in the advanced sword technique, splitting sky sword, following the sequences in his mind. 3 days passed. 5 days. 10 days. After 10 days, he still felt no semblance of understanding towards the splitting sky sword. On the 15th day, Yi Feng conducted another round of basic check-ins, yet garnered no useful rewards. 2 months slipped by in an instant. However, Yi Feng finally managed to cultivate the advanced sword technique, splitting sky sword, to an introductory level. To his slight disappointment, during these 2 months, his check-ins yielded no beneficial items. Swish, swish, swish. The alloy longsword in his hand was now capable of manifesting terrifying sword radiance. Only with swordsmanship talent could one materialize such a phenomenon. The splitting sky sword delivered an exceptionally fearsome strike, even achieving the effect of spatial rupture. The power of this sword was undeniably immense. Time flew by, and another 2 months passed. Yi Feng, with the alloy longsword in hand, stood before a towering tree. Whoosh! He swung the sword toward the tree. Instantly, countless strands of terrifying sword radiance intertwined, surging forth from the alloy longsword with lightning speed. The mingling of the dreadful sword radiance shattered the surrounding space, creating a visually stunning spectacle. Nearby trees were severed cleanly in half. Boom! The sword radiance struck the tree with tremendous force, causing it to fracture. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that it left onlookers bewildered. Was this the might of the splitting sky sword? How terrifying! Yi Feng murmured to himself. He had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, he could only imagine the horrific effect it might produce. However, he was certain that the power of this sword far surpassed that of the advanced fist technique, Dragon Elephant Fist, by an incalculable margin. The false force of the Dragon Elephant Fist can achieve a terrifying combat power of 150,000, making the split sky sword, which is incomparably more potent, even more formidable. However, it is worth noting that Yi Feng is currently merely a novice Grand Martial Master, and thus cannot rely on the split sky sword to vanquish Yang Qingtian, the master of the Golden Wind Martial Arts Academy. Suddenly, an unusual radiance appeared in Yi Feng's mind, signaling that he could proceed with the sign-in. For so long, the rewards from the sign-in had yielded little of value, but this time it was a primary sign-in. Upon successful completion, the system's voice resonated in his consciousness. Primary sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 10 Dragon Soul Potions. 10 Dragon Soul Potions? Yi Feng was overjoyed. This could not have come at a more opportune moment. Previously, he had acquired 3 Dragon Soul Potions and spent 3 days in the Jianghe secret chamber, resulting in an increase of over 5,000 combat power. At that time, the Dragon Origin technique was only at the 2nd level, but now it had reached the 3rd level. If he were to enter the Jianghe secret chamber again, the enhancement to his vitality would be staggering. Chapter 96. A trip to the wilderness is necessary. Upon returning to the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, Yi Feng made a beeline for the Jianghe secret chamber. Once inside, he fervently absorbed the immense vitality within. Now that the Dragon Origin technique had reached the 3rd level, the vitality he absorbed was exponentially greater than before. The figures of vitality, 43, 451, 43, 160, 43, 170, continued to flash before Yi Feng's eyes, painting an exhilarating picture on his face. With the primary sign-in yielding 10 Dragon Soul Potions, he could remain in the Jianghe secret chamber for a full 10 days. During this period, coupled with the terrifying vitality of the chamber, he anticipated a significant transformation. As the numbers climbed, 43, 180, 43, 200, 43, 190, Yi Feng clenched his fists in anticipation. He knew that the day of his confrontation with Yang Qingtian was drawing near. After consuming the Dragon Soul Potions, he would continue utilizing them until all 10 were depleted. Once he emerged from the Jianghe secret chamber, he felt as though he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Eagerly, he approached a combat power testing device. Bang, bang, bang. He struck the device with several powerful blows. 79, 560, 79, 570, 79, 565, 79, 580. Hiss. As he beheld the reading on the device, Yi Feng could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Nearly 80,000 combat power. Such a figure signified the foundational combat power of a high-level Grand Martial Master. In the span of just 10 days, he had come astonishingly close to that threshold. Yet, it was still insufficient. Yang Qingtian was a high-level Grand Master, and Yi Feng had thoroughly investigated, discovering that Yang had not awakened any terrifying supernatural abilities. If Yi Feng wished to defeat Yang Qingtian with the advanced sword technique, Split Sky Sword, he would need to at least attain the intermediate Grand Master realm. Moreover, this remained an uncertain factor. He suddenly recalled the 3 realms of weapon mastery: unity, harmony of force, and harmony of intent. These realms are distinct from the ordinary martial artist's progression. Yi Feng contemplated how advantageous it would be at the 1st level of harmony. If he could achieve that, even as a novice grandmaster, he would be guaranteed to slay Yang Qingtian with the advanced sword technique, Split Sky Sword. However, attaining the 1st level of harmony necessitated not only luck, but also the cultivation of a murderous aura. Yi Feng realized that it was imperative to venture into the wilderness. The path of a martial artist's advancement is not solely through the absorption of vitality. Breakthroughs can also occur in the throes of combat, albeit at a much slower pace than through absorption. For the sake of achieving harmony at the 1st level, he resolved to undertake this endeavor. After some consideration, Yi Feng decided to head to the Western City. The Western City is teeming with ferocious beasts. After departing from the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, he set forth toward the Western City. A day later, Yi Feng arrived at his destination. The western city, much like most territories dominated by savage beasts, was overgrown with weeds and desolate. Drawing the metal longsword from his back, he prepared for a slaughter. He advanced step by step. The western city was home to 3 types of ferocious beasts: ghost-head demon cats, fire-toxic birds, and 3-eyed devil frogs. Regardless of the species, the lower-tier beasts always outnumbered their higher-tier counterparts, just as ordinary humans are the most populous among mankind. The strength and weakness of a beast's territory are judged by the overall power and the number of high-tier beasts present. Not long after he began his journey, a dozen ghost-head demon cats came into view. Chapter 97. The Might of the Split Sky Sword. The dozen ghost-head demon cats before Yi Feng were all of the first-tier low level, fixating their gaze upon him, poised to charge at any moment. Gripping his metal longsword, Yi Feng strode toward them before they could close the distance. The sudden approach startled the demon cats. They were enraged that Yi Feng dared to approach them. Roar! In unison, the dozen ghost-head demon cats let out a deafening roar and lunged at Yi Feng. He raised his metal longsword, which was now imbued with a terrifying sword aura. Whoosh! With a single decisive strike, the sword aura cleaved through the air, striking all the demon cats, severing their bodies in gruesome displays. Yi Feng continued onward, aware that many more beasts lurked within the western city. Half an hour later, he had slain over 100 ghost-head demon cats. He understood that reaching the first level of weapon mastery would not come easily. Yi Feng's gaze settled on a particular location, and he was taken aback. Not far from him, over 100 3-eyed devil frogs were surrounding a group of young individuals. The 3-eyed devil frogs were large, their bodies a sickly green, covered in unsightly flesh lumps that evoked nausea. Yi Feng approached, though his primary intent was not to rescue the young people. After all, they had no connection to him. His foremost desire was to eliminate the 3-eyed devil frogs and, in the process, spare these individuals, as humanity and ferocious beasts stood on opposing sides. The group of young people surrounded by the frogs numbered around a dozen, both male and female, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age. They appeared to have ventured into the western city, oblivious to the dangers they faced. At this moment, despair was etched across their faces as they realized their chances of survival were non-existent. Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura sliced through the air. Roar! The chorus of anguished cries erupted from the 3-eyed devil frogs. After their cries subsided, the frogs lay scattered on the ground, their bodies torn asunder. In that instant, both the young individuals and the remaining 3-eyed devil frogs turned their gaze toward the same direction. They beheld a slender boy, brandishing an alloy-long sword, who approached them with deliberate steps. The boy appeared to be of similar age to them, yet an aura of dread emanated from him, instilling an involuntary sense of fear. The group of men and women, numbering over a dozen, were bewildered by the terrifying killing intent exuded by Yi Feng. As Yi Feng stepped forward, he found himself face to face with the 3-eyed demon frogs. After a series of roars, the creatures launched an assault on him, charging forth in a frenzied attack. Yi Feng's expression remained calm and unperturbed as he raised his alloy sword, articulating each word with precision. Sky-splitting sword. As the words fell, the sword was unleashed. A multitude of sword lights erupted from the blade, intertwining to form a singular, formidable beam that resembled a true dragon soaring through the skies. Akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses, utterly terrifying. Wherever the massive sword light traversed, the very fabric of space trembled. The ground cracked, revealing enormous fissures, while fierce winds began to stir. Boom! When the colossal sword light struck the advancing 3-eyed demon frogs, an explosive sound reverberated through the ground, sending shockwaves outward. The group of men and women collapsed in shock, their faces etched with horror. Chapter 98. Check-in Reward, Heart of Slaughter. What manner of terrifying existence is this? Such swordsmanship and mastery of technique must yield such a fearsome sword light, yet the wielder appears to be of similar stature to us. As the dust settled, the group gazed at Yi Feng's silhouette a short distance away. He stood resolutely with his sword, despite his slight frame, exuding an aura of immense pressure akin to a mountain. Yi Feng's face remained devoid of any fluctuation. The hundreds of 3-eyed demon frogs were merely low-tier ferocious beasts. Senior, thank you for saving us, the group said, regaining their composure and expressing their gratitude. Yi Feng, however, said nothing and turned to depart. Had he not come to West City for the purpose of slaying ferocious beasts, that group would likely have met their demise. As they watched him leave, they pondered whether this was the demeanor of a true powerhouse. They too hastily exited, no longer daring to linger in West City. 3 days later, Yi Feng had lost count of the number of ferocious beasts he had slain in West City. All the beasts he had dispatched were exceedingly weak. The more he killed, the more he felt the daunting challenge of reaching the first level of harmony. It was simply too difficult. Nevertheless, he resolved to continue his efforts without yielding. He had spent a month in West City and had encountered massive hordes of ferocious beasts twice, yet he chose to not confront them head-on, instead opting to pick them off one by one. Throughout this month, he had engaged in intermediate and advanced check-ins, but the rewards he received were of little use to him. Yi Feng still had not touched the first level of harmony. The first level of harmony. where man and weapon become one, was the pinnacle of his aspiration. Upon achieving this level, his entire being would transform into a weapon, wielding greater and more terrifying sword light, the magnitude of which was beyond comprehension. At present, Feng sat atop the rooftop of an abandoned office building, searching for his next quarry. Before long, a dozen fire-poisoned birds appeared on the rooftop. Although small in size, akin to the palm of a hand, they were entirely crimson and possessed deadly poison. The venom of these low-tier fire-poison birds posed no threat to an advanced martial artist like Feng. As the fire-poison birds spotted a human presence before them, they prepared to attack. Yet before they could even launch their assault, they were struck down by the sword light. Gazing at the fallen birds, Feng sighed, pondering whether he would ever reach the first level of harmony. He harbored a fear that all his efforts might be in vain, as the rewards from his check-ins lacked anything related to the essence of slaughter. To attain the first level of harmony, one must possess not only swordsmanship talent, but also the heart of slaughter. In essence, the heart of slaughter is akin to killing intent. However, it also requires a touch of fortune. Some martial artists achieve the first level within mere days, while others, despite relentless slaughter, may never attain it in their lifetimes. Thus, no one could definitively ascertain the path to reaching the first level. Another fortnight passed. Feng had lost track of how many ferocious beasts he had slain in West City. He returned once more to the rooftop of the office building and opened the check-in interface in his mind. He hoped that the rewards from this check-in would be related to the first level of harmony. Please confirm whether the host wishes to proceed with the divine level check-in. Confirmed. Divine level check-in successful. Reward acquired. Heart of Slaughter. Chapter 99. First level of harmony. A deep pit of dozens of meters. Heart of Slaughter? Feng had never before encountered such a concept. The Heart of Slaughter consists of 9 layers. The first 3 layers correspond to the first level of harmony, the next 3 to the level of force, and the final 3 to the level of intent, all ascending through slaughter. As he reviewed the description of the Heart of Slaughter, Feng was momentarily taken aback. This was extraordinary. Suddenly, he realized he could feel 2 hearts, one on the left and one on the right. Yet that was not the most significant revelation. He could distinctly sense that his Heart of Slaughter had reached the first layer. In other words, he had achieved the first level of harmony. Feng felt an overwhelming wave of happiness wash over him. He raised a finger, and to his astonishment, a terrifying sword light began to coalesce at its tip. He had truly reached the first level of harmony. A glimmer of excitement crossed Feng's face as he gazed down from the rooftop and spotted hundreds of ghost-headed demon cats. Let us see how you fare against this. With that, Feng unsheathed the alloy long sword hanging at his back. After achieving the first level of harmony, his body became akin to a weapon, and utilizing a weapon for attack allowed him to unleash even more terrifying sword light. As he activated the first level of harmony, a formidable sword light, measuring a full yard in width, gathered on his alloy sword. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike toward the hundreds of ghost-headed demon cats below. Whoosh! In an instant, the massive sword light surged forth from the alloy sword, racing toward the horde of demon cats with lightning speed. Boom! The hundreds of ghost-headed demon cats hardly had time to react before a tremendous explosion erupted, obliterating the surrounding structures into dust. As the dust settled, a massive pit, dozens of meters deep, appeared beneath Feng. Is this the power of the first level of harmony? A smile flickered across Feng's face. He had now attained the first level of harmony, and his next goal was to advance toward the junior master level. Once he reached that stage, he would be capable of defeating Yang Qingtian. Upon returning to the Jianghe Martial Arts School, it was not long before Su Hua sought out Feng. Feng, where have you been all this time? Su Hua inquired, curiosity evident on her fair face. Training, Feng replied. Well, next time you plan to train for such an extended period, could you please give us a heads up? We were all quite worried about you, she urged. All right. Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Su Hua smiled. Feng, your timing is impeccable. Are you aware that tomorrow, the Jinfeng Martial Arts School will challenge our Jianghe Martial Arts School in a battle of the strongest disciples? She continued. You must remember Yang Hao, right? He has now advanced to a junior martial master and has grasped a certain sword technique, achieving a commendable level of proficiency. Listening to Su Hua's words, Feng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Yang Hao, truly, he is treading a path leading to heaven while willingly plunging into hell. He fails to comprehend the concept of collateral damage. He only knows that one must eradicate the root of the problem, or else Yang Hao's talent may prove to be a significant headache for him in the future. Feng, my father will certainly arrange for you to face Yang Hao, Su Hua declared, leading him toward the main hall where the master resided. Upon seeing Feng, Master Su Zhan's face illuminated with joy as he discussed the upcoming bout between the 2 martial arts school's strongest disciples. Naturally, Feng agreed to the duel with Yang Hao. Master, will Yang Qingtian, the head of Jinfeng Martial Arts School, be attending tomorrow? Feng inquired. No, they will send a deputy master along with a few junior masters, Master Su Zhan replied, shaking his head. Feng contemplated that since Yang Qingtian would not be attending in person, Yang Hao was as good as doomed. Chapter 100. the battle of the strongest disciples from two martial arts schools. The duel between the strongest disciples of Jianghe Martial Arts School and Jinfeng Martial Arts School was to take place at Jianghe. This battle, involving different martial arts schools, was public and highly anticipated. Many formidable martial artists from Jiangnan City had already gathered at Jianghe Martial Arts School. Numerous young talents and major media outlets flocked to witness the clash of the strongest disciples from both schools. The event was set to be broadcast live on the Jiangnan Martial Artists Forum, with journalists from various media already capturing the moment. While the strongest disciple of Jinfeng Martial Arts School was known to be Yang Hao, the identity of Jianghe Martial Arts School's strongest disciple remained a mystery. At that moment, the trial grounds of Jianghe Martial Arts School had become a sea of people. Who do you think is stronger, the disciples from the two schools? I believe it's Yang Hao. I don't even know who the strongest disciple of Jianghe Martial Arts School is. True, I am also unaware of Jianghe's strongest disciple. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, the live chat in the Jiangnan Martial Artists Forum was abuzz with excitement. Most residents of Jiangnan City lacked the qualifications to attend the event in person, so they could only watch the live stream. I've seen Yang Hao before. He's quite handsome. Why should Jianghe's strongest disciple contest with him? What do you know? Yang Hao is formidable, and Jianghe's strongest disciple surely won't be lacking either. You don't think Jianghe Martial Arts School would be foolish enough to choose an incompetent as their strongest disciple, do you? How do you know? The majority of comments in the chat favored Yang Hao, as he was quite renowned in Jiangnan City. On the judging platform of the trial grounds, the higher-ups of Jianghe Martial Arts School had taken their seats, awaiting the arrival of the Jinfeng contingent. As for Huang Kuan, Master Su Zhan had publicly announced that he and Huang Yun had gone to another base city. Although this explanation did not convince everyone, no one probed further. After several minutes, a group of over a dozen individuals strode into Jianghe Martial Arts School. The people from Jinfeng Martial Arts School have arrived. Among them was Master Feng Yuan, one of the two deputy masters of Jinfeng. It was clear that the leadership of Jinfeng had come. Yet the absence of Yang Qingtian implied that he deemed their victory a foregone conclusion, treating this contest as a trivial affair. As the group approached, the faces of all present in the trial grounds lit up with anticipation, for they understood that the battle between the two schools' strongest disciples was about to commence. The higher-ups of Jianghe Martial Arts School rose from the judging platform to welcome their Jinfeng counterparts, and after exchanging pleasantries, the Jinfeng officials took their seats on the judging panel. Yang Hao, the strongest disciple of Jinfeng Martial Arts School, ascended to the largest trial platform, his demeanor exuding arrogance as he surveyed the crowd below. "Where is Jianghe's strongest disciple?" he called out. As his words fell, a slightly slender figure began to walk toward the trial platform under the gaze of all. All eyes and cameras focused on this figure, who bore an expression of remarkable calmness, as if he regarded everything in the world with indifference. Chapter 101. The Demise of Yang Hao. Who is this person? Why does he seem so arrogant? Could he possibly be Jianghe Martial Arts School's strongest disciple? I can't fathom what he is trying to prove. The live chat in the Jiangnan Martial Artists Forum erupted in confusion. They simply could not understand how Yi Feng wore such an expression of tranquility, a calmness they felt they could never emulate. "Yi Feng, it is indeed you," Yang Hao remarked, his face darkening as he observed Yi Feng. Yi Feng remained silent, stepping up to the trial platform where they began to confront each other. Both the audience present and those watching the live stream widened their eyes in anticipation. Having never witnessed such a spectacular confrontation between the strongest disciples of Jianghe and Jinfeng, Yang Hao looked at Yi Feng, a mocking smile creeping across his face. "Though I am unaware of what external forces you harnessed to slay the mid-level Black Moon Wolf beneath the Langshan building, you have certainly proven yourself to be formidable." At this moment, Yang Hao remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. He would never imagine that his life would meet its end today. Suddenly, he drew a metal-long sword from its sheath on his back, having awakened his sword talent and refined a particular sword technique to a significant level. The awakening of Yang Hao's sword talent was no longer a secret in Jiangnan City. As he brandished the long sword, the onlookers wondered if he intended to swiftly defeat Jianghe's strongest disciple. "Are you really going to draw your weapon?" Yi Feng finally spoke, fixing his gaze on Yang Hao. "Do you not fear injuring me?" "What?" Yang Hao was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why Yi Feng would utter such words. Haha. Returning to his senses, Yang Hao sneered at Yi Feng. "Rest assured, I know my limits." "Yet, I do not." Yi Feng shook his head. "In truth, we bear no deep-seated enmity. If you are to blame anyone, it should be your father." "What do you mean?" Yang Hao replied coldly, unable to grasp Yi Feng's cryptic words. However, it mattered little. He was confident that Yi Feng could never be his rival. Yi Feng chose not to elaborate further and instead raised his fist. Now a senior martial master, he understood that dispatching Yang Hao would be a trivial endeavor. Upon seeing Yi Feng raise his fist, Yang Hao's face broke into a cold smile, fully confident in his strength. The hearts of both the audience and the viewers were in their throats, for the battle between Jianghe and Jinfeng's strongest disciples was on the verge of commencing. "Farewell, Yang Hao." Suddenly, Yi Feng's gaze locked onto Yang Hao as an ominous force began to coalesce around his fist. Yang Hao's pupils suddenly constricted, as he could scarcely fathom the terrifying essence of energy emanating from Yi Feng. Such a formidable aura was certainly not characteristic of a martial artist at his level. In an instant, doubt crept into Yang Hao's mind, urging him to retreat. Yet, it was too late. Yi Feng's fist was already hurtling toward him. Bang! The energy surrounding the fist generated a shockwave, the sheer force causing the air to crackle ominously. The speed of the wave was alarmingly swift. Oh no! On the judging platform, Feng Yuan, the vice master of the Jin Feng Martial Arts Academy, was the first to react, leaping from his seat to soar toward the trial platform. However, it was too late. Yang Hao, merely a novice martial master, stood no chance against a high-ranking grand martial master like Yi Feng. The shockwave, infused with concentrated energy, pierced through Yang Hao's body. He collapsed onto the trial platform, a gaping wound spilling blood, which flowed outward like a crimson flower heralding the descent into hell. Hiss! The audience, both present and those watching the live broadcast, gasped collectively at the sight of Yi Feng slaying Yang Hao, as if struck by lightning. Their expressions frozen in shock. Chapter 102. Bring my family to Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. The spectators could hardly fathom that the strongest disciple of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy would dare to kill Yang Hao. Their astonishment did not stem merely from the swiftness of the kill, but rather from Yi Feng's audacity to eliminate Yang Hao. The battle between the most formidable disciples of Jianghe and Jin Feng Martial Arts Academies was not supposed to be a matter of life and death, but rather a contest of restraint. Yet, now Yang Hao lay dead. Everyone understood that if Yang Hao was truly dead, a storm was brewing in Jiangnan City. He was the sole son of Yang Qingtian, the master of Jin Feng Martial Arts Academy, and Yang Qingtian would undoubtedly unleash his wrath, making conflict between the two martial academies inevitable. Vice Master Feng Yuan had arrived at the trial platform, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed upon Yang Hao's lifeless body, as if witnessing an impossibility. In the arena, the crowd was utterly aghast, their shock rendering them incapable of uttering coherent words. Why you actually killed Yang Hao? Feng Yuan's eyes shone with fierce intensity as he prepared to confront Yi Feng. This was Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. While Yi Feng's actions were indeed a misstep, it was not for him to take matters into his own hands. Master Su Zhan ascended the trial platform. Feng Yuan, being merely an intermediate master, could hardly stand against Su Zhan. He regarded Su Zhan with a cold demeanor. Su Zhan, you must realize that the one who has fallen is our master's son. If you wish to avoid a war between our academies, then allow me to take him back. Feng Yuan spoke icily to Su Zhan. Let the war commence. I shall stand by Yi Feng. A chilling expression settled on Su Zhan's face. Though he was unaware of Yi Feng's motives for killing Yang Hao, he recognized that Yi Feng must have had his reasons. Yi Feng was his most trusted ally. If he faltered now, how could he continue as the master of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy? Listening to Su Zhan's words, Feng Yuan's face darkened to an extreme. His teeth clenched as he forced out a response. Su Zhan, you uttered those words. Mark my words, Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. You will pay for this. With that, Feng Yuan departed Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, bearing Yang Hao's corpse alongside several masters from Jin Feng Martial Arts Academy. In the Jiangnan City Martial Artist Forums livestream, the barrage of comments reached an unprecedented level. The strongest disciple of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy had indeed slain Yang Hao. Did he not fear the wrath of Yang Hao's father? It seems a storm is brewing in Jiangnan City. To quell this incident, only the city lord could intervene. Yi Feng's countenance remained largely unchanged. He felt no remorse for killing Yang Hao. This was merely the beginning. With Yang Hao dead, the next target would be Yang Qingtian. However, he owed a debt of gratitude to Master Su Zhan. Had it not been for Su Zhan, he would have certainly been killed by Feng Yuan. Yi Feng, follow me, Master Su Zhan instructed, leading the way toward the Master Hall. Vice Master Shi Ming urged all spectators and Jianghe Martial Arts Academy's students to disperse. The upper echelons of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy also proceeded to the Master Hall. The events of the day had far exceeded their control, and they sought to understand Yi Feng's motives for slaying Yang Hao. Upon the arrival of the upper echelons at the Master Hall, before Master Su Zhan could speak, Yi Feng addressed Su Hua directly. I need a favor. Bring my family to Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 103. The reason for killing Yang Hao, revealing the past. Su Hua was momentarily taken aback. Yi Feng, what are you listening to? Yi Feng, Master Su Zhan instructed Su Hua, understanding the gravity of the situation. Su Hua hurriedly exited the Master Hall. After her departure, Master Su Zhan turned his attention to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, can you explain why you killed Yang Hao? From my perspective, you should not be someone lacking in restraint. Master Su Zhan's expression was filled with confusion. The high-ranking officials in the Master Hall turned their gazes toward Yi Feng, eager to uncover the reasons behind his actions. Let us discuss it once my family arrives. Yi Feng replied slowly. Seeing Yi Feng's response, Master Su Zhan chose not to press further. In Jiangming community, Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui wore expressions of shock. They had just been watching the live broadcast of the battle between the strongest talents of Jianghe and Jin Feng Martial Arts Academies. How could my brother kill Yang Hao? Yi Shue's face displayed a myriad of complex emotions. Uncle Yi. Su Hua approached, looking at the group in the living room. Sister, why are you here? Yi Feng has asked me to bring you to Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. There's no time to waste. Let us depart. All right. Yi Yonghe showed no hesitation, understanding that Yang Hao was the son of Yang Qingtian, the master of Jin Feng Martial Arts Academy. And now that Yang Qingtian's son had been killed by Yi Feng, they were in imminent danger. Su Hua led them toward Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. Upon their arrival, Su Hua took them directly to the master hall. As they entered, Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui gazed in astonishment at the high-ranking officials of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. They knew that the individuals present were significant figures. Brother, Yi Shui whispered to Yi Feng. Master Su Zhan turned to Yi Feng. Your family has arrived. Now, can you tell us why you killed Yang Hao? All eyes in the master hall were fixed on Yi Feng, awaiting his response. You should be aware of Su Jiang, correct? Yi Feng inquired. Looking at everyone in the master hall, Su Jiang, the high-ranking officials of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, felt a sense of familiarity with the name. Yet none could immediately recall who he was. Suddenly, Master Su Zhan gasped. Yi Feng, are you referring to the former vice master of Jin Feng Martial Arts Academy? Indeed. Yi Feng affirmed with a nod. At that time, Yang Qingtian killed Su Jiang in his quest for the position of master. And Su Jiang, and I am his son. Yi Feng realized that at this juncture, there was no more reason to conceal the truth. It was time to reveal it. The individuals in the master hall were left in stunned silence. Yi Feng, you are actually Su Jiang's son? Is that why you killed Yang Hao? The expression on the face of the curator, Su Zhan, was one of utter astonishment. Indeed, I do not merely intend to eliminate Yang Hao, but I also seek to vanquish Yang Qingtian, Yi Feng slowly declared. The crowd within the curator's hall finally grasped the reason behind Yi Feng's brutal act against Yang Hao. So it was an act of vengeance. Su Hua listened to Yi Feng's words, an inexplicable sorrow enveloping her heart as memories of that night, when Yi Feng recounted his story flooded back. Could it be that the friend Yi Feng spoke of was, in fact, himself? Yi Yonghe also came to understand why, upon their first encounter, Yi Feng's eyes bore such a deep-seated hatred. Yi Qing and Yi Shui were utterly bewildered. How could they have fathomed that the person their father had adopted harbored such a seed of animosity within? Chapter 104. The Enraged Yang Qingtian, Jiangnan Council. The atmosphere in the curator's hall was charged with tension, the words spoken by Yi Feng far exceeding their expectations. Everyone, please leave. I wish to converse privately with Yi Feng, Su Zhan instructed the assembly. Once the others had departed, Su Zhan turned to Yi Feng. Pray tell, what is your current realm as a warrior? I am an advanced grand martial artist, Yi Feng replied without any reticence. Su Zhan's face contorted into a bittersweet smile as he absorbed Yi Feng's revelation. Your talent is astonishing, perhaps unparalleled across the entirety of Blue Star. How much better it would be if you could endure a little longer until your strength surpasses Yang Qingtian's. That is unnecessary, Yi Feng shook his head. As soon as I attain the level of master, I will possess the confidence to eliminate Yang Qingtian. But Yang Qingtian is an advanced master. From whence do you derive this confidence? Su Zhan inquired, perplexed. Yi Feng raised a finger, concentrating the power of the sword upon it. I have already entered the first level of harmony. What? Su Zhan's eyes widened as he gazed at the sword energy coalescing around Yi Feng's fingertip, hastily rubbing his eyes in disbelief. You have actually entered the first level of harmony, meaning you have awakened your swordsmanship talent? Indeed, curator. Yi Feng affirmed with a nod. At that moment, words could scarcely encapsulate Su Zhan's astonishment, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. He would have found it nearly impossible to believe that such an extraordinary talent as Yi Feng existed in this world. Rest assured, Yi Feng, you are the strongest disciple of my Jianghe Martial Arts School, and I shall do everything within my power to protect you, Su Zhan declared resolutely. Thank you, curator. Yi Feng felt a stirring in his heart. Should the opportunity arise, he would repay Su Zhan's kindness. At the Golden Wind Martial Arts School, a formidable surge of vitality manifested as a golden longsword, sweeping forth from Yang Qingtian's being. In an instant, everything within the curator's hall was reduced to dust. Yang Qingtian's eyes blazed crimson with rage. Su Zhan, we shall not coexist in this world, he roared. He understood that the strongest disciple of Jianghe Martial Arts School could not possibly possess the strength or audacity to slay his son. This was all orchestrated by Su Zhan. The strongest disciple of Jianghe Martial Arts School must have merely ingested some enhancement potion or elixir. The higher-ups of the Golden Wind Martial Arts School were equally incensed. As one of the 4 great martial arts schools, how could they not be outraged by such events? Curator, I believe it is time to gather all members of the Golden Wind Martial Arts School and confront Jianghe Martial Arts School to demonstrate our formidable strength. Vice Curator Feng Yuan bellowed. Had it not been for Su Zhan, he would have already slain Yi Feng while at Jianghe Martial Arts School. Curator, members of the Jiangnan Council have arrived, a grand martial artist announced, entering the curator's hall. Yang Qingtian's demeanor shifted. Bring them in. Yes, curator. The grand martial artist exited the hall. The Jiangnan Council was the highest authority in Jiangnan City, composed of the city lord and 7 members. Entry into the Jiangnan Council required one to be at the Grandmaster level, hence all council members were Grandmasters. Shortly thereafter, an elder appearing to be in his 60s entered the Golden Wind Martial Arts School's Curator's Hall. Grandmaster by High. Everyone in the hall bowed respectfully to the elder. Chapter 105. Initial Sign-In, Dragon Soul Elixir X5. Grandmaster by High regarded Yang Qingtian. Yang Qingtian, the city lord, is already aware of this matter, and his intention is to prevent an all-out war between the two martial arts schools. Yang Qingtian's expression darkened. Grandmaster by High. Does this mean my son cannot simply perish? Grandmaster by High shook his head. That is not within my purview. You must negotiate this between the Golden Wind Martial Arts School and Jiangha Martial Arts School. I hope you understand that no one in Jiangnan City dares defy the city lord's wishes, especially since your son was killed within the martial arts school. This matter is delicate for the Jiangnan Council to address. The battle between the strongest disciples of our two schools cannot possibly result in death. Yet my son was killed at Jiangha Martial Arts School. Is there nothing to be said about this? Yang Qingtian's fury was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Enough. I have conveyed what I needed to say. How you proceed is your own affair. With that, Grandmaster by High exited the Curator's Hall. In Jiangnan City, combat was permitted among warriors, including battles to the death. After leaving Golden Wind Martial Arts School, Grandmaster by High proceeded to Jiangha Martial Arts School, delivering the same message to its curator. Thank you, Brother Bai. Suzhan expressed his gratitude to Grandmaster by High. The elder smiled. It is no trouble. This is also the city lord's directive. As long as you ensure Yi Feng remains within Jiangha Martial Arts School, he shall not be in peril. Yes, you must protect Yi Feng. Since you submitted that dossier on him to the city lord, he has become a focal point of the city lord's attention. Grandmaster by High advised Suzhan. Suzhan had previously provided the city lord with information about Yi Feng, believing it necessary to report the emergence of such a formidable talent in Jiangnan City. Of course, Yi Feng remained unaware of this. Neither did the four great martial arts schools comprehend that the Wolf Mountain trial was, in fact, a test devised by the city lord for Yi Feng. After Grandmaster by High departed, Suzhan let out a sigh of relief. However, he pondered that although a full-scale war between Golden Wind Martial Arts School and Jiangha Martial Arts School might be averted, a resolution to this conflict was inevitable. He simply did not know when that day would arrive. The news of the strongest disciple of Jiangha Martial Arts School slaying the strongest disciple of Golden Wind Martial Arts School had spread throughout Jiangnan City. The martial artist forum was inundated with posts daily, and the name of Yi Feng, the strongest disciple of Jiangha Martial Arts School, had become widely recognized. Some even created dedicated threads about Yi Feng, claiming to be his close friends and recounting tales of nights spent drinking with him before his talents were recognized, reveling for days on end. Yet, those who frequented the martial artist forum merely regarded these accounts as humorous anecdotes. Bang, bang, bang. 81625, 81650, 81613, 81367. Observing the readings on the strength detection device, Yi Feng mused that he still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the level of initial master. Following the curator's instructions, he had remained within Jiangha Martial Arts School these past few days, with his family also residing there, leaving him free of concerns. Time passed swiftly. On this day, Yi Feng found himself in Advanced Hall 1, where he opened the sign-in sheet in his mind. Ding. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the initial sign-in? Affirmative. Ding. You have received 5 Dragon Essence Potions. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly acquired another batch of Dragon Essence Potions? He recalled a previous initial sign-in, during which he had only received 3 potions. Thus this unexpected reward of 5 was indeed surprising. Chapter 106, 100,000 Combat Power. Yi Feng mused that with 5 Dragon Essence Potions at his disposal, he could remain in the Jiangha secret chamber for 5 days. He promptly made his way to the chamber. Upon arrival, he consumed one of the Dragon Essence Potions. As the effects took hold, he stepped into the Jiangha secret chamber, where an overwhelming surge of vitality began to coalesce around him. Vitality, 46, 514. Vitality, 46, 550. Vitality, 46, 515. Yi Feng commenced an intense absorption of vitality within the Jiangha secret chamber. After depleting the first potion, he continued to consume the subsequent ones until all 5 were exhausted. 5 days later, Yi Feng emerged from the Jiangha secret chamber. During his absence, the Jiangnan Martial Artist Forum had been abuzz with posts, many of which accused Yang Qingtian, the master of the Golden Wind Martial Arts Hall, of cowardice and failure to seek vengeance. Yi Feng approached a combat power assessment device. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed a series of punches against the device. 105, 000, 105, 215, 105, 220, 105, 250. His combat power peaked at 105, 250. This figure, while impressive, still fell short by 50. 000 of the foundational combat power required to attain the status of a primary master. Nevertheless, Yi Feng was confident that, given his training pace, he would not linger long before reaching that milestone. As long as he remained hidden, Yang Qingtian would be powerless against him. Yi Feng continued to absorb vitality in the advanced hall. 1. Several days passed, and a post emerged on the Jiangnan Martial Artist Forum, revealing the identity of Jianghe Martial Hall's most formidable student, Yi Feng. The forum's residents were astounded to discover that Yi Feng was the son of Su Jiang, the former deputy master of the Golden Wind Martial Arts Hall. The media began to sensationalize the story, and soon the entirety of Jiangnan City was aware of the revelation. Many residents began to rally behind Yi Feng, fueled by the desire for retribution against the man who had wronged his father. Yi Feng, however, was left pondering the identity of the individual who had made this post. Yi Feng. A sudden voice broke the silence. It was Yi Qing, standing before him. What is it? I have something to discuss with you. An unspoken urgency flickered across Yi Qing's face. Speak freely. I noticed that many people on the Jiangnan Martial Artist Forum have been criticizing you, so I decided to post about your identity. Yi Feng regarded Yi Qing thoughtfully. Her voice trailed off as she nodded in acknowledgement. You don't hold it against me, do you? Why would I? Yi Feng smiled. It's been said, so let it be. It's not a matter of great significance. Yi Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. She had merely wished to support Yi Feng and had not anticipated the consequences. The fact that he bore her no ill will lifted a weight from her heart. Meanwhile, Yang Qingtian, master of the Golden Wind Martial Arts Hall, listened to the report from his deputy, Feng Yuan, his expression darkening. How could I have been so blind? All those years ago, when I killed Su Jiang, I wondered why there were toys in the room. I never realized he had a son. Although Yang Qingtian had once entertained doubts, he had not pursued them further. Master, it seems Yi Feng is a persistent threat. If we do not eliminate him, it could lead to significant complications, Feng Yuan advised. Huh. Yang Qingtian's face twisted with malice. Rest assured, I am capable of slaying his father. I can certainly dispatch him as well. Chapter 107. The Terrifying Rewards of the Divine Sign-In. Vitality, 9, 850. Vitality, 9, 864. Vitality, 9, 862. The vitality in the Advanced Hall, 1, paled in comparison to that of the Jianghe's secret chamber. Yet Yi Feng understood that this was his only avenue for absorption at present. In a few days, he would be eligible for the intermediate sign-in. He hoped this time it would not disappoint him. His family remained within the Jianghe Martial Hall, their anxiety palpable. While they were safe for the moment, the situation required resolution. Vitality, 9, 540. Vitality, 9, 632. Vitality, 9, 655. Yi Feng persisted in his efforts to absorb vitality in the Advanced Hall, 1. Finally, the time arrived for his intermediate sign-in. He opened the sign-in interface in his mind, though he tempered his expectations, knowing the nature of the intermediate sign-in. Ding. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the intermediate sign-in? Affirmative. Ding. Intermediate sign-in successful. You have received a reward, 2 great recovery potions. Yi Feng could only muster a wry smile. He had indeed not received anything of significant value. At this juncture, he could only wait. Half a month later, Yi Feng attempted the advanced sign-in, but the reward was merely a rather useless martial technique. He accepted this with equanimity, realizing that the urgency should lie with Yang Qingtian. Once he achieved the status of a primary master, he would be poised to take Yang Qingtian's life. Time flew by, and Yi Feng continued to absorb vitality in the Advanced Hall, 1, for another half-month. Now, he was finally eligible for the Divine Sign-In. Half a month prior, Yi Feng had found peace with the situation. However, this time, he felt a surge of anticipation for the Divine Sign-In. He opened the sign-in interface in his mind. Ding. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the Divine Sign-In? Affirmative. Ding. Divine Sign-In successful. You have received the rewards. Opportunity to absorb a massive Essence Stone X1. Dragon Essence Potion X1. Staring at the rewards, Yi Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. An opportunity to absorb a massive Essence Stone? He swallowed hard, astonished. Additionally, he had received a Dragon Essence Potion. Within the Jianghe secret chamber lay a colossal Essence Stone weighing thousands of pounds. Previously, the Essence Stone had been beyond his reach, but now circumstances had changed. Yi Feng felt a tremor of excitement course through him. He understood that if he absorbed the massive Essence Stone from the Jianghe secret chamber, he would undoubtedly ascend to the master level. At that point, Yang Qingtian would become nothing but a lifeless corpse. He made his way to the Jianghe secret chamber. Upon arrival, he consumed the Dragon Essence Potion. The sight of the enormous Essence Stone filled his vision, radiating a terrifying blue light that illuminated the entire chamber. Yi Feng activated his opportunity to absorb the massive Essence Stone. Instantly, the energies from the colossal Essence Stone began to flow into his body, which absorbed them like a black hole, insatiable. Vitality, 999, 999. Vitality, 999, 999. Vitality surged to an astonishing 999, 999. Terrifying data regarding this vitality incessantly flickered before Yi Feng's retina. Within the confines of the Jianghe secret chamber, he had absorbed this formidable energy throughout the day. However, as the effects of the dragon spirit elixir waned, so too did the benefits from the immense vitality stones he had consumed. Exiting the Jianghe secret chamber, Feng eagerly approached the combat power assessment device. Chapter 108. Stepping into the Master Realm, 200,000 combat power. Bang, bang, bang. 201,205, 201,304, 201,352, 201,360. Upon witnessing the combat power displayed on the assessment device, Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 200,000 combat power. This indicated that he was no longer merely a novice master, but had surpassed the foundational combat power of a novice master by 50,000. He realized that with his innate swordsmanship talent and combined level 1 techniques, along with the advanced martial skill Sky Splitter, he could surely defeat Yang Qingtian upon entering the novice master realm. But now, to discover that he possessed an additional 50,000 combat power beyond that threshold, this meant that Yang Qingtian was as good as doomed. Feng sought out Yi Qing. Feng, do you need something? Yi Qing asked, puzzled by his demeanor. Please, could you post on the Jiangnan City Warrior Forum that I will be going to the Jinfeng Martial Arts Hall in 3 days to take Yang Qingtian's life? What did you just say? Yi Qing was taken aback, never having anticipated such a declaration from Feng. Go ahead and post it. Feng replied with an encouraging smile. But Feng, Yang Qingtian is a high-level master. Do not worry, trust me. Feng offered her a reassuring glance. Seeing his determination, Yi Qing reluctantly proceeded to post on the Jiangnan City Warrior Forum. Shortly thereafter, a post appeared announcing that in 3 days, the strongest student of Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, Feng, would confront Yang Qingtian at Jinfeng Martial Arts Hall. Yi Qing's previous posts had garnered significant attention. She identified herself and included a family photo taken with Feng, lending credence to her claims. The post quickly amassed over 1 million views. Media outlets rushed to cover the story, and major television stations in Jiangnan City began broadcasting the news, inciting a frenzy among the populace. Many believed that the strongest student of Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, Feng, had lost his sanity, for only a madman would make such a bold proclamation. Others dismissed the post as mere jest, asserting that if it were true, the sky would surely fall. Master Bai Hai of the Jiangnan Council personally visited Jianghe Martial Arts Hall to verify the claims. Upon receiving confirmation, he hurried back to the council. Soon after, the Jiangnan Council staff released a post on the Warrior Forum stating that the city lord would attend the Jinfeng Martial Arts Hall in 3 days to witness the duel between Feng and Yang Qingtian. This announcement sent shockwaves through Jiangnan City, as the residents realized that Feng was attempting the impossible. Major media outlets had gained permission to live broadcast the impending battle, and the news sent the online community into a frenzy, with many eager not to miss such a momentous event. In the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, within the Master's chamber, Master Su Zhan regarded Feng solemnly. Feng, why have you chosen to pursue such a perilous path? The atmosphere was heavy as the hall's senior members and Feng's family scrutinized his calm countenance, which was unnervingly serene. With a smile directed at Master Su Zhan, Feng replied, the matter between Yang Qingtian and me will be resolved in due time. But, Master, my decision is resolute, Feng asserted. Chapter 109, I feel the same. Everyone in the Master's chamber sighed in resignation as they listened to Feng's words. They believed he stood no chance against Yang Qingtian. Feng's family remained silent, yearning to offer counsel, yet at the sight of his unwavering gaze, they found themselves at a loss for words. Meanwhile, in the Master's chamber of Jinfeng Martial Arts Hall, the senior members could scarcely contain their derisive laughter. Why does Feng choose to court death? Does he possess some hidden strategy? Yang Qingtian mused, perplexed. Master, our investigation revealed that Feng is merely a great warrior. How could he possibly stand against you? Indeed. Master, once he steps into Jinfeng Martial Arts Hall, it will become his grave. Feng has slain our strongest student, Yang Hao. Perhaps he believes this is his path to redemption, the senior members jeered. Yang Qingtian smirked, confident that no matter what tricks Feng might have, he would not be a match for him. He had previously considered the possibility of Feng's prolonged absence from Jianghe Martial Arts Hall as a potential threat, recognizing the terrifying potential of his innate talent. However, now he felt no concern, for in 3 days, Feng would meet his demise. As 2 days passed, tomorrow Feng would face Yang Qingtian in battle. At that moment, instead of absorbing vitality within the advanced hall, he sat beneath a grand red maple tree outside the training grounds of Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, meditating. This was a long overdue confrontation. For years, he had endured, knowing that seeking out Yang Qingtian would only lead to his own demise. Though he had not spent much time with Su Jiang, the familial bond he felt was unprecedented, a sensation he had never experienced in Huaxia. After Su Jiang was slain by Yang Qingtian, he vowed to avenge her. Fortunately, like many transmigrators in Huaxia novels, he possessed an extraordinary advantage. Otherwise, revenge would be an unattainable dream. He resolved that as a transmigrator, he must not squander that title. After avenging Su Jiang, he would carve out a realm of his own in the Blue Star, ensuring that all would come to know the name Feng. Tomorrow, he would venture to Jinfeng Martial Arts Hall for the long-awaited duel. Feng, so this is where you've been. I've searched high and low for you. Su Hua approached, and sat beside him under the red maple tree. "It's quite pleasant here, watching you train." Yi Feng smiled at her. "Yi Feng, you're to face Yang Qingtian tomorrow. You must feel confident, right?" Suhua asked cautiously. "Rest assured," Yi Feng remarked, gazing at the sun in the sky. "I never engage in battles without assurance." Though he spoke thus, no joy appeared on Suhua's face. To her, Yang Qingtian was simply too formidable a high-level master. Despite Yi Feng's unparalleled cultivation talent, how could he possibly contend with a high-level master? "Yi Feng, there is something I've longed to tell you, but..." Suhua hesitated, searching for the right words. "I know, you harbor feelings for me," Yi Feng replied, meeting her gaze. "And I feel the same." Chapter 110. The 3 days have passed, proceeding to the Golden Wind Martial Arts Academy. The expression on Suhua's exquisite face had solidified. Could it be that Yi Feng harbored feelings for her as well? Under the resplendent red maple tree, the vibrant scarlet leaves fluttered down incessantly, reminiscent of a fairy tale realm, and Yi Feng and Suhua appeared as a pair of star-crossed lovers. Yi Feng was not a fool. How could he possibly overlook Suhua's affections for him? Yet at that time, his sole desire was to enhance his strength for revenge, and now, circumstances had shifted. The prospect of vengeance was now tantalizingly within reach. "Yi Feng, you must survive tomorrow." Suhua longed to express a myriad of sentiments to Yi Feng, but ultimately, she realized that those words paled in significance compared to the vital necessity of his survival. "I will undoubtedly live on. In this world, no one can slay me," Yi Feng resolutely declared to Suhua. The following day, within the trial arena of the Golden Wind Martial Arts Academy, both the academy's disciples and the warriors permitted to spectate had arrived well in advance. Yi Feng, the strongest disciple of the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, was set to clash with Yang Qingtian of the Golden Wind Martial Arts Academy, about that the citizens of Jiangnan City deemed a suicidal endeavor. The outcome of such a confrontation was undeniably foregone. The head of the Golden Wind Martial Arts Academy, Yang Qingtian, had also taken to the trial platform. Yang Qingtian, a robust figure clad in battle attire, possessed a gaze as piercing as that of an eagle, evoking an involuntary sense of trepidation in those who met his eyes. Standing resolutely upon the trial platform, he awaited Yi Feng's arrival, as did the throngs of onlookers. The media of Jiangnan City had arrived at the Golden Wind Martial Arts Academy even before dawn broke. The online spectators, restless and sleepless, eagerly anticipated the monumental clash between Yi Feng and Yang Qingtian. Though Yi Feng's chances of victory were nearly non-existent, his audacity garnered admiration from many. For he pressed forward unflinchingly, fully aware of the peril that lay ahead. "The city lord has arrived," along with the 7 grandmasters of the Jiangnan Council. A chorus of gasps erupted within the trial arena. The Jiangnan Council represented the pinnacle of authority in Jiangnan City and served as its guardians. Years prior, the city had faced a massive onslaught from ferocious beasts, with the city lord and the 7 grandmasters safeguarding it. Although the attendees and the online audience had anticipated the city lord's presence, his actual arrival left them in stunned disbelief. The city lord and the 7 grandmasters ascended the elevated platform and seated themselves in silence. Even through the screen, netizens felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Was this the terrifying might of the grandmasters? Truly, the grandmasters are magnificent. One could almost hear the whispers among the viewers. "I can feel my body trembling just watching. Surely a mere glance from a grandmaster could obliterate me." In the Martial Artist Forum's live chat, comments raced by at an astonishing pace. At this moment, everyone awaited the arrival of the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy's contingent. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "They're here." Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance. The upper echelons of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, including Yi Feng, Suhua, and Yi Feng's family, approached. The cameras of Jiangnan City's media focused intently on them, while the residents watching the live stream sighed, aware that a prodigious talent was about to meet his demise at the Golden Wind Martial Arts Academy. At the center of the elevated platform, a formidable man fixated his gaze upon Yi Feng, murmuring to himself, "Yi Feng, by what means do you dare to contend with Yang Qingtian?" Chapter 111. I have long awaited this day. The imposing figure was none other than the senior grandmaster, City Lord Lu Xinghe. Since the head of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy, Su Zhan, had submitted Yi Feng's information to him, he had been closely monitoring Yi Feng's progress. He was aware of Yi Feng's rapid breakthroughs and speculated that the young man's cultivation talent might very well be of the ultimate caliber. Since the Great Cataclysm, Jiangnan City had not witnessed a martial artist endowed with superlative cultivation talent, let alone one as formidable as Yi Feng. He hoped that Yi Feng would emerge from Jiangnan City, rising to defend the Dragon Kingdom when the ferocious beasts unleashed their full-scale assault. This was a matter of great consequence. Having traversed the horrors of the Great Cataclysm, Lu Xinghe had served in the elite Dragon Kingdom's Jinwei army, fully aware of the battlefield's brutality and terror. In those days, there were no alloy weapons, no high-tech arms, and not even named weaponry. The military stood as mere ants before the beasts, ruthlessly slaughtered. The visions of mountainous piles of corpses and rivers of blood were ones Lu Xinghe had witnessed countless times, and he fervently wished never to see such scenes repeated. Lu Xinghe had resolved that should Yi Feng find himself in dire straits, he would intervene to safeguard him. Though many might deem his actions unjust, the reality was that fairness had never existed in this world. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the representatives of Jianghe Martial Arts Academy had arrived at the trial arena. Silence reigned, a deathly stillness. Everyone awaited a word from either Yi Feng or Yang Qingtian. Yang Qingtian on the trial platform fixed a fierce glare upon Yi Feng, his face contorted with rage. Yi Feng had slain his only son, and he was determined to rend Yi Feng to pieces to relieve his heart's anguish. Yi Feng, since you have arrived, why do you not ascend the trial platform? Are you afraid? Yang Qingtian coldly challenged. Yi Feng remained silent, instead stepping steadily onto the trial platform. Both the live audience and those watching online were acutely aware that the confrontation between Yi Feng and Yang Qingtian was imminent. Reminiscent of Yi Feng's previous battle against Yang Hao, Yi Feng was destined to be obliterated by Yang Qingtian. Do you know? I have awaited this day for a long time, Yi Feng declared, locking his gaze upon Yang Qingtian. Huh? Yang Qingtian scoffed, a chilling aura of impending doom enveloping him. I too have awaited this moment. You have slain my son, and I shall make you understand the true meaning of suffering. The onlookers were taken aback by Yang Qingtian's words, realizing that to him, Yi Feng was the embodiment of vengeance. Conversely, Yi Feng shared a similar sentiment. For Yang Qingtian had also taken the life of his father. This battle was steeped in enmity. The heart rates of those present and those tuning in online quickened, the atmosphere growing unbearably tense. Yi Feng was no longer inclined to exchange further words with Yang Qingtian. With a metallic clang, he unsheathed the alloy longsword that hung from his back. Yang Qingtian's eyes widened with malice as he beheld the sword, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Allow me to send you on your way. Yang Qingtian raised his fist, channeling terrifying elemental energy into it, and hurled a punch toward Yi Feng. The energy surging forth like a gale. As everyone witnessed Yang Qingtian's attack, their eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if Yi Feng could withstand such a blow. No one knew. Chapter 112, The Battle of the Grandmasters. Upon stepping into the realm of Grandmaster, a martial artist undergoes a qualitative transformation. Grandmasters represent the true pinnacle of martial prowess on Blue Star. The adage, a grandmaster must not be insulted, is known by all across Blue Star. In the trial arena of the Golden Wind Martial Arts School, the online viewers from Jiangnan City were wide-eyed with anticipation. Although Yang Qingtian's punch directed at Yi Feng was not delivered with full force, the might of a high-level master was undeniably formidable. The punch, infused with elemental energy, surged forth like a dragon plunging into the sea, creating a cacophony of terrifying sounds in its wake. Yet, Yi Feng stood resolute, wielding a metal alloy sword with a visage as tranquil as still water. As the energy from the punch approached him, a collective anxiety gripped the hearts of all onlookers, eager to discern whether Yi Feng could withstand such a formidable blow. In that critical moment, Yi Feng raised his alloy sword high. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike. Instantly, a blinding arc of brilliance erupted from the sword, its speed akin to a piercing arrow. The clash between the sword's radiance and the punch's force was thunderous. The arena trembled as the two powers collided, and mere seconds later, they neutralized each other's might. Witnesses, both present and online, were left in a state of shock, as if struck by lightning. Was this the manifestation of swordsmanship talent? Undoubtedly it was. For how else could one summon such a sword light? However, mere talent would not suffice. Yang Qingtian was a high-level master, while Yi Feng had merely entered the first level of harmony. No one anticipated that Yi Feng had awakened his swordsmanship talent, for only such a gift could conjure sword light. Even more astonishing was that Yi Feng had ascended to the first level of the three realms of weapon mastery. Yet, could he truly counter the attack of a high-level master like Yang Qingtian solely based on this? Everyone pondered that even with such talent and mastery, it could not possibly reach such heights unless Yi Feng had advanced to the level of a master. As this realization dawned, both the spectators and those watching the live stream were engulfed in disbelief. They surmised that Yi Feng must have indeed crossed into the realm of masters. It was no wonder he dared to confront Yang Qingtian at the Golden Wind Martial Arts School. The truth was revealed. Yi Feng. Yang Qingtian fixed his gaze on him, a glimmer of respect now evident. He had underestimated Yi Feng, initially believing that his previous strike would be sufficient to eliminate him. Yet, he now recognized his error. Yi Feng had not only awakened his swordsmanship talent, but also ascended to the first level of weapon mastery. I have come here today to slay you, Yi Feng declared calmly, so there is no need for further words. With that, Yi Feng stepped forward, charging toward Yang Qingtian with his alloy sword in hand. At this moment, it was not merely the sword that radiated power. His entire being was enveloped in a fierce aura of sword energy, the first level of harmony, the unity of man and weapon. He commenced a fierce exchange with Yang Qingtian. The spectators hastily retreated to safety, witnessing the ferocity of the battle. The numerous trial platforms in the arena fell victim to the overwhelming sword light and terrifying elemental energy, reduced to mere fragments. The ground of the trial arena was marred with deep fissures, and the air resonated with ominous sounds. Onlookers bore expressions of sheer horror, realizing the terror of a master-level confrontation. Chapter 113, The Great Heavenly Origin Fist. Such was the dreadfulness of a master-level battle. One could only imagine the devastation wrought by a Grand Master or a general-level combat. The Golden Wind Martial Arts School's trial arena lay in utter chaos, devoid of any unscathed areas. The air crackled with sword light and elemental energy, leaving weaker students collapsing to the ground, as if their strength had been utterly siphoned away. This caliber of combat was unprecedented in their experience, leaving them utterly astounded. With a flurry of strikes, Yifeng unleashed several sword arcs toward Yang Qingtian, weaving a tapestry of terrifying sword light that surged toward him with breathtaking speed. As a high-level master, Yang Qingtian was not to be outdone. He retaliated with his advanced martial techniques, launching a series of powerful punches. The arena reverberated with explosive sounds, leaving the spectators dumbfounded, too paralyzed by the fearsome display to utter a word. Yifeng's ability to contend against the high-level master Yang Qingtian was not solely reliant on his swordsmanship talent or anything else. It was the first level of harmony. It is essential to understand that the realm of weapon mastery is not inferior to that of martial artists, and with only 3 levels of weapon mastery, it is significantly fewer than the martial artists' realms. However, the weapon realm must also align proportionately with one's strength. A novice martial artist, even if achieving the first level of harmony, could never compete with a master-level warrior. After dozens of exchanges, Yang Qingtian retreated, his expression contorted with rage. Sensing Yang Qingtian's withdrawal, Yifeng seized the moment to deny him respite, intent on depleting his elemental energy for a decisive strike. He raised his alloy sword once more, slashing toward Yang Qingtian. With a swift motion, the terrifying sword light bore down upon Yang Qingtian. He evaded the lethal arc and charged towards Yifeng. The faces of all present, both in the arena and those watching the live stream, were etched with astonishment. Before the battle commenced, they had deemed Yifeng utterly incapable of matching Yang Qingtian, even believing he would be swiftly defeated. Yet now, it appeared they had gravely underestimated him. Such a prodigy had emerged in Jiangnan City. With a thunderous clash, Yang Qingtian and Yifeng collided, unleashing massive explosions around them, as sword energy and elemental force rapidly diffused, obscuring the battle's outcome. Once the tumultuous energies dissipated, the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. For both Yifeng and Yang Qingtian stood firm, with no clear victor in sight. Determining a winner in this clash seemed far from straightforward. Yifeng, I never imagined your strength could be so formidable. Yang Qingtian's expression was grim, yet he felt relief that he had arrived at this moment. Had he waited a few more years, he might have found himself outmatched. With that, Yang Qingtian raised both fists, channeling elemental energy rapidly. In time, he conjured 2 illusory forces of the devouring beast. The audience gasped in astonishment, struck by the gravity of the moment. This is the great heavenly origin fist, a martial artist exclaimed. Though the power of the devouring beast was illusory, it still possessed the potential to unleash a terrifying combat strength of 800,000. The base combat strength for a novice master is 150,000, while that of an intermediate master is 300,000, and a high-level master boasts a base strength of 500,000. With Yang Qingtian's combat prowess slightly exceeding 600,000, if those 2 illusory forces were to strike Yifeng, his chances of survival would be non-existent. Unless Yifeng had mastered a fearsome technique accessible solely through the awakening of swordsmanship talent. Chapter 114, The Cycle of Heaven. Who can escape its grasp? Yifeng gazed upon the 2 illusory forces of the devouring beast coalescing around Yang Qingtian's fists. The power of the devouring beast was unique to grandmasters. With a single force capable of reaching a staggering combat strength of 1 million, he had defeated Huang Kuan, the deputy master of the Jianghe Martial Arts School, precisely because he had acquired a genuine force of the devouring beast. The spectators both present at the scene and those watching the live broadcast from Jiangnan City were acutely aware that Yang Qingtian was preparing to deliver a final, devastating blow. It appeared that Yifeng's life was nearing its inevitable conclusion. The upper echelons of the Jianghe Martial Arts School, along with Su Hua and Yifeng's family, wore expressions of sheer pallor. Was a genius destined to fall? Alas, Yifeng was still too young, driven by an impatient desire for vengeance on behalf of his father. If only he could have exercised restraint for a few more years. Such a pity. For Yifeng had the potential to carve out a realm of his own within the Dragon Kingdom, yet now all was coming to an end. No one harbored any belief that Yifeng could withstand the onslaught of Yang Qingtian's grand diamond fist. The speed of the attack was far too swift. Yifeng's agility was insufficient to evade it, and his fate seemed sealed in a grim finality. Farewell, Yifeng. Yang Qingtian's tongue flicked across his lips. His visage darkened to a chilling degree. Suddenly, a dual force of illusory devouring power surged toward Yifeng, shattering the ground of the testing arena. This dual power unleashed a black tornado, a sight both fearsome and awe-inspiring. In that moment, Yifeng raised his alloy longsword high, a terrifying blade energy coalescing upon its surface. The audience and online viewers recognized that Yifeng was engaged in a desperate struggle for survival. The city lord, Lu Xinghe, fixed his gaze intently, prepared to intervene. What was that? A sudden outcry echoed in everyone's ears. All eyes turned to behold the spectacle. Gasps of astonishment escaped their lips, for upon Yi Feng's alloy longsword shimmered countless terrifying sword glimmers. How could this be possible? The crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. With a swift motion, Yi Feng unleashed a sword strike that cleaved through the air. The alloy longsword descended, and the myriad sword glimmers intertwined, forming a colossal beam of sword light that enveloped the black tornado generated by the dual devouring forces. The scene mirrored that of a great fish consuming a smaller one. As the massive sword light engulfed the black whirlwind, its residual might continuing to surge toward Yang Qingtian. Fear gripped Yang Qingtian, akin to a bolt from the blue. He hastily dodged the overwhelming residual force of the sword light, which approached with alarming speed. In a moment of sheer desperation, he summoned every ounce of speed he had ever possessed, narrowly escaping the cataclysmic aftermath of the sword strike. Just as he thought he had evaded the danger, his eyes met a chilling gleam. While dodging the residual might, Yi Feng had already appeared before him, sword in hand. Clang! The alloy longsword lunged toward Yang Qingtian, mere inches from piercing his heart. All present, both in the arena and watching the broadcast, seemed to witness an unfathomable scene, frozen in utter disbelief. This strike was unavoidable for Yang Qingtian. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Yi Feng's alloy longsword pierced Yang Qingtian's heart. Blood began to flow, dripping from the wound along the blade. Yang Qingtian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the sword embedded in his chest. He could scarcely fathom that he had been defeated. The wheel of heaven turns, and the heavens spare none, Yi Feng murmured as he gazed at Yang Qingtian. With that, he withdrew the longsword from Yang Qingtian's body, and the latter collapsed to the ground. Yang Qingtian had fallen. Chapter 115. The Jiangnan Council invites Yi Feng to join those present, along with the viewers of the live broadcast. Stood speechless as they beheld Yang Qingtian lying in a pool of blood, their faces etched with shock. The once mighty master, a pinnacle of martial prowess, was no more. Impossible. How could the master perish? The senior members of the Jinfeng Martial Arts School, jolted back to reality, erupted in cries of disbelief. With the death of their master, Jinfeng Martial Arts School was left without a high-level master, rendering it incapable of standing alongside the other three great martial arts schools in Jiangnan City. Yi Feng looked upon Yang Qingtian's lifeless form, nodding slightly as he gazed at the warm sun on the horizon. He had avenged his father. Now, he could pursue his own aspirations, to carve out a space for himself in the Blue Star and become a renowned figure. After all, what would it mean to be a traverser otherwise? Step by step, Yi Feng exited the testing arena, approaching the upper echelons of the Jianghe Martial Arts School, where Su Hua and his family awaited. Let us go, he stated, leading the way out of the Jinfeng Martial Arts School. As the group regained their composure, they hurriedly followed suit. Witnessing Yi Feng's departure, all those who had come to spectate began to leave the Jinfeng Martial Arts School as well. Such a conclusion was beyond their wildest expectations. The fall of Yang Qingtian may very well herald the rise of an extraordinary talent. The Jiangnan Martial Artists Forum erupted into chaos following Yi Feng's slaying of Yang Qingtian, with countless posts flooding in, leading to a collapse of the forum. Simultaneously, Yi Feng emerged as the most renowned individual in all of Jiangnan City. Upon returning to the Jianghe Martial Arts School, the students gazed in astonishment at Yi Feng. They had witnessed the terrifying battle between him and Yang Qingtian via the live stream on the forum. When Yi Feng first entered the Jianghe Martial Arts School, he had still been engaged in combat with Huang Yun. Yet now, he had slain the high-level master Yang Qingtian, and the disparity between them had become insurmountable. Yi Feng, accompanied by the leaders of Jiangnan City, entered the Master Hall. Yi Feng, you are truly remarkable. Who would have thought you would step into the realm of the first level? Simply astounding. Master Su Zhan beamed at him. The senior members in the Master Hall expressed their immense relief. With a talent like Yi Feng in the Jianghe Martial Arts School, they would undoubtedly rise to become the strongest martial arts school in Jiangnan City. Just as Yi Feng was about to speak, a Grand Master rushed in, clutching what appeared to be an invitation. Great news. Tremendous news. He exclaimed, his excitement palpable. What is it? Master Su Zhan inquired, puzzled by the Grand Master's fervor. This is an invitation from the Jiangnan Council, inviting Yi Feng to join their ranks. What? The senior members in the Master Hall sprang to their feet. As if struck by lightning, their astonishment palpable. An invitation for Yi Feng to join the Jiangnan Council? The City Lord and the 7 members of the Jiangnan Council were all formidable Grand Masters, and only those of Grand Master caliber could enter the council. The fact that the Jiangnan Council extended an invitation to Yi Feng was nothing short of astonishing. Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui were equally stunned, their faces awash with disbelief, struggling to process the revelation. My son, my brother, has he truly become one of Jiangnan City's most prominent figures? They were well aware of the Jiangnan Council, the most powerful governing body of the region, with each member serving as a guardian of Jiangnan City. Yi Feng's family couldn't help but reflect on the quiet, introverted boy he once was, now having soared to great heights, leaping over the Dragon Gate. Chapter 116. What are Yi Feng and Su Hua doing? Yi Feng had not anticipated an invitation from the Jiangnan Council, yet since it was extended, He saw no reason not to accept. Joining the Jiangnan Council could only benefit him, bringing nothing but advantages. Suddenly, Master Suzhan burst into hearty laughter. The occupants of the main hall were rendered speechless, bewildered by the sudden, hearty laughter of the curator. Dad, what's wrong? Su Hua gazed at the curator, Suzhan, his fair complexion reflecting a hint of urgency. What is there to be concerned about? Clearly, I am overjoyed. With Yi Feng's entry into the Jiangnan Council, our Jianghe Martial Arts Academy will ascend to unparalleled heights. Suzhan could swear he had never experienced such elation as he did today. The Jianghe Martial Arts Academy had truly emerged as the most formidable martial arts institution in every sense. Yi Feng, would you consider becoming the Grand Master of our Jianghe Martial Arts Academy? Suzhan suddenly turned his gaze towards Yi Feng. Certainly, Yi Feng nodded in response. He harbored immense gratitude towards Suzhan. Had it not been for him during the time he vanquished Yang Hao, he believed he would have met his demise. Splendid. I shall issue an announcement immediately. With that, Suzhan hurriedly exited the main hall. Hey. Moments later, Suzhan's voice echoed throughout the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. The students and martial masters paused their training, eager to hear the significant announcement from their curator. An announcement of such magnitude was bound to be momentous. Attention all members of the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy. I am your curator, Suzhan. I am here to unveil a breathtaking revelation. We have a new Grand Master. Yi Feng. As the words resonated through the academy, everyone stood in stunned silence. A Grand Master? They were all aware of Yi Feng's defeat of Yang Qingtian. Having witnessed his terrifying prowess during the live broadcast, everything seemed to fall into place, yet the title of Grand Master sounded even loftier than that of curator. The students and martial masters pondered why the curator did not establish two positions of curator, instead creating the title of Grand Master. Little did they know. By the same time the following day, the Jiangnan Council staff would post on the Martial Artist Forum that a new member had joined the council. And that member was Yi Feng. In that moment, they would exclaim in astonishment that their curator was on the 5th level, while they remained on the 1st. In the curator's hall, Yi Yonghe looked at Yi Feng. Little Feng, since there is nothing more to attend to, shall we return home? Yi Feng nodded. After leaving the Jianghe Martial Arts Academy with his family, he stepped out of the main hall, with Su Hua following closely behind. Yi Feng, I am genuinely happy for you. After joining the Jiangnan Council, you will become one of the most prominent figures in Jiangnan City, truly unprecedented. It's all right, Yi Feng smiled. Xiaohua, perhaps I won't remain in Jiangnan City for too long. Suddenly, Yi Feng directed his gaze at Su Hua. Her face flushed crimson. Unsure of why Yi Feng was looking at her so intently. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Su Hua nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Then, Yi Feng and Su Hua walked toward a room, but what occurred within remains a mystery, as I lack the power of clairvoyance. Chapter 117, Joining the Jiangnan Council. The next day, Yi Feng made his way to the Jiangnan Council, the highest authority in Jiangnan City, comprised of the city lord and 7 esteemed members, all formidable grandmasters. Upon arriving, Yi Feng entered the council hall directly. Just as he stepped inside, a female staff member approached him. Hello. May I ask if you have? Her words trailed off abruptly, her exquisitely refined face displaying sheer astonishment. You are Master Yi Feng? Indeed. Yi Feng affirmed with a nod. The staff member swallowed hard. The city lord instructed that if Master Yi Feng arrives, I am to escort you to meet the city lord and the 7 esteemed lords. With that, she promptly guided Yi Feng to a designated area. A minute later, Yi Feng entered a grand hall, adorned in an opulent European style. The city lord and the 7 grand masters sat within, exuding an overwhelming aura. Any ordinary person facing them would likely struggle to stand upright. Yi Feng, you have arrived, City Lord Lu Xing had greeted him. Yes, City Lord, Yi Feng nodded respectfully. He held great respect for the city lord and the 7 grand masters, recognizing that without their protection, Jiangnan City would have long been overrun by ferocious beasts. They were, in every sense, true heroes. Yi Feng, tell me, is your cultivation talent the ultimate cultivation talent? Yes. Yi Feng felt there was no longer anything to conceal. Given his astonishing cultivation speed, it was not difficult to deduce the terrifying nature of his talent. Although the city lord and the 7 grand masters had previously speculated that Yi Feng possessed the ultimate cultivation talent, hearing his affirmative response still moved them. The possession of such talent indicated that Yi Feng's future achievements were boundless. Furthermore, he had awakened his swordsmanship talent and astonishingly reached the 1st level of the 3 major weapon realms. A genius like Yi Feng was indeed a rarity across the entire Blue Star. You are one of the most formidable geniuses in Blue Star. And thus we are making an exception to allow you to join the Jiangnan Council. Focus on your cultivation without concerns for the future. We will ensure your family resides in the safest part of Jiangnan City, and from the moment you join the council, they will achieve financial freedom. City Lord Lu Xing had declared. Yi Feng contemplated this arrangement favorably. However, regarding his family, he wondered if Yi Qing had already turned 16. He had not heard anything about her testing her cultivation talent. During his intense focus on cultivation, he had forgotten about this matter. Staff will provide you with the exclusive badge of the Jiangnan Council and the Supreme League card. The future of Jiangnan City and even Dragon Country now lies in your hands, City Lord Lu Xinghe continued. Yi Feng admired the City Lord's unwavering dedication to the nation. Subsequently, the City Lord introduced the 7 Grand Masters to Yi Feng, who committed their names to memory. After exiting the Grand Hall, the staff presented Yi Feng with the exclusive badge of the Jiangnan Council, a golden hexagram inscribed with the 4 characters of Jiangnan Council, along with a Supreme League card. The Supreme League card, of a dark golden hue, would grant him financial independence, liberating him from monetary concerns. After leaving the Jiangnan Council, Yi Feng headed towards Jiangming Community. Simultaneously, staff members at the Jiangnan Council announced Yi Feng's membership on the Martial Artist Forum, causing an uproar throughout Jiangnan City. Chapter 118, Villa Number 9, Zijing Community. Upon returning to Jiangming Community, Yi Feng was greeted by the warm smiles of his family. "Little Feng, you're back. Please, take a seat," Wang Lan urged eagerly. As Yi Feng observed the courtesy of his adoptive mother, he pondered upon the inevitability of the situation. Though he yearned for the familiarity of the past, it had become apparent that such a return was no longer feasible. Seated on the sofa, he glanced at Yi Qing beside him. "Xiao Qing, you must be 16 by now. Have you tested your cultivation aptitude?" Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, and Yi Shui exchanged wry smiles upon hearing Yi Feng's words. "Xiao Feng, Xiao Qing has expressed a reluctance to undergo the aptitude test," Yi Yonghe replied. Yi Feng was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the reasoning behind this. "Xiao Qing, why do you not wish to test your cultivation aptitude?" he asked, bewildered, thinking it customary for those who reached 16 to eagerly pursue such evaluations. Because I fear having cultivation aptitude. If I possess it, I would become a warrior, battling those terrifying ferocious beasts, Yi Qing confessed. A shiver of trepidation coursing through her as memories of the bloodthirsty hounds Yi Feng had slain at the abandoned factory in the western suburbs flooded her mind. Yi Feng chuckled softly, finding the reasoning rather peculiar. "Fear not, for this world is governed by the capable. If you indeed possess cultivation aptitude, it is only natural to embrace becoming a warrior. Come, I shall accompany you to test your aptitude." Yi Qing hesitated for a few moments before conceding. "All right then." Yi Feng secretly smiled. He had never anticipated Xiao Qing's timidity to be so pronounced. Just then, the doorbell chimed, and Yi Shui went to answer it, revealing several staff members from the Jiangnan Council at her doorstep. "What brings you here?" Yi Feng inquired, eyeing the representatives. "Master Yi Feng, we have received orders from the City Lord to escort your family to reside in the Zijing Community," one of the officials stated. "Very well," Yi Feng replied with a nod. Upon hearing the name Zijing Community, Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui trembled slightly. The residency requirements for Zijing Community were notoriously stringent. It was not merely a matter of wealth, but rather the privilege reserved for formidable warriors. With the properties consisting solely of standalone villas, a minimum rank of Grand Master was required for residency. Were they truly about to enter such a place? However, considering Yi Feng's status as a member of the Jiangnan Council, their relocation to Zijing Community seemed quite reasonable. Shortly after, under the guidance of the Jiangnan Council staff, Yi Feng and his family arrived at Villa Number 9 in Zijing Community. Zijing Community was divided into ordinary, intermediate, and advanced zones, the latter designated for Grand Master level warriors and members of the Jiangnan Council. Residing here elevated them to a status beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. Villas No. 1 to 8 were homes to the City Lord and his 7 associates, while Villa Number 9 boasted over 1,600 square meters of astonishing space. Fully equipped with amenities and staff, Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, Yi Qing, and Yi Shui stood in awe. They had never imagined living in such opulence. "This is extraordinarily spacious," Yi Shui stammered, her porcelain-like face displaying a mixture of astonishment. She recalled the words she had spoken to her brother, Yi Feng, the day before he tested his cultivation aptitude. "Good luck, brother. Once you discover your aptitude and become a powerful warrior, you can take our whole family to live in a grand house." Chapter 119, Yi Qing's terrifying cultivation aptitude. According to the Jiangnan Council staff, all esteemed residents of Zijing Community would have dedicated vehicles and bodyguards at their disposal. Of course, the bodyguards were assigned to the families of powerful warriors, who would also receive a Supreme Alliance card and a badge indicating their status as family members of council members. To see this badge was akin to encountering a grandmaster in person. Yi Feng's family felt overwhelmed by the sudden turn of fortune. They no longer had to worry about financial burdens, their status soaring to heights that ordinary individuals could only dream of. All of this was thanks to Yi Feng. "Xiao Qing, let us head to the Jianghe Martial Arts School," Yi Feng proposed. Yi Qing nodded in agreement, and the two made their way to the Jianghe Martial Arts School, equipped with instruments for testing cultivation aptitude. It was only natural that the Jianghe Martial Arts School had the necessary facilities. Upon arrival, Yi Feng led Yi Qing to the cultivation aptitude testing chamber. At that moment, aside from a martial artist managing the testing room, no one else was present. Upon recognizing Yi Feng, the martial artist quickly approached, bowing respectfully. "Master Yi Feng, I have brought my sister to test her cultivation aptitude," Yi Feng stated. "Understood, Master Yi Feng," the martial artist replied, guiding Yi Qing to the testing apparatus. As Yi Qing faced the cultivation aptitude testing device, she gulped nervously before extending her right hand. Upon contact, the apparatus emitted a brilliant purple light, casting the entire testing chamber in a hue of violet. Superb cultivation aptitude, the martial artist exclaimed, his pupils dilating in shock. Yi Feng, too, was taken aback. Xiao Qing possessed a superb cultivation aptitude? This was astonishing. Superb cultivation aptitude ranked among the most formidable in the Blue Star realm. Those who possessed it were destined to become terrifying warriors, provided they did not falter along the way. However, while superb cultivation aptitude was impressive, it paled in comparison to ultimate cultivation aptitude, which was exceedingly rare. I actually have superb cultivation aptitude? Yi Qing's expression froze, disbelief washing over her. Xiao Qing, congratulations. Yi Feng smiled warmly at her. After exiting the testing chamber, Yi Feng led Yi Qing to the main hall of the Jianghe Martial Arts School, where the higher-ups were engaged in discussions. Master, they all rose in respect upon noticing Yi Feng's arrival. Please, be seated. Yi Feng gestured for them to continue. Once they settled, he turned to the master, Su Zhan. My sister shall commence her training at Jianghe Martial Arts School. Master, may I inquire about your sister's cultivation aptitude? Su Zhan asked, the other higher-ups also keen to know Yi Qing's aptitude level. Superb cultivation aptitude, Yi Feng announced to all present in the hall. The room erupted in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief as they processed Yi Feng's declaration. Superb cultivation aptitude. They understood that Yi Feng was not jesting. Yi Qing truly possessed such a remarkable gift. Could this be a manifestation of the family's bloodline? Yet, Yi Feng and Yi Qing share no blood relation. They contemplated. Could it be that Yi Feng's fortune has influenced this? The members of the Master Hall were astounded. After all, this was superb cultivation aptitude. Our Jianghe Martial Arts School has birthed a genius with superb cultivation aptitude. It won't be long before she ascends to the ranks of our most powerful students. Master Su Zhan expressed his joy. Yi Feng mused about Yi Qing's remarkable cultivation aptitude, wondering what level of aptitude Yi Xuan might possess. Once Yi Qing became a student at Jianghe Martial Arts School, she intended to reside there, having only just discovered her aptitude, with no training experience yet. Yi Feng, however, prepared to leave the Jianghe Martial Arts School. As he stepped out of the Jianghe Martial Arts School, a familiar figure caught his eye. Du-Wen. Chapter 120, Du-Wen's Predicament. Master Yi Feng. Upon seeing Yi Feng emerge from the Jianghe Martial Arts School, Du-Wen hastily greeted him with respect. It's been a while. Just call me as you wish, Yi Feng replied, gazing at Du-Wen. We are friends, are we not? Before Yi Feng had acquired the system. While still at Jianyun High School, Du-Wen had been his sole confidant. Given Du-Wen's affluent background, he had extended considerable assistance to Yi Feng during their school days. Hearing Yi Feng's words, a hint of joy spread across Du-Wen's face. You must have come to see me for a reason? Yi Feng suspected that Du-Wen's visit was not merely a social call. Indeed, Du-Wen nodded, a shadow of despondency crossing his features. What troubles you? My father has crossed paths with someone formidable in the business world, the Zhang family of Jiangnan City. They control the Zhang Group, a prominent enterprise in Jiangnan, and boast a formidable martial artist among their ranks. Yi Feng had not heard of the Zhang family before, but he was somewhat aware of the Zhang Group, which ranked among the top 20 companies in Jiangnan City. Typically, a family comprises both direct and collateral lines, and ordinary businessmen cannot afford to offend them. Moreover, while Du-Wen's family could be considered affluent among commoners, they were but minor players in the eyes of true wealth. So, you seek my assistance? Yi Feng inquired. Yes, indeed. Du-Wen nodded earnestly. I find myself at a loss, which is why I sought you out. In Du-Wen's eyes, the present-day Yi Feng was no longer the same as the one from Jianyun High School. He was now a member of the Jiangnan Council, a position that had created an insurmountable chasm between them. How could he maintain the same demeanor toward Yi Feng as before? Any moment now, the Zhang family will summon my father to the Biyuan restaurant for negotiations. Today marks the final day for them to acquire my factory, and my father has persistently refused. I fear something terrible may happen, which is why I came to you, Du-Wen added. Yi Feng was aware that Biyuan restaurant was one of the most luxurious establishments in Jiangnan City, far beyond the means of ordinary folk. Let us go, he said, patting Du-Wen on the shoulder. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Du-Wen's face lit up with joy. With Yi Feng's backing, what was the Zhang family, after all? The two then made their way to Biyuan restaurant. At Biyuan restaurant, in the VIP room A, a middle-aged man in his 40s bore a grave expression. This man was Du-Wen's father. Dubo beside him stood a similarly aged man, a martial artist of advanced rank, named Duan Hu, a close friend of Dubo. If it comes to that, we shall confront the Zhang family head-on, Duan Hu declared coldly. Dubo sighed. The Zhang family wields significant power. They are not to be trifled with. Although I am loath to allow them to acquire my factory, for the sake of self-preservation, I have no choice but to comply. Duan Hu fell silent. The Zhang family not only had a grandmaster martial artist in their ranks, but also several others, none of whom he could contend with. How dare they keep us waiting for this acquisition discussion? What do they mean by this? Dubo growled. His teeth clenched in frustration. Just as he finished speaking, the door to VIP room A swung open, and several imposing figures entered. These men were from the Zhang family, each wearing expressions of disdain. Boss Du, here is the acquisition agreement. Please sign, one of the Zhang family members declared, tossing a document onto the table without taking a seat. Du Bo gritted his teeth. What could he do? After glancing at the agreement, his fury erupted. 1 million. You must be dreaming. You think you can acquire my factory worth 50 million for a mere 1 million? Too bad for you. You've offended someone from our Zhang family. 1 million is already a generous offer. If you push us too far, you won't receive a single cent. Sneered one of the Zhang men. Isn't your Zhang family being excessively unreasonable? Duan Hu could hardly contain his anger. We have done our homework. You must be Duan Hu. Just an advanced martial artist. In the presence of our Zhang family, an advanced martial artist is as fragile as a twig. You have no say here. One of the Zhang men taunted, provoking ire from both Du Bo and Duan Hu. How formidable your Zhang family is. I wonder how you would fare before Master Yi Feng. Suddenly, Du Wen's voice resonated within the VIP room A. All eyes turned toward the entrance, where two young men appeared. One was Du Wen, and the other was Yi Feng. Initially, the Zhang family members dismissed them, thinking it impossible for someone like Du Bo to have connections to Master Yi Feng. However, upon seeing the young man beside Du Wen, their pupils dilated in shock. Why Yi Feng, Master Yi? The Zhang men recoiled in terror, stepping back in fright. Since Yi Feng's battle with Grandmaster Yang Qingtian, his image had graced numerous television broadcasts across Jiangnan City. It could be said that apart from newborns and the blind, the residents of Jiangnan City had indelibly etched Yi Feng's visage into their minds. Du Bo and Duan, who were equally astonished. Initially, they were skeptical of Du Wen's claims of knowing Master Yi Feng, given that Yi Feng was now the most esteemed person in Jiangnan City. Yet, the reality before them compelled them to believe. Yi Feng regarded the Zhang family members before him. Du Wen is my friend. If your Zhang family dares to lay hands on him, it is tantamount to challenging me. I wonder if your Zhang family possesses the audacity to do so. With a thud, the Zhang family members fell to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. And Master Yi Feng, we were blind to your greatness. We beseech you to spare our Zhang family. Yi Feng, disinterested in squabbling with such a minor family, displayed a hint of boredom. Return and inform your grandmaster that if he relinquishes half of your family's assets, this matter will be settled. Otherwise, before he could finish, a surge of energy erupted from his body like a blade, reducing everything in the VIP room to mere dust. You should be well aware of the consequences. Yi Feng spoke slowly. The Zhang family members were on the verge of tears. This was no longer a VIP room. It felt like hell on earth. Yes, we will comply, they stammered, hastily exiting the VIP room at an unprecedented speed. Ha! Observing this, Du Bo could not help but burst into laughter. The Zhang family had intended to acquire his factory for a mere 1 million. Now they were reaping the consequences of their folly. Realizing he had spoken too soon, Du Bo quickly turned to Yi Feng, and Master Yi Feng, thank you. Both he and Duan Hu bowed deeply to Yi Feng. It was nothing. Yi Feng smiled at them, then turned his gaze to Du Wen and said, with my name, let's carve out a realm in Jiangnan City. After speaking, he handed Du Wen the hexagram badge that represented a member of the Jiangnan Council. Du Wen looked at the badge being presented by Yi Feng, extending a trembling hand to accept it. The hexagram. Du Bo was also ecstatic. His son indeed lacked cultivation talent. Yet now he surpassed those with ordinary cultivation abilities in a terrifying manner. He, Du Bo, could finally be proud of his lineage. Chapter 122. 2 spots at Longqing University. Upon returning to Jianghe Martial Arts School, a staff member of the Jiangnan Council approached him, informing him that the city lord wished to see him. Without hesitation, he followed the staff member to the Jiangnan Council Hall. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Yi Feng encountered City Lord Lu Xinghe. Yi Feng, you've arrived, Lu Xinghe greeted. Yes, City Lord. May I inquire what you require of me? Yi Feng asked, a hint of curiosity flickering across his face. City Lord Lu Xinghe smiled. I have heard that your sister Yi Qing has tested positive for a super cultivation talent. Conveniently, Jiangnan City has 2 spots available at Longqing University. Why not let your sister and your girlfriend go together? This way, you can have fewer worries. Longqing University, the most prestigious martial arts academy in the Dragon Kingdom, is a place where countless individuals vie to enter, but the conditions for admission are exceptionally stringent. The girlfriend referred to by City Lord Lu Xinghe was naturally Su Hua. Hearing the City Lord's words, Yi Feng felt a stirring within him. Both Su Hua and Yi Qing currently possessed relatively weak abilities, and gaining admission to Longqing University for further training would undeniably benefit them. City Lord, I find myself unable to make a decision on this matter. I must consult with them, Yi Feng replied, not wishing to be overbearing, believing such an important decision should involve their opinions. Very well, City Lord Lu Xinghe nodded. After exiting the Jiangnan Council Hall, Yi Feng made his way to Jianghe Martial Arts School, where he found Su Hua and Yi Qing. Su Hua and Yi Qing looked at Yi Feng with confusion, unsure of the purpose of his visit. Brother, is there something you need? Yi Qing asked after a moment of silence, having already considered Yi Feng as her brother, though she had yet to voice it. You have heard of Launching University, I presume. Of course, it is the best martial arts academy in the Dragon Kingdom, they replied in unison. Feng nodded. Currently, Jiangnan City has 2 spots available at Launching University. Are you willing to go? What? Su Hua and Yi Qing were taken aback, never expecting Feng to make such a proposal. Brother, I am willing to go, Yi Qing declared after a few moments of contemplation. Her earlier reluctance to become a martial artist having shifted since discovering her super cultivation talent. I am willing too, Su Hua nodded. She understood that the gap between her and Feng was widening, and attending Launching University would undoubtedly enhance her strength, allowing her to bridge that distance. Seeing both Su Hua and Yi Qing willing to attend Launching University eased Feng's heart. He was glad for them to have this opportunity. All right, I will step out for a moment. Please inform your parents, he instructed before leaving Jianghe Martial Arts School once more for the Jiangnan Council Hall. Su Hua and Yi Qing each conveyed the news to their respective parents. Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, and Yi Shui were naturally overjoyed. Launching University, located in the imperial capital of Lancheng, was the finest martial arts academy in the Dragon Kingdom, and they wholeheartedly supported Yi Qing's journey there. Upon learning of this, Yi Zhan was equally thrilled. Launching University was a place that countless people dreamed of entering. Feng returned to the Jiangnan Council Hall. City Lord Lu Xinghe, surprised by Feng's swift return, inquired, Feng, are they willing to attend Launching University? Chapter 123, Qingling Cave. Indeed, they both wished to go to Launching University. Feng replied to City Lord Lu Xinghe. Hearing this, Lu Xinghe let out a sigh of relief. In that case, I will make the necessary arrangements. Oh, Feng, please have a seat. I would like to discuss something with you. After Feng sat down, he looked at the city lord, curious about what he wished to say. In today's world, the landscape is grim, with ferocious beasts occupying vast swathes of land and sea on Blue Star, leaving island nations nearly defenseless against their assaults. Recently, the ferocious beasts attacked Hichu Nation, which mustered a 1,000,000-strong army, only to be utterly obliterated in an instant. As he spoke, City Lord Lu Xinghe sighed heavily. Not to mention the 4 great beast lairs, even Qingling Cave outside Jiangnan City poses a constant threat to our safety. Recently, there have been unusual movements among the ferocious beasts in Qingling Cave, and it is likely that Jiangnan City will soon face a catastrophe. Feng was well aware of Qingling Cave, the largest ferocious beast zone outside Jiangnan City, home to over 1,000,000 ferocious beasts. Just the thought of such numbers was terrifying. If 1,000,000 ferocious beasts were to attack a small nation, that nation would be decimated in an instant, utterly defenseless. The army formed by these beasts included flying ferocious beasts in the sky and land-based ones on the ground, coordinating their attacks seamlessly, conquering cities with ease. Fortunately, after the Great Catastrophe, the major powers of Blue Star built base cities with towering walls reaching a height of 1,000 meters, constructed from alloys, rendering them impervious to assault. Scientists across various fields on Blue Star have developed anti-aircraft and ground weaponry, making it difficult for ferocious beasts to breach the defenses of the major powers. However, smaller nations remain vulnerable. City Lord, are you implying that the ferocious beasts will soon launch an attack on Jiangnan City? Feng asked. Indeed, City Lord Lu Xinghe confirmed with a nod. Our Jiangnan City boasts an army of 150,000, equipped with the most advanced weapons available on Blue Star. Should the ferocious beasts dare to attack, they will undoubtedly face significant consequences. Indeed, if the ferocious beasts dare to assault Jiangnan City, we shall not allow them to escape easily. Feng had yet to witness the horrors of war. He only knew that at the onset of the Great Catastrophe, a powerful nation on Blue Star had assembled a 7,000,000-strong army to confront the ferocious beasts, only for that force to be annihilated in mere days. 7,000,000 soldiers, spanning over 2,000 kilometers of front lines, crumbled within days. Not a single soldier survived. The landscape was a sea of corpses and blood, the stench of death lingering for miles, and rain fell like blood from the skies. The war between humanity and the ferocious beasts was unimaginably brutal. After leaving the Jiangnan Council Hall, Feng prepared to venture into the wilderness. It was in the wild that he could cultivate his heart of slaughter, which currently remained at a mere first tier, far too weak. Upon exiting the city, Feng arrived in a city known as Yunshi, a significant zone of ferocious beast activity, teeming with numerous beasts. Once in Yunshi, he unsheathed his alloy longsword, readying himself for a massacre. Although there were tens of thousands of ferocious beasts in Yunshi, they were exceedingly weak, posing no challenge to Feng. Days later, he had slaughtered all the ferocious beasts in Yunshi. However, the Heart of Slaughter did not level up, leaving Feng somewhat disheartened. He felt that upgrading the Heart of Slaughter was far too difficult. He then proceeded to the next city overtaken by ferocious beasts, embarking on yet another killing spree. As he struck down the last ferocious beast, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The Heart of Slaughter has ascended to the 2nd tier. Chapter 124, the 2nd tier of the Heart of Slaughter, Superpower Troops. The 2nd tier of the Heart of Slaughter? Feng understood that the first 3 tiers represented the harmonization level. The middle 3 tiers denoted the harmonization force level. and the last 3 tiers indicated the harmonization intent level. The second tier of the Heart of Slaughter remained woefully insufficient. Feng was far from satisfied. He opened the map, preparing to seek out the next city overrun by ferocious beasts. He could only venture into smaller towns. If he were to confront cities teeming with terrifying beasts, even his current prowess as a high-level master might not ensure his safe return. Before long, a city named Haishur came into view. Feng made his way towards Haishur. Upon entering the city, hundreds of ferocious beasts appeared before him. The beasts, equally astonished that a human dared to encroach upon their territory, roared in unison and charged at Feng. With a swift motion, Feng brandished his alloy longsword, commencing the slaughter of the oncoming horde of beasts. Slaughter energy 36. Slaughter energy 32. Slaughter energy 33. Data regarding slaughter energy began to materialize on Feng's retina. He recalled that when the Heart of Slaughter was merely at the first tier, there had been no increase in slaughter energy data. Could this surge be attributed to his breakthrough to the second tier? After days of vanquishing beasts, Feng had naturally completed an initial sign-in, and in a few days, he would be eligible for an intermediate sign-in. The initial sign-in had only yielded a few ordinary potions. Feng continued to slay other beasts in Haishur, with the increase in slaughter energy data consistently appearing before his eyes. Slaughter energy 30. Slaughter energy 32. Slaughter energy 37. Days later, the ferocious beasts of Haishur were entirely eradicated by Feng. He accessed his mental sign-in sheet, now capable of performing an intermediate sign-in. Ding. Does the host confirm the intermediate sign-in? Confirmed. Ding. Intermediate sign-in successful, granting the sign-in reward of the Slaughter Celestial Formula, comprising 5 tiers, with each breakthrough augmenting the gained slaughter energy data. Observing the description of the Slaughter Celestial Formula, Feng mused that it was quite akin to the Dragon Origin Formula. Would the host like to integrate the Slaughter Celestial Formula? Integration. Integration successful. After assimilating the Slaughter Celestial Formula, it ascended to the first tier. Next, he needed to seek out another city of ferocious beasts. However, to Feng's surprise, shortly after exiting Haishur, he encountered a group of soldiers, clad in combat gear, with alloy short blades at their sides and handguns slung with a row of alloy bullets. These soldiers were undoubtedly formidable. A firearm equipped with alloy bullets was far superior to that of a novice martial artist, as the latter's vital energy could hardly inflict significant damage. Yet, alloy bullets were not available for purchase. They were solely possessed by the military. This squad consisted of 15 members, led by a rugged man in his 30s. To Feng's astonishment, all 15 were martial artists, with the leader being a mid-level martial master. It was evident that the soldiers before Feng belonged to the superpower troops. The superpower troops of Blue Star were analogous to special forces on Earth, differing merely in nomenclature. Upon noticing Feng's presence, the 15 soldiers were taken aback, their expressions instantly shifting to one of wariness. The military camp of Jiangnan City was stationed outside the city, and it was only natural that they did not recognize Feng. Could you inform me of your destination? Feng inquired, intrigued by their purpose. I'm afraid that is classified military information and cannot be disclosed, the rugged man replied, his gaze fixed on Feng. Perhaps you could share. I might find it interesting. No comment. After contemplating for a moment, Feng addressed the rugged man. It appears I must present you with an irresistible reason. Chapter 125. I shall slay for you. Upon uttering his words, Feng directed his gaze towards a dilapidated building not far away and unleashed a punch. Instantly, a terrifying shockwave emanated from his fist, crashing into the decrepit structure. Boom. The building was reduced to rubble in the blink of an eye, the entire process taking less than a second. The rugged man and the 14 members of the superpower troops stood in stunned silence, astounded by such a fearsome display of power. How could a young man possess such formidable martial prowess? In the military, powerful martial artists were revered. Regaining his composure, the rugged man hurriedly addressed Feng with respect. Senior, I was blind and did not recognize your strength. Feng smiled. Now, surely you can disclose the purpose of your mission. I cannot say. It is a military secret. The rugged man shook his head. Feng pondered the man's stubbornness. No matter. You may find I could also be of assistance. The rugged man hesitated, and after a long pause, he finally revealed their mission. Senior, we are headed to the southern city to eliminate a third-tier ferocious beast. A third-tier ferocious beast was equivalent to a martial master in human terms, generally considered a high-level beast among ordinary martial artists. The most formidable beast in the cities Feng had recently entered was merely third tier. Since he was bound for another city of ferocious beasts, he thought it prudent to accompany them to the southern city. Let us go together. The rugged man interpreted Feng's words to mean he planned to assist in defeating the southern city's beast lord, a mid-level third-tier ironhide rhino. And a look of joy spread across his face. Thank you, senior. With that, they set off towards the southern city. Upon reaching the outskirts of the southern city, the rugged man produced a map and began issuing commands to the others. The beast lord resides within the Ice Lake amusement park of southern city. We merely need to. There is no need for that. Follow me into the city, and when the time comes, I will handle the beast lord. Yi Feng interrupted, for he had come to the southern city with the intent to slaughter the ferocious beasts within. To him, all the beasts inside were inconsequential, as none could pose a challenge. The rugged man and his comrades were taken aback by Yi Feng's audacity, unable to fathom such confidence. But senior, there are numerous ferocious beasts within the southern city. I fear that. The rugged man did not finish his sentence, yet the implication was all too clear. Not to worry. While the beasts may have their cunning, I possess my means. If you choose not to accompany me, I shall proceed alone. With that, Yi Feng strode into the southern city. The 15 soldiers exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to follow. Once inside the southern city, they unslung their handguns and alloy short blades, remaining vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings. Roar, roar, roar. Minutes later, a cacophony of terrifying roars filled their ears, and from all directions, hundreds of ferocious beasts surged towards them, encircling them completely. It appeared they were cornered. Brothers, we shall carve a bloody path and then retreat, the rugged man declared. As these beasts were merely low tier, breaking through their ranks should not prove overly difficult. Chapter 126. The Sword Radiance 2 Zhang Wide Hold Your Fire. Allow me to handle these ferocious beasts, Yi Feng suddenly addressed the 15 individuals accompanying him. The group, taken aback by his boldness, could only stare in disbelief at the multitude of ferocious creatures before them. Roar. Before they could utter a word, hundreds of beasts surged toward them. Swish, swish, swish. With a metallic sword in hand, Yi Feng unleashed a terrifying sword radiance that enveloped the area. These beasts, being merely low-tier entities, stood no chance against such formidable energy. As he observed the escalating data of slaughter energy on his retina, Yi Feng reflected on how the slaughter celestial art had significantly amplified his power. In mere moments, hundreds of ferocious creatures lay vanquished beneath his overwhelming sword light. The 15 companions stood as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide with astonishment, as if witnessing an impossible spectacle. Had so many beasts truly been eradicated in an instant? The sword radiance. Suddenly, realization dawned upon them, their pupils contracting sharply as they gaped at Yi Feng. They understood that to wield such sword radiance, one must possess an awakened swordsmanship talent. It became clear to them that Yi Feng was not only a formidable warrior, but had also awakened his swordsmanship aptitude. No wonder he exuded such confidence. They recognized that his earlier claims outside South City were not mere boasts. He genuinely had the capability to slay the mid-tier third-grade beast, the iron-armored rhinoceros. Let us proceed, Yi Feng urged the group. The astute leader among them quickly inquired, Senior, your prowess is truly fearsome. You've awakened swordsmanship talent. The other 14 displayed expressions of envy. However, Yi Feng remained indifferent to their admiration as they continued onward. Minutes later, a soldier from the special forces pointed suddenly in alarm. Captain, there's a beast over there. The group hastily turned to follow his gaze and discovered a massive beast atop the rooftop of a 20-story office building. It's the silver-blooded mantis, the astute leader exclaimed. The silver-blooded mantis, classified as a low-tier third-grade beast, surpassed the strength of a novice martial artist. Yi Feng observed it thoughtfully. Considering the substantial increase in slaughter energy it would yield, retreat to a safe distance, Yi Feng instructed the group. The 15 individuals hesitated, puzzled by his command. Was this not a secure location? They were aware of Yi Feng's immense strength, and the silver-blooded mantis was undoubtedly no match for him. Withdraw, the astute leader commanded, albeit uncertain of Yi Feng's motives. Nevertheless, they obeyed, moving to a sufficiently distant and safe location. The silver-blooded mantis remained poised atop the building, its imposing figure and silver exoskeleton exuding an overwhelming presence. Yi Feng raised his metallic sword, channeling his energy into a sword radiance that expanded to an astounding width of 2 zhang wide, not long. When his slaughter heart was at its first layer, he could only manifest a 1 zhang wide sword radiance. Now, having attained the second layer, his power had grown significantly. My heavens, the astute leader gasped, his mouth agape in sheer disbelief. Chapter 127. Ice Lake Amusement Park, thousands of beasts whoosh. The 2 zhang wide sword radiance hurtled toward the silver-blooded mantis atop the office building. As a low-tier third-grade beast, it was one of the highest-tier creatures in South City. However, it could not withstand such a formidable onslaught. Boom. Suddenly, not only did the rooftop collapse, but the entire abandoned building crumbled under the force. The 15 companions were left in shock, finally grasping the reason behind Yi Feng's insistence on their retreat. What are you all thinking? One soldier stammered, horrified as he looked at his comrades. I was pondering whether our senior is a grand master or a true master, another soldier replied, his voice trembling. Indeed. I recall that swordsmanship talent should not enable one to unleash such colossal sword radiance unless they possess a weapon realm. The astute leader's face was a portrait of astonishment. Exchanging glances, the 15 were bewildered by the extraordinary existence before them. As Yi Feng noted the increment in his slaughter energy, he smiled, appreciating the considerable gains from the low-tier third-grade beast. Following the map, they arrived at the entrance of the Ice Lake Amusement Park in South City, a place teeming with ferocious beasts, including the mid-tier third-grade iron-armored rhinoceros. The group's mission was to eliminate this formidable creature. They speculated that Feng might be a true master, and throughout their journey, they pondered the implications. They would have preferred him not to be a true master, as the mere thought was overwhelming. A true master under 20? They had neither seen nor even heard of such a phenomenon, especially one who had awakened swordsmanship talent and reached a weapon realm. Feng surveyed the Ice Lake amusement park. It appeared to be an ordinary amusement park, albeit expansive. Prior to the calamity, it likely attracted a considerable number of visitors. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of thousands of ferocious beasts. The iron-armored rhinoceros, the lord of South City's mid-tier beasts, stood majestically atop the Ferris wheel. Roar, roar, roar. The iron-armored rhinoceros unleashed 3 terrifying roars from the top of the Ferris wheel, sending chills down their spines. At its command, the thousands of beasts surged toward Feng and his companions, as if responding to an order. Feng executed the advanced sword technique, the sky-splitting sword, intertwining hundreds of sword rays into an immense sword radiance that blotted out the sun. This colossal sword light not only engulfed the thousands of ferocious beasts in an instant, but also created a massive crater in the ground of the amusement park. The Ferris wheel began to collapse. The colossal body of the iron-armored rhinoceros plummeted rapidly toward the ground. Boom! As it rose from the rubble, it fixed its gaze intently upon Feng and his group. With a decisive step, Feng swung his sword at the iron-armored rhinoceros, severing its head with the metallic blade. Having slain the iron-armored rhinoceros and thousands of beasts, Feng amassed a significant amount of slaughter energy. Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that the slaughter celestial art had unexpectedly advanced to the second layer. Numerous other beasts still roamed South City, and he had no intention of letting them escape. He turned, preparing to exit the Ice Lake amusement park. Chapter 128. Feng's reward to Sujan Sr. Now that the iron-armored rhinoceros has been slain, we must return to report, the astute leader respectfully addressed Feng. Indeed, Feng replied. Feng nodded before departing from the Ice Lake paradise. Subsequently, he commenced the extermination of other ferocious beasts within South City. The aura of slaughter reached 258, then 264, and finally 271. His slaughter heart ascended to the 3rd tier. After vanquishing the beasts in South City, Feng's slaughter heart had indeed reached the 3rd tier. The slaughter heart consists of 9 tiers, with the lower 3 belonging to the 1st level of integration, meaning Feng had now attained the pinnacle of the 1st level. With the power of his slaughter heart, he could likely eliminate even a junior grandmaster. A flicker of joy illuminated Feng's face as he gazed at the sun above. It was time to return. Upon his return to Jiangnan City, Feng remained within the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, where he absorbed the vital energy to refine his body. However, now that he had reached the level of a junior master, breaking through would not be as effortless as it once was. Warriors could also achieve breakthroughs through slaughter, but this method paled in comparison to absorbing vital energy. After days of slaying ferocious beasts, Feng's combat strength had indeed increased considerably. Yet he was still a considerable distance from becoming a mid-level master. Feng opened the sign-in sheet in his mind. During his time at the Jianghe Martial Arts Hall, he had become eligible for advanced sign-ins. Ding. Does the host confirm the advanced sign-in? Confirmed. Ding. Advanced sign-in successful. Reward obtained. Soul extinguishing divine blood. Usable only by advanced masters. Upon successful absorption of the soul extinguishing divine blood, one can break through to the level of a junior grandmaster. Feng contemplated the sign-in system he had acquired, secretly considering it quite remarkable. He had heard of the soul extinguishing divine blood, not derived from ferocious beasts, but rather from a peculiar species. Its exact origin remained a mystery. However, at present, the soul extinguishing divine blood held no significance for him, as it was only usable by advanced masters. Speaking of advanced masters, Feng thought of Sujan. Sujan had aided him greatly, and it was time for him to reciprocate. He made his way to the hall of the hall master. Upon entering, he found Sujan poring over documents, a troubled expression on his face. Hallmaster, why do you look so distressed? Sujan, noticing Feng's arrival, quickly stood to greet him. How can I not feel disheartened? The city lord has issued mobilization orders to all martial arts halls, organizations, and martial artist families in Jiangnan City, preparing for an impending war. Feng understood. The city lord had previously informed him of the unusual movements of the ferocious beasts in the Qingling cave. By the way, Hallmaster, did you summon me for a specific purpose? Sujan regarded Feng intently. Would you like to become a member of the Jiangnan Council? What do you mean? Sujan was perplexed by Feng's inquiry. Naturally, he aspired to join the Jiangnan Council, but membership required one to be a grandmaster, and having someone like Feng join as an exception was already sufficient. Here, take this. Feng handed Sujan a small vial. Hallmaster, what is this? Soul extinguishing divine blood, Feng replied. Sujan's pupils dilated, astonished as if he had misheard. Soul extinguishing divine blood. Indeed, once you absorb it, you will break through to the level of a junior grandmaster, Feng affirmed with a nod. Sujan gazed at Feng in disbelief. unable to fathom how Yi Feng had obtained such a treasure. Could it be that Yi Feng possessed an extraordinary background? Chapter 129. The million ferocious beasts advance toward the main defense line of Jiangnan City. Su Zhan recognized that Yi Feng would not jest about such matters and accepted the vial of soul-extinguishing divine blood. With this, he could ascend to the level of a junior grandmaster, thus gaining entry into the Jiangnan Council. Thank you, Hall Master, Su Zhan expressed, his gratitude evident as he looked at Yi Feng. He believed that protecting Yi Feng during the incident with Yang Hao was the wisest decision he had ever made. After leaving the hall, Su Zhan prepared to absorb the soul-extinguishing divine blood. 3 days later, he successfully broke through to the level of a junior grandmaster. At this moment, Su Zhan exuded a terrifying aura, akin to a slumbering beast awakened. Listen closely, everyone. I am Su Zhan, the Hall Master of Jiangha Martial Arts Hall, and I have broken through to the level of a junior grandmaster. From now on, our Jiangha Martial Arts Hall shall be the true, strongest hall. He announced this news to all the members of Jiangha Martial Arts Hall. Previously, when he was merely an advanced master, the hall's strength relied heavily on Yi Feng's protection. But now, things were different. He had achieved the status of a grandmaster. The members of Jiangha Martial Arts Hall erupted in cheers, celebrating the Hall Master's ascension to grandmaster. A monumental piece of good news for the institution. Yi Feng too felt a surge of emotions, knowing that Su Zhan's elation mirrored that of an ordinary person winning a multi-million-dollar lottery. Hall Master, Yi Feng said, looking into Su Zhan's eyes. Let us proceed to the Jiangnan Council. With Su Zhan now a grandmaster, it was imperative they visit the council to secure his membership. Su Zhan nodded in agreement, and together they set off toward the Jiangnan Council. Inside the Jiangnan Council Hall, City Lord Lu Xinghe welcomed them, instructing them to take a seat. Yi Feng, why have you brought the Hall Master with you? City Lord Lu inquired, puzzled. City Lord, the Hall Master has broken through to the level of a grandmaster. Is that so? A look of delight spread across Lu Xinghe's face. With the impending conflict, having another grandmaster in Jiangnan City was indeed a tremendous boon. After verification, it was confirmed that Su Zhan met all the criteria for a grandmaster. This meeting of the Jiangnan Council was not held within the Martial Artist Forum, but was instead a direct press conference. The news of an additional member joining the Jiangnan Council graced the front pages of major news outlets throughout Jiangnan City. The residents were filled with excitement. For this was monumental news. The stronger Jiangnan City became, the more secure they felt. Date, October 21st, 2020. Location, Jiangnan City. One of the 8 major base cities of Longhua. The million ferocious beasts advanced toward the main defense line of Jiangnan City. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the battle bell echoed ominously in the skies, signaling an urgent warning. The residents of Jiangnan City felt their hearts race, as if they had stopped beating entirely. The last time they heard this bell was years prior, and its toll heralded the impending assault of ferocious beasts. Quickly, quickly. On the streets of Jiangnan City, vehicles rushed to transport martial artists to the main defense line. The atmosphere of impending war thickened palpably. Many of these martial artists were young, inexperienced, and terrified, some even pale and crying at the thought of battle. Jiangnan City was fortified with 4 major defensive lines, front, back, left, and right, with the front lines serving as the main defense. These 4 lines encircled Jiangnan City like a fortress, each situated hundreds of kilometers from the city center. In addition to the outer defenses, there were also inner defensive lines, further segmented into front, back, left, and right, designed to provide a secondary layer of protection against the ferocious beasts should they breach the city. Chapter 130. The overwhelming army of ferocious beasts. Within the Jiangnan Council, all members engaged in discussions regarding the advancing ferocious beasts toward the main defense line of Jiangnan City. According to the timeline, the ferocious beasts from Qingling Cave should reach the main defense line in 5 days. A mid-level grandmaster addressed the assembly, stating that the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming and casualties were inevitable. However, to withstand the onslaught of these creatures, such losses were an unfortunate necessity. Should the beasts arrive, we shall ensure they do not return. Indeed, our Jiangnan City fears not the terrors of Qingling Cave. Listening to the grandmasters, Yi Feng remained silent, envisioning the horrifying spectacle of a million beasts, an utterly terrifying thought. There was little more to discuss. A defensive strategy had already been devised, and it was merely a matter of observing how the beasts would assault the city. The city lord, Lu Xinghe, addressed everyone, affirming that all the grandmasters nodded in agreement. The atmosphere of impending war grew ever more palpable. All martial artists in Jiangnan City were mobilized. Even novice warriors were compelled to join the battlefield. Lu Xinghe personally delivered a speech, declaring that this was a matter of life and death for Jiangnan City, and all warriors must unite in their resistance against the beasts. The following day, all martial artists of Jiangnan City assembled at the primary outer defense line. With a total military force of 1.5 million, the city fortified 4 outer and 4 inner defense lines, with the main defense line being of utmost importance, facing directly towards Qingling Cave, manned by 700,000 elite troops. On the main defense line, laser cannons and electromagnetic artillery were set up, while soldiers meticulously polished their firearms. The ammunition used was alloy-based, capable of inflicting significant damage on the beasts at close range, being lethal to lower-tier creatures, though its effectiveness diminished with distance. Meanwhile, some young martial artists bore pale expressions, their faces betraying their fear at the sight of such a scene. They were like delicate flowers from a greenhouse. Never anticipating such a day, having become martial artists, they enjoyed respect and privileges, oblivious to the fact that their very existence was meant to combat these ferocious beasts. The main defense line spanned 300 kilometers, with soldiers densely packed along the fortified walls. The beasts coordinated their ground and aerial assaults, and hundreds of warplanes stood ready for action. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the air as the city lord and 9 council members appeared at the main defense line. According to the Jiangnan Council's arrangement, one Grand Master was tasked with securing a 10-kilometer segment of the defense line. Yi Feng took his position, stationed at the juncture where Jianghe Martial Academy's students and the military converged. The students of Jianghe Martial Academy beamed with joy at the sight of their Grand Master. Ding, ding, ding. 3 days later, the battle bells rang out along the main outer defense line. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble ominously. The martial artists and soldiers on the main outer defense line turned their gazes forward. A dense horde of ferocious beasts surged forth, like a black cloud descending, overwhelming the landscape. A million beasts seemed capable of crushing anything in their path, the earth quaking beneath their might. Leading the charge were hundreds of thousands of titan beasts, each possessing the strength of a grand master, towering at several meters in height. In the skies above, flocks of aerial beasts soared, capable of astonishing speed and formidable ranged attacks. Faced with such a colossal army, the once sheltered youths turned pale, realizing that the apocalypse had truly arrived. Chapter 131. The Terrifying Battle, the Power of Dragons and Elephants. Suddenly, the beasts began to sound their war horns, the cacophony reverberating through the air. They advanced upon the main outer defense line. Attack! 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 Thundered voices from the defense line. Following the command, the laser cannons and electromagnetic artillery unleashed a barrage upon the ground and aerial beasts. The ground erupted in explosions, mirroring the chaos above. The ferocious beasts retaliated, with thousands of their catapults bombarding the outer defense walls. As massive boulders rained down, despair washed over many martial artists and soldiers. The formidable warriors began to destroy these colossal stones. Yi Feng, enveloped in a terrifying aura of sword light, fixed his gaze on the incoming boulders. Swish, swish, swish. Countless beams of sword light erupted from his being, reducing the oncoming boulders to mere dust. In the skies, the aerial beasts unleashed dark gases from their gaping maws, coalescing into lightning-like projectiles aimed at the main defense line's walls. The warriors released their vital energy, forming shields to withstand the aerial assault. While the laser and electromagnetic cannons could inflict significant damage on the beasts, their recharge times were lengthy. Warplanes ascended to engage the beasts in the sky. On the walls of the main defense line, soldiers armed with firearms targeted the beasts below. The titan beasts had reached the base of the walls, attempting to scale them. The catapults continued their relentless bombardment. Fortunately, the walls were constructed of alloy. Had they been made of lesser materials, they would have likely crumbled under the assault. Yet, even with alloy fortifications, the sustained onslaught posed a grave threat. The beasts are climbing up, a Jianghe Martial Academy student shouted. Yi Feng observed the titan beasts scaling the walls and unleashed a powerful punch, sending a torrent of energy forth. Instantly, dozens of titan beasts plummeted from the walls, their massive forms creating deep craters upon impact. In that moment, Yi Feng comprehended why even with advanced technology, humanity struggled against the beasts. If only they had nuclear weapons. Not only the titan beasts but also others ascended the 1,000-meter alloy walls, disregarding their lives, charging forth despite falling comrades. The battle intensified to a boiling point. On the walls, numerous soldiers and martial artists lay fallen in pools of blood. In the skies, many warplanes had been destroyed. It appeared that the beasts would soon breach the walls, engaging in brutal combat with the defenders. Yi Feng drew forth the alloy longsword slung across his back, its blade radiating a 3-meter-wide arc of light. With deft movements, he wielded the longsword, attacking the beasts that clung to the walls. The ferocious creatures continued to tumble down. The atmosphere of slaughter thickened. City Lord Lu Xinghe commanded reinforcements from the other outer and inner defense lines to support the main defense line. The arrival of reinforcements finally alleviated the dire situation. The battle raged on for over 10 days. Both sides remained locked in a stalemate. The casualties among beasts and humans had become too numerous to count, the bloodshed overwhelming. The main outer defense line was transformed into a river of blood. Yi Feng opened the sign-in ledger in his mind. Previously, his advanced sign-in had rewarded him with the blood of the Soul Destroyer. This time, he hoped to receive something advantageous for the battle. Ding. Would the host like to proceed with the elite sign-in? Confirm. Ding. The divine level sign-in was successful, granting him the power of the first layer of Dragon Elephant Force for a duration of 10 minutes. Yifeng was taken aback. The Dragon Elephant Force. The true essence of the Dragon Elephant Force. It is known that this formidable power can only manifest once one reaches the level of Emperor Sovereign. The first layer of Dragon Elephant Force boasts a combat prowess of a staggering 60 million. Chapter 132. The Might of the Dragon Elephant, Dread of the Beasts. Although the Dragon Elephant Force lasts merely 10 minutes, Yifeng felt it would suffice. Its manifestation was enough to instill fear in the ferocious beasts. Despite possessing the first layer of Dragon Elephant Force, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm separating him from the Emperor Sovereign level in other aspects, prompting him to remain vigilant. The ferocious beasts commenced a new wave of relentless assaults, their frenzy magnifying exponentially compared to before. Hours later, the beasts managed to scale the city walls once more. Even more alarming was the accumulation of beast corpses at the base of the walls, creating a makeshift ramp for other beasts to ascend the metallic fortifications with ease. Should the beasts breach the walls, the consequences would be dire, leaving them unable to defend both front and rear. Yifeng understood that the first step was to clear the mountain of beast corpses at the base of the walls, utilizing the first layer of Dragon Elephant Force. As he unleashed the power, the resonant roar of dragons and the trumpeting of elephants echoed across the ramparts, enveloping him in the might of true dragons and elephants. The golden energy blotted out the sun, rendering Yifeng a veritable god of war in the heavens. Dragon Elephant Force. City Lord Lu Xinghe exclaimed in astonishment. All the warriors and soldiers atop the walls gazed in awe at the Dragon Elephant Force surrounding Yifeng, their expressions akin to those struck by a thunderbolt, utterly speechless. They were well aware that this was the legendary Dragon Elephant Force. The corpses of the beasts were now perilously close to the walls, and with only 10 minutes of the Dragon Elephant Force at his disposal, Yifeng knew he could not hesitate. He leaped down, landing atop the towering mound of beast remains. Below, the immense horde of beasts halted in their tracks, paralyzed by fear at the sight of Yifeng's power. Yifeng dashed down the pile of corpses, and in an instant, he reached the ground. Thunderous roars erupted as the Dragon Elephant Force radiated from him, swiftly obliterating the beast corpses at the base of the walls. The humans and beasts alike were left in a state of shock, witnessing a scene they deemed impossible. Having cleared the mountain of beast bodies, Yifeng turned his gaze toward the formidable beasts before him. They were densely packed, far too numerous. Yet, his purpose in descending the walls was to utilize the Dragon Elephant Force to intimidate them. With a determined stride, he surged forward into the colossal horde of beasts. Upon seeing Yifeng charge, the beasts were gripped with terror. The oppressive aura of the Dragon Elephant Force was overwhelmingly daunting, extinguishing any flicker of hope for survival within them. As he entered the throng of beasts, the first layer of Dragon Elephant Force radiated outward, reducing the beasts in its wake to mere dust. The very fabric of space began to fracture, and the ground was marred by countless ravines. The warriors and soldiers on the walls were left in utter disbelief, swearing it was the most astonishing spectacle they had ever witnessed. Could there truly be an Emperor Sovereign among them in Jiangnan City? However, the higher-tier warriors discerned the truth. Despite the presence of the first layer of Dragon Elephant Force, they understood that Yifeng's strength had not yet reached the Emperor Sovereign level. Yet, that was of little consequence now, for the beasts were thoroughly intimidated. Yifeng, wielding the first layer of Dragon Elephant Force, had no idea how many beasts he had vanquished. But soon the horde began a mass retreat, ultimately fleeing Jiangnan City's main defensive line. Chapter 133. The Retreat of the Beasts, 150,000 Human Casualties. As Yifeng observed the retreating beasts, he released a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the beasts had retreated. The earlier chaos left no room for contemplation. Had the beasts breached the walls, an unending stream of them would have surged forth. At that point, Jiangnan City would have been lost. Nevertheless, he had not considered what his predicament would be should the beasts remain after the 10 minutes elapsed. Scaling the 1,000-meter-high metallic walls again would be unrealistic, and his fate would be sealed, death. Having traversed to Blue Star for so long, he had grown accustomed to it. The individuals atop the walls were fighting to protect Jiangnan City, even those delicate flowers in the greenhouse. As a member of Jiangnan City and the Jiangnan Council, how could he not assist? In the past, Yifeng might not have grasped such sentiments. But witnessing the warriors and soldiers atop the walls fall one by one into pools of blood, he finally understood. Personal grudges among humans were one matter, but battling against the ferocious beasts was an entirely different affair. The beasts have retreated? They really have retreated. I'm still alive, sob sob sob. Many young warriors atop the walls began to weep openly. City Lord Lu Xinghe thought to himself that after Yifeng's display of might, the beasts would certainly refrain from attacking Jiangnan City for a time. Upon tallying the casualties, it was revealed that 150,000 humans had perished in this battle against the beasts. When this news reached the main city of Jiangnan, the entire populace observed a moment of silence for an hour. Countless sky lanterns ascended into the night, illuminating Jiangnan City with a radiant glow. These lanterns drifted towards a singular destination, as if summoning the souls of the fallen heroes. The martial arts schools, organizations, and families in Jiangnan City had all returned to their respective factions. In the Jiangnan Council, City Lord Lu Xinghe gazed at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, we owe you a great debt. Otherwise, Jiangnan City might have fallen to the beasts, resulting in the slaughter of millions. The grandmasters within the hall also regarded Yi Feng with gratitude. It was merely my duty. Yi Feng's expression remained composed, having contemplated thoroughly during the retreat of the beasts. By the way, Yi Feng, how were you able to unleash the first layer of Dragon Elephant Force? You surely lack the strength of an emperor sovereign. City Lord Lu Xinghe inquired, puzzled. The grandmasters were equally perplexed, eager to understand how Yi Feng had harnessed the first layer of Dragon Elephant Force. That is difficult to explain, Yi Feng replied, shaking his head. Seeing that Yi Feng was unwilling to elaborate, City Lord Lu Xinghe and the grandmasters chose not to press further. City Lord, given the ferocious beast's devastating defeat, they should be too frightened to attack Jiangnan City again, correct? A grandmaster suddenly remarked. The City Lord nodded. For the immediate future, they are unlikely to launch an assault. However, it remains uncertain. If the three lords in the Qingling Cave were to perish, then they would truly refrain from attacking Jiangnan City. Qingling Cave, being the largest gathering area for beasts outside Jiangnan City, housed not only a vast number of beasts but also three lords, all of whom were high-tier, 6th-level beasts. The three lords of Qingling Cave surpassed Lu Xinghe in strength, serving as the very backbone for the ferocious beasts. Wait, Yi Feng suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He discovered that his Heart of Slaughter had reached the 4th level. The 4th level of the Heart of Slaughter indicated that he had now achieved the harmonization stage. The harmony level is the second realm among the 3 great stages of weapon mastery. With the harmony level, Yi Feng can now summon a sword aura that stretches at least 10 zhang, intertwining with the elemental energies of heaven and earth to coalesce into an unparalleled strike. Harmony signifies the fusion of one's force with that of the cosmos. Chapter 134, The Secret Vault of Elemental Stones. After the ferocious beasts retreated, Jiangnan City began to regain its former tranquility. Yi Feng understood that rapid breakthroughs in Jiangnan City had become increasingly elusive. The wilderness, however, harbored not only ferocious beasts but also treasures. It is said that these treasure chests fell from enormous rifts in the sky during the cataclysmic events. 3 years ago, the Dragon Kingdom discovered a damaged spaceship in the wild, which everyone recognized did not belong to Blue Star, as such technology was non-existent. Subsequently, countries around the world began to uncover artifacts not of Blue Star origin. These discoveries have greatly benefited Blue Star, leading to the development of laser cannons, electromagnetic artillery, and even alloy weaponry, all derived from the study of these foreign objects. Yi Feng departed from Jiangnan City and ventured into the wilderness, hoping to find a place rich in elemental energy. Should fortune smile upon him and lead him to a treasure, it would be a mark of extraordinary luck. If not, his primary aim remained to locate a site abundant in elemental essence for absorption. For countless souls on Blue Star, reaching the rank of junior master is an awe-inspiring feat, a pinnacle of strength seemingly insurmountable. Yet, Yi Feng was acutely aware of his own inadequacies. He commenced his search for a location teeming with spiritual energy in the vast expanse of the wilderness. But finding such a place was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The last time he activated a divine level sign-in, he had acquired the power of the dragon elephant, and now a new round of sign-ins had begun. With the passage of time since acquiring the system, Yi Feng had unraveled some of its mysteries: junior sign-in, intermediate sign-in, advanced sign-in, and divine sign-in. Each mode presents the possibility of obtaining valuable rewards, albeit with varying probabilities. Intermediate sign-in offers a greater chance of acquiring superior items compared to the junior sign-in, but it does not guarantee that all junior rewards are inferior. Now, it was time for a new round of sign-ins. Yi Feng opened the sign-in interface in his mind. Ding. Does the host confirm the use of junior sign-in? Confirmed. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward. Coordinates of the Elemental Stone Vault. Coordinates of the Elemental Stone Vault? Yi Feng was taken aback. He discovered a set of coordinates materializing in his mind. Knowing that the vault must contain numerous elemental stones, he felt a surge of excitement, recognizing their potential to aid his breakthrough. This junior sign-in was worth its weight in gold. Following the coordinates in his mind, Yi Feng set off. The distance to the destination was considerable, and at his current speed, it would take at least 3 days and nights to arrive. As a master now, he had little need for food, making the continuous journey over such a duration a trivial endeavor. 3 days and nights later, on the dawn of the 4th day, Yi Feng finally reached his destination. Before him loomed a magnificent mountain, its shape reminiscent of a pyramid. He surmised that the elemental stone vault must lie within this great mountain. Without hesitation, he ascended the pyramid-like peak. After several hours of searching atop the mountain, he stumbled upon an entrance resembling a bomb shelter. Upon entering, he quickly reached the end of the passage. The sight before him left even the seasoned junior master dumbfounded. There lay thousands of elemental stones. Chapter 135, The Crimson-Scaled Blood Python, absorbing thousands of elemental stones. Elemental stones are treasures among treasures on Blue Star. Even a superpower would find it challenging to procure such a vast number. The size of these stones was significantly greater than those found atop the Wolf Mountain building. Yi Feng understood that absorbing these stones would undoubtedly elevate him from junior master to advanced master. Just as he prepared to absorb the stones, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed in his ears. Yi Feng glanced up to see a massive python beast, measuring several dozen meters in length, fixating its gaze upon him. Its entire body was a deep crimson, its eyes glowing fiercely red, covered in menacing red lumps, appearing utterly fearsome. Having perused the beast compendium, Yi Feng recognized this creature immediately, a fifth-tier high-level beast, the crimson-scaled blood python. This creature surpassed human advanced masters in strength. A typical warrior encountering a crimson-scaled blood python would stand no chance of survival. However, this beast's luck was not in its favor, for it had crossed paths with Yi Feng. Although Yi Feng was merely a junior master, he realized that dispatching the crimson-scaled blood python would be akin to plucking fruit from a tree. The python hissed ominously, seemingly preparing to engulf Yi Feng whole. Unwilling to let the beast waste his time, Yi Feng activated the fourth layer of the Heart of Slaughter, Harmony level. Instantly, he was enveloped in a radiant sword aura, which expanded rapidly around him. Before long, a Tenjong-wide sword aura took form, intertwining with terrifying elemental energy. The crimson eyes of the blood python widened in shock. It had not anticipated this human's formidable strength. After a moment's hesitation, the beast prepared to flee. Yet, the crimson-scaled blood python had become Yi Feng's quarry, and he would not allow it to escape. Go! Yi Feng commanded, and the Tenjong-wide sword aura, infused with elemental energy, coalesced into a catastrophic shockwave. This strike surpassed the advanced sword technique, the sky, Lirkong Yijan, by unfathomable magnitudes. As the shockwave hurtled toward it, despair washed over the python's visage. Boom! The shockwave collided with the immense body of the crimson-scaled blood python, erupting into a cloud of blood mist. When the mist settled, there was no trace of the creature left, only ashes remained. Yi Feng marveled at the terrifying power of the harmony level. He turned his attention to the elemental stones before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to absorb them. 1 stone, 2 stones, 3 stones. Days turned into weeks as the number of stones swiftly diminished. Over a month later, Yi Feng had absorbed every last one. During this time, he attempted intermediate, advanced, and divine sign-ins, but none yielded satisfactory rewards. Yi Feng departed the mountain, eager to assess his newfound strength. He felt an exhilarating sense of power coursing through him. Reaching an alarming peak, hours later, he stumbled upon numerous structures surrounded by alloy walls, standing merely a few meters tall. Could it be? Yi Feng pondered for a moment. Was there human habitation in the wilderness? Chapter 136, The Tianhu Organization. Yi Feng gazed at the distant structures, surmising that they housed human occupants. The towering alloy walls, rising several meters high, were unexpectedly formidable. Were there people? Suddenly, Yi Feng sensed a distinct human presence. With the heightened spiritual perception characteristic of a master martial artist, he could detect a presence from dozens of meters away. When Yang Qingtian had slain his father, it was his father's gift of a concealment potion that had saved him. Otherwise, he would have been a lifeless corpse. He directed his gaze toward a nearby location and discerned a middle-aged man accompanied by a boy approaching him. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a robust physique, while the boy looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. To Yi Feng's surprise, the middle-aged man turned out to be a senior martial artist, whereas the boy was merely an ordinary individual. "Dad, look, there's someone over there," the boy exclaimed, his face reflecting astonishment upon noticing Yi Feng. The middle-aged man also caught sight of Yi Feng and, after a brief moment of hesitation, hastened toward him. "Young man, are you here for outdoor training?" he inquired. "Sort of," Yi Feng replied with a nod. "You must be from Jiangnan City. My name is Su Lang, the leader of the Tianhu organization, and this is my son, Su Yun," the man introduced himself. Yi Feng mused that the Tianhu organization must be the cluster of buildings nearby. After a moment of contemplation, he posed a question to Su Lang. "May I ask why you reside in the wilderness?" "It has been our ancestral home for generations. Even after the Great Disaster, we have continued to live here and have grown accustomed to it," Su Lang responded with a smile. "Are you not afraid of ferocious beasts?" Yi Feng inquired. "Since the Great Disaster, ferocious beasts have seldom troubled our Tianhu organization, so we have little to fear." As Su Lang elaborated, Yi Feng grasped the situation and decided not to pursue the topic further. After all, their choice of residence was theirs alone. "By the way, do you possess any combat power detection instruments?" Yi Feng asked, his eagerness to assess his power surging within him. The journey back to Jiangnan City would require several days, and he needed immediate answers. "Indeed, please follow me." Su Lang gestured for Yi Feng to accompany him. Yi Feng noted Su Lang's commendable demeanor. As the leader of an organization, he was surprisingly humble, and he was also a senior martial artist. Su Lang and Su Yun led Yi Feng toward the Tianhu organization. "By the way, do you have business with the Tianhu organization?" Yi Feng queried as they approached. "Well, my son just turned 16 a few days ago. So I brought him to Jiangnan City to test his cultivation aptitude. He has shown promise, achieving a high-level cultivation talent, Su Lang replied, smiling. A high-level cultivation talent is a formidable asset anywhere in Blue Star. If your son possesses such talent, why not let him remain in Jiangnan City? Yi Feng inquired. Actually, I had intended that, as Jiangnan City would be more suitable for him, but he insisted on returning. Su Lang shook his head. Su Yun, overhearing the discussion about himself, displayed a flicker of displeasure. Staying in the Tianhu organization and not venturing out to become a powerful martial artist is futile. Why should I remain in Jiangnan City? Mind your manners. Su Lang shot a stern glance at Su Yun. He understood that those brave enough to venture into the wilderness for training were either unaware of their limitations or exceptionally gifted. From Yi Feng's tone and demeanor, he was inclined to believe the latter. More importantly, talents from Jiangnan City typically possessed formidable backgrounds. Chapter 137, 600,000 Terrifying Combat Power. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Su Yun fell silent. Yi Feng, however, smiled. Although he was only a few years older than Su Yun, he had already attained the status of a master, akin to an elder observing a junior. Su Yun's reluctance to become a powerful martial artist was, to Yi Feng, rather amusing. The absence of ferocious beasts troubling the Tianhu organization in the past did not guarantee future safety. Nevertheless, he chose not to delve further into their decisions. The Tianhu organization was a modest establishment, housing several hundred residents, all of whom shared a common lineage. Upon arrival, Su Lang guided Yi Feng to a combat power detection device. Yi Feng, I have a few matters to attend to. Please proceed with your assessment, Su Lang said. All right. You may go about your business, Yi Feng replied, and after Su Lang and Su Yun departed, he focused intently on the detection device, unleashing a series of powerful punches. Bang, bang, bang. 606-154, 606-241, 606-255, 606-380. As he beheld the readings on the device, Yi Feng could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. 600,000 combat power. It was worth noting that the foundational combat power of a high-level master was merely 500,000, yet he now possessed 600,000. The secrets of the Yuan Stone truly were formidable. Yi Feng had ascended to the rank of high-level master. His purpose in visiting the Tianhu organization had been to assess his power, and now that he had achieved that, he saw no reason to linger. Just as he prepared to leave, Su Yun reappeared before him. My dad wants you to come with me. After a moment's thought, Yi Feng followed Su Yun into a grand hall. Upon seeing Yi Feng arrive, Su Lang quickly stood to greet him. Yi Feng, you've come. Su leader, is there something you need from me? Yi Feng asked, perplexed. Su Lang hesitated, appearing to grapple with something unsaid, but Yi Feng encouraged him. Please, do not hesitate. Su Lang nodded. I would like to ask if you could take Su Yun to Jiangnan City. I do not wish for him to lead a life of mediocrity here. Yi Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Su Lang would utter such a request. But did you not just say he was unwilling to stay in Jiangnan City? Yi Feng pondered, recognizing that with Su Yun's high-level cultivation talent, entering Jiangnan City's Inan Academy or other factions should pose little difficulty. He is unaware of the terror wielded by powerful warriors. I see you ventured into the wilderness, suggesting you are a formidable talent yourself. If you demonstrate extraordinary strength, Su Yun will naturally aspire to become a powerful martial artist, Su Lang articulated. Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle at Su Lang's assumption. It was unexpected that a senior martial artist like him would believe Yi Feng to be more powerful than himself. Dad, what are you talking about? I don't want to become a powerful martial artist. Su Yun interjected, visibly displeased. Yi Feng remained silent. Su Yun's desires were of no concern to him. Leader, this is urgent. Suddenly, a burly man burst into the hall, his face etched with terror. At least 1,000 ferocious beasts are only a few kilometers from our Tianhu organization. What? Su Lang sprang from his seat, disbelief etched across his features. Is what you say true? Absolutely, leader. Su Lang felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him, staggering back 3 steps. The Tianhu organization comprises predominantly ordinary individuals. Although they possess some alloy weaponry, how could they possibly withstand the onslaught of thousands of ferocious beasts? Chapter 138. A terrifying scene. Su Yun's complexion turned ashen. He had always believed that their location would remain untouched by such beasts. However, the reality was starkly different, as thousands of these creatures now approached. Su Lang hastily exited the hall, followed closely by a middle-aged man. Yi Feng found the situation intriguing. Never anticipating that a routine assessment of combat prowess would lead to such a confrontation with numerous ferocious beasts, an opportunity to amplify the aura of slaughter. The alloy walls enveloping the Tianhu organization rose merely a few meters high, utterly inadequate to deter the beasts. At this moment, all members of the organization had gathered at the entrance, exceeding 500 in number, armed with various weapons. A portion wielded alloy arms. Yi Feng shook his head, realizing that such meager strength stood no chance against the overwhelming tide of ferocious beasts. At this juncture, we have no choice but to confront the beasts head-on, declared Su Lang, the leader of the Tianhu organization. Despite their palpable fear, the group resolutely nodded in agreement. Yi Feng, puzzled, questioned why they chose to stand and fight rather than retreat, as their odds of survival appeared bleak. Leader Su, why do you not withdraw? Yi Feng inquired, voicing his concerns. Su Lang offered a wry smile. I can only say, this is our home. Yi Feng comprehended their commendable resolve to protect their homeland. Yet, it was evident that the Tianhu organization was not a populous-based city. Retreating with just a few hundred individuals was entirely feasible. They seemed oblivious to the wisdom that preserving their lives was paramount. The ferocious beasts are coming. A voice cried out, resonating in everyone's ears. All eyes turned toward a singular direction, where thousands of beasts advanced swiftly toward them. The members of the Tianhu organization were struck with terror at the sight of such a formidable horde. How could they hope to defend themselves? Roar, roar, roar. The cacophony of terrifying roars erupted from the beasts. Following this, the creatures charged forth with ferocity. The collective spirit of the Tianhu organization quaked in fear. They felt that within mere moments, they would be slaughtered by the approaching horde. Despair etched itself onto every face. At that critical moment, Yi Feng stepped forward, boldly confronting the onslaught of thousands of ferocious beasts alone. The members of the Tianhu organization were taken aback, never expecting such an audacious act from him. Simultaneously, a massive sword aura, 10 zhang wide, enveloped Yi Feng's body. Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning their sight. How could such a vast sword aura possibly exist? Su Lang, a high-level martial artist, understood far more than the others. Gazing in astonishment at the immense sword aura emanating from Yi Feng, he was rendered speechless. Aware that such a manifestation required not only an innate talent for the sword, but also mastery of weaponry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the colossal sword aura split into countless droplets, each resembling raindrops, launching toward the oncoming beasts. Upon impact, the beasts were cleaved in two, and in an instant, the ground was stained with the blood of countless fallen creatures, their demise gruesome beyond imagination. Silence enveloped the scene. One could hear a pin drop. The members of the Tianhu organization stood frozen, mouths agape, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Chapter 139. Intermediate Sign-In. Scholar S. Talent W. What is this? Is this the power of a formidable warrior? Su Yun finally regained his senses, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld Yi Feng. The sheer terror of the power displayed had left him utterly shaken. In that moment, Yi Feng seemed less like a human and more like a deity. Suddenly, Su Lang, the leader of the Tianhu organization, knelt before Yi Feng. Thank you, my lord, for saving us. Witnessing their leader's act of reverence, the others swiftly followed suit. Kneeling in gratitude toward Yi Feng, they understood that without him, the Tianhu organization would have been drenched in blood. Rise, I do not favor such displays of submission. Yi Feng replied calmly, regarding the gratitude of these individuals with indifference. Should the ferocious beasts return to the Tianhu organization, remember this, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. With that, he prepared to depart. Su Yun, recognizing Yi Feng's intent to leave, hurriedly followed. In the midst of the chaos, as the beasts charged and Yi Feng displayed his terrifying prowess, he grasped many profound truths. To protect one's family and home, one must possess strength. Senior, may I accompany you to Jiangnan City? Su Yun pleaded with a pitiful expression as he positioned himself before Yi Feng. Suit yourself, Yi Feng replied slowly. With high-level cultivation talent, Su Yun was destined to become a powerful warrior. As the head of the Jianghe Martial Arts School, he had indeed attracted a prodigious talent. Seeing Yi Feng's acquiescence, Su Lang's face lit up with joy. Father, I will become a powerful warrior and return to protect you all, Su Yun declared, following Yi Feng's lead. Upon returning to Jiangnan City, Yi Feng guided Su Yun to the Jianghe Martial Arts School, where he became a student. Now a high-level master, Su Yun felt that it wouldn't be long before he would need to leave Jiangnan City to carve out his destiny on Blue Star. He could not remain confined to Jiangnan City. Yi Feng had already resolved to set his sights on Long City, the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Hua and Yi Qing were currently at Longqing University in Long City. He wondered how they were faring. A visit to Long City would afford him the chance to check on them as well. A few days later, Yi Feng discovered he could now sign in. While absorbing the essence of the Yuan stones, he had signed in several times, progressing to intermediate sign-in status. He opened the sign-in interface in his mind. Ding. Does the host confirm the intermediate sign-in? Confirmed. Ding. Intermediate sign-in successful. Reward, Scholar's Talent, which can be fused with others. Scholar's Talent? Yi Feng smiled, contemplating the intriguing nature of this ability, albeit recognizing that it was not suited for him. However, the prospect of fusing it with someone else sparked his interest. He thought of his sister, Yi Shui. This talent should suit her well. Upon reviewing the description of Scholar's Talent, he realized it was not classified as a type of attribute talent, weapon talent, or elemental talent. In other words, it did not require a cultivated talent to merge with Scholar's Talent. Yi Feng felt reassured. Yi Shui was merely an ordinary person at present. Yet, she must be around 16 years old now. Had she undergone a talent assessment? Yi Feng arrived at the 9th villa in the high-end area of Zijing community. His adoptive father, Yi Yonghe, and adoptive mother, Wang Lan, were not at home, while Yi Shui sat on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. "Brother, you're back," Yi Shui exclaimed with a bright smile illuminating her adorable face upon seeing Yi Feng. "Where are Mom and Dad?" "They went shopping." Yi Feng nodded. "Have you assessed your cultivation talent?" Chapter 140. Journey to the Imperial Capital, Long City, Thunder God Mercenary Corps. As Yi Shui listened to Yi Feng's words, a trace of desolation appeared on her face. I lack the talent for cultivation," she shook her head. Yi Feng approached her and gently patted her small head. "Ding. Do you wish to fuse with the prodigy talent?" "Fusion confirmed." "Ding. Fusion successful." Yi Feng seamlessly integrated the prodigy talent into Yi Shui's mind. Yi Shui suddenly fell silent. I. Why do I feel like my thoughts are so clear as if, how should I put it? She hastily grabbed a book and flipped through its pages rapidly, only to be left in awe afterward. "I can completely remember the contents of the book." She looked at Yi Feng in astonishment. "Brother, what is happening?" Yi Feng smiled. "Although you lack cultivation talent, you have awakened the prodigy talent." "Prodigy talent?" A look of bewilderment appeared on Yi Shui's adorable face. After exchanging many more words with Yi Shui, Yi Feng left the Zijin community, heading toward the Jiangnan Council to inquire about the latest news regarding the Qingling Cave. Upon arriving at the council hall, Yi Feng discovered that the city lord and other members were present, their faces radiating with joy. As they noticed Yi Feng's arrival, they all greeted him warmly. "Why are you all so happy?" Yi Feng inquired, puzzled by the jubilant atmosphere. "Of course, we're happy," City Lord Lu Xinghe chuckled. "Nanhua City has achieved a significant victory against the ferocious beasts, slaying hundreds of thousands of them. The 3 leading ferocious beasts from the Qingling Cave, who came to aid, suffered countless casualties. Most importantly, all 3 of the leaders of the Qingling Cave have perished, with none surviving." Yi Feng was taken aback by the city lord's words. Such news was indeed exhilarating. Nanhua City is one of the 8 major base cities of the Dragon Kingdom, despite all being major cities. Nanhua City far surpassed Jiangnan City in strength. Now that the 3 leaders of the Qingling Cave were dead, it meant that the Qingling Cave had virtually no capability to launch an offensive against Jiangnan City. "City Lord, everyone, I should depart from Jiangnan City soon." Suddenly, Yi Feng addressed everyone in the hall. The City Lord and the Grandmasters were momentarily taken aback. They soon came to terms with it. Yi Feng's extraordinary talent meant he could not remain in Jiangnan City indefinitely. His journey ought to be among the stars and the seas. "Very well. You need not worry about your family. We will take good care of them. Go forth and carve out your own path in the Blue Star," City Lord Lu Xinghe said with a smile. After leaving the Jiangnan Council, Yi Feng returned to the Zijin community to inform his family of his impending departure. Yi Yonghe, Wang Lan, and Yi Shui naturally supported his decision. After sharing a meal with his family, he returned to his room to rest. 3 days later, Yi Feng embarked on his journey to the imperial capital, Longcheng, of the Dragon Kingdom. The routes among the 8 major base cities had now become wilderness. To travel from Jiangnan City to Longcheng, one must traverse the wilds. Upon exiting Jiangnan City, Yi Feng, though aware of the considerable distance to Longcheng, had memorized the route. He walked through the wilderness, encountering several low-tier ferocious beasts along the way. Just as he was about to leave the outskirts of Jiangnan City, a group of formidable warriors came into view. This group, consisting of over a dozen individuals, bore the emblem of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps on their chests. Yi Feng had seen the Thunder God Mercenary Corps on the Martial Artist Forum. The forum was divided into the National Forum of the Dragon Kingdom and the Base City Forums. Naturally, Yi Feng had encountered the Thunder God Mercenary Corps on the National Forum. The Thunder God Mercenary Corps is the most powerful mercenary group in the Dragon Kingdom, boasting tens of thousands of members, with a commander who is a Yuan General. A Yuan General is a martial artist ranking just below the Grandmaster level, known as a ground-suppressing Yuan General. Upon reaching the Yuan General level, one can soar into the sky, manifesting wings of vital energy. If one were to compare it to Earth, a Yuan General level martial artist would undoubtedly transcend the realm of humanity, akin to a deity. Yi Feng had once read a report about the commander of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, who had slaughtered 100,000 ferocious beasts in a place teeming with them, leaving heaps of corpses and rivers of blood. The individuals before Yi Feng were evidently warriors of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, and each possessed a commendable level of strength. The weakest among them was an initial-level Grand Martial Artist, while the strongest was a primary-level Grandmaster. Yi Feng realized his ability to discern others' levels was due to the system's influence, as ordinarily, one could not perceive such distinctions. The warriors of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps soon noticed Yi Feng and approached him. "Young brother, have you seen a low-tier ferocious beast? The Silver Demon Tiger of the 5th rank?" inquired a primary-level Grandmaster. "No," Yi Feng shook his head, honest in his reply. He had indeed not seen the Silver Demon Tiger, but he was curious about their intentions. "Are you here in the wilderness for training?" "No, I am heading to the imperial capital." Yi Feng thought there was no need for concealment. He was actually keen to join the Thunder God Mercenary Corps for a time, considering he had no particular destination upon arriving in the imperial capital. Li He, the primary-level Grandmaster and captain of the squad, and his companions were momentarily taken aback. They had not expected Yi Feng to be journeying to the imperial capital. "Young brother, the road to the imperial capital is perilous. Why not join us?" Li He proposed to Yi Feng. Yi Feng was secretly astonished. It was their first meeting, and he hadn't anticipated Li He would extend such an invitation. "Captain, we have yet to find the silver demon tiger, and now we have another burden. Isn't that unwise?" "Indeed, Captain. It would be better to let him go alone to the Dragon Kingdom's imperial capital." "Exactly. I concur with that sentiment." The group voiced their discontent. "What do you understand? In today's rapidly changing war situation in the Dragon Kingdom, we must unite to withstand the ferocious beasts," Li He admonished. Yi Feng thought to himself that there were indeed many good-hearted individuals, and he noticed these warriors possessed a strong sense of patriotism. Whether for Jiangnan City or the Tianhu organization, protecting one's homeland is something one would defend with their life. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the mountains and forests, reaching everyone's ears. Li He and the others quickly turned towards the source of the sound. There, before their eyes, stood 3 silver demon tigers. The silver demon tigers were colossal, their bodies glistening silver, with fangs exceeding 30 centimeters in length, presenting a truly terrifying sight. 3 silver demon tigers? Li He and the others were struck with horror. They had been pursuing a single silver demon tiger, yet now 3 stood before them. The expressions on the faces of the initial level Grandmaster Li He and his companions revealed sheer astonishment. The silver demon tiger was a low-tier ferocious beast of the 5th rank, significantly stronger than an initial level Grandmaster, and they had only 1 primary level Grandmaster among them, while the opponents boasted 3 silver demon tigers. They understood that with their current strength, they had no hope of contending against these 3 silver demon tigers. "Captain, what should we do now?" The group looked at Li He in panic. "We have no choice but to flee," Li He said. "Roar." As soon as Li He finished speaking, the 3-headed silver demon tiger lunged fiercely at them. A 5th-tier low-level fierce beast, its prowess in attack, speed, and defense was utterly terrifying. "Run," Li He shouted urgently. A dozen individuals began to retreat hastily. "Little brother, what are you waiting for? Hurry and flee." Li He noticed that Yi Feng remained rooted to the spot, exhibiting no signs of flight. Yi Feng, however, turned his profile to Li He, offering a reassuring smile. The group had already retreated several meters, all eyes now fixed on Yi Feng, who they knew was already a dead man walking, with no chance of survival against the onslaught of the 3 silver demon tigers. The trio of beasts was now upon Yi Feng, their gaping maws prepared to consume him whole. Suddenly, Yi Feng raised his fist and struck at one of the silver demon tigers. At first glance, this blow appeared unadorned and devoid of any elemental force. Yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that Yi Feng's punch was executed with astonishing speed. His fist connected with the beast's body, and an immense force penetrated through it. Simultaneously, the other 2 silver demon tigers' jaws were mere inches away from Yi Feng, seemingly rendering him helpless. Yet, how could the silver demon tigers comprehend the terrifying speed of a high-level master? With a mere sidestep, Yi Feng evaded their ravenous maws and delivered a punch to each of the 2 remaining beasts, similarly piercing through their bodies. Without any elaborate martial techniques or elemental power, this unembellished strike instantaneously felled the 3 silver demon tigers. The members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, their faces a tableau of disbelief. The silver demon tiger was a fearsome creature, far superior to a low-level master. Yet this individual had vanquished 3 of them in an instant. They hadn't even had the time to comprehend the spectacle. All eyes turned to Yi Feng, who bore no hint of joy for having dispatched the beasts. Such composure. This individual must be an extraordinarily powerful martial artist, at the very least, a high-level master. Li He exclaimed in utter astonishment. The expressions of the others mirrored his shock, for they had never imagined that someone appearing no older than 20 could be a master-level warrior. Previously, they had considered Yi Feng a liability. "Now you understand what it means to not judge a book by its cover," Li He remarked to his companions. They were painfully aware of their folly. Wishing they could vanish into thin air, they had just mocked a master. Moreover, a high-level master at that. Chapter 143, Sword Element Shield, Advanced Elemental General. The members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps were understandably skeptical of Yi Feng being a Grand Master. If he were, then they were nothing more than jesters in his presence. Captain Li He approached Yi Feng with urgency. "Yi Feng, are you truly a high-level master?" "Who knows?" Yi Feng replied with a nonchalant smile. Li He realized he had been hasty. Inquiring about a martial artist's rank was akin to asking a woman her age. "Captain, now that the silver demon tigers are dead, should we return to the imperial capital?" A junior martial artist inquired, glancing at Li He. Li He nodded in agreement. They began their journey toward the imperial capital, Dragon City. Dragon Kingdom is home to 8 major base cities, with Dragon City being the most formidable, housing the realm's mightiest warriors. However, the number of fierce beasts outside Dragon City was equally daunting. The largest gathering of these beasts lay beyond Dragon City, in a place known as the Prison Mountain. A decade ago, a cataclysmic event unfolded as millions of beasts surged toward the defenses of Dragon City, resulting in catastrophic losses. with death tolls in the hundreds of thousands. Masters, grandmasters, and elemental generals alike fell in droves. Yi Feng still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching Dragon City, but once he neared, he could begin advanced sign-ins. At that moment, he found himself atop a mountain with abundant elemental energy. Elemental energy, 8500, 8523, 8535. The ascending figures appeared before Yi Feng's eyes. The members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps continued toward Dragon City, not accompanying Yi Feng. He opened the sign-in sheet in his mind. Ding. Is the host certain about the advanced sign-in? Confirmed. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward obtained. Advanced Sword Technique Defense Element Shield. Yi Feng examined the details of the acquired reward. The Sword Element Shield converts sword energy into a protective barrier, enhancing defense tenfold upon mastery. He deemed the Sword Element Shield quite impressive. With his innate swordsmanship talent and the 4th level of the Killing Heart, he believed it would not take long to comprehend the advanced sword defense technique. After pondering, Yi Feng resolved to master the Sword Element Shield on this mountain before proceeding to Dragon City. Indeed, as he anticipated, within a few days, he had successfully grasped the Sword Element Shield. Activating the shield, sword energy coalesced into a protective barrier enveloping him. A tenfold increase in defense was an alarming figure. Suddenly, a fearsome roar from a beast echoed in Yi Feng's ears. The sound was terrifying, suggesting the presence of a high-level beast. A flicker of excitement crossed Yi Feng's face as he prepared to test the power of the Sword Element Shield. He swiftly made his way toward the source of the roar. Before long, he encountered a monstrous creature, a 5th-tier high-level beast, the Slaughtering Sky Giant Wolf. The giant wolf measured several dozen meters in length, hairless and robust like a coiling dragon, its eerie green eyes instilling a sense of imminent doom. The Slaughtering Sky Giant Wolf, how fortuitous, Yi Feng smirked, a calm smile gracing his features. Youth, why do you not flee upon seeing the Slaughtering Sky Giant Wolf? But instead, were a smile? A suddenly aged voice reached Yi Feng's ears. Startled, he turned around, having not anticipated the presence of another. His mental acuity typically allowed him to sense a presence from dozens of meters away. He quickly glanced back to find a man in his 60s observing him with keen interest. This elder, Yi Feng's pupils contracted, was indeed a high-level elemental general. Chapter 144, an astonishing high-level elemental general. Yi Feng had not expected to encounter an elemental general, let alone a high-level one, in this place. Just as he was about to engage the elder in conversation, the Slaughtering Sky Giant Wolf charged at him with terrifying speed, reaching him in an instant. Yet, even with the beast before him, Yi Feng's expression remained devoid of fear. The serenity etched upon the young man's visage was something the elder had never before encountered on the face of youth. In that fleeting moment, curiosity about Yi Feng began to burgeon within him. He refrained from intervening, eager to observe how Yi Feng could maintain such composure in this critical juncture. With a thunderous roar, the 5th-tier ferocious beast, the Titan Wolf, let out a fearsome cry, raising its lethal claws to strike at Yi Feng. In response, Yi Feng summoned the Sword Origin Shield, enveloping himself in a protective aura of sword energy. This formidable shield was known to enhance defense tenfold, and Yi Feng believed it would withstand the Titan Wolf's onslaught. The elder gazed in astonishment at the sword shield enveloping Yi Feng, unable to suppress a gasp of disbelief. To cultivate such a sword technique, one must first awaken a natural affinity for the sword path, an awakening Yi Feng had evidently achieved, which the elder had not anticipated. Yet, he still harbored doubts. Even with this technique, could Yi Feng truly withstand the Titan Wolf's attack? The Titan Wolf, a 5th-tier beast, was a formidable entity, rivaling even the most advanced human masters and surpassing them in strength. As the Titan Wolf's claws crashed down upon the Sword Origin Shield, to the elder's astonishment, the shield bore no cracks, fully absorbing the blow. A sharp intake of breath escaped the elder's lips, his astonishment rendering him momentarily speechless. He understood that for the Sword Origin Shield to manifest such resilience, the wielder's strength must at least match that of the beast. This implied that Yi Feng was, at the very least, an advanced master. The elder was dumbfounded. How could such talent exist in the Dragon Kingdom? Despite his reluctance to accept this reality, he recognized the truth of the situation. An advanced master, such a prodigy in the Dragon Kingdom. As the leader of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, a renowned figure, he had never imagined being so utterly astonished by a mere youth. Yi Feng, reassured by the effectiveness of the Sword Origin Shield, concluded that the Titan Wolf's ordinary attacks were now ineffectual against him. Having tested the shield's capabilities, he resolved that the Titan Wolf must now meet its demise. With clenched fists, he concentrated sword energy and elemental force into a single punch directed at the Titan Wolf before him. The Titan Wolf's pupils dilated in terror, unable to fathom the extraordinary strength of the human before it. It was too late to evade. The beast could only watch helplessly as Yi Feng's fist penetrated its body. Upon withdrawing his hand, the Titan Wolf collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Young man, what is your name?" the elder inquired, his curiosity for Yi Feng now insatiable. "Yi Feng," he replied, revealing his identity. As an advanced elemental master, Yi Feng recognized that he had no chance of victory over this elder, who was a figure of considerable power. He understood the necessity of humility in the presence of such strength and felt no animosity towards the elder, perhaps paving the way for a deeper understanding between them. Chapter 145, Headquarters of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Yi Feng, the elder mused, pondering the name, realizing he had never heard it before. Are you from the imperial capital? He surmised that if Yi Feng were indeed from the Dragon City, such a prodigious talent would surely have made a name for himself by now. No, I hail from Jiangnan City, Yi Feng clarified, sensing no malice from the elder and willing to engage in further discourse. The elder nodded. I am Feng Song. What faction do you intend to join in the imperial capital? I have no definitive plans as of yet, Yi Feng admitted. Having not yet set foot in the imperial capital and being unfamiliar with its intricacies, why not join the Thunder God Mercenary Corps? Feng Song proposed unexpectedly. Yi Feng paused. Taken aback. The Thunder God Mercenary Corps was led by an elemental master, and it was clear that this elder was indeed its leader. Does the Thunder God Mercenary Corps have areas rich in elemental energy? Certainly, we have the Thunder Pool, where high-tier warriors cultivate, Feng Song replied. Considering the prospect of joining a faction with such resources, Yi Feng concluded that aligning with the Thunder God Mercenary Corps might indeed be beneficial. Very well. I shall join the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, he affirmed. Feng Song's face lit up with a smile upon hearing Yi Feng's agreement. He knew that a talent like Yi Feng would be coveted by all factions in the imperial capital, making his early approach a strategic advantage. By the way, Yi Feng, how old are you? Not yet 20, Yi Feng answered. Feng Song chuckled, incredulous. An advanced master under 20 was a rarity he had never encountered. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, he would never have believed such an extraordinary talent existed in the Blue Star. Come, let us proceed to the imperial capital, Feng Song declared, leading Yi Feng toward the bustling Dragon City, the foremost of the 8 major cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Upon their arrival, Feng Song escorted Yi Feng to the headquarters of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, a towering structure with the name emblazoned prominently across its facade, evoking awe. What do you think? Our Thunder God Mercenary Corps is quite impressive, isn't it? Indeed, Yi Feng replied as he followed Feng Song into the Grand Hall, where countless gazes turned toward them, a mixture of astonishment and curiosity reflected in their eyes. Who is this person to walk alongside the leader? I don't know. Could he be a relative of the leader? I believe he must be a super genius. Otherwise, why would the leader allow him to walk beside him? The members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps were utterly taken aback. Yi Feng paid them little heed, continuing to follow Feng Song into another hall. Yi Feng, this is the registration area for high-tier warriors. You simply need to register here to become a member of our Thunder God Mercenary Corps, Feng Song explained. Upon the elder's arrival, the staff promptly approached to greet him. Please take Yi Feng to register. Yes, leader, the staff member responded, albeit puzzled as to why the leader had brought a young man to the high-tier registration hall. However, the leader's orders were absolute. Chapter 146, Platinum Level Member. Hello. What level of membership would you like to register for? What levels are available? Yi Feng inquired, bewildered by the process. As he knew little about the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, the warrior level receives a black iron badge, the soldier level receives a bronze badge, the master level receives a silver badge, and the Grand Master level. Enough. Grant Yi Feng a 3-star platinum badge, Feng Song interrupted, cutting the staff member off. A 3-star platinum badge? The staff member was momentarily dumbfounded. Such a badge was reserved for advanced masters. Could it be possible that this young man possessed the strength of an advanced master? The command of the leader is absolute. Although he would never believe that Yi Feng is a senior master even if he were to kill the staff member, he could only register Yi Feng as a 3-star platinum member. A few minutes later, Yi Feng became a member of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. According to regulations, members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps are required to wear their badges, allowing other members to discern their rank. Feng Song said to Yi Feng. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng affixed the 3-star platinum badge to his chest. I have some matters to attend to. You should familiarize yourself with the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. If anything comes up, feel free to reach out to me. Understood, leader. After Feng Song departed from the registration hall, Yi Feng prepared to leave as well. Just as he was about to step forward, an exclamatory voice reached his ears. Yi Feng, is that really you? Yi Feng turned to see Li He, who wore a 1-star platinum badge on his chest. I didn't expect you to join the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Li He's face was alight with astonishment. The terrifying prowess Yi Feng displayed when he defeated the 3 silver demonic tigers had shocked him to the core. Yi Feng's 3-star platinum badge did not overly surprise Li He, for he had already surmised that Yi Feng's strength must at least be that of a senior master. The staff member observed this scene with a hint of incredulity. Li He, adorned with a 1-star platinum badge, indicated that he was a junior master. The fact that both the leader and this junior master were conversing amicably with this young man led the staff to ponder. Could he truly be a senior master? The mere thought sent shivers down their spine. What an astonishing possibility. Yi Feng, wait for me a moment. With that, Li He exchanged a few words with the staff before returning to Yi Feng's side. Since you're new to the Thunder God Mercenary Corps and unfamiliar with everything, how about I guide you around? Sure. Yi Feng did not decline. He held a favorable impression of Li He, who had invited him to accompany him to the imperial capital, Long City, just before he left Jiangnan City. Li He led Yi Feng out of the registration hall and began to introduce him to the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Yi Feng. The Thunder God Mercenary Corps is the most formidable mercenary group in the Dragon Nation, boasting tens of thousands of members. The leader is a senior Earthmaster, and both vice leaders are junior Earthmasters. Within our corps, there are countless squads, categorized by rank, such as Black Iron squads and Bronze squads. However, once one reaches the Platinum level, they are no longer required to undertake missions. Last time, I took those Grand Masters on a mission. Li He elaborated on the privileges of the Platinum members in the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, where they could enjoy any resources without impediment. Listening to Li He's explanation, Yi Feng mused that a master is indeed a master, highly esteemed in any place. By the way, where is the Thunder Pool? Yi Feng suddenly inquired of Li He. He had learned from Feng Song that the energy within the Thunder Pool was exceptionally dense, and he was eager to witness its richness firsthand. I'll take you there. With that, Li He led Yi Feng toward the Thunder Pool. Along the way, members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps gazed in astonishment at Yi Feng's 3-star Platinum badge. They found it hard to accept that someone who appeared much younger than them could be a member of such a high rank. Wait, I remember him. He is the one who walked alongside the leader. Indeed, I recall now. No wonder he has achieved the status of a 3-star Platinum member. It must be related to the leader. As Feng Song walked side by side with Yi Feng toward the high-level registration hall, many members were left astounded. Their memories of Yi Feng's appearance etched in their minds. On the way to the Thunder Pool, Yi Feng could feel the gazes of shock, disbelief, and envy directed at him. Moments later, Li He brought Yi Feng to the entrance of the Thunder Pool. Yi Feng had initially imagined the Thunder Pool to be a beautiful locale, only to find it was a rather ordinary pond, devoid of water. Even before entering the Thunder Pool, he could feel an overwhelming energy emanating toward him. Energy level 41200. Energy level 41300. Energy level 42,000. Yi Feng thought to himself that if the energy outside the Thunder Pool was so rich, the energy within must be astonishingly formidable. His Dragon Essence technique had already reached the 3rd level. He wondered when he would be able to ascend to the 4th. Yi Feng, this is the Thunder Pool. Li He said, directing his attention to Yi Feng. Upon entering the Thunder Pool, Yi Feng noticed numerous Platinum members absorbing energy within. Platinum and Diamond members who joined the Thunder God Mercenary Corps were akin to guest elders, required to do nothing but enjoy all resources. They would only take action when there was danger or when the leader issued a command. The Platinum members inside the Thunder Pool turned their gaze toward Yi Feng and Li He. In the Blue Star, regardless of the faction, master-level martial artists were rare. And while they recognized Li He, Yi Feng was unfamiliar to them. Their eyes were fixed on Yi Feng, and shock washed over their faces. This astonishment stemmed from the 3-star Platinum badge adorning Yi Feng's chest. The masters within the Thunder Pool found it hard to compose themselves. Their ages far surpassed Yi Feng's. Yet the 3-star Platinum badge indicated that Yi Feng was not only a master-level martial artist, but indeed a senior master. Who could possibly accept such a reality? Yi Feng paid no heed to the astonishment of these masters. He began to fervently absorb the energy within the Thunder Pool. Energy level 94100. Energy level 94200. Energy level 94225. As he observed the increasing energy levels on the retinal display, Yi Feng felt that the energy within the Thunder Pool was indeed remarkable. However, it was far from sufficient. Now that he was a senior master, breaking through to the Great Master level would be an arduous challenge. Even with his ultimate cultivation talent and a Dragon Essence technique, he could only absorb this amount of energy. One could only imagine how difficult it would be for others. The path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. After absorbing energy for a while, Li He took Yi Feng to the living quarters designated for Platinum members. Each Platinum member had their own private room, fully equipped with amenities. After casually selecting a room, Yi Feng entered and approached a combat power testing device. Bang, bang, bang. 676-200, 676-300, 676-355, 676-470. Gazing at the combat power displayed on the device, Yi Feng couldn't help but lament how slow the increase in his combat power was. Chapter 148. The reason for Yi Feng's fame in the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. The Thunder God Mercenary Corps had its own internal forum, which recorded all matters pertaining to the Corps. In recent days, Yi Feng's name had reached unprecedented heights on the internal forum, as he was a 3-star Platinum member. If Yi Feng indeed possessed the strength of a senior master, it would not be surprising. However, the most significant speculation among many was that Yi Feng had attained the status of a 3-star Platinum member due to his association with the leader, Feng Song. The members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps were, of course, displeased with Yi Feng's preferential treatment. Though they dared not voice their grievances to the leader, their hearts were seething with anger towards him. Yi Feng had been engrossed in absorbing vital energy within the Thunder Pool and had not perused the internal forums of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, remaining oblivious to his burgeoning notoriety within the organization. Vital energy, 96, 500. Vital energy, 96, 700. Vital energy, 96, 750. Yi Feng felt the increment in his energy levels. Within the Thunder Pool, there were no diamond-level members present. Diamond-level members were akin to grandmasters, individuals who occupied high-ranking positions in any faction, rarely revealing themselves to the common populace. The platinum-level members all directed their gazes toward Yi Feng's position, their expressions marred by disdain. Was it truly because of the leader that he achieved the rank of 3-star platinum? With his age, even if he were a prodigy, he could only be considered a great martial artist at most. How could he possibly be a high-ranking master? Alas, such was the consequence of having connections. I, Sha Yun, detest those who rely on connections the most. I shall see just how capable he truly is. A middle-aged man rose and strode towards Yi Feng. His name being Sha Yun, adorned with a 1-star platinum badge, indicating his status as a novice master. The other platinum members did not intervene. They, too, were eager to ascertain whether Yi Feng had genuinely relied on connections to attain his status. Fuming, Sha Yun approached Yi Feng and fixed him with a cold stare. Yi Feng, I hear you are a high-ranking master? Yi Feng opened his eyes and scrutinized the man before him. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps internal forum, he was baffled by Sha Yun's motivations. And you are? I am Sha Yun, he replied, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Since you are a 3-star platinum member, let us engage in combat, shall we? In Sha Yun's eyes, Yi Feng had undoubtedly attained his rank solely due to the influence of leader Feng Tsang. Thus he felt assured of his victory. The other platinum members watched with keen interest, eager to see if Yi Feng would dare accept Sha Yun's challenge. Although Sha Yun was merely a novice master, he still held a position of respect. Why would I engage in battle with you for no reason? Yi Feng found Sha Yun's proposition rather perplexing. For no reason? Do you not comprehend how you became a 3-star platinum member? Sha Yun sneered. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. Did they truly believe that his rise to 3-star platinum was not a testament to his own prowess, but rather a byproduct of leader Feng Tsang's influence? Finally, Yi Feng understood why those around him had gazed upon him with a hint of derision. It was all due to this misconception. Chapter 149, The Shock of the Platinum Members. Yi Feng met Sha Yun's gaze directly, aware that Sha Yun was seeking to provoke him. However, a novice master posed little challenge in his eyes. Defeating Sha Yun would be a trivial endeavor. Noticing Yi Feng's prolonged silence, Sha Yun assumed that fear had gripped him, a hint of smugness flickering across his features. Yi Feng, are you afraid? The other platinum members shared Sha Yun's belief that Yi Feng was intimidated. How could someone of his youth possibly be a high-ranking master? I am not afraid. I simply find you insufficient. Abruptly, Yi Feng shook his head at Sha Yun. The gathered platinum members were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Yi Feng would not only be unafraid of battling Sha Yun, but would also dare to utter such audacious words. Ha! Sha Yun burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in history. I, a dignified novice master, am being told by a man who rose through connections to 3-star platinum that I am not enough? Why do you refuse to believe it? Yi Feng merely shook his head. As his words fell, an intense gleam sparked in Yi Feng's eyes, and his vital energy surged dramatically, emanating from him like a blade. Sha Yun sensed the impending danger, his pupils dilating in shock. He attempted to evade the oncoming surge of energy, but it was far too swift. The energy crashed into Sha Yun's body. Sha Yun let out a pained cry as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground of the thunder pool. Gasp! The platinum members present could not help but inhale sharply, as if struck by lightning. A novice master, Sha Yun, had been sent sprawling in an instant by Yi Feng. They glanced at the fallen Sha Yun and then at Yi Feng, utterly stunned by the unfolding scene. Many platinum members rubbed their eyes, convinced they must be mistaken. Yet how could they be wrong? The outcome spoke for itself. Sha Yun had indeed been flung away. In that moment, the platinum members within the thunder pool fell silent, as a terrifying possibility dawned upon them. Yi Feng was indeed an extraordinary high-ranking master. Otherwise, Sha Yun would never have been dispatched so effortlessly. A high-ranking master appearing to be no more than 20 years old? Cold sweat broke out on the brows of the platinum members as they finally comprehended why Yi Feng had deemed Sha Yun insufficient. Now, I trust there are no more doubts regarding my capabilities? Yi Feng surveyed the platinum members in the thunder pool. The members, once so confident in their assumptions about Yi Feng's rise being solely due to the leader's influence, now found themselves thoroughly embarrassed. Having absorbed enough vital energy, Yi Feng departed the thunder pool. The platinum members exchanged glances, silently vowing never to judge a person by appearances again. Not long after Yi Feng exited the thunder pool, Li He came into view. Yi Feng. Li He hurried to stand before Yi Feng and proceeded to inform him of the happenings within the Thunder God Mercenary Corps internal forum. Yi Feng smiled, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Such situations had unfolded before, whether at an academy or in the Jianghe martial arts school. Yet, he held no fear. As Yi Feng and Li He walked, they arrived at the training grounds of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. The grounds were predominantly occupied by members of the Black Iron and Bronze levels, who all turned their gazes toward Yi Feng. Chapter 150, One Word, Leave. The members in the training yard whispered among themselves as they observed Yi Feng. Is that Yi Feng? Yes, keep your voices down. He is a 3-star platinum member. Someone we cannot afford to provoke. Indeed, although he may have risen to 3-star platinum through connections, he is still not a person we can trifle with. Despite their dissatisfaction regarding Yi Feng's ascension to 3-star platinum, the members of the training ground dared not confront him. Yi Feng, I assume you have not frequented the training grounds much. This is my first visit, Yi Feng replied with a relaxed smile, fully aware of the hushed conversations taking place around him, thanks to his keen hearing as a high-ranking master. However, he chose not to stoop to the level of the black iron and bronze members, as doing so would only diminish his own stature. Yet the tree seeks stillness while the wind refuses to cease. Just as Li He and Yi Feng were preparing to depart from the martial arts arena, a member of the golden rank approached them. This individual, remarkably youthful, appeared to be merely in his early 20s. Yet he had already attained the status of a 2-star golden member and was a mid-level grand martial master. Observing this scene, the members present at the arena collectively contemplated a startling possibility. What was Zheng Feng planning? I can't shake the feeling that he intends to trouble Yi Feng. If that's the case, we're in for an entertaining show. After all, Zheng Feng's father is a diamond-level member of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, a Grand Master-level warrior. The expressions of the members in the arena revealed their anticipation. Zheng Feng approached Yi Feng, sizing him up with a disdainful look. Yi Feng, I refuse to believe you are a senior Grand Master, he sneered coldly. Witnessing this, Li He leaned closer to Yi Feng and whispered, This is Zheng Feng, a prodigy from the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. His father is a Grand Master-level warrior. Yi Feng felt no interest in Zheng Feng, considering him merely an intermediate Grand Martial Master, nothing more than an inconsequential insect in his eyes. I said I don't believe you are a senior Grand Master. Did you not hear me? Zheng Feng continued, his voice growing more agitated. Leave, Yi Feng suddenly uttered, the single word resonating with authority. In an instant, Zheng Feng felt an overwhelming force akin to a mountain crashing down upon him, causing his insides to shift violently. He let out a painful scream as he was hurled backward, landing heavily on the ground of the martial arts arena. How is this possible? The black iron and bronze level members present stood in shock, as if struck by lightning. They had not even seen how Yi Feng had struck. Zheng Feng had simply been sent flying. It should be noted that Zheng Feng was a mid-level Grand Martial Master. Yi Feng's intention was simple, to issue a warning to the members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, advising them not to provoke him without cause. Several members who were close to Zheng Feng rushed to assist him as he lay stunned, staring blankly at Yi Feng. Why you? How could this be? Yi Feng chose to ignore Zheng Feng. They were not of the same caliber, and further conversation was unnecessary. As Li He witnessed Yi Feng's departure, he quickly followed suit. This incident soon spread to the internal forum of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Discussions regarding the 3-star platinum member Yi Feng reached a new peak. In this round of internal discourse, all posts unanimously declared that Yi Feng had not ascended to the rank of 3-star platinum merely through connections. He was indeed a formidable senior grandmaster. The reason for this conclusion was clear. Yi Feng had effortlessly sent the mid-level Grand Martial Master Zheng Feng flying in the arena. Beyond acknowledging Yi Feng as a high-ranking warrior, they could fathom no better explanation. Yi Feng was swiftly recognized as the most formidable member of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Due to his remarkably young age, many speculated that if he were to mature, he could become an even greater force. Perhaps humanity would soon witness the rise of another titan. Consequently, Yi Feng garnered numerous admirers, with many members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps considering him their lifelong idol. However, there were also mentions of Zheng Feng in the internal forum. Zheng Feng's father, named Zheng Shan, was a junior Grand Master and a diamond-level member of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, known for being fiercely protective of his son. Many speculated that Zheng Shan might seek to challenge Yi Feng to avenge Zheng Feng's humiliation. As anticipated, the following day, Grandmaster Zheng Shan made his presence known among the members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Everyone understood that he was there to exact vengeance on Yi Feng. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was in the Thunder Pool, absorbing spiritual energy, sensing that he was on the verge of reaching the 4th level of the Dragon Yuan art. Suddenly, the energy numbers on his retina began to shift. A flicker of excitement crossed Yi Feng's face. He realized the Dragon Yuan art had indeed reached the 4th level. You are Yi Feng? A robust voice unexpectedly reached his ears. Following the sound, Yi Feng beheld a towering figure before him, adorned with a 1-star diamond badge. Junior Grandmaster, what brings you here? Yi Feng inquired, puzzled, as he did not recognize the man. Are you feigning ignorance or truly unaware? You dared to strike my son within the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, thus disrespecting me. The man was, of course, Zheng Shan, fixing Yi Feng with a cold glare. Upon hearing Zheng Shan's words, Yi Feng understood. He surmised that Zheng Shan was indeed Zheng Feng's father. The platinum members present in the Thunder Pool were aware of the internal forum and knew the events that had transpired. Yi Feng was a 3-star platinum member, while Zheng Shan was a 1-star diamond member. They were baffled as to why Yi Feng remained so composed. One would expect at least a flicker of fear upon encountering such a formidable opponent. What is your purpose in seeking me? Yi Feng inquired. To avenge my son and restore my honor. Zheng Shan replied icily. Yi Feng nodded. Then go ahead and make your move. Defeating you here would be too easy. I have heard that you are quite renowned within the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Let us battle in the martial arts arena, so everyone can witness your humiliation. This shall be a fitting retribution. Zheng Shan sneered, envisioning the delight of defeating Yi Feng in front of an audience. Very well. Yi Feng considered for a moment before responding affirmatively. I shall await you in the martial arts arena. With that, Zheng Shan turned and strode toward the arena. Upon seeing Grand Master Zheng Shan return and take his place in the center of the martial arts arena, the members exchanged glances, understanding that his actions must hold significance. Could it be that Grand Master Zheng Shan was preparing to fight Yi Feng in the arena? With this thought, the anticipation among the members in the martial arts arena surged. In the Thunder Pool, the Platinum members directed their gazes at Yi Feng, eager to witness whether he would head to the martial arts arena. If Yi Feng chose to go, they would undoubtedly follow. The impending duel was not one to be missed. However, they believed that Yi Feng, as a senior Grandmaster, would have little chance against junior Grandmaster Zheng Shan. Yi Feng sighed inwardly. All he desired was a few days of uninterrupted energy absorption within the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Why was this opportunity being snatched away from him? He had already intimidated the lower-ranked members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, only for a more formidable opponent to emerge. It appeared he would need to demonstrate a modicum of strength to ensure that these members would refrain from disturbing him in the future. Rising from the Thunder Pool, he made his way toward the martial arts arena. As the members of the Platinum tier within the Thunder God Mercenary Corps witnessed Yi Feng departing from the Thunder Pool, they hastily followed in his wake. In the training arena of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, all members awaited Yi Feng's arrival, their hearts in turmoil as they speculated whether Master Zheng Shan's appearance signified an impending duel with Yi Feng. Master Yi Feng has arrived. Suddenly, an exclamation echoed through the ears of every individual present in the training arena. Upon confirming Yi Feng's presence, the members collectively released a sigh of relief. Their previous conjectures vindicated. A confrontation between a high-tier master and a junior grandmaster was about to unfold. In the eyes of many, this battle held no suspense. Unless Yi Feng awakened some fearsome supernatural talent or received other enhancements. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that he could rival a junior grandmaster. The training ground of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps was increasingly crowded, with even the higher-tier warriors making their way there. It was evident that the impending clash between Yi Feng and Zheng Shan had captured the attention of the entire mercenary group. Oh my heavens! The leader, the vice leaders, and the captains are here too. Suddenly, several gasps arose in the training ground. All eyes turned toward the same direction. There, Leader Feng, along with the two vice leaders and the captains, strode in with an imposing presence. Their aura radiated outward, as if each step they took exerted immense pressure on the space around them. The leader of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps was a high-level Yuan general, while the two vice leaders were junior Yuan generals. Additionally, the Corps boasted 12 high-level grandmasters, all of whom were captains of various squads directly under the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. Unlike Yi Feng, who was considered an honorary member and did not belong to any squad, honorary members were by no means rare within the Corps. The trainees within the arena stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the duel between Yi Feng and Zheng Shan would draw the upper echelons of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. As the leaders arrived at the training ground, Feng eyed Yi Feng and Zheng Shan, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I made it in time. He had been extremely busy over the past few days and, upon finishing his tasks, was eager to inform the senior members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps about the true genius he had recruited. Just then, news of Yi Feng's impending battle with Zheng Shan reached his ears. Zheng Shan had not anticipated that his duel with Yi Feng would attract the attention of the higher-ups. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself that the higher-ups surely wouldn't perceive him as bullying the weak. After all, Yi Feng had previously sent his son flying in the training arena, leaving him utterly humiliated. Yi Feng, are you prepared to face me, a junior grandmaster? Feng regarded Yi Feng, well aware that although Yi Feng had awakened his swordsmanship talent, the effectiveness of that talent depended on his mastery of sword techniques. He knew that if Yi Feng relied solely on the sword Yuan shield, he could not possibly contend with Zheng Shan. Rest assured, leader, I never engage in battles without confidence, Yi Feng replied with a smile. Despite having recently joined the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, he felt emboldened to showcase his prowess. Thanks in part to Feng presence, all present in the training ground were taken aback by Yi Feng's declaration. Did his words imply that he believed he could defeat Zheng Shan? Yet, Zheng Shan was a junior grandmaster, and despite not having awakened any remarkable supernatural talent, his mastery was undeniably real. The senior members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps observed Yi Feng with keen interest. From the leader's words, they learned that Yi Feng was the most formidable genius from the Dragon Kingdom, and indeed, without rival. In the leader's eyes, should Yi Feng continue to develop, he would rise to become the most terrifying warrior in the Blue Star, akin to a titan of humankind, safeguarding the entire race. They could scarcely believe that such a talent existed in the Dragon Kingdom, let alone that he would join the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. However, upon seeing Yi Feng, they were met with disappointment, for he appeared utterly unremarkable. What do you mean by that, Yi Feng? Zheng Shan queried, his voice laced with incredulity. Is it not clear? I can defeat you, Yi Feng responded, his tone devoid of any urgency, as though he were merely discussing an inconsequential matter. Zheng Shan's anger flared at Yi Feng's words. He believed Yi Feng failed to grasp the insurmountable chasm that lay between a high-tier master and a junior grandmaster. Yi Feng, since you are so confident, allow me to show you just how laughable a high-tier master appears before a junior grandmaster. Zheng Shan bellowed. As his voice fell, a surge of yuan energy enveloped his body, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him. A layer of Tiao force coiled around Zheng Shan, marking his status as a grandmaster. Upon reaching this level, a warrior's yuan energy would transform into Tiao force, granting them combat power exceeding 100,000. Furthermore, Tiao force could manifest as a tangible attack, a feat beyond the capabilities of lower-tier warriors. This was precisely why high-tier warriors seldom practiced ordinary yuan techniques. The Tiao force they generated was far superior to conventional techniques. Among high-tier warriors, the effects of attribute talents were negligible, while weapon and elemental talents bore greater significance. Upon awakening a weapon talent, one could cultivate associated weapon techniques, which wielded immense power, though such talents could not rival the elemental talents unless one reached the weapon realm. An example was the leader of the warrior alliance within the world city, the human titan Lei Xingtian, who had awakened the lightning talent. This lightning talent harnessed the power of electricity. Moreover, Lei Xingtian had perfected the terrifying technique associated with his lightning talent, the Thunder Prison. Once, when Lei Xingtian entered the battlefield and unleashed the Thunder Prison, countless bolts of lightning formed a cage that ensnared hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts, instantly vaporizing them. As the training ground of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps witnessed the Tiao force enveloping Zheng Shan's form, all present instinctively retreated to a safer distance. The combat power of a Tiao force reaching 100,000 was simply too terrifying for them to comprehend. The higher-ups of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps were equally intrigued to see how Yi Feng could display such confidence in overcoming a junior grandmaster. Yi Feng, now you shall understand what it means to be a grandmaster. Zheng Shan sneered, as the roar of Tiao force reverberated, causing the training ground to tremble. The lower-tier members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps were stricken with fear, for the Tiao force was indeed formidable. Prepare yourself, Yi Feng. With a swift step, Zheng Shan leaped towards Yi Feng with incredible speed. He refrained from employing Tiao force. Otherwise, Yi Feng would surely perish. For his intention was merely to defeat Yi Feng and restore his honor, not to take his life. As all eyes in the training ground turned to Yi Feng, their pupils dilated in disbelief. Could Yi Feng, merely a high-tier master, truly withstand Zheng Shan's onslaught? Though many lower-tier members idolized Yi Feng, they understood the insurmountable gap between a master and a grandmaster. Zheng Shan's speed was astonishing. Before the lower-tier members could even catch a glimpse of his trajectory, he had already arrived before Yi Feng. As Zheng Shan approached Yi Feng, he raised his fist and struck fiercely towards him. This punch, devoid of any elemental force, was met with Zheng Shan's unwavering confidence, as he believed that Yi Feng could not possibly withstand the impact. In terms of sheer combat prowess, Yi Feng was indeed no match for Zheng Shan, yet he had already attained the harmonization stage. All those present in the martial arts arena observed in astonishment as Yi Feng made no attempt to evade or defend himself, appearing as though he were oblivious to the impending danger. With Zheng Shan's fist mere inches from Yi Feng's body, there was no conceivable way for him to dodge. Regardless of his speed, disappointment washed over the onlookers as they shook their heads, a sigh escaping their lips. Initially, Yi Feng's confidence had led them to believe he might hold his own against Zheng Shan, but now it seemed their hopes were misplaced. They knew that once the Grandmaster Zheng Shan's fist made contact with Yi Feng, he would surely collapse to the ground. The outcome of this battle appeared to be a foregone conclusion. However, just as Zheng Shan's fist was about to collide with Yi Feng, a shield rapidly formed around him. This shield was not composed of elemental energy, but rather of sword qi. With a resounding impact, Zheng Shan's fist connected with the sword qi shield, the force entirely neutralized by its presence. A sword essence shield. Zheng Shan was momentarily stunned. He could never have anticipated that Yi Feng had awakened his swordsmanship talent and comprehended the advanced sword defense technique, sword essence shield. The members of the martial arts arena were equally dumbfounded. They had believed the battle was all but concluded, only to realize they had been hasty in their judgment. It was astonishing that Yi Feng had awakened his swordsmanship talents. Indeed, it was no wonder he had not attempted to dodge. I feel that Master Yi Feng is entirely capable of contending with Grandmaster Zheng Shan. The members were overwhelmed with shock and awe. Zheng Shan gritted his teeth, fixated on Yi Feng. Yi Feng, even though you have awakened your swordsmanship talent and grasped the sword essence shield, do you think such abilities alone make you my equal? Chapter 155. This is the Weapon Realm, Harmonization Level 1. Everyone in the martial arts arena understood that the confrontation between Yi Feng and Zheng Shan was far from over. Zheng Shan's words held truth. Even with Yi Feng's awakening of swordsmanship talent and mastery of the advanced sword defense technique, Sword Essence Shield, it did not guarantee he could match Zheng Shan's strength. Show me everything you are capable of. Suddenly, Yi Feng beckoned to Zheng Shan with a finger. The spectators were taken aback by Yi Feng's audacity towards a grandmaster. A master must not be insulted, and a grandmaster even less so. True to form, Zheng Shan was infuriated. Yi Feng, if I wish to defeat you, it would be as easy as child's play. I will make you understand the meaning of regret. Zheng Shan roared. With that, he retreated several dozen meters, his elemental energy surging outward. Hundreds of streams of energy converged, forming a colossal shockwave aimed directly at Yi Feng. The force of the shockwave lifted the floor of the arena, creating a massive chasm in its wake. Some weaker members crumpled to the ground, their faces etched with terror. If this externalized elemental energy was already so fearsome, what kind of horror would ensue from unleashing the first layer of the Devourer's might? They dared not imagine. The immense shockwave drew nearer to Yi Feng. Feng Song fixed his gaze upon Yi Feng, eager to see if he could withstand such an onslaught. Should he falter, he would intervene. He held high hopes for Yi Feng, with such terrifying potential. He was not only a rarity in the Dragon Nation, but also in the entire Blue Star. Most believed Yi Feng could not possibly endure this formidable assault, even with the Sword Essence Shield. Yet Yi Feng remained unfazed, his expression serene in the face of the impending shockwave. Suddenly, he raised a finger, upon which sword light coalesced into a golden blade. This golden sword radiated a blinding brilliance, akin to a divine weapon. As the colossal shockwave approached, Yi Feng struck it with the golden sword. The two forces collided violently, shaking the very fabric of space and causing the arena to tremble. In an instant, the shockwave dissipated without a trace, leaving Yi Feng's golden sword still poised. The weapon realm. The leader of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, Feng Song, gasped in astonishment. His words slow and deliberate. The members of the martial arts arena understood that one had to reach the weapon realm to achieve such a feat. Yi Feng had attained Harmonization Level 1. Harmonization, the unity of man and weapon. At that moment, all present were struck as if by lightning, rendered speechless. They felt as though they were witnessing an event they could scarcely believe. Zheng Shan attempted to articulate his thoughts, but his words faltered, unable to form a coherent statement. Harmonization Level 1. This was Harmonization Level 1. While many awakened warriors existed in Blue Star, few achieved the weapon realm. That Yi Feng had reached this foundational state was beyond Zheng Shan's comprehension, and the majority of the audience found it equally unfathomable. They perceived the disparity between themselves and Master Yi Feng as insurmountable. The higher echelons of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps were equally astounded, beginning to grasp why their leader had dubbed Yi Feng an ultimate genius. Yi Feng, I never imagined you were a Harmonization Level 1 powerhouse. Zheng Shan, regaining his composure, fixed an icy glare upon Yi Feng. All understood that Zheng Shan had not yet conceded defeat. He had yet to unleash the first layer of the Devourer's might. If he did, the outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 156. So it is Harmonization Level. Zheng Shan is convinced. Yi Feng, I will now unleash the Devourer's power. Even if you fall to my hands, you will have ample reason to be proud. Zheng Shan declared coldly, his gaze locked onto Yi Feng. The members of the martial arts arena knew that Zheng Shan was about to unleash the first layer of the Devourer's might. Come at me. Yi Feng beckoned once more. The spectators were astonished. They had not anticipated Yi Feng would provoke Zheng Shan in such a manner. Did he not understand the terror of the Devourer's power? Yi Feng, you will pay for this. Zheng Shan erupted in a fury, nearly beside himself with rage. Suddenly, the first layer of the Devourer's power erupted from Zheng Shan's body, surging towards Yi Feng. Wherever the Devourer's might passed, space shattered, and the entire arena trembled as if struck by an earthquake. How could Yi Feng possibly withstand such an onslaught? Everyone believed that there was no way Yi Feng could endure this attack. The power of the Devourer was simply too terrifying. As the first layer of the Devourer's might erupted, Zheng Shan laughed coldly, confident that Yi Feng could never withstand its force. Yet, at that critical moment, the slender figure in the arena was enveloped by a sword light that spanned Zheng, beginning to cover his body. This was. Feng Song gazed at the immense sword radiance, spanning Zheng, that enveloped Yi Feng's body. His pupils abruptly contracted, and he could not help but exclaim. This was a sword radiance that could only be unleashed at the harmonization level. All the onlookers in the martial arts arena stared in astonishment, as if turned to stone. And they could swear that this was the most shocking moment they had ever experienced. The harmonization level, the second highest realm in the weapon mastery hierarchy. Yi Feng's ability to summon such a vast sword radiance indicated that he was not merely at the first harmonization level, but had indeed reached the harmonization stage. Could such a genius truly exist in Blue Star? Many blinked rapidly, wishing to believe this was but a fabrication, for it seemed too fantastical to be real. To achieve the status of a senior master at such a tender age, to awaken the innate talent for the sword, and to comprehend advanced sword techniques. This would have sufficed for the first harmonization level. Yet now, Feng revealed that he was beyond that. Firmly established in the harmonization stage, they found it utterly incomprehensible. As the terrifying force of the first Taotai drew nearer to Feng, suddenly, the vast sword radiance wrapping around him coalesced into a colossal sword. Feng wielded this fearsome giant sword and cleaved toward the oncoming power of the Taodai. As he struck, the energies of heaven and earth converged, continuously adhering to the massive sword forged from the sword radiance. Boom! When the Tianzhong-wide giant sword collided with the force of the Taotai, the latter vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, an explosion of terrifying sword radiance erupted outward, causing violent detonations throughout the martial arts arena. The sword radiance expanded in all directions, leaving some lower-ranked members utterly terrified. Should such a fearsome radiance strike their bodies, they would stand no chance of survival. Feng Tsang, the leader of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, promptly summoned his energy, forming a vast barrier to envelop all his members. In the area where Feng and Zhongshan stood, nothing was visible save for the swirling sword radiance and elemental force. When the overwhelming sword radiance and elemental energy dissipated, everyone turned in unison to the spot where Feng and Zhongshan had been. There, they beheld Zhongshan sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, his face charred and his clothing riddled with tears, looking utterly disheveled. Feng, Zhongshan panted. Gazing at Feng, I concede. Chapter 157, Thunderstone, 800,000 Combat Power. Zhongshan was not merely speaking, he was genuinely in awe. He had never fathomed that Feng could be such a formidable warrior. The crowd in the martial arts arena exchanged glances, recognizing that Feng had become an insurmountable mountain in their eyes. The senior members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps stood frozen, fully aware of Feng's terrifying prowess. Far more than others, it was at this moment that they finally comprehended the leader's words, that if Feng were to grow, Blue Star might gain another titan. Feng Tsang looked at Feng with immense satisfaction, realizing that bringing Feng into the Thunder God Mercenary Corps was the wisest decision of his life. Feng, come with me, Feng Tsang said, approaching him. Feng nodded, refraining from asking questions, understanding that Feng Tsang had something important to discuss. Soon, Feng Tsang, and the senior members made their way to the leader's hall. Upon entering the hall, they all took their seats. Feng Tsang regarded Feng, saying, "You are the most exceptional member of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, and thus I have decided to entrust you with the Thunderstone." The senior members within the hall were moved by the leader's words. They recognized that, given Feng's extraordinary talent, he was wholly deserving of the Thunderstone. "Leader, what is the Thunderstone?" Feng inquired, puzzled, as it was the first time he had heard of it. "The Thunderstone is something I stumbled upon in the wild 3 years ago. It is about the size of a thumb, a name I coined myself. It contains terrifying elemental energy, yet we have been unable to absorb it. I wonder if you can." With that, Feng Tsang produced a peculiar stone, green and translucent, indeed brimming with formidable elemental energy. He handed the Thunderstone to Feng. Feng Tsang was aware that a prodigy like Feng would soon echo throughout the imperial capital of Long City, and as Feng emerged from their ranks, the standing of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps would rise dramatically. Feng accepted the Thunderstone, and after a moment of contemplation, he realized that absorbing the elemental energy within would not be easy. Even Feng Tsang, a high-ranking elemental master, could not absorb its energy, and thus, he decided to keep it for further examination. After leaving the leader's hall, Feng returned to his room to study the Thunderstone for half a day, yet yielded no results. With just a few days remaining until the divine level check-in, Feng spent these days absorbing energy in the Thunder Pool. Bang, bang, bang. 70010, 700-150, 700-220, 700-230. Feng's combat power had risen to 700,000. By tomorrow, he would be able to perform the divine level check-in. On the following morning, Feng opened the check-in interface in his mind. Ding. Is the host certain about the divine level check-in? Confirmed. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward received. Opportunity to absorb immense elemental energy X1. Absorb immense elemental energy. Feng was taken aback. Was this not referring to the Thunderstone? For within the Thunderstone lay powerful elemental energy. He retrieved the Thunderstone and utilized the opportunity to absorb immense elemental energy. Immediately, the energy from the Thunderstone flowed into Feng's body ceaselessly. The data on his retina regarding elemental energy skyrocketed to a terrifying extent. Elemental energy, 999999. Elemental energy, 999999. Elemental energy, 999999. Increasing by 990,000 every second. To Feng's disappointment, it did not take long for the energy within the Thunderstone to be completely absorbed. So, this was what the leader and the senior members had treasured? Feng shook his head and approached the combat power testing device. Bang, bang, bang. 812000, 812500, 813400, 814000. Yi Feng observed the combat power displayed on the device, feeling quite satisfied. With 800,000 combat power, he was merely 200,000 away from the foundational combat power of a junior grandmaster. Chapter 158. The land of sickly trees holds the river of elemental energy. Yi Feng, may I enter? Suddenly, Feng Song's voice echoed from outside the door. Yi Feng opened the door to find Feng Song standing there. Leader, is there something you need? Feng Song entered the room. But as he prepared to speak, his attention was drawn to the data displayed on the combat power testing device, causing him to pause mid-sentence. He stepped closer, scrutinizing the readings in disbelief. Yi Feng, your combat power has reached 800,000 Yi Feng nodded in response. Feng Song shook his head internally, unable to fathom the existence of such a genius as Yi Feng in this world, and he felt a twinge of jealousy. He then noticed the Thunderstone, which now appeared dull and lifeless. Yi Feng, you absorbed the Thunderstone? Yes, just finished absorbing it. Feng Song fell silent for several seconds, realizing that the Thunderstone was not as precious as he had thought. Yi Feng had drained the elemental energy from it completely, yet had not advanced to the Grandmaster level. However, what perplexed Feng Song was why he, a distinguished high-ranking Yuan general, was unable to absorb the Yuan stone, while Yi Feng could do so effortlessly. The more he pondered, the more he felt that he possessed no advantages in the presence of Yi Feng, despite being a formidable existence. Capable of suppressing the earth and slaying countless ferocious beasts, he felt diminished. Yi Feng, I have sought you out to inquire whether you intend to venture to the land of the sickly trees. The land of the sickly trees? Yi Feng echoed, astonished. This place was known as a gathering ground for ferocious beasts, yet it was also said to harbor the existence of the river of vital energy. Feng Song explained. The river of vital energy? Yes, it is a rarity on Blue Star, and the few that exist tend to dry up as martial artists absorb the vital energy. However, the quality of the energy within these rivers is exceptionally rich. Captain, if the land of the sickly trees truly harbors a river of vital energy, shouldn't it have been depleted long ago? One of the members queried. That is a valid point. Yet it is said that the location of the river of vital energy is exceedingly concealed. I have personally ventured to the land of the sickly trees, but I failed to locate the river, Feng Song replied. As Yi Feng listened to Feng Song's explanation, he began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. I primarily wish for you to take several talented members from the Thunder God Mercenary Corps to undergo training in the land of the sickly trees. Should fortune favor you, you might indeed discover the river of vital energy. He paused, recalling something else. You must remember, only martial artists of master level or above can absorb the energy from the river, otherwise, they risk exploding from within. Feng Song's implication was clear. If the river of vital energy were to be found, the talented members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps should not immerse themselves in it. Understood, Yi Feng agreed. Very well then, I have already prepared the list of members. You will set off tomorrow. I have heard that Longqing University will also be training in the land of the sickly trees, Feng Song remarked, handing Yi Feng a list. Upon hearing the name Longqing University, Yi Feng thought of Su Hua and Yi Qing, wondering how they were faring. He resolved to visit them at Longqing University when time permitted. After Feng Song departed, Yi Feng examined the list in his hand, which included 5 names: Zheng Feng, Yang Yu, Lu Wenwen, Wu Lina, and Jiang Wan. All 5 were at the intermediate Great Martial Master level, a commendable achievement across the entirety of Blue Star. Among them, Zheng Feng struck a chord of recognition. After being swiftly defeated by Yi Feng, Zheng Feng's father, Zheng Shan, had begrudgingly come to respect Yi Feng. Chapter 159. Arrival at the land of the sickly trees. Yi Feng gathered the 5 talented members, Zheng Feng, Yang Yu, Lu Wenwen, Wu Lina, and Jiang Wan. From the information on the list, it was clear that all 5 were ability-wielding martial artists who had awakened their elemental talents, which proved immensely beneficial for martial artists below the master level. The 5 talented members gazed at Yi Feng with adoration, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Zheng Feng, who had previously held a sense of rivalry towards Yi Feng, had come to respect him after Yi Feng showcased his astonishing prowess by defeating Zheng Shan in the training arena. The 5 were all esteemed members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, idolized by many black iron, bronze, and even silver-level members. Yet, they were acutely aware that in Yi Feng's presence, they were but mere shadows, cognizant that he was a towering mountain they could never hope to surpass. Master Yi Feng, do you seek us for something? Zheng Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued. Yang Yu, Lu Wenwen, Wu Lina, and Jiang Wan echoed his confusion, surprised that Master Yi Feng would summon them. Yi Feng paused momentarily, having assumed they were already informed. The captain has decided that tomorrow, I will lead you to the land of the sickly trees for training. The 5 were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a declaration from Master Yi Feng. Is it truly so? They stammered in disbelief. Well, what do you think? Zheng Feng realized he had spoken out of turn and quickly silenced himself, understanding that a master-level martial artist would not jest with someone of his rank. Prepare yourselves. We depart tomorrow, Yi Feng instructed. Yes, Master Yi Feng. They replied with a respectful bow before departing. The following day, Zheng Feng, Yang Yu, Lu Wenwen, Wulina, and Jiang Wen reappeared before Yi Feng. Let us depart, Yi Feng said slowly, as his primary objective was not only to protect these talented individuals, but also to seek the river of vital energy. The group commenced their journey toward the land of the sickly trees. I have heard that Longqing University will also be training in the land of the sickly trees. The captain and the principal of Longqing University have always been at odds. I wonder if anything will transpire, Zheng Feng suddenly remarked. Indeed, I have heard that as well. It seems the captain and the principal are like sworn brothers, but their fallout was over a girl, another member chimed in. Really? Whatever happened to her? Someone asked. I heard she has passed away, which is why the captain and the principal have been at odds ever since, came the response. As Yi Feng listened to their conversation, he found it intriguing, the enmity between the captain and the principal of Longqing University. The vehicle racing toward the land of the sickly trees finally came to a halt after several hours. They found themselves in a desolate area. Still a day's journey from their destination, Yi Feng and his companions pressed on toward the land of the sickly trees. Along the way, they encountered no ferocious beasts. Upon reaching the outskirts of the land of the sickly trees, they spotted numerous students from Longqing University, all accompanied by their mentors. As the most prestigious martial arts academy in the nation, the caliber of the students was undeniable. Those present were indeed the elite. Yi Feng mused that it would be fortuitous if Su Hua and Yi Qing were among them, though he recognized that this possibility was slim, given that they had only recently enrolled at Longqing University. Despite Yi Qing's exceptional talent for cultivation, her time for training had been rather brief. Outside the land of the sickly trees, the mentors and talented students from Longqing University noticed Yi Feng and his group, casting them astonished glances. They had not anticipated the presence of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps at the land of the sickly trees. Chapter 160. Astonishingly, there is a 3-star platinum level member. More than 20 students from Longqing University were present in the land of the sickly trees, accompanied by 4 mentors, all of whom were high-ranking masters, more than capable of safeguarding the students from ferocious beasts. Most of these students were junior great martial masters, regarded as the creme de la creme within the nation. The presence of such exceptional students at Longqing University was hardly surprising. At that moment, the mentors and students from Longqing University turned their attention toward Yi Feng and his companions. What are the Thunder God Mercenary Corps doing here? One student whispered. Do you know? The captain of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps and our principal have always had a contentious relationship. Could it be they are here to undermine us? I believe that is a possibility. The Thunder God Mercenary Corps is indeed quite cunning, another replied. The 4 mentors from Longqing University displayed expressions of displeasure at the sight of Yi Feng and his group. However, they must all be exceptionally talented members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, as they are all ranked as 2-star golden members, with one among them being a 3-star platinum member. A student surveyed the badges hanging from Yi Feng and his companions, and suddenly, his pupils constricted in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something incredible. A 3-star platinum member? The students from Longqing University also noticed the 3-star platinum badge adorning Yi Feng's chest, leaving them all in a state of shock, as if struck by lightning. The 3-star platinum badge is a mark reserved for high-level masters. This individual before them appeared to be of similar stature to themselves, did he not? The 4 master-level instructors from Longqing University also displayed expressions of astonishment. However, they quickly regained their composure, convinced that the 3-star platinum badge on Yi Feng's chest could not possibly belong to him. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, the students came to the same conclusion. It must have been bestowed upon him by a platinum-level member of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps. If someone of such a young age could attain the rank of 3-star platinum member, then they would not merely be regarded as geniuses in his presence, but rather as mere ants. Seeing the astonished expressions on the faces of the instructors and students from Longqing University, Zheng Feng and his companions could not help but feel a sense of pride. The terror of Master Yi Feng was beyond their comprehension. Let us proceed into the diseasewood land, Yi Feng suggested to his companions. Feeling it unnecessary to linger any longer, they nodded in agreement and followed Yi Feng toward the diseasewood land. As the instructors and students of Longqing University watched Yi Feng and his party depart, a sense of dissatisfaction brewed within them. What a damper this has put on our spirits. The Thunder God Mercenary Corps has come here to train as well, remarked a female instructor with a shake of her head. Let us not dwell on this. We should also enter the diseasewood land. After all, it is so vast that we may not encounter them, she added, and the group from Longqing University proceeded into the diseasewood land. The diseasewood land is a moderately dangerous gathering place for ferocious beasts. It is so named because it is a forest filled with twisted trees, where sunlight struggles to penetrate, creating an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. Once Yi Feng and his companions entered, they began their search for the beasts. Within the diseasewood land, there are numerous categories of ferocious beasts, among which the blood-crazed demon apes, colorful spiders, and golden-tailed steel snakes are the most abundant. On Blue Star, the more numerous a ferocious beast is, the more likely it is to be divided into high and low ranks, though many beasts also belong to specific tiers. Not long after setting off, dozens of blood-crazed demon apes came into view. Chapter 161. Blood-crazed demon ape. As they ventured further, dozens of blood-crazed demon apes appeared before them. These apes were all second-tier low-level beasts, significantly stronger than a beginner warrior, but not exceeding the power of a mid-level warrior. The blood-crazed demon apes possess immense strength and considerable defense, their muscular bodies and crimson eyes offering a fearsome sight. However, Feng and his companions were all mid-level great martial masters, rendering the dozens of blood-crazed demon apes insignificant in their eyes. The apes glared fiercely at Feng and his group, as if assessing their potential threat. Roar, roar, roar. After a few seconds, the horde of blood-crazed demon apes charged toward them, their combined momentum rising to the heavens, instilling fear in all who beheld it. As genius-level members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps, Feng and his companions had previously undergone outdoor training. They were not delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. They understood that Master Feng's purpose in coming to the Diseasewood Land was to protect them, and it was their duty to eliminate these blood-crazed demon apes. As the horde of blood-crazed demon apes rushed toward them, Feng shouted, "Move out!" Feng, Yangyu, Lu Wenwen, Wulina, and Jiangwen stepped forward to confront the oncoming beasts. With their mid-level great martial master strength, dispatching these dozens of second-tier, low-level blood-crazed demon apes was a trivial matter. The battle commenced, and the fierce conflict was swiftly resolved, with ape after ape collapsing into pools of blood. Before long, all the blood-crazed demon apes had been slain by Feng and his companions. Expressions of victorious delight adorned their faces. Training was meant to enhance their combat experience, and they were confident that this venture into the Diseasewood Land would yield substantial gains in that regard. Throughout the skirmish, Feng observed from the sidelines, reflecting on the prowess of these genius-level students, far surpassing those from Jiangnan City. "Let us continue," he instructed, as he sought the river of spiritual energy within the Diseasewood Land, though he had yet to find it. The group pressed onward. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at an even more sinister location, where a chilling aura sent shivers down their spines. Feng halted, his heightened spiritual awareness as a high-level master allowing him to sense the presence of ferocious beasts nearby. Feng and his companions also paused, watching their surroundings with vigilance, sensing that this place was indeed unusual. Roar. Suddenly, a cacophony of terrifying roars echoed in their ears, sending chills down their spines. Hundreds of blood-crazed demon apes surged from all directions, encircling them. At the forefront stood a towering blood-crazed demon ape, reaching a height of 10 feet, exuding an oppressive presence akin to a mountain. A fourth-tier high-level blood-crazed demon ape. Feng and his companions gasped in astonishment as they recognized the creature. They had perused the ferocious beast compendium, and they knew that any blood-crazed demon ape standing 10 feet tall must be a fourth-tier high-level specimen. This formidable beast halted a mere dozen paces away from Feng's group, throwing back its head to emit a thunderous roar while pounding its chest with its arms like a dragon. The terrifying sound reverberated through the air, snapping nearby trees in half and causing the atmosphere to crackle ominously. Upon hearing the roar, the surrounding blood-crazed demon apes charged toward Feng and his companions. Chapter 162. Fourth-tier high-level blood-crazed demon ape, let us engage. Feng commanded the five. They nodded in agreement and began to counter the oncoming blood-crazed demon apes. Although the number of apes was substantial, their quality varied. Not all were second-tier mid-level beasts. Some were second-tier low-level or even first-tier high-level. It was still not a challenge for the five to eliminate these blood-crazed demon apes. As the hundreds of apes closed in, Feng and his companions formed a circle around Feng, systematically dispatching the creatures, which fell as easily as crops under a scythe. The screams of the blood-crazed demon apes filled the air, yet the fourth-tier high-level ape remained stationary, observing the carnage unfold. The Diseasewood Land was vast, and the number of blood-crazed demon apes was far from limited. Perhaps this was why the fourth-tier high-level beast did not immediately engage, despite the rapid reduction in its companions' numbers. Feng and his companions found their clothes soaked with the blood of the slain apes, their excitement mounting with each kill. The dichotomy of the two species and the slaughter of these beasts elicited no sense of guilt, only exhilaration. As hundreds of blood-crazed demon apes lay slain in pools of blood, the air became thick with the stench of their blood, inducing a feeling of nausea. The fourth-tier high-level blood-crazed demon ape, equivalent to a high-level great martial master among humans, was typically stronger than humans of the same rank. Feng and his companions were utterly incapable of vanquishing the formidable fourth-tier, high-raging blood demon ape. Thus, they turned their gaze towards Feng. At that moment, Feng was also assessing the fourth-tier high-raging blood demon ape, his countenance betraying no excessive emotion, for he was aware that he could annihilate the creature in an instant. With a sudden, thunderous roar, the fourth-tier high-raging blood demon ape charged towards Feng and his companions, its colossal form causing the ground to tremble beneath it. Feng and his companions were struck with horror, although they understood that the ape stood no chance against Feng. The oppressive aura emanating from the beast instilled a sense of dread within them. As the fourth-tier high-raging blood demon ape closed in, Feng had already raised his index finger, from which a brilliant sword light coalesced, its sharpness radiating a terrifying aura. Just as the beast was about to reach him, the sword light erupted from Feng's fingertip. With a swift motion, the fourth-tier high-raging blood demon ape's crimson eyes dilated in fear. Realizing it could not withstand such a formidable assault, attempting to evade, it found its speed woefully inadequate. A piercing shriek escaped the ape as the sword light struck its body, creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. The massive creature collapsed to the ground, its weight creating a deep crater upon impact. Feng and his companions stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of shock, complexity, and disbelief. Having reached the realm of weapon mastery, they were now witnessing the sheer might of Feng. The tranquility on Feng's face was akin to still waters, as if dispatching the fourth-tier high-raging blood demon ape was merely a trivial task. Feng and his companions swallowed hard. They realized this was the caliber of skill they aspired to attain. Chapter 163. The arrival of Dragon Qing University's mentor and students. Subsequently, Feng and Feng encountered numerous ferocious beasts in the Blighted Wood, all of which were vanquished by Feng and his group, significantly enhancing their combat experience. As night fell, they chose to set up camp and rest rather than continue their hunt for beasts. The following morning, Feng and his companions resumed their search for ferocious beasts, and Feng's group again succeeded in slaying many creatures, their faces alight with excitement. The wealth of combat experience they accrued would greatly aid their growth. Indeed, in battles of equal strength, the disparity in experience often dictated the outcome. At this juncture, they found themselves still on the periphery of the Blighted Wood, not far from its depths, and they ventured deeper within. The heart of the Blighted Wood was home to a multitude of beasts, far more dreadful than those on the outskirts. Feng and his companions wore expressions of anticipation, eager to encounter and conquer more beasts to further their combat experience. Deep within the Blighted Wood, Feng and his group had already dispatched hundreds of ferocious beasts. Suddenly, Lu Wenwen pointed in astonishment. "What is that?" Following her gesture, they beheld countless enormous webs sprawling across the thick trunks of trees. Could it be? Feng gulped, realizing they had stumbled upon the lair of the colorful spiders. Hearing Feng's words, the group's faces turned to expressions of horror. The colorful spiders were abundant in the Blighted Wood, each the size of an adult, adorned with 5 vibrant colors and possessing deadly venom. Many low-tier martial artists had perished at their fangs. Abruptly, terrifying sounds reached their ears. Feng and his companions quickly focused their attention and discovered a dozen colorful spiders before them. With a collective sigh of relief, they realized this was not the true lair of the colorful spiders. Had it been, the horde of thousands would have posed a grave threat. In the Blighted Wood, both the periphery and the depths were infested with colorful spiders, yet the ones before them were of a lower tier, merely second tier. The venom of these lower-tier colorful spiders was something they could easily withstand given their current cultivation levels. The dozen colorful spiders, sensing the humans were not to be trifled with, charged towards them without hesitation. Feng and his companions swiftly engaged the spiders. In the presence of intermediate great martial masters, the second-tier beasts stood no chance. In mere moments, the dozen colorful spiders were dispatched. Feng sighed inwardly, contemplating that while they relished their kills, his primary objective in the Blighted Wood was to seek the river of spiritual energy, which seemed increasingly elusive. As they ventured deeper in search of beasts, they soon encountered another group of colorful spiders, this time numbering in the dozens. Just as they prepared to strike, mentors and students from Dragon Qing University appeared. One of the mentors stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Feng and his companions. "We discovered these colorful spiders first. You should leave." The Dragon Qing University group was not scattered but rather congregated together, consisting of 4 master-level mentors and over 20 students, all standing before Feng's group. Chapter 164. Feng's Authority. Upon hearing the mentor's words, Feng and his companions were filled with indignation. "We discovered the colorful spiders first," Wu Lina remarked, her expression darkening as she faced the Dragon Qing University mentor. The dozens of colorful spiders, sensing the hostility from the humans, began to retreat. The 4 mentors from Dragon Qing University were all advanced masters, their power formidable. The mentor surveyed Wu Lina, noting the 2-star golden badge upon her chest, and a flicker of disdain crossed his features. "An intermediate great martial master is not worthy of speaking to me." Wu Lina opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. The students of Dragon Qing University reveled in the predicament of the members of the Thunder God mercenary group. "And what of me?" Feng stepped forward, challenging the mentor. "Do I have the right to speak?" The attention of the Dragon Qing University mentors and students shifted towards Feng. Their previous impressions of him from outside the Blighted Wood flooding back. This was all due to the 3-star platinum badge adorning Feng's chest, a symbol of advanced master status within the Thunder God mercenary group. However, they soon deduced that it was implausible for someone of his age to be an advanced master. The only possibility was that an advanced master had bestowed the badge upon him. You? The Dragon Qing University mentor scoffed. If the badge were your own, perhaps you might have the right to converse with me, but it is not. The faces of the Dragon Qing University group were filled with amusement. Their gazes fixed upon Yi Feng, eager to hear his next words. Is that so? A hint of an inscrutable smile crossed Yi Feng's face. As the sound of footsteps faded, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, enveloping the immediate vicinity in an oppressive force. In an instant, the students of Longqing University felt as though an immense mountain had descended upon them, their faces reflecting sheer terror. What is this sense of oppression? Such a terrifying pressure. I feel as though I might perish. Why has such an intense force suddenly manifested? Could it be that a formidable warrior has appeared? The 4 mentors from Longqing University, however, recognized that the source of this pressure was none other than the individual adorned with a 3-star platinum badge standing before them. Their expressions were filled with astonishment. To exude such an oppressive presence indicated that Yi Feng's prowess was at least on par with theirs. Could it be that he is indeed a high master? The realization left them exchanging incredulous glances. Zheng Feng and his companions experienced a similar sensation. The pressure they felt was no less than that felt by the students of Longqing University. We harbor no ill will toward you, Longqing University. It would be prudent for you to refrain from provoking us if you wish to engage in earnest. Yi Feng's gaze bore into the crowd of Longqing University students, and several streams of vital energy, sharp as swords, surged forth from his being. The energy struck the fabric of space, causing visible fissures to manifest. How could the Thunder God Mercenary Corps ever fear Longqing University? The students of Longqing University were paralyzed with fear. They realized that the oppressive sensation they had been experiencing was indeed a manifestation of Yi Feng's power. They understood that a martial artist of the great master rank could never produce such a terrifying aura. The only explanation was that this individual was truly a high master, a member bearing a 3-star platinum badge. After Yi Feng spoke, he ceased to exert his oppressive force. And both Zheng Feng's group and the students of Longqing University felt an immense sense of relief as they gazed at Yi Feng in astonishment. Chapter 165. The Vanishing Gold Steel-Tail Serpent. The students of Longqing University could scarcely fathom that Yi Feng truly was a high master, but at such a young age. Surely, this is not a dream. Some students rubbed their eyes, only to confirm that this was reality. The 4 mentors from Longqing University regarded Yi Feng with cold disdain. You Thunder God Mercenary Corps are not to be trifled with. Do you think we Longqing University are mere soft targets? I have spoken my piece. Do as you wish. Yi Feng's tone was indifferent. Defeating these 4 mentors would be a trivial task for him. The mentors gritted their teeth in frustration. Although they were furious with Yi Feng, they dared not strike first. Both Longqing University and the Thunder God Mercenary Corps were significant forces in the imperial capital, Long City, and without directives from their superiors. Acting recklessly against the Thunder God Mercenary Corps could lead to severe repercussions. What is your name? One of the mentors asked coldly. Yi Feng, he replied candidly, feeling no need for concealment. Huh. The mentor from Longqing University sneered coldly. Yi Feng, I shall remember you. With that, the group from Longqing University departed. Yi Feng watched them leave, somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that the 4 mentors would confront him, yet they had chosen to retreat. Had they conceded? Zheng Feng, Yang Yu, Lu Wanwan, Wu Lina, and Jiang Wen exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. The students from Longqing University truly underestimated us. Moments ago, they doubted Master Yi Feng's badge. Indeed, after witnessing just a glimpse of Master Yi Feng's might, they departed without hesitation. Now we can focus on hunting fierce beasts in the depths of the blighted woods to increase our combat experience. The group continued their search for ferocious beasts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they arrived at a gorge flanked by towering trees. Strangely, the cliffs of the gorge bore no vegetation. Look, there are several gold steel-tail serpents. Zheng Feng pointed to a spot. The group turned their gaze and spotted 5 or 6 gold steel-tail serpents. These serpents were abundant in the blighted woods, each measuring around 4 to 5 meters in length, their bodies of brilliant gold and as impenetrable as steel, particularly their tails, which served as formidable weapons. Let us go and slay these gold steel-tail serpents, Zheng Feng proposed. The others nodded, preparing to engage the serpents. However, as they took their first steps, something peculiar occurred. The gold steel-tail serpents suddenly vanished from sight, as if they had never existed. How is this possible? Even Yi Feng was left speechless. They were certain they hadn't been mistaken, yet the serpents had inexplicably disappeared, something they had never anticipated. Yi Feng pondered, sensing something peculiar about this place. Stay here. I will take a closer look, he said in a low voice. After taking a few steps toward the spot where the serpents had vanished, Yi Feng became vigilant, yet he sensed no abnormal aura. Moving forward a few more steps, he felt a strange shift in the air. Chapter 166. The cave before Yi Feng and his companions. Noticing the unusual air currents, Yi Feng hesitated for a few seconds before extending his hand into the air. What followed was astonishing. It felt as if his hand had penetrated another space, rendering it invisible. Upon retracting his hand, it reappeared. Yi Feng contemplated, recalling various dramas he had watched in Huaxia featuring barriers, where objects within were invisible. Could this be a similar phenomenon? He tested it again, and the result was unchanged. Come over here, he called to Zheng Feng and the others. They hurriedly approached. Master Yi Feng, have you discovered something amiss? Zheng Feng asked, puzzled. Curiosity flitted across the faces of the others. Try extending your hands into the air, Yi Feng suggested. What? Zheng Feng, Yang Yu, Lu Wenwen, Wu Lina, and Jiang Wen looked bewildered. There was nothing there. Where should we extend our hands? Nevertheless, they complied, stretching their hands forward, only to be astonished to find that they could not see their palms. What is happening? They were taken aback, quickly retracting their hands, fearing they might permanently lose them. I suspect there is a peculiar space ahead, invisible to the naked eye. The disappearance of those gold steel-tail serpents was likely due to this reason, Yi Feng theorized. The group exchanged glances, marveling at the wonders of the world. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a phenomenon could exist. It seemed utterly fantastical. Master Yi Feng, you don't intend to enter, do you? Zheng Feng gulped, looking at Yi Feng with apprehension. Do you not wish to explore? Yi Feng asked, puzzled. Surely such a mysterious place warranted investigation, especially as the river of spiritual energy might lie within. Subsequently, he felt a sense of relief. Although they were prodigious members of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps and had ventured into the wilderness on numerous occasions, this enigmatic place was a novel experience for them. And trepidation was, understandably, inevitable. He could not allow them to remain outside. Should danger arise, he would find it difficult to justify his actions upon their return. After exchanging glances, the group summoned their courage and nodded in unison, affirming, very well, we shall enter as well. The youth was indeed teachable. Yi Feng smiled gently and stepped forward into the cave, with the others hastily following suit. Should anyone linger outside, they would be astonished to discover that Yi Feng and his companions had vanished into the depths of the gorge. Before Yi Feng and his companions lay a cave. The entrance was neither too large nor too small, shrouded in an impenetrable darkness where one could not discern their own hand before their face. However, for warriors of their caliber, this posed no challenge, as they had developed the ability to see in the dark. Hiss hiss, as they surveyed the cave's entrance. A series of spine-chilling sounds echoed ominously in their ears. Upon closer inspection, they discerned the very golden-scaled tail snakes they had encountered earlier. Jiang Wen grinned with satisfaction, exclaiming, what a stroke of fortune. After searching far and wide, this treasure has come to us effortlessly. With that, they swiftly dispatched the golden-scaled tail snakes, which were merely of the intermediate second tier and offered no resistance whatsoever. Let us proceed inside, Yi Feng declared, gazing towards the cave's entrance. The others nodded in agreement, and together they ventured into the depths of the cave.